Xiao Chen never imagined that his one night of debauchery would make him so wealthy. Xiao Chen had just laid down on the hotel bed when he felt dizzy. It wasn't until a stack of brand-new banknotes hit his face that he suddenly realized he had been sexually assaulted. He looked up at the stunningly beautiful woman in a white shirt beside the bed, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The woman's shirt was only half-buttoned, revealing glimpses of her black lace lingerie, making her incredibly alluring. The crimson stains on the sheets clearly indicated that this was her first time. This is the reward you earned through your hard work. How is it inappropriate? The woman's cold voice broke the silence, but the panic in her eyes betrayed her guilty conscience. Xiao Chen was shocked. Was it really this easy to make money in the city? Although he was exhausted last night, he unexpectedly reaped a huge reward. 10,000 a day, 3 million a month, over 30 million a year. Didn't the old man say making money was difficult? At this rate, I can earn 100 million in less than 3 years and bring the old man down the mountain. Xiao Chen was excited, his eyes gradually burning with fervor. I'm warning you. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, or I won't let you off the hook. The woman warned as she dressed, giving him an angry glare. Xiao Chen nodded, head bowed. I know the rules, he replied cautiously. The woman uttered a sentence tinged with anger. If my family hadn't forced me to take my sister's place with that scumbag, you wouldn't have gotten away with this so easily. With that, she grabbed her bag and hurried away. A surge of resentment welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. Such a good opportunity, and you didn't even give it a second time? He grabbed the woman's arm as she was about to leave. Wait a minute. Let's do it again. I'll give you a 50% discount. It'll only cost 50,000. The woman turned and glared at him, her pretty face flushing red before slamming the door and leaving. Xiao Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose, muttering to himself. She won't even take it at half price. She really has no taste. Without thinking further, Xiao Chen jumped out of bed. He had important things to do today. After washing up, he took out a marriage certificate with the words, Qiao Family Villa, number 67, Bihu Bay, written on the cover. 10 years ago, Qiao Wenxing, the patriarch of the Qiao family, fell seriously ill. Xiao Chen's father saved him with the 9 Lives Resurrection Needle, and the two became engaged as a result. Xiao Chen came down the mountain this time to fulfill this engagement. It's getting late. I can't keep my wife waiting. He read the address, stuffed the marriage certificate into his bag, and then left the hotel, taking a taxi to his destination. 40 minutes later, Xiao Chen arrived at the gate of the Bihu Bay Villa complex. The luxurious villas in front of him made him sigh. The rich are just different. Just as he was about to make the call, the security guard with the crooked hat rushed out of the security room and shouted at Xiao Chen. Get out of here, you scavenger. You can't come here. Xiao Chen frowned, his face darkening, but he still forced a smile. Brother, I'm here to find someone. Can I borrow your phone to make a call? The security guard snorted. I've heard that kind of excuse too many times. Do you know anyone here? Why would you dress like a country bumpkin? Xiao Chen was helpless and was about to ignore him when he suddenly saw a black BMW X5 slowly driving up. The car window rolled down, and a stunningly beautiful face appeared before him. Xiao Chen was immediately stunned. How come it's her? Isn't this the rich young woman from yesterday? He never expected to run into her here. He can ask her for the location of number 67 Bihu Bay. Xiao Chen quickly moved closer, flashing a bright smile. Hey, beautiful lady, we meet again. What a coincidence. The woman took off her sunglasses, frowned at Xiao Chen, and said coldly, Go flirt with someone else, or I'll call the police for being a pervert. Xiao Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected the woman to be so heartless, not even giving him a chance to strike up a conversation. What a contrast. Yesterday you were so humble, and today you're so aloof. The woman scoffed, stepping on the gas and driving into the gate. Xiao Chen hurriedly chased after her. Wait a minute, where's number 67 Bihu Bay? The security guard sneered from the side. Who do you think you are? Who do they think they are? You're a toad trying to eat swan meat. Give up on that idea. Just then, the BMW X5 suddenly reversed and stopped in front of Xiao Chen. The window rolled down again, and the woman asked coldly once more, What's your name? Xiao Chen. As soon as Xiao Chen spoke, the woman in the car suddenly sighed. Upon hearing the name, she looked at Xiao Chen, seemingly with some
complicated emotions. Xiao Chen noticed that although this woman resembled the 100,000 yuan little rich girl from that morning, upon closer inspection, they weren't exactly the same. The little rich girl had wavy hair, while Xiao Chen's hair was straight. The difference in their chest was also obvious. The little rich girls were more difficult to control. However, it really looks too much like him. Get in the car. The woman's tone was indifferent. After hearing Xiao Chen's name, she immediately stepped on the gas, and the BMW X5 sped away. Xiao Chen could only watch as the taillights gradually disappeared from sight. The security guard with the crooked hat in the security room also rushed out, his face full of shock and doubt. This can actually work? Damn it, I don't want to try anymore. The security guard muttered, completely unable to believe the scene in front of him. Inside the Qiao family villa, the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat awkward. Qiao Wenqing, in his 70s, sat on the sofa, smiling as he looked at Xiao Chen sitting opposite him. Xiao Chen noticed that the woman sitting next to Qiao Wenqing was none other than the aloof beauty who had just driven the BMW X5 Qiao Xuening. Xiao Chen was shocked. This was actually the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, with whom he was engaged. Sitting next to Qiao Xuening was a middle-aged couple Qiao Zhenhai and Bai Li Ping, who were obviously her parents. At this moment, Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on Qiao Zhenhai's face. He noticed a dark gray birthmark on Qiao Zhenhai's brow, a sign that he was about to die suddenly. Seeing Xiao Chen's silence, Qiao Wenqing assumed he was nervous, so he asked, Xiao Chen, you must be tired from the journey. How is your master? Xiao Chen smiled slightly and replied, my master is doing well. He'll live another 50 or 60 years without a problem. However, Xiao Chen's gaze remained fixed on Qiao Zhenhai, the gray hue making his heart tighten. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen finally spoke. Uncle probably won't live more than 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense, and the Qiao family members' expressions changed drastically. Bai Liping spoke first, questioning Xiao Chen's judgment with hostility, her words revealing her strong dissatisfaction with the marriage agreement. Qiao Zhenhai was furious, his expression filled with anger and doubt. He claimed he had just had a medical checkup and was healthy, demanding a reasonable explanation from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen remained calm and explained that Xiao Zhenhai did not suffer from a common illness, but rather that someone had secretly used their internal energy to cut off his life force, and he would suddenly die when the time was right. Xiao Zhenhai's face was full of sarcasm. He didn't believe Xiao Chen's words at all, thinking he was just making a fuss. Xiao Chen calmly stated that he was confident he could resolve the hidden dangers and completely cure the strange illness within half an hour. Qiao Wenqing trusted Xiao Chen because of the kindness of his former master and immediately supported his treatment. Despite this, Xiao Zhenhai remained adamant that Xiao Chen was a fraud, maintaining a firm stance. Xiao Chen did not back down, using their engagement as a reason to clarify his position. However, Xiao Zhenhai directly threw out 2 million yuan in cash, demanding he annul the engagement and leave. Qiao Wenqing angrily slammed his fist on the table, clearly stating that the engagement would not change and that no one could drive Xiao Chen away. Xiao Zhenhai, unable to contain his anger due to Qiao Wenqing's imposing presence, remained indignant. Qiao Wenqing gently comforted Xiao Chen, offering him temporary accommodation at the Qiao family home. Xiao Chen felt a surge of warmth, thanked Qiao Wenqing, and then proposed a bet with Qiao Zhenhai. If he remained unharmed after 3 days, he would voluntarily annul the engagement. Qiao Xuening was surprised by Xiao Chen's straightforwardness, while Qiao Zhenhai wavered and began to doubt the truthfulness of Xiao Chen's words. Despite this, Xiao Zhenhai remained unconvinced and coldly accepted the bet. Xiao Chen asked with a smile what would happen if something happened to the other party within 3 days. Xiao Zhenhai was momentarily speechless, but ultimately promised to leave it to Xiao Chen's discretion. Xiao Chen readily agreed, stood up to leave, and bluntly warned Xiao Zhenhai that he didn't want him to be there to handle Xiao Zhenhai's funeral arrangements 3 days later. Xiao Xuening couldn't help but chuckle, not expecting Xiao Chen to be so witty. She then stood up, blushing to hide her embarrassment, and offered to see him off. Xiao Zhenhai's face was ashen, filled with rage, yet he had no way to refute her. Upon reaching the villa, Xiao Xuening reverted to her cold demeanor, feeling helpless at her father's temper, and apologized to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen responded with a light laugh, and then casually inquired about her opinion on the marriage arrangement. Xiao Xuening stopped in her tracks, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She stated frankly that she had no interest in Xiao Chen, but only because the marriage was arranged by her grandfather, and she couldn't bear to embarrass the old man. Xiao Chen instantly understood, guessing that Xiao Zhenhai's opposition to the marriage was related to the Chu family. Xiao Xuening nodded with a bitter smile, revealing that Chu Qingyun, the second young master of the Chu family, was pressuring her, and the Qiao family was under pressure from the Chu family, which was why her father was trying so hard to stop the marriage. Chu Qingyun's power was immense, and the Qiao family could not resist him. Xiao Chen suddenly understood, frankly admitting that he had come down the mountain not only for the marriage, but also for the Qiao family's Qilin jade pendant, which was related to his own background. Xiao Xuaning mistakenly believed that Xiao Chen was afraid of the Chu family's power and fell into deep thought. Xiao Chen shook his head in denial, saying he didn't want to complicate matters further and promised that he would definitely get the jade pendant. He handed her a bottle of pills, telling her to give them to Qiao Zhenhai in 3 days to temporarily prolong his life for 10 days. Xiao Chen's tone was firm, stating that the Chu family had absolutely no right to force his fiancée. Xiao Chen left the residential area alone, while Xiao Xuaning stood there, her mind in turmoil. She knew all too well the terrifying nature of the Chu family, and with a helpless sigh, she turned and returned to the villa. Xiao Chen got into a taxi. His destination was the city's central hospital. Besides the engagement, Xiao Chen had another important matter. His master had mentioned that the hospital's director, Wu Dihao, was his junior brother, having studied traditional Chinese medicine and the art of acupuncture. Xiao Chen decided to investigate Wu Dihao's medical skills. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xiao Chen entered the building. The nurses, seeing his youth, spoke with disdain as he approached the hospital director. Left with no other option, Xiao Chen decided to go to the director's office on the top floor himself. On the way, a fragrant scent wafted over, and he accidentally bumped into a woman. It was Lu Lingxin, the woman who had given him 100,000 yuan the previous night. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she looked disheveled, clearly having just cried. Xiao Chen asked her with concern if she was all right, but only received a cold response. Lu Lingxin was about to leave, but suddenly turned back and asked him why he had come to the hospital. Learning that Xiao Chen was there to see someone, she grabbed him and begged him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Lu Lingxin led Xiao Chen to the intensive care unit and revealed that her grandfather was critically ill and his only wish was to see her get married. Upon entering the ward, Xiao Chen examined the critically ill old master Lu and stated bluntly that it was just a minor illness, that the doctor's skills were insufficient, and that a few acupuncture treatments would be enough to cure him. There was no need for him to be in such a life-threatening situation. The atmosphere in the ward instantly tensed. Department Director Qin Wei, his face dark with anger, sternly questioned Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen remained unfazed, frankly admitting what he had said, showing no fear of the other party, which thoroughly enraged Qin Wei. Lu Lingxin hurriedly mediated, informing him that Dean Wu had personally treated the old man and managed to stabilize his condition, and advised Xiao Chen not to speak offensively further. Xiao Chen remained calm, but upon learning that Qin Wei was Wu Dihao's disciple, he mocked Wu Dihao's shallow medical skills and lack of expertise. Qin Wei flew into a rage, immediately calling security and accusing the Lu family of causing trouble. The Lu family members panicked, accusing Xiao Chen of acting rashly. Lu Tianli sternly reprimanded Lu Lingxin, forcing her to drive Xiao Chen away, fearing she would offend the dean and delay the old man's treatment. Although Lu Lingxin tried to defend Xiao Chen, her words lacked conviction, and she was repeatedly mocked by the Lu family. Lu Hai, a younger member of the Lu family, hurled insults and provocations. Lu Lingxin angrily tried to stop him, but Lu Hai became even more arrogant, threatening Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stepped forward and coldly warned, then struck Lu Hai to the ground with a single blow. Lu Hai coughed up blood, his heart filled with resentment as he questioned Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen coldly warned that if he uttered any more arrogant words, the consequences would be even more severe. He then countered by asking Lu Tianli if he was to blame for failing to properly raise his son. Lu Tianli was taken aback, and seeing Xiao Chen approaching, he involuntarily retreated, clearly frightened by Xiao Chen's imposing presence. The atmosphere in the ward was tense. Lu Lingxin's heart was filled with complex emotions, and she gradually became moved. She suddenly realized that, apart from her grandfather, no one had ever protected her like Xiao Chen had. Qin Wei and the other doctors wavered. The interns whispered, worried that their words might be too harsh, but Qin Wei forced a confident stance, believing that Xiao Chen would not dare to act recklessly once the hospital director arrived. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and stated bluntly that even if Wu Dihao were present, he would still not show any mercy. Hurried footsteps approached, and Wu Dihao entered the ward with a group of security guards. Qin Wei immediately complained, accusing Xiao Chen of slandering medical skills and provoking the hospital director. Wu Dihao was furious and shouted that he would teach Xiao Chen a lesson. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Chen raised his hand and slapped Wu Dihao across the face, knocking his glasses off. Wu Dihao was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Before the other party could react, Xiao Chen struck again, knocking Wu Dihao to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Enraged, Wu Dihao ordered the security guards to attack, but Xiao Chen calmly raised the last 6 forms of the 13 Xian Yuan needles. Wu Dihao's face instantly turned deathly pale, staring at Xiao Chen in shock. Xiao Chen revealed his Jade sect leader's jade ring, and Wu Dihao trembled, recognizing the token at a glance. Hearing the commotion, security guards rushed in, brandishing batons and surrounding Xiao Chen. Qin Wei grinned maliciously, urging them to attack. Wu Dihao hurriedly tried to stop them, but it was too late. Xiao Chen had already been struck several times. Wu Dihao was filled with remorse. For years he had been desperately seeking the incomplete acupuncture technique, and now he had offended the person who held the complete lineage. Xiao Chen's expression was icy as he questioned Qin Wei about whether he recognized the jade ring. In the blink of an eye, all the security guards collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. The scene completely reversed. Qin Wei hurriedly pulled out his phone to call the police, but Wu Dihao, enraged, slapped him across the face, stunning him. Then, Wu Dihao quickly stepped forward, knelt before Xiao Chen, and respectfully greeted the sect leader's junior brother. Qin Wei was dumbfounded, completely unable to accept what he was seeing. Wu Dihao sternly reprimanded Qin Wei, ordering him to bow to Xiao Chen and acknowledge him as his senior master. Qin Wei was stunned and bewildered. Wu Dihao pressured him, using his sect's authority, forcing Qin Wei to obey. Xiao Chen intervened, unwilling to force him, and offered Qin Wei a way out. Wu Dihao quickly echoed his words with a fawning smile, his expression extremely submissive. Xiao Chen chose to forgive him, promising that if Wu Dihao behaved himself, he would teach him a lost acupuncture technique in the future. Wu Dihao was overjoyed and immediately offered to arrange a top-tier VIP ward for old Master Lu. Lu Lingxin was stunned upon hearing this. Wu Dihao addressed her as Master's wife, making her feel awkward. Qin Wei felt uncomfortable, finding it difficult to accept such a difference in seniority. Lu Tianli and his son Lu Hai were shocked, knowing the power and requirements of a VIP ward, and couldn't help but feel wary of Xiao Chen's identity. Xiao Chen spoke calmly, politely declining the special care ward arrangement, stating that old Master Lu would be fully recovered and discharged tonight, living peacefully for another 20 years. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Wu Dihao mistakenly thought Xiao Chen had resigned himself to his fate and showed regret. Lu Lingxin's eyes reddened, unable to hide her sorrow. Xiao Chen then explained that it wasn't that his days were numbered, but rather that he himself could cure the incurable disease and resolve their current predicament. Lu Lingxin's eyes instantly filled with anticipation, her voice trembling as she confirmed Xiao Chen's words of comfort and promise. Qin Wei immediately retorted, citing the hospital's test results and dismissing Xiao Chen's claims as absurd and laughable. Xiao Chen calmly responded that the instrument tests were accurate, but that with his intervention, he could stabilize the patient's condition and resolve the crisis tonight. Upon hearing this, Wu Dihao and Qin Wei's expressions became complex, and the atmosphere grew tense. Xiao Chen glanced at them, smiled slightly, and continued, "Those who secretly plotted to harm the old man are probably going to have their plans ruined." Qin Wei sneered, "If you can save the old man, I'll be completely convinced." Lu Lingxin clenched her fists. "If you can save Grandpa, I'll agree to anything you ask." Xiao Chen smiled calmly, and suddenly 9 golden dragon head needles appeared in his hand. With a soft shout, the 9 needles flew into the old man's body like streams of light. Wu Dihao's eyes widened, speechless with excitement. 9 needles of heavenly movement? You can actually use 9 needles of heavenly movement. He exclaimed in shock. 9 needles of heavenly movement ranks 6th on the divine needle ranking, even more powerful than the 13 mysterious needles I learned. Wu Dihao was somewhat excited. It took me 3 years to learn just 2 of them, and you can control all 9 in one breath. This is amazing. Just then, old Master Lu coughed violently, and a change occurred on the sickbed. "It's working!" Wu Dihao shouted excitedly, and Qin Wei couldn't help but exclaim, "It really works?" Lu Lingxin looked at Xiao Chen with hope, her eyes filled with gratitude and expectation. Just then, Xiao Chen's expression suddenly hardened. "Step back," he continued. "The culprit who caused old Master Lu's serious illness is about to appear." Everyone was astonished, especially Qin Wei, who still looked disdainful, but a strong chill made him involuntarily step back. "Come out," Xiao Chen coldly shouted. Instantly, 9 golden dragon head needles flew out from old Master Lu's body, followed by 9 streams of black energy that burst from his mouth, quickly forming a giant skull. The skull let out a sinister laugh and pounced towards the crowd. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and he slammed his palm down on the skull. The skull swiftly turned towards Qin Wei, startling him so much that he fell to the ground. Slash! Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and a beam of red light pierced the skull. A scream followed, black energy dissipated, and the ward instantly regained its light. "What is that?" Wu Dihao exclaimed in shock. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Some harmful curses from South Asia." He continued, "Before his illness, Old Master Lu must have been wearing some kind of evil object. At this moment, Lu Lingxin's eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Lu Tianli and his son. Lu Hai, give me an explanation. Lu Hai turned pale with fright and stammered. It was my dad who asked me to deliver it. Lu Tianli slapped his son across the face, then feigned an apologetic look. Lingxin, this thing was meant to protect Grandpa's health. I never expected it to cause such a problem. Lu Lingxin shouted angrily. You people are heartless. Old Master Lu finally opened his eyes. His complexion had recovered considerably, and he angrily reprimanded Lu Tianli. Lu Tianli and Lu Hai's expressions changed, and they silently left the ward with their heads down. Old Master Lu turned to Xiao Chen, his face full of gratitude. Young friend, although I was unconscious, I could hear everything that just happened. The Lu family will certainly repay this life-saving grace. Xiao Chen smiled and said, It was nothing, Grandpa. You should get plenty of rest. You can be discharged tonight. Lu Lingxin whispered from the side. Grandpa is all better now. Thank you. As Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin were about to leave, Qin Wei suddenly knelt down. Junior uncle, I was very rude just now. I apologize to you. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Your attitude of admitting your mistake is good, but there's no need for you to apologize, junior uncle. Wu Dihao said proudly. Back then, I served my master for 6 years in order to finally get the chance to become his disciple. Qin Wei was completely dumbfounded and sighed inwardly. So, the path to becoming a disciple really is this difficult? Grandpa Lu sighed silently, acknowledging Xiao Chen's extraordinary status, as evidenced by everything that had happened today. At the same time, outside the hospital gates, Lu Lingxin received a call from her cousin. Having learned about her grandfather's condition, she suddenly asked with some doubt, Is your grandfather really all right? He's fine. We met a miracle doctor today, Lu Lingxin replied reassuredly. Her cousin sounded apologetic on the phone. I've dragged you into this, Lingxin. It's not your fault. Blame that bastard from the Chu family. Lu Lingxin said coldly, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. She had just hung up the phone. Xiao Chen walked back, holding chicken soup in his hand. Quickly, take it up to the old man while it's still hot. Lu Lingxin took the chicken soup with gratitude, looking at this man. Although he had a sharp tongue, her heart was warmed. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the chicken soup restaurant across the street, saying, Okay, I'll go buy some. You wait here for me. Just as he turned around, Lu Lingxin's phone rang. She answered the call and heard her cousin's voice. Lingxin, how is your grandfather? Grandpa should be fine. He met a miracle doctor today, Lu Lingxin replied easily. Her cousin on the other end of the phone sighed. Then I'm relieved. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lu Lingxin retorted angrily. What are you saying, sis? This isn't your fault. Blame that bastard from the Chu family. I will never let them get away with this. Recalling what had happened before, Chu Qingyun, the eldest son of the Chu family, wanted to use his business resources to get his cousin's virginity. After she refused, Lu Tianli and his son hatched a wicked plan to give Lu Lingxin to Chu Qingyun in place of his cousin. Helpless, Lu Lingxin decided to take revenge on the father and son. Lingxin, will your uncle and his family make things difficult for you? Why don't you come stay at my house? Her cousin's voice was full of worry. Lu Lingxin replied calmly. No need. Grandpa is awake. They wouldn't dare to touch me. By the way, cousin, how is your fiancée? She asked curiously. Her cousin sighed. Oh well, the situation is complicated. We'll talk about it when we meet. Just as Lu Lingxin hung up the phone, Xiao Chen returned, carrying chicken soup. Lingxin, quick, take this to Grandpa while it's still hot. Lu Lingxin took the chicken soup, wondering, why did you buy 2 servings? Xiao Chen teased, this one is for you. You've been busy at the hospital all morning. You probably haven't eaten much. Remember to reimburse me. Lu Lingxin felt a warmth in her heart as she looked at the man. Despite her complaints, she felt incredibly warm inside. Meanwhile, at the Qiao family villa, Xiao Xuaning frowned slightly. The phone call she had just hung up left her puzzled. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Xuaning, what's wrong? Qiao Wenxing walked in from outside, looking at his granddaughter's expression and asking with concern. Qiao Xuaning replied, Grandpa, it's nothing. I just called to ask about Ling Xian's condition, and she said her grandpa has woken up. Qiao Wenxing breathed a sigh of relief. Old Lu is awake. That's great. Luckily, Dr. Wu is here at the city's central hospital. Otherwise, old Lu would probably be in grave danger. Xuanning was stunned, a sense of doubt rising in her heart. Inside the hospital ward, Xiao Chun and Lu Lingxin carried in chicken soup. Lu Lingxin immediately fed the old man the soup, and Xiao Chen silently admired her filial piety. Grandpa Lu suddenly asked, Xiao Chen, are you from Seoul? What kind of work do you do now? Xiao Chen replied, No, I came to Seoul on business. I've only been here a few days and haven't looked for a job yet. He felt a little helpless, as if he were introducing himself. A sly glint flashed in old Master Lu's eyes. Where are you renting a place? If it's far, I'll have Lingxin find you a car. Xiao Chen hurriedly refused. No need, Grandpa. I'm staying in a hotel. I haven't found a place yet. Old Master Lu smiled slightly. Go home with Lingxin tonight. There are plenty of empty rooms at home, don't worry. The rooms are well soundproofed, so it won't disturb me. After saying that, he suddenly clutched his chest and coughed violently a few times. Lu Lingxin froze, then hurriedly said, Grandpa, this won't do. It's too fast. Xiao Chen was also startled. A marriage certificate? What a joke. He muttered to himself, but dared not voice his objection. Grandpa Lu insisted, you two are truly in love, and marriage is fitting. The 15th of next month is an auspicious day. I'll take care of the engagement banquet. Xiao Chen was shocked, thinking, this old man really doesn't play by the rules. Lu Lingxin, sweating profusely, finally spoke. Grandpa, Xiao Chen and I actually. Grandpa Lu suddenly clutched his chest and coughed violently, interrupting her. His condition had clearly worsened. Lu Lingxin quickly gave him water, and seeing that her grandfather's complexion had improved somewhat, she said guiltily, Xiao Chen and I actually wanted to get our marriage certificate a long time ago. Xiao Chen was stunned, his mind a complete blank. When did I say that? Grandpa Lu excitedly grasped Xiao Chen's hand, his eyes shining brightly. Is what Lingxin said true? You two aren't conspiring to deceive me, are you? Xiao Chen was speechless for a moment, inwardly smiling bitterly. How am I supposed to answer that? Should I say yes? Finally, Xiao Chen forced a nod and gave a dry laugh. Grandpa Lu, in high spirits, patted their arms. Come on, let's go home today. The house is all ready. You two stay in one room. Don't worry, I'll go to the 3rd floor. Seeing how decisive old Master Lu was, Xiao Chen immediately became alert. This old man seems to be planning to settle things between me and Ling Xian. Just then, Lu Tianli and his son Lu Hai were discussing how to continue their conspiracy in a spa on the other side. Lu Hai covered his swollen face, his expression full of resentment. This time we have to seize the opportunity and send Ling Xian to Chu Qingyun's bed. A cold glint flashed in Lu Tianli's eyes. As long as we take down the Chu family, our Lu family will rise to prominence. Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin were unaware of the conspiracy of Lu Tianli and his son. At old Master Lu's insistence, Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin arrived at the Lu family villa in the southern suburbs that afternoon. Compared to the Qiao family's luxurious villa area, this place was noticeably inferior. As soon as they arrived, old Master Lu said anxiously, Lingxin, show Xiao Chen around the rooms and put his luggage in your room. Lu Lingxin was stunned. Grandpa, isn't this inappropriate? Although we're boyfriend and girlfriend, we're not officially married yet. How can we live together? She was worried about the consequences of living with Xiao Chen, especially since last night's madness had made her somewhat afraid of him. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Chen, hoping he would refuse. Xiao Chen was a little embarrassed and coughed twice. Grandpa, Lingxin is right. Maybe we were a bit too hasty. Grandpa Lu didn't care at all. No rush, no rush. Society is open-minded. Aren't all young people like this? Living together is fine. Once we get the marriage certificate, it would be best if you both got pregnant this month. He was beaming with joy as he thought about his great-grandson. Lu Lingxin blushed immediately and hurriedly objected. Grandpa, this won't do. Xiao Chen was also taken aback, not expecting the old man Lu to be so impatient. Grandpa Lu then began his performance. You won't agree? Lingxin, are you trying to drive your grandpa crazy? He clutched his chest and pretended to cough violently, trying to force the two of them to make a choice. Lu Lingxin panicked. Grandpa, don't do this. I agree. As long as Xiao Chen agrees, I'll be fine. Xiao Chen saw the warning look in Lu Lingxin's eyes and understood that she wanted him to refuse so she could find an excuse to leave. However, seeing the old man's pitiful appearance, Xiao Chen felt a little troubled, but decided not to refuse. Grandpa, I have no problem. Since Lingxin has no objection, then I have no reason to refuse. Lu Lingxin's eyes widened instantly, as if she wanted to devour Xiao Chen. The old man smiled broadly. All right. Since you agree, then you can live together. I won't interfere with you tonight. Then he went back downstairs to rest, looking exhausted. The 1st floor was empty. Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin faced each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Lu Lingxin was clearly angry, frowning as she said, You jerk, come upstairs with me. Xiao Chen reluctantly followed her upstairs. The room was on the 3rd floor, with excellent natural light from the window. The room was decorated in a simple and refreshing style, but Xiao Chen's gaze was drawn to the neatly arranged underwear in the wardrobe, and he unconsciously swallowed. You pervert, don't look. Upon seeing this, Lu Lingxin immediately closed the wardrobe door, her face flushed red. Xiao Chen chuckled. Don't be so stingy. Lu Lingxin quickly changed the subject. Why didn't you refuse, Grandpa? If he refused, I could find an excuse to change rooms. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately replied, "The old man's blood is stagnant. If I refuse, he'll fall ill again. Everyone knows we're just putting on an act, and I'm sure you don't want anything to happen to him." Lu Lingxin looked helpless and muttered, "I've already let you take advantage of me. How about we work a little harder tonight?" Xiao Chen asked tentatively, "What are you talking about?" Lu Lingxin was taken aback. Xiao Chen smiled and held up 5 fingers. 50% off. Go to hell. Get out. Lu Lingxin angrily grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Xiao Chen dodged it and teased, "We need to investigate what happened yesterday. Who was the victim?" "I." Lu Lingxin froze, unable to speak. Finally, she lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes, and began to sob softly. Seeing this, Xiao Chen felt a pang of heartache. Although he knew he had fallen into Lu Lingxin's silent offensive again, he couldn't bear to push her away when he saw how vulnerable she was. Looking at Lu Lingxin before him, Xiao Chen saw her tears streaming down her face and panicked. He was most afraid of women's tears. He was easily swayed and couldn't resist. "Lingxin, please, can we not mention what happened last night? I didn't want this either. I'm no longer pure. I can't get married anymore." Lu Lingxin cried, wiping away tears, clearly in extreme pain. Her voice was broken and intermittent, almost unable to speak. Xiao Chen understood that Lu Lingxin must have had her reasons for what happened last night. If she wasn't forced into it, what girl would easily hand over her innocence to a stranger? Her indifference was clearly her last act of stubbornness and pretense. Her pent-up emotions were about to erupt. She had been focused on taking care of Grandpa Lu, and now that he was better, the grievances in her heart burst forth. "All right, stop crying." Xiao Chen sighed, then looked around, rolled up the blanket on the bed, and walked to the window to place it on the balcony. What do you want to do?" Lu Lingxin sobbed, looking up with her eyes full of doubt. "I'll sleep on the balcony. Don't worry, we'll each sleep separately tonight. I won't touch a hair on your head." Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. "How can you sleep on the balcony?" Lu Lingxin was still a little worried. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Why don't you sleep on the floor, and I'll go get 2 blankets. What's the big deal? I used to live in the mountains, and in the dead of winter, my master would hang me from a tree to spend the night." Xiao Chen said casually, "Hanging in a tree? Won't people freeze to death?" Lu Lingxin asked in surprise, "Are you practicing kung fu?" "Practicing my ass. That old man was peeping at the widow bathing, and I caught him, so he's retaliating," Xiao Chen said dejectedly. Lu Lingxin suddenly burst out laughing. "Pfft." Laughed. Xiao Chen looked at her smugly. "Actually, if you're willing, I can help you fix it. Although I can't guarantee a complete recovery, your future husband definitely won't be able to tell." "Huh?" Lu Lingxin was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned bright red, and she angrily cursed. "Pa, you pervert." Xiao Chen touched his nose, realizing he had said something inappropriate, and quickly changed the subject. "Which floor do your uncle and cousin live on? If they come back and say something outrageous, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist beating them up." "Didn't you already beat them up?" Lu Lingxin rolled her eyes, then explained. "Don't worry, they have houses outside and don't usually come back." "Oh, that's good. What if I had gone too far and crippled them? Your Lu family line would have ended." Xiao Chen teased, letting out a sigh of relief. Lu Lingxin sighed. "Actually, my uncle's situation is quite complicated. My grandfather adopted him before. After learning about his background, my uncle always felt that my grandfather was not sincere to him, which is why his personality changed like this." Xiao Chen nodded after listening, understanding the complexity of the situation. Every family has its own problems, and I don't intend to get involved. Xiao Chen had already accepted the idea of staying at the Lu family villa. After all, he had just arrived in Hansheng and didn't really have a place to stay, so staying there for a while wouldn't hurt. "Let's go downstairs. Grandpa's bound to misunderstand again." Lu Lingxin wiped her eyes and prepared to go downstairs. "Okay, but you'd better wash your face, otherwise the old man's going to misunderstand again," Xiao Chen reminded her. Lu Lingxin nodded and went into the bathroom. Xiao Chen came out of the room first. As soon as he opened the door, Xiao Chen froze. "Holy crap, old man, weren't you resting? What are you doing here?" Grandpa Lu blushed and hurriedly took out a wooden box from behind his back. "I've come to get the chess set. I'll be right downstairs. You two don't need to worry about me." Lu Lingxin looked at her grandfather guiltily, afraid that her conversation with Xiao Chen would be overheard. "I've come to get the chess set. Lingxin, go and tell Aunt Lu to prepare dinner. Xiao Chen, play a couple of games with me." Grandpa Lu looked at Xiao Chen, a meaningful look in his eyes. "Sure, no problem." Xiao Chen agreed, then followed Grandpa Lu to the study on the 2nd floor. Grandpa Lu poured tea for Xiao Chen, smiling as he said, "Xiao Chen, you're healthy, so be careful with your ladylike beauty. I'm your only precious granddaughter, so don't hurt her." Buffed, Xiao Chen almost spat out the tea he was drinking, inwardly cursing. "Does this old man think I made Lu Lingxin cry?" "Grandpa, Don't misunderstand. Lingxin and I were just chatting for a while. Xiao Chen quickly explained. Hey, don't be shy, young man. This old man is getting on in years. What don't I understand? I heard you chatting so much you could barely breathe. Grandpa Lu chuckled, setting up the chessboard. Xiao Chen was speechless and could only offer a perfunctory reply. The two played chess until evening, when Lu Lingxin came to call them for dinner. Grandpa Lu shook his head with a wry smile. Getting old, my chess skills have declined quite a bit. Lu Lingxin was taken aback. She knew her grandfather's chess skills. Xiao Chen, however, simply smiled, understanding that he had deliberately let him win, and Grandpa Lu hadn't actually won. At the dinner table, Xiao Chen ate heartily without any ceremony. Grandpa Lu looked at him and nodded in satisfaction, asking, Xiao Chen, have you looked for a job yet? I haven't decided yet. I'll see, Xiao Chen replied. Okay, if you can't find a suitable one, you can help Lingxin manage her store. She owns several chain cosmetic stores, and she can't manage them all by herself, Grandpa Lu suggested with a smile. She owns several? That's amazing. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Lingxin in surprise, and immediately understood why she was so generous. My cousin's company supplies the goods. If it weren't for her help, I wouldn't have been able to open it at all, Lu Lingxin explained. Yes, I was so forgetful. How could I forget about that? Old Master Lu slapped his forehead, then reminded him. I have some things to do these days. I need to find some medicinal herbs to regulate my body. I'll visit Lingxin's shop when I have time. I will, Grandpa. Xiao Chen nodded, already accepting Old Master Lu's arrangement. Lu Lingxin, oblivious to anything amiss, nodded obediently. Grandpa, if you feel unwell, you must tell me and Xiao Chen. The next morning, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes on the balcony. The spiritual energy was at its peak in the early morning, making it an ideal time for cultivation, but the spiritual energy in the city was far less abundant than that in the mountains. Sensing the deficiencies in his meridians, Xiao Chen sighed inwardly. It seems I still need to find the Qilin Jade pendant to unravel the mystery of my incomplete meridians. He pondered the realms of cultivation, knowing that breakthroughs were already difficult, and if he wanted to repair his meridians, he would need to rely on the power of the Qilin Jade pendant. There are 6 major realms of cultivation: body tempering, qi refining, foundation building, spirit transformation, void return, and Tao integration. Each realm is further divided into 3 minor realms. In today's cultivation environment, breaking through even a minor realm is incredibly difficult. Many people remain stuck in the body tempering stage their entire lives, unable to break through to the qi refining stage. Only by reaching the qi refining stage can one truly step into the gate of cultivation. Xiao Chen's cultivation speed is astonishing. The old man once predicted that he would reach the foundation building stage before the age of 20. 3 years ago, Xiao Chen reached the peak of qi refining, but has been stuck ever since. After the old man's examination, it was discovered that his meridians were damaged, which was the reason he couldn't break through. The old man couldn't explain the cause of the damaged meridians either, only speculating that it was related to Xiao Chen's background. To repair his meridians, Xiao Chen must retrieve the Qilin Jade pendant from the Qiao family and uncover the truth behind it. When Lu Lingxin saw Xiao Chen meditating on the balcony, she asked with curiosity, "Did you really stay on the balcony all night?" After Xiao Chen finished breakfast, Lu Lingxin handed him a cell phone. "This is the one I used before. I just bought it last year. You can use it for now." Xiao Chen took the phone. "Okay, as long as it can make and receive calls." He didn't stand on ceremony, holding the phone and silently sighing to himself that his life seemed to have changed again. Lu Lingxin asked, "Where are you going today?" "I'll take you." Xiao Chen thought for a moment. "Take me to the nearest medicinal herb market. I'll buy some herbs for Grandpa to improve his health." After Lu Lingxin agreed, she took Xiao Chen to the medicinal herb market in the southern suburbs of Hanqing. The market was crowded, but Xiao Chen didn't expect to find top-quality herbs there. His goal was simply to buy some basic herbs that could help improve his health. After getting off the bus, Xiao Chen had just reached a stall when a herbal medicine vendor called out to him. "Handsome, come and see. These are all good stuff." Xiao Chen glanced at them. The herbs were of good quality, but the prices were inflated, so he shook his head and left. Next, he went to another stall and saw an elderly man in a tang suit selecting herbs. "Boss, I'll take these 2 herbs." The old man nodded in satisfaction. "I've already picked out these herbs. Take a look at the other stalls." Just as the old man was about to leave, Xiao Chen suddenly spoke up. "You said there's something wrong with these herbs?" The old man looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously. "I suspect these herbs are adulterated. It wouldn't be good if they delayed my treatment." Xiao Chen directly voiced his concerns. At that moment, a girl in a short skirt stepped forward, her eyes filled with hostility. "Do you know who my maternal grandfather is?" the girl asked coldly. The old man quickly stopped her. "Lan, don't be rude." Then he turned to Xiao Chen. "You say there's something wrong with my medicinal herbs. What's your basis for that?" Xiao Chen spoke bluntly. I suspect these medicinal herbs are fake, and if I can't prove it, I'm afraid something bad will happen. The vendor was also unhappy. Why do you say my medicinal herbs are fake? If you can't provide evidence, I'll sue you for slander. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers began to whisper among themselves. That old man looks familiar. Could it be Lu Yongming? Yes, that's him, one of the 4 great doctors of Hancheng. One person exclaimed excitedly. Really? He's one of the 4 great doctors. I heard even the city hospital director, Wu Dihao, is inferior to him. Another person added excitedly. The vendor's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Chen smiled at him. Whether it's a frame-up or not, you'll know once you pour out these 2 packets of medicinal herbs. Xiao Chen sneered at the middle-aged vendor. Each of these 2 packets of herbs weighs over 100 pounds. Pouring them out will damage their medicinal properties. Can you afford to compensate for that? The vendor's words carried a threat, yet he clearly lacked confidence. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, an idea forming in his mind. He turned to Lu Yongming and flattered him. Old Master Lu, you are a renowned physician. You can distinguish between just 2 basic herbs. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongming's expression changed slightly, clearly realizing that admitting the medicinal herbs were problematic could severely damage his reputation. Xiao Chen could see the old man's concerns, a cold smile playing on his lips. He awaited Lu Yongming's choice in the face of fame and fortune. The onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves, but Xiao Chen seemed to have anticipated this, quietly waiting for what would happen next. A few minutes later, Lu Yongming finally spoke. Lan, pour out the medicinal herbs. Lan obediently began pouring out the herbs. Over 200 gene of Angelica and processed Heishou Wu, Polygonum multiflorum, were dumped on the ground, like a small mountain. Lu Yongming examined them carefully, but didn't immediately find a problem. Seeing this, the vendor's expression changed from tense to smug. He sneered. Dr. Lu, you said you'd offered double compensation before, so you see, there's nothing wrong with these herbs, right? Xiao Chen walked forward unhurriedly, picked up a handful of Angelica from the pile of medicinal herbs, and handed it to Lu Yongming. Grandpa, smell this herb. Lu Yongming frowned, picked up the herb, tore it open to examine it, and suddenly his expression changed. This is Angelica pubescens. Angelica pubescens is similar to Angelica sinensis, but much cheaper. Many unscrupulous merchants mix Angelica pubescens with Angelica sinensis and sell it at a high price. Lu Yongming realized at that moment that Xiao Chen was indeed right. That's right, old man, you have a keen eye. Xiao Chen chuckled, then added seriously. Although the adulteration rate is small, if you use the wrong herbs, it could lead to a misdiagnosis and ruin your reputation. Lu Yongming's face instantly darkened, and cold sweat broke out on his back. The middle-aged vendor turned pale and slumped to the ground, realizing he had been completely exposed. The onlookers were astonished. They hadn't expected this seemingly young man to be able to identify medicinal herbs so accurately. Even the 4 divine physicians, Lu Yongming, hadn't noticed, yet he had seen it all at a glance. Aye. The vendor stammered, completely losing his previous confidence. Lu Yongming's face turned ashen, and he coldly snorted. If there's really no problem, I will naturally compensate you. If there is a problem, humph, we'll see you again. The vendor didn't say anything more, and could only silently lower his head, completely admitting defeat. Just as Xiao Chen entered the medicinal herb market and was about to leave, he suddenly heard a commotion. A simply dressed countryman was roughly pushed out by the pharmacy owner, clutching a wooden box tightly in his arms, his eyes filled with grievance. The pharmacy owner cursed viciously. This herb costs 30,000 yuan? Have you lost your mind? The countryman explained that the herb was left to him by his grandfather, and the 30,000 yuan was what his grandfather had spent back then. He didn't know whether the herb was genuine or not. He just wanted to pay for his daughter's tuition. The pharmacy owner, however, was unconvinced and mocked him as a fraud, even threatening to smash the herbs and feed them to the chickens. The onlookers joined in the laughter, deeming the herbs worthless, and some even accused the countryman of swindling people. Just then, Xiao Chen stepped forward and offered to buy the medicinal herb from the countryman. Xiao Chen didn't care what others thought. His gaze was firm as he directly asked the countryman, "Are you still selling this medicinal herb?" Everyone around was stunned. No one could understand why he would buy this medicinal herb, which everyone considered worthless. The pharmacy owner scoffed. He doesn't even know what it is, yet he wants 30,000 yuan. How naive. But Xiao Chen didn't back down. He carefully inquired about the origin of the medicinal herb. The countryman revealed that the herb was called spirit blood wood, which his grandfather had bought for 30,000 yuan years ago, but he himself didn't know its value. Xiao Chen's heart stirred, and he decided to pay 30,000 yuan to buy it. I know the value of this thing. Don't worry, rest assured, I will help your daughter solve her problem. Xiao Chen's tone was gentle, but his eyes revealed determination. The countryman hesitated, worried that Xiao Chen was being cheated, and quickly tried to dissuade him. Are you sure? They all say it's worthless. You don't want to lose money. Just then, the pharmacy owner laughed again. Look at this kid. He actually dares to spend 30,000 to buy something worthless. What an idiot. You two must be in cahoots, trying to cheat us experts with this herb. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the pharmacy owner, and coldly replied, I'll buy it. Are you willing to buy it? The pharmacy owner was furious and tried to argue, but Xiao Chen ignored him, directly taking a large wad of banknotes from his backpack and handing it to the countryman. This is 100,000. I know the value of this medicinal herb far exceeds this price, he said firmly. The countryman was stunned. The young man before him seemed genuinely knowledgeable and willing to pay 100,000 for this herb. He gratefully accepted the money, saying, In that case, I believe you. However, the pharmacy owner was stunned. He couldn't understand why an ordinary-looking young man would be so certain of the medicinal herb's value. Faced with the crowd's doubts, he tried to explain, These two must be conning us. Who would bring 100,000 yuan in cash here? Xiao Chen sneered upon hearing this, showing no sign of backing down. You dare to slander me? If you dare to touch this medicinal herb again, just try it. His tone was icy, and his eyes were filled with intimidation. Just then, a dignified middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd, his sharp eyes scanning the medicinal herb in Xiao Chen's hand. I'll take this herb. 500,000. The surrounding crowd was stunned by the bid, gasping in disbelief. They initially thought they had misheard, but upon seeing the bidder, they realized the gravity of the situation. Xiao Chen had actually earned 400,000 from this seemingly insignificant herb. Seeing how easily Xiao Chen made his money, a wave of envy washed over them. The pharmacy owner's face flushed crimson. His mood plummeted after his scheme was exposed. He had initially thought he could easily slaughter the two country folk, but the situation had suddenly taken a dramatic turn. Seeing that the situation was not going well, he had no choice but to seize the opportunity of Zhao Ligua being a swindler in an attempt to turn the tables. However, the people around him were not buying it. An informed bystander reminded the pharmacy owner, Boss Du, you should take back what you said. The one who offered 500,000 is Director Yang Tianfeng. Do you dare say he's a shill? As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent, and then a burst of discussion broke out. Director Yang? Is it really Director Yang? This time, Boss Du is truly finished. Hearing these words, the pharmacy owner's face turned pale. He realized he had made a fatal mistake and hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. Director Yang, I didn't know it was you. Please forgive my rudeness. Yang Tianfeng snorted coldly, not wanting to get entangled with him at all, and turned to Lu Yongming. Dr. Lu, is this medicinal herb spirit bloodwood? Lu Yongming nodded earnestly, but was inwardly astonished. The rarity of spirit bloodwood was such that he had only ever seen it mentioned in an extremely rare Chinese medicine book, yet Xiao Chen could identify its authenticity. This only intensified Lu Yongming's admiration for the talent. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianfeng offered Xiao Chen 500,000. Young brother, I'll offer 500,000. Would you be willing to sell me this medicinal herb? Xiao Chen responded with a cold laugh. Since Dr. Lu has acknowledged the value of this medicinal herb, Director Yang might as well ask Dr. Lu what its actual value is. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongming's expression changed. He coughed and said in a low voice, Spirit bloodwood, if it goes up for auction, will definitely be worth no less than 2 million, and may even reach 10 million. The onlookers were stunned. Everyone began to speculate about how much this medicinal herb was worth. The pharmacy owner's face grew increasingly ugly, and he was filled with regret. Although Yang Tianfeng could offer 500,000, his expression changed slightly upon hearing Lu Yongming's words. The price of 2 million made him hesitate, but thinking of his daughter's illness, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll offer 2 million. Xiao Chen, however, casually refused. Sorry, not for sale. This sentence stunned everyone present. Not even for 2 million? What's this kid thinking? Yang Tianfeng's face immediately turned ashen, and he couldn't help but roar. Kid, are you playing me? His eyes flashed with intense authority, but Xiao Chen didn't back down and calmly replied, This is my property. Whether I sell it or not is up to me. Does refusing to sell make me a fool of myself? Yang Tianfeng's anger was immediately restrained by Xiao Chen's words, but he didn't give up. Since you won't sell, I'll offer 2,200,000. Are you willing? Upon hearing the figure, Zhao Ligua faced a difficult choice. 2,200,000 was a huge sum for him, enough to change his life. But thinking of how Xiao Chen had saved his daughter from certain death, he was filled with gratitude and gritted his teeth, saying, I don't regret it. This medicinal herb was bought by the young man. He already gave me 100,000. I'm willing to sell it to him. While everyone was discussing it, Zhao Ligua firmly chose to trust Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't betray his trust, handing over 100,000 yuan to Xiao Ligawei, indicating he would help his daughter out of her predicament. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Ligawei's words. He actually gave up over 2 million yuan. Everyone expressed their incomprehension, especially Yang Tianfeng, who was both angry and incredulous. Xiao Chen, however, smiled, looking at Xiao Ligawei's choice with a hint of admiration. With such great temptations, few can remain true to their principles. Although Xiao Ligawei might seem a bit foolish, Xiao Chen knew that one day he would be glad he made the decision. Yang Tianfeng laughed sarcastically, saying, "Brother, you actually believe this kid? What a load of nonsense." Xiao Ligawei nodded without hesitation. "I believe him, because you're a good man." The onlookers began to mock Yang Tianfeng, believing it was nothing more than a low-price deal to swindle the medicinal herb from Xiao Ligawei. Yang Tianfeng gritted his teeth and retorted, "Do you believe me or not? This kid conspired with Xiao Ligawei to sell the spirit blood wood at a low price." Xiao Chen, however, remained unconcerned and said calmly, "Director Yang, don't bother with this." Seeing this, Lu Yangming, not wanting the two to become too tense, tried to mediate. 2 million is already a very high price. Why don't you just sell it to Director Yang? However, Xiao Chen politely declined Lu Yangming's suggestion. 2 million isn't a low price, but I'm not selling it because of the money. It's because this thing is very important to me, and I hope you can understand. To Xiao Chen, the spirit blood wood was far more valuable than money. It could help him repair his meridians, and he wouldn't sell it for millions. Upon hearing this, Lu Yangming's face showed disappointment. He felt that Xiao Chen was young but greedy. "I originally valued your medical talent and wanted to take you as my disciple, but I didn't expect you to be so greedy. Even if you have talent, it's difficult for someone like you to achieve great things." Lu Yangming's words surprised everyone. "This kid actually gained the appreciation of Dr. Lu?" someone exclaimed. "But now that Dr. Lu has turned his back on us, we've missed this opportunity." Old man, do you really think you're a miracle doctor? I don't care for your shabby thatched hut." Xiao Chen sneered, responding without any politeness, his tone full of disdain. Lu Yangming's expression changed, and he angrily pointed at Xiao Chen. "You're utterly arrogant. You're hopeless." Enraged, he pointed at Xiao Chen and shook his head repeatedly. "You bastard, how dare you talk about my grandfather like that?" Lan rushed over angrily, ready to teach Xiao Chen a lesson. Lu Yangming didn't stop her, only reminding Lan to watch her step. Lan leaped up and kicked Xiao Chen hard. However, Xiao Chen easily dodged, grabbed her ankle, and effortlessly restrained her. Lan was stunned, not expecting Xiao Chen to deflect her attack so easily. Xiao Chen released her, and Lan, losing her balance, fell into his arms. They were pressed tightly together for a moment. Lan's face flushed red, and she shouted angrily, "You pervert! You bastard!" "I didn't mean to," Xiao Chen said, looking embarrassed, while Lan quickly broke free, taking a few steps back, her eyes filled with rage. "You filthy pervert! I'll kill you." Seeing this, Lu Yangming frowned and called out to Lan, "Come back." Lan stomped her foot in anger, her eyes filled with resentment, but she still obeyed her grandfather's words and turned back to Lu Yangming's side. Yang Tianfeng sighed helplessly. "Never mind. It seems that the spirit blood wood is indeed not meant for me." Lu Yangming nodded in comfort. "Although we don't have the spirit blood wood, this batch of medicinal herbs can still suppress your daughter's illness, but the effect is slightly less." Hearing their conversation, Xiao Chen suddenly spoke up. "Grandpa Lu, if you intend to use the century-old fire ginseng to suppress Director Yang's daughter's illness, I advise you to give up. It will only worsen her condition." Yang Tianfeng was somewhat surprised and asked, "Are you sure?" Xiao Chen nodded seriously. "If Director Yang is willing to hand over the century-old fire ginseng to me, I can help you solve your daughter's illness." Xiao Chen sensed a strong medicinal aroma from Lu Yangming's herb packet, the very characteristic of a century-old fire ginseng. If he could obtain this herb and combine it with the spirit blood wood to repair his meridians, the therapeutic effect would at least double. Seeing this precious herb, Xiao Chen didn't hesitate, his heart wavering. However, after he uttered these words, Yang Tianfeng's expression instantly changed. He stared at Xiao Chen in astonishment, his eyes filled with doubt. "How did you know my daughter was poisoned by an extremely cold toxin?" Yang Tianfeng asked, his face filled with shock. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said casually, "This is a minor illness. I can tell at a glance. Your daughter's cold toxin came from your wife. It's a pity she passed away years ago. If she had met me then, perhaps I could have saved her life." Yang Tianfeng was utterly astonished, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You can cure this illness?" Yang Tianfeng asked, his face full of doubt. Xiao Chen replied calmly, "This is just a minor ailment, a piece of cake." Lu Yangming laughed angrily. "A minor ailment? You're so young and yet so arrogant. I must have been blind to even consider taking you as my disciple. Lu Yongming was furious, his anger shattered by Xiao Chen's confidence. This treatment plan was originally proposed by Lu Yongming, who had carefully considered it and believed it to be the only feasible solution. However, Xiao Chen dismissed it as a minor illness, which Lu Yongming found intolerable. As one of the 4 great physicians of Hancheng, his medical skills were always a source of pride. But now, having been directly humiliated by Xiao Chen, his anger erupted instantly. Xiao Chen ignored Lu Yongming's anger and retorted directly. You really are a frog in a well, daring to think you're so great and presumptuously attempt to become my master. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Lu Yongming angrily spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Xiao Chen and everyone present. Lu Yongming was so enraged that his blood stagnates, causing him to vomit blood. All right, stop this nonsense. Xiao Chen waved his hand impatiently, afraid that further arguing might harm Lu Yongming's health, and he didn't want to cause trouble. Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, Lu Yongming became even angrier, nearly dying of anger. He turned to Yang Tianfeng and said coldly, Director Yang, this young man is just trying to swindle this century-old ginseng. If you believe him, I'll sever all ties with you and never treat your illness again. Yang Tianfeng was caught in a dilemma, but ultimately chose to believe Lu Yongming. He sneered, Of course I believe Dr. Lu. On the contrary, I think this kid is a fraud. Xiao Chen was stunned, a surge of anger rising within him. I'm a liar? He couldn't believe his ears. You just said you could cure the cold poison in my and my daughter's bodies, right? Yang Tianfeng looked at Xiao Chen with a mocking expression. Xiao Chen nodded, completely bewildered by Yang Tianfeng's sudden and intense reaction. But my daughter is the one with the problem. How could you even accuse me of having cold poison? Yang Tianfeng sneered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen laughed in exasperation. How did you become the director with that kind of brain? Unbelievable. He immediately lost the will to explain further. Forget it. I can't reason with you. It's a waste of time. Yang Tianfeng misunderstood Xiao Chen's attitude, thinking he was speechless after being exposed. See, young man, once I find evidence of your fraud, the Drug Administration will make you pay. Seeing this, Lu Yongming sneered at Yang Tianfeng. Let's hurry up and check on Miss Yang's condition. Don't waste any more time on this swindler. Yes, that's right. Yang Tianfeng nodded, deciding not to argue with Xiao Chen anymore. As the 3 left, Xiao Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath, 3 idiots. His anger hadn't subsided, and he was still resentful. The 3 turned and left, Xiao Chen's image in their minds now completely tarnished. This feud was now firmly established. Having just offended Dr. Lu and Director Yang, the surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. Having offended these 2, Xiao Chen probably can't survive in Hancheng anymore. Yes, too young, too impulsive. The crowd dispersed, each with their own business. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone rang, the screen displaying cute girl. He paused, wondering who was being so narcissistic and whether to answer. After all, this was Lu Lingxin's old phone. It was probably someone calling to see her. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen pressed the answer button. The call connected, and Lu Lingxin's voice came through. Xiao Chen, where are you? Xiao Chen awkwardly touched his nose. I'm still at the medicinal herb market. What's wrong? Lu Lingxin's tone was urgent. I replaced some of the solid wood display shelves in my shop, and I can't move them by myself. Can you come and help me? I'll treat you to lunch. How about that? It turned out that she had ordered new shelves, but they were too heavy for her to handle by herself. Xiao Chen agreed. Okay, send me your location. I'll take a taxi there. You'll reimburse me for the fare. Lu Lingxin retorted angrily. You're so stingy, and hung up the phone. Xiao Chen muttered. This little wench has a temper. I'll get my hands on her when I get the chance. He turned to Zhao Ligui and casually said to the mustachioed pharmacy owner next to him, Boss, do you have one to lend? Seeing Xiao Chen causing trouble, the pharmacy owner immediately sneered. No, even if I did, I wouldn't lend it to you. But before he finished speaking, Xiao Chen went straight to the counter and took a piece of yellow paper. The pharmacy owner roared. You dare take my pharmacy's stuff? Do you know that's illegal? Xiao Chen didn't care at all, tore the yellow paper into small strips, and wrote runes on them with his own dripping blood. The runes flashed with golden light, and the pharmacy owner was so frightened that he almost jumped up. A ghost. You, what are you doing? Ghosts. With this talisman, you're not afraid of ghosts. Xiao Chen sneered, casually handing the folded talisman to Zhao Ligui. Uncle Zhao, take this back and have your daughter carry it with her. Call me if she encounters any difficulties. Zhao Ligui was extremely grateful and thanked him repeatedly. Xiao Chen then took his leave. The pharmacy owner standing next to him stared at him, but said nothing. Outside the medicinal herb market, Xiao Chen said goodbye to Zhao Ligui and then took a taxi to Lu Lingxin's shop. On the way, Xiao Chen idly flipped through his phone and found an encrypted photo album. He tried to open it with the password and surprisingly succeeded. It was full of videos. So many videos, he exclaimed in surprise. The taxi driver teased. Young man, what are you looking at? Drooling. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly. Nothing, just watching a live stream. A short while later, Xiao Chen arrived in front of the Lingmei store. Lu Lingxin was idly playing on her phone when he shouted, Little rich girl, come out and pay the fare. Lu Lingxin came out looking unhappy. Didn't I give you 100,000 yuan the day before yesterday? How come you spent it all so quickly? Yeah, that little bit of money was enough to buy medicine, Xiao Chen replied sincerely. The taxi driver was stunned. 100,000? Wow, that's incredible. He's a kept man and he's still this good. What do you mean? Lu Lingxin was angry. Xiao Chen quickly explained. It's nothing, don't take it to heart. Inside the shop, Lu Lingxin pointed to the shelves piled on the floor. These all need to be assembled. Okay, leave it to me. Xiao Chen agreed. Though he was a little resentful, he still started working. The female shop assistants chuckled to themselves as Xiao Chen effortlessly lifted the heavy items. Wow, this man is so strong, they whispered among themselves. Why does the boss like him so much? Another shop assistant said enviously. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lu Lingxin finally couldn't help but scold. Stop chattering. Go eat, and don't come in this afternoon. Several female shop assistants responded happily and then left. After Xiao Chen finished assembling the shelves, Lu Lingxin treated him to dinner as promised. When the two returned to the shop after dinner, they suddenly noticed a Porsche 918 parked outside. Lu Lingxin's face instantly darkened. Xiao Chen, let's go home. What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked, puzzled. Lu Lingxin coldly replied. It's nothing, just seeing people I don't like. After saying that, she turned and walked towards her car, looking rather upset. Xiao Chen was taken aback, wondering if Lu Lingxin was referring to him when the some people she mentioned suddenly stopped in front of the store. A clean-cut young man in a suit got out, holding a large bouquet of roses. Lingxin, why are you leaving as soon as you see me? Do you hate me that much? The fair-skinned young man smiled brightly, quickly walked over and stopped Lu Lingxin and handed her a rose. A flash of disgust crossed Lu Lingxin's eyes, but she suppressed her emotions and said coldly, Young Master Zhou, I can't accept your flowers. We're really not a good match. Actually, she disliked Zhou Hong, but he was the second young master of the Zhou family, one of the top 3 families in Hancheng, and she didn't dare to offend him. Lingxin, how do we know if we're compatible? We'll only know after we get to know each other. As long as you're willing, I will definitely be devoted to you, and our Zhou family can help the Lu family reach new heights. Zhou Hong tried to persuade her gently. Xiao Chen, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. What you're saying is hilarious. Your eyelids are swollen. Your kidney energy is disordered. You must have slept with at least 3 women last night. How could you possibly sleep? Zhou Hong turned around angrily, and his face instantly darkened when he saw Xiao Chen. What did you say? A surge of jealousy rose within him, as Xiao Chen's words had struck a nerve. You stinking construction worker, talking nonsense. Zhou Hong roared, his anger rising. He had dismissed Xiao Chen's dirty clothes, thinking him just a lowly construction worker, nothing to threaten him. But seeing Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin's intimate relationship now filled him with jealousy. Lu Lingxin smiled coldly, a sly glint in her eyes. You want to help me teach him a lesson? Zhou Hong immediately puffed out his chest. Yes. Lingxin, don't forget, I've trained in Sanda. Lu Lingxin's eyes darted around, and she smiled. Okay, if you can teach this migrant worker a lesson, I'll agree to be your girlfriend. Zhou Hong was overjoyed, rolled up her sleeves, and walked towards Xiao Chen, sneering. Kid, you're in for a rough time today. Just you wait and see. Xiao Chen watched Zhou Hong approach, inwardly thinking, this woman wants to make fun of me? Fine. He deliberately feigned pain, as if he'd been punched, and collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and yelling, Ouch, my head. Zhou Hong was stunned, immediately confused. How could his punch have brought this migrant worker down so easily? He felt that Xiao Chen might be deliberately cooperating with him in this charade. Overjoyed, he immediately squatted down, patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, and secretly slipped a bank card into Xiao Chen's pocket. Brother, there's 300,000 in this card. I'll give you another 200,000 after it's done. Xiao Chen was stunned, thinking, 300,000? This Zhou Hong is too stupid. He has so much money he doesn't know what to do with it. Seeing this, Lu Lingxin was furious, but she could only pretend not to care. Zhou Hong, don't forget our agreement. Zhou Hong held up the bank card and smiled happily. Lingxin, can you be my girlfriend now? Lu Lingxin hesitated for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, I'm sorry, young Master Zhou. I forgot to tell you, Xiao Chen is my boyfriend, and we're already living together. Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng's face turned deathly pale. He stared at Lu Lingxin in disbelief. You two are playing me? Recalling the scene of Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin playfully fighting earlier, Zhou Heng's expression turned venomous. He was practically going crazy. That was the woman he had longed for day and night. And now she was with this migrant worker. Chapter 21. Lu Lingxin admits her mistake. Zhou Heng can accept having women he can't pursue. For him, the more difficult a woman is to pursue, the more it arouses his intense desire to conquer. However, he could not tolerate the woman he was pursuing teaming up with another man to play him for a fool. In Seoul, anyone who dares to mess with him will only face one fate: death. Young Master Zhou, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever play tricks on you? Lu Lingxin quickly explained that she had only wanted to take this opportunity to annoy Xiao Chen. As for the man who had taken her virginity by mistake, Lu Lingxin actually had a very complicated feeling. She probably felt that Xiao Chen had gotten off too easy, so she always felt that she was holding a grudge. Therefore, she seized every opportunity to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, but she didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so stubborn and not follow any rules, which led to the current unmanageable situation. At this moment, Lu Lingxin secretly regretted her previous impulsiveness. Then how do you explain what happened just now? Zhou Heng sneered. I didn't say anything wrong, young Master Zhou. Although Xiao Chen is my boyfriend, as long as you can beat him and teach him a lesson, I will definitely keep my promise. Lu Lingxin calmed down and said, word by word, then added, but it's not like before. Just now, young Master Zhou, you clearly didn't even touch Xiao Chen, yet he fell to the ground. Did you think I couldn't see it? How am I supposed to keep my promise? In my opinion, it's young Master Zhou who's playing me. Zhou Heng's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty upon hearing this, but he couldn't refute it, because he had indeed not encountered Xiao Chen just now. Fine, then I'm going to give this kid a real beating this time. If you still don't agree this time, let's see how you handle this. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Heng sneered, looked at Xiao Chen, and said directly, Kid, I'll give you a chance to beat him up. In addition to the 300,000 you just gave me, I'll give you an extra million. Young Master Zhou, you're cheating. Upon hearing Zhou Heng's words, Lu Lingxin became extremely anxious and somewhat flustered. Had Xiao Chen already accepted 300,000 from Zhou Heng? How come she didn't know? Could it be that Xiao Chen deliberately cooperated with Zhou Heng to fall to the ground because of the 300,000 yuan? If that's the case, then I'm afraid I've really shot myself in the foot today. Thinking of this, Lu Lingxin couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Cheating? Heh, Lingxin, you only told me to give this kid a good beating, but you didn't say what methods I could use. Zhou Heng's eyes were filled with coldness, clearly indicating that he had lost his patience. In his opinion, Xiao Chen's attire suggested he was a poor loser, and that he was probably with Lu Lingxin for money. Moreover, this kid had already taken 300,000 from me, so he definitely wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of 1 million. Zhou Heng thought this way, and Lu Lingxin was naturally afraid of the same thing. She and Xiao Chen had only known each other for 2 days. What principles could she expect from a man who didn't care about his chastity for 100,000 yuan? 1 million. Lu Lingxin looked at Xiao Chen nervously, the panic in her eyes revealing her unease. Kid, make a decision quickly. You're only following Lu Lingxin for money, aren't you? With the Lu family's meager resources, how much money can they possibly give you? I've already given you 300,000, plus another million afterward. You can get a full 1.3 million just by taking a beating. What are you still hesitating about? Zhou Heng also looked at Xiao Chen, his words full of disdain and impatience. In his opinion, Xiao Chen's hesitation was nothing but a pretense of high-mindedness, and he would agree in the end anyway. Young Master Zhou, Xiao Chen forced out an extremely bright smile. Huh? What, you agree? Since you agree, stop dawdling and stand still so I can beat you up. Seeing the smile on Xiao Chen's face, Zhou Heng snorted coldly and said impatiently, Agree? What do I agree to? And when did you give me 300,000? You can't just say things like that. I don't even have 30 yuan on me. Where would I get 300,000? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll call the police. Xiao Chen said with an innocent look on his face. Damn, you're kidding me, aren't you? It's in your shirt pocket. Zhou Heng thought there was something wrong with his ears and immediately became furious. Look, where is it? Xiao Chen then took off his coat and searched through his pockets, only to find them empty. You son of a bitch, you bastard, you dare mess with me? I'll kill you. Zhou Heng had finally realized what was going on. He wasn't sure if Lu Lingxin had tricked him, but he was certain that the migrant worker in front of him had been toying with him from beginning to end. Enraged, Zhou Heng lost his guard and fiercely pulled out a folding knife from his waist, stabbing it at Xiao Chen. With a knife in hand and his previous experience in Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, Zhou Heng didn't think the migrant worker in front of him had the courage to resist. But the next moment, Zhou Heng only saw a blur flash by, and then Xiao Chen grabbed his wrist that was holding the knife. Snap! With a slight cracking sound, a sharp pain shot through him, and Zhou Heng screamed in agony as the folding knife fell to the ground. Your mouth is so dirty, it looks like it needs some serious treatment. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, slapped Zhou Heng across the face, and then kicked Zhou Heng away. You all just wait. Zhou Heng's mouth was full of blood, his teeth were scattered all over the ground, and he followed in Lu Hai's footsteps. After uttering a harsh word, he immediately fainted. Tsk tisk, he's already passed out? No fun. He can't even take a beating like Lu Hai. Xiao Chen shook his head, somewhat unsatisfied. Lu Lingxin. Little rich girl, let's go. Don't play jokes like that on me next time. Xiao Chen said softly. Oh, okay. Lu Lingxin nodded blankly and followed Xiao Chen into the car. After starting the engine and driving off, Lu Lingxin turned her head guiltily and said, Xiao Chen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted impulsively and recklessly just now. You hit Zhou Heng, and the Zhou family will definitely find a way to retaliate against you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Recalling what had just happened, Lu Lingxin realized that her behavior was inappropriate. Alright, this isn't your fault. Even if you hadn't intervened, the outcome would have been the same. As long as our relationship remains the same, Zhou Heng has been pursuing you for so long, he'll definitely find a way to target me in the end. With my temper, do you think I could tolerate that? So the result would be the same. Xiao Chen didn't blame Lu Lingxin. The main reason was that Zhou Heng was indeed a bad person. He beat him up, but as for the Zhou family's revenge, Xiao Chen didn't take it to heart at all. To put it bluntly, if you don't want to die, then come at me. I won't do it again next time. Lu Lingxin looked up, her eyes already red from self-reproach. Looking at the young rich woman's stunningly beautiful face, Xiao Chen sighed. Damn it, beauty is a curse. This woman can be a bit willful at times, but her attitude in admitting her mistakes is really good. How can anyone be angry with that? Xiao Chen, Zhou Heng said you received 300,000 from him. Is that true or not? With red eyes and a pout, Lu Lingxin asked in a wrong tone. You mean this? Xiao Chen flipped his hand, and a bank card appeared out of thin air in his palm. It was the one Zhou Heng had given him earlier. At the same time, Xiao Chen explained the situation to Lu Lingxin. When Zhou Heng thought Xiao Chen was pretending to fall down to flatter him, Lu Lingxin suddenly burst out laughing. Xiao Chen, you're so naughty. What about this card? Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh. Just throw it away. Zhou Heng isn't really stupid. He's not going to give you money to spend for nothing. He'll probably freeze your bank card as soon as he wakes up. Even if you swiped the card before it was frozen, he can still find you by checking the transaction records. If he insists that you stole the bank card, with the power of the Zhou family, they will definitely try to convict you to death. You won't be able to clear your name, even if you jump into the Yellow River. Lu Lingxin rolled down the car window, snatched the bank card, and threw it out the window. A gentle breeze blew in through the cracks in the car window, causing Lu Lingxin's hair to dance in the wind, making her already exquisite face even more beautiful. Seemingly afraid that her actions would displease Xiao Chen, Lu Lingxin gently bit her lip and said earnestly, Xiao Chen, I know you've just arrived in Hanqing and might be short of money, but as a man, you must earn money through your own abilities, otherwise I will look down on you. As she spoke the last sentence, Lu Lingxin's cheeks flushed slightly, and a strange emotion welled up inside her. Hearing Lu Lingxin's words, Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. This woman wasn't too stupid after all. Chapter 22 The Illness Worsens. Just as Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin were driving home, the atmosphere at the home of Yang Tianfeng, the director of the State Drug Administration, was rather tense. It's cold, I'm so cold. On the bed in the bedroom on the second floor of the Yang family's house, a girl who looked only 13 or 14 years old lay unconscious, her face pale, and she kept murmuring in pain. It's summer now, but the girl was covered with 3 blankets, and the air conditioner in the room was on warm air. But the girl's body kept trembling, and she kept saying that she was cold. The girl was Yang Tianfeng's daughter, Yang Jingyi. Dr. Lu, please save my daughter. She has been unconscious for 2 whole days. Seeing his daughter's face full of pain, Yang Tianfeng, as a father, felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Director Yang, don't worry. With the century-old fire ginseng as medicine, Miss Yang's cold poison will definitely be suppressed, and it won't recur for at least 3 years. Lu Yangming took Yang Jingyi's pulse on the bed and found that the pulse was about the same as he had expected. His originally uneasy heart became more confident. Then thank you very much, Dr. Lu. As long as you can suppress the cold poison in my daughter's body, the Yang family will definitely repay you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a face full of gratitude, Director Yang, you're too kind. We've known each other for many years, so it's too polite to say such things. Lu Yangming waved his hand, then called downstairs, Lan Lan, the medicinal soup is almost ready, bring it up. They're here. Soon, the young girl Lan Lan carried a bowl of slightly reddish medicinal soup upstairs. Director Yang, please feed it to Miss Yang. Lu Yangming said. Yang Tianfeng naturally dared not delay. He quickly took the medicine, tested the temperature, and then fed it to his daughter little by little with a small spoon. Before long, the entire bowl of medicinal soup was fed into Yang Jingyi's stomach. It's working. After feeding her the medicine, Yang Tianfeng spoke excitedly because he noticed that his daughter's originally pale face had become somewhat rosy, and she was no longer complaining of being cold. Grandpa, you're amazing. Seeing this, the girl Lan beside her also spoke up excitedly. Hee, Miss Yang should wake up after I use the acupuncture one more time. Lu Yangming stroked his beard, a weight lifted from his heart. Thank you so much, Dr. Lu. Luckily, I didn't listen to that swindler at the medicinal herb market, otherwise my daughter would have been in real danger. While expressing his gratitude, Yang Tianfeng felt a lingering sense of fear. Xiao Chen may have some family background, but when it comes to medical skills, he's nothing more than a clown who tries to attract attention and gain popularity. I actually thought I could take him as my disciple. I really misjudged him. Lu Yangming snorted coldly, clearly still angry about what had happened earlier. Hey, Grandpa, why are Miss Yang's lips a little purple? Just as Lu Yangming and Yang Tianfeng were cursing Xiao Chen, the young girl Lan suddenly noticed something was wrong and exclaimed in surprise. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Yangming and Yang Tianfeng were shocked. When they turned around, they indeed found that Yang Jingyi's lips on the bed were faintly tinged with purple. Ah, it hurts so much. Daddy, my body hurts so much, wah. Almost simultaneously, Yang Jingyi suddenly woke up and opened her eyes, but her eyes were bloodshot and looked very frightening. Dr. Lu, what's going on? Yang Tianfeng panicked and felt weak all over. How could this be? This shouldn't be happening. Director Yang, don't worry, let me try acupuncture. Lu Yangming's face turned ugly. He quickly took out silver needles from his pocket and began to prick the needles one by one. However, after the silver needles were inserted, Yang Jingyi on the bed was only quiet for a dozen seconds before she burst into tears. Daddy, I feel so bad. Wah. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Jingyi suddenly opened her mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. This terrified the group. Lu Yangming, what did you do to my daughter? Yang Tianfeng was so frightened that he lost his mind and roared at Lu Yangming. This is impossible. Why did the cold poison in Miss Yang's body erupt after she took the century-old fire ginseng, attacking her lungs and internal organs in such a short time? How could her pulse show signs of death? Lu Yangming panicked. His hand holding the needle trembled, and his face turned ashen. After taking Yang Jingyi's pulse, a chill ran down his spine, for according to the pulse reading, Yang Jingyi would undoubtedly die within 7 days. So what should we do now? Didn't you say you could suppress the cold poison in Jingyi's body? Lu Yangming, if you don't give me an explanation for this matter, don't blame me for not considering our past relationship. Even if you have the Su family behind you, I will definitely use all the resources of the Yang family to seek justice. Yang Tianfeng was almost insane, and he roared at Lu Yangming without any mercy. Director Yang, watch your words. Although your Yang family is powerful, our Su family will never be afraid of you. Upon hearing this, the girl standing nearby immediately became angry. Su Lanlan, shut up. This matter has nothing to do with the Su family. Miss Yang's accident is truly due to my lack of medical skills. If Miss Yang ends up, alas, Brother Yang, I will atone with my death. Lu Yangming's face was ashen. Lu Yangming, what use is your life to me? I only have this one daughter. Yang Tianfeng calmed down a bit, then slumped to the ground and started wailing, pointing at Lu Yangming. Seeing Yang Tianfeng's reaction, Lu Yangming felt uneasy, but he was completely clueless about Yang Jingyi's symptoms. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed through Lu Yangming's mind. If you, Old Master Lu, intend to use that century-old fire ginseng to suppress the extreme cold poison in Director Yang's daughter's body, I advise you to abandon this idea. Doing so will only make the patient suffer a fate worse than death, and she will die in agony within 7 days. Xiao Chen's words resounded in Lu Yangming's mind like a thunderclap. He won, he said he won. Lu Yangming muttered incoherently, then suddenly grasped at a straw and blurted out. Quick, Lan, call Xiao Chen. I remember he called my number back today. What? Grandpa, you're going to call that bastard? Su Lanlan looked puzzled, and even Yang Tianfeng, who was standing next to her, was stunned. That's right. Xiao Chen said earlier today that the century-old fire ginseng could not suppress the cold poison in Miss Yang's body, and that once Miss Yang took the century-old fire ginseng, she would suffer torment and die within 7 days. Now it seems that everything Xiao Chen said came true. Lu Yangming, his expression excited, continued. Since Xiao Chen was able to describe these symptoms in advance, he must have a solution. Brother Yang, my medical skills are lacking, and I have harmed Miss Yang. I will apologize to you later. Right now, the most urgent task is to preserve Miss Yang's life force. In the entire Han City, I can't think of anyone else besides Xiao Chen who has the ability to do so. Chapter 23 Number 13 Hepping Road. But didn't you say that bastard was a liar? Su Lanlan said with some doubt. Despite her doubts, she still opened her contacts and dialed the number Xiao Chen had called back before. Sigh, now we have no choice but to take a gamble. This is Miss Yang's only hope. Lu Yangming said with a bitter expression. Fine, if I can save Jingyi, what's wrong with me? Yang Tianfeng, kneeling down to that brat. Yang Tianfeng gritted his teeth, a glimmer of hope reappearing in his eyes. The phone rang twice before being answered, and a lazy voice came from the other end. Hey, old man Lu, is that century-old ginseng useless? Since Xiao Chen had saved the phone number as a nickname when he received Lu Yangming's business card, he could directly reveal his identity. One sentence caused the expressions of the people in the bedroom to change simultaneously, followed by great joy. Judging from Xiao Chen's tone, the other party probably had a way to save them. Yes, Xiao Chen, Miss Yang's condition has actually worsened. Do you have a treatment? Lu Yangming snatched the phone, his voice trembling as he spoke, his heart pounding in his throat. Xiao Chen's answer on the other end of the line would directly determine his future. Meanwhile, Yang Tianfeng leaned in close, barely daring to utter a sound. Soon, Xiao Chen spoke up on the other end of the phone. Yes, you want me to treat you? Sorry, I'm busy. After saying that, the call was immediately disconnected. In an instant, the room fell into dead silence. On the other side, inside a BMW sedan on a suburban expressway. Do they think I'm some kind of living Buddha? Someone they can summon and dismiss at will? After hanging up Lu Yangming's call, Xiao Chen sneered and threw his phone aside. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Who called you? Lu Lingxin asked curiously. A few ungrateful people gave me the wrong medicine when I had a sick person at home. I talked to them for ages this morning, but they wouldn't listen to any of my advice. They even called me a liar. Oh, and they even tried to hit me. If I hadn't been good at fighting, I wouldn't be here today. Xiao Chen curled his lip. He really had no good feelings towards Lu Yangming and the others. Oh, how awful. Then why are you here to see me for treatment now? Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxin said indignantly. They can't be cured. I gave them a chance this morning, but they didn't seize it, so don't blame me for being ruthless. That's just my temper. If I make them unhappy, nobody else will get away with it. Xiao Chen snorted softly, but before he could finish speaking, his phone rang again. How annoying. Xiao Chen picked up his phone, but didn't answer. He hung up immediately. But just a few seconds after I hung up, they called back. Xiao Chen, why don't you answer the phone and see what's going on? Just as Xiao Chen was about to shut down the phone, Lu Lingxin thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak up. She had deeply experienced the despair of having a disease that was difficult to cure when her grandfather fell ill. All right, Xiao Chen sighed, answered the call again, and turned on speakerphone. Xiao Chen, I am Yang Tianfeng. I apologize for what happened today. Please save my daughter. She is only 13 years old. My wife just died last year, and she is my only daughter. Xiao Chen, I beg you. Yes, Xiao Chen, what happened this morning was my fault. The child is innocent. Take all your anger out on me. As long as Miss Yang can be saved, I will do whatever you want with me. You bastard, if you can cure Yang's illness, I won't hold you accountable for spanking me today, okay? Holy crap. Xiao Chen quickly covered his phone and hung up, but it was too late. Lu Lingxin slammed on the brakes and glared angrily at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, is this the person you said hit you? Lu Lingxin said through gritted teeth. Little rich girl, are you jealous? Don't forget our relationship. You haven't actually developed feelings for me, have you? Xiao Chen awkwardly touched his nose, then looked at Lu Lingxin and said teasingly. Pa, what are you flattering me for? I just can't stand your behavior. Lu Lingxin's pretty face suddenly turned red to the roots of her neck, her mind in turmoil. Damn it, Lu Lingxin, what does it have to do with you that he's flirting with other girls? Why are you so angry? The more Lu Lingxin thought about it, the more confused she became. She understood all these principles, but she just felt very uncomfortable just now, and she couldn't even explain why. Xiao Chen, don't misunderstand. I'm angry because that girl is only 13 years old. How can you bear to watch a perfectly healthy life be ravaged by illness? Lu Lingxin angrily changed the subject. Little rich lady, there are too many people in this world to save. I'm not a bad person, but I'm definitely not a good one either. I hope you understand that. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, his tone suddenly turning cold. In an instant, Lu Lingxin felt that Xiao Chen in front of her was a complete stranger, and a sense of alienation she had never felt before welled up in her heart. She really wanted to ask Xiao Chen, was saving her grandfather and now pretending to be her boyfriend simply because he took her virginity that night? That night, from beginning to end, it was nothing more than a transaction made by a twist of fate. If that's the case, she suddenly felt that Xiao Chen was terrifying. Lu Lingxin could understand and even strongly agree with the idea of not being a pushover, But the patient on the other end of the phone was just a 13-year-old girl who was innocent from beginning to end. In this situation, failing to provide aid when someone is dying is not just a matter of medical ethics, but a matter of personal character. Just as Lu Lingxin was secretly hesitating about whether to cut ties with Xiao Chen sooner, Xiao Chen suddenly took out his phone again and dialed the number in the call log with a disgruntled expression. Old Lu, I'm truly fed up with you guys. Whether you're right or wrong, you're all the same. All right, I'll treat this illness. Hurry up and send me the address. You have some silver needles, right? Now, use the silver needles to prick the patient's juk acupoint, inserting the needles 3 fingers deep. Before I arrive, remember not to move the patient again. Otherwise, even if the heavenly king himself came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Seeing Xiao Chen angrily hang up the phone, Lu Lingxin was stunned for a moment, then pursed her lips and couldn't help but smile. Sharp tongue, but soft heart. Soon, the address was sent over. After glancing at the address, Lu Lingxin was shocked. Number 13, Hepping Road? Those who live on Hepping Road all have official backgrounds. They are either retired political bigwigs or people whose family members still have influence within the system. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to live on Hepping Road. Who was the person Xiao Chen was cursing on the phone just now? Lu Lingxin was surprised, but wisely she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she turned the car around and sped off towards the address on Xiao Chen's phone. Chapter 24 Lu Lingxin's Shock. The bedroom on the second floor of the Yang family's house in courtyard number 13, Hepping Road. Grandpa, did that bastard say he's coming over? Seeing Lu Yongming hang up the phone somewhat excitedly, Su Lanlan asked curiously. Yang Tianfeng, standing to the side, also looked at Lu Yongming with nervousness. Xiao Chen has agreed to treat Miss Yang and is on his way. Lu Yongming breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's great. As long as he can save Jingyi, I will definitely apologize to him properly. Yang Tianfeng was also extremely excited. TCH, Grandpa, Director Yang, don't get too excited yet. What if that bastard is just a braggart? Yang Lanlan couldn't help but mutter. It was a gamble from the start. The fact that Xiao Chen came means he must have some real skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to our request. If he didn't have real skills, wouldn't coming here at this time be humiliating? Who would be that stupid? Lu Yongming sighed and said, Yes, after all, we were in the wrong first. Even if Xiao Chen can't cure Jingyi, I should apologize to him just for his magnanimity. Yang Tianfeng felt somewhat guilty when he thought about what happened at the medicinal herb market. However, Xiao Chen mentioned something on the phone just now that I'm not sure about. Brother Yang, you should make the decision. As he spoke, Lu Yongming suddenly spoke with some difficulty. What's up? Yang Tianfeng was puzzled. Xiao Chen instructed me to use silver needles to puncture Miss Yang's juk acupoint, inserting the needles 3 feet deep. However, given Miss Yang's current condition, this acupoint is undoubtedly a fatal point. If we don't puncture this acupoint, Miss Yang can live for at least 7 more days. But once the needles are inserted, I'm not sure how long she can live. Lu Yongming smiled bitterly. As one of the 4 great doctors of Hancheng, he couldn't understand the intention behind Xiao Chen's acupuncture technique. Dr. Lu, do as Xiao Chen says. I've prepared for the worst. Looking at his daughter on the bed, whose lips were purple and whose expression was pained, Yang Tianfeng gritted his teeth and made a decision. Good. Seeing that Yang Tianfeng agreed, Lu Yongming no longer hesitated. He gently lifted the clothes on Yang Jingyi's abdomen, then picked up a silver needle and inserted it into the juk acupoint above her navel. After the stab, Lu Yongming, Yang Tianfeng, and the other 2 couldn't help but hold their breath. Yang Tianfeng dared not even look at his daughter, fearing that this injection would kill her instantly. It works. Suddenly, Lu Yongming exclaimed in surprise. That's strange, Grandpa. Didn't you say this acupoint is a fatal point? Why did the bluish-purple color on Yang's face fade after the silver needle was inserted? And why is she no longer crying out in pain? Su Lanlan said in surprise. I don't understand either. Perhaps it's true, as Xiao Chen said, that despite practicing medicine for so many years, I'm still a frog in a well. How utterly laughable. Lu Yongming couldn't answer Su Lanlan's question, since even he himself couldn't figure it out. So in the end, he could only give a self-deprecating smile with a complicated expression. Yang Tianfeng, who was standing nearby, looked in the direction of the sound and saw that his daughter's complexion had returned to normal. Moreover, his daughter, who had been crying out in pain, was now breathing calmly and sleeping soundly. I'll go wait for Xiao Chen at the entrance. Seeing this, Yang Tianfeng could no longer control himself and rushed out the door. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Half an hour later, a red sedan slowly drove up and stopped at the entrance of courtyard number 13. Lu Lingxin looked at the seemingly ordinary courtyard gate in front of her and was shocked again. Was it really number 13 Hepping Road? On her way here, she was still wondering if it was just a coincidence that the addresses were similar. But seeing the two uniformed guards at the entrance of the compound, Lu Lingxin could no longer doubt anything. The so-called number 13 compound does not mean that there are many large compounds on Hepping Road, but that there is only one large compound on this road, and its name is number 13 compound. Inside the compound, there are many different residential areas that look ordinary, but those who know the truth understand what kind of people live there. As soon as Lu Lingxin parked her car, two guards at the entrance immediately came over to stop it. At the critical moment, Yang Tianfeng rushed over and, upon seeing Xiao Chen in the passenger seat, his expression immediately changed. He said something to the two guards, who then let him pass. This place is no ordinary place. Xiao Chen, however, narrowed his eyes slightly while sitting in the car. He could tell that the two guards at the gate were both at the condensation realm. The older one, with a scar near his eye, had an even more powerful aura, indicating he was at least at the late condensation realm and would likely reach the acquired realm in a few years. Moreover, judging from the murderous aura emanating from these two guards, they must have had blood on their hands. Xiao Chen, what happened this morning was my fault. Please save my daughter. My young family will repay you handsomely. After parking the car, Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin got out, and Yang Tianfeng could no longer hold back. His eyes immediately reddened. Director Yang, please don't rush. Let me check on Miss Yang's condition first, shall we? Xiao Chen waved his hand, saying helplessly, all right, come with me. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianfeng nodded quickly, wiped his eyes, and led the way. Lu Lingxin was even more surprised. Director? How could a dignified director beg Xiao Chen to treat his illness in such a humble tone? Moreover, to be able to sit in the position of director at this age, one's family background is probably not simple. After all, it would be a bit of a stretch for someone with the title of director to live in the number 13 compound. It is said that the people living here are all retired old guys from Seoul or even the provincial capital. Lu Lingxin was unable to calm down, but she didn't want to ask too many questions at this time, so she could only silently follow behind Xiao Chen, her expression restrained and her palms sweating nervously. On the contrary, Xiao Chen walked around looking at everything, with a carefree and curious look. Old Lu, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. This time you're not shouting that you want to take me as your apprentice, are you? After arriving at the second floor of Yang Tianfeng's house, Xiao Chen chuckled and said. Lu Yangming smiled awkwardly, opened his mouth as if to speak, but didn't know what to say. From the moment she entered, Lu Lingxin had been curiously observing Lu Yangming. She felt that this white-bearded old man in a tang suit looked very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. But Lu Lingxin couldn't remember it for the time being. Hey, you jerk, what are you smug about? If you can't cure Sister Yang's illness, I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing Xiao Chen's smug look, Su Lanlan angrily waved her little fist and said, Hey, little beauty, you can teach me a lesson if you want, but if you still can't beat me, you're not allowed to call me a pervert again. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, and as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Lingxin behind him pouted and pinched his lower back, making Xiao Chen wince in pain, but he couldn't retaliate. On the other side, Su Lanlan immediately exploded. I'm going to kill you. Lanlan, how dare you be so rude? Lu Yangming immediately rebuked him. Grandpa, I get angry just looking at this guy. I can't stand it anymore. If he can't cure Yang's illness, I'll go home and call all 23 of my cousins over. I don't believe we can't beat this guy up. Su Lanlan gritted her teeth. Holy crap, 23 cousins? Xiao Chen was shocked. Who would dare to marry this woman? Nonsense. Lu Yangming gave a light rebuke, then chuckled dryly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, don't take Lanlan's words to heart. Quickly take a look at Miss Yang's condition. Just as you said, after I prescribed a medicine for Miss Yang using century-old fire ginseng, her condition not only failed to be suppressed, but instead showed signs of flaring up. What exactly is going on? Chapter 25 Kowtowing and Apology. Old Lu, I told you it wouldn't work, but you didn't believe me. Now you do, don't you? Xiao Chen gave a soft snort. Seeing Lu Yangming's embarrassed expression, Xiao Chen didn't dwell on the matter. He glanced at Yang Jingyi on the bed and said, Miss Yang's cold poison was inherited from her mother in the womb. Normally, she wouldn't live to be 8 years old. The reason she was able to live to 13 before it erupted must be because a master had used his true energy to suppress it during that time, right? As he spoke, Xiao Chen looked at Yang Tianfeng for confirmation. This, Mr. Xiao even noticed this. Yang Tianfeng was shocked, and he began to address Xiao Chen as Mr. Xiao. Brother Yang, is what Xiao Chen said true? Seeing Yang Tianfeng's reaction, Lu Yangming looked incredulous. He had known Yang Tianfeng for several years, and even he didn't know these things. Xiao Chen had just glanced at them and said it. Yes, when Jingyi was 5 years old, my father went to great lengths to invite a martial arts master from the capital to transfer a trace of martial arts essence to Jingyi, saying that it would help her overcome the difficult time at the age of 8. Yang Tianfeng nodded, sighed, and continued. Later, Jingyi indeed passed the age of 8 peacefully. Until recently, Jingyi's cold poison finally flared up. In order to treat her, my father specially went to the capital half a month ago, hoping to see that expert again. But so far there has been no news, and the phone cannot be reached. Don't we have martial arts masters like that in Seoul? Our Su family is also a martial arts family. Maybe we have someone who can do it too. Why do we have to go to the capital to look for them? Su Lanlan asked with some doubt. Lu Yongming looked at Yang Tianfeng with the same puzzlement. Hee, I appreciate Miss Su's kindness. Yang Tianfeng bowed and thanked them, then shook his head with a wry smile, and said, My father visited the Su family long ago, but you just didn't know it. At that time, Old Master Su replied that someone who could inject their martial arts essence into another person's meridians was at least a martial arts grandmaster. Martial arts grandmaster? Su Lanlan exclaimed in surprise. Lanlan, what level of cultivation has your grandfather reached now? Lu Yongming wasn't particularly clear about the levels of martial arts. In his eyes, Su Lanlan's grandfather, Su Qingzhou, was already the most powerful martial artist he could come into contact with. Grandpa, my grandfather is currently at the 9th rank of the innate realm, just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. But he has been stuck at that step for 15 years. Su Lanlan thought for a moment, and then said, What about the Xiao family? Lu Yongming frowned and asked, The Xiao family is another martial arts family in Hanqing. Their strength is similar to that of the Su family, but they have a long-standing feud with the Su family. The two families are like oil and water. Zhao Nangong, the old man of the Xiao family, is also a 9th grade innate master. He entered the 9th grade of innate mastery 2 years later than my grandfather. If we really fought, with the strength of our two families, it would be difficult to determine a winner in a short period of time. So although our two families have always had minor frictions, we have never completely broken off relations. Su Lanlan said. Miss Su is right. Even the Su and Zhao families, who are the strongest in martial arts in Seoul, can't find a grandmaster. So my father had no choice but to go to the capital to find a master. Yang Tianfeng nodded and sighed helplessly. Xiao Chen, standing to the side, wondered to himself, are the martial arts families in the secular world really that weak? Does being a 9th rank innate master mean you can roam freely in Seoul? Wouldn't he be able to defeat all the martial arts families in Seoul with just a flick of his finger? The so-called innate realm is the first minor realm of a martial artist's cultivation after passing the most basic body tempering period and entering the Qi refining stage. The 3 minor realms of the body tempering stage are bone forging, energy condensation, and acquired skill. The 3 minor realms of the Qi refining stage are innate, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Unlike the body tempering stage, entering the Qi refining stage signifies that a martial artist has officially embarked on the path of cultivation. Therefore, each major realm after the Qi refining stage is further divided into 9 ranks. Only after breaking through the 9th rank can one achieve unity and enter the next minor realm. The level of difficulty is unimaginable. This is why martial artists with innate abilities or above are so rare. Hey, what are you muttering about over there? Seeing Xiao Chen muttering to himself, Su Lanlan immediately spoke with dissatisfaction. Oh, it's nothing. I meant that even if old Master Yang went to the capital to invite back a grandmaster, it wouldn't be of any use. Given the current intensity of the cold poison in Miss Yang's body, a mere grandmaster's true essence is no longer enough to suppress it. Xiao Chen said casually. A mere grandmaster? How arrogant. Su Lanlan rolled her eyes. Yang Tianfeng, standing to the side, gave an awkward smile. Although he also felt that Xiao Chen's words were a bit too arrogant, he simply assumed that Xiao Chen did not understand the true meaning of the word grandmaster. In addition, he was waiting for Xiao Chen to treat his daughter's illness, so he naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to make fun of Xiao Chen. Little beauty, you'll see later whether I'm arrogant or not. Xiao Chen didn't argue with Su Lanlan, and then got back to the main topic, pointing to Yang Jingyi on the bed and saying, Over the years, the cold poison in Miss Yang's body has actually been in a balanced state in her meridians under the suppression of martial arts' true essence. Although she later developed symptoms, the cold poison would not suddenly erupt under the suppression of those true essences, but would gradually seep into Miss Yang's internal organs. And the century-old fire ginseng I used, its extremely young medicinal properties, after being absorbed by Miss Yang, actually stimulated this cold poison, disrupting the balance and causing the cold poison to suddenly erupt in a short period of time? Xiao Chen, is that what you mean? Lu Yongming's face flushed, and he suddenly spoke excitedly. Not bad, old man Lu. You haven't wasted your years of medical training. Xiao Chen nodded at Lu Yongming with satisfaction, looking like he was praising a junior. Strangely, Lu Yongming couldn't get angry at this moment. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction, like, I heard the way in the morning, and I can die content in the evening. Given the severity of Miss Yang's current condition, Xiao Chen, can you really alleviate it? Sigh, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Miss Yang's condition wouldn't have worsened. Lu Yongming spoke with a guilty expression. Yes, Mr. Xiao, do you really have a way to alleviate my daughter's condition? Yang Tianfeng asked again out of curiosity. Ease. Xiao Chen looked at the two of them with a completely bewildered expression. Is there some difficulty? Yes, Xiao Chen, is there really no other way? Didn't you say on the phone? Yang Tianfeng and Lu Yongming's hearts jumped into their throats when they saw Xiao Chen's reaction. I didn't say anything about alleviating it on the phone. What, Director Yang, don't you want your daughter's cold toxins to be completely cured? Alleviating it would be fine too. Xiao Chen said with a strange expression. A complete cure? Upon hearing the first half of Xiao Chen's sentence, Yang Tianfeng and Lu Yongming felt their hearts sink, but upon hearing the rest, they both suddenly fell silent. They even thought there was something wrong with their ears. When he finally realized what had happened, Yang Tianfeng was so agitated that he couldn't even speak. He knelt down on the ground with a thud and said, Mr. Xiao, please cure my daughter completely. I, Yang Tianfeng, am willing to kowtow to Mr. Xiao to apologize for the offense I committed this morning. As he spoke, Yang Tianfeng was actually about to kowtow to Xiao Chen. Chapter 26. Are you a martial artist at the innate realm? Alright, forget about kowtowing and apologizing. Saving lives is the priority. Xiao Chen raised his hand and lifted Yang Tianfeng off the ground. Then, looking at the silver needles on Yang Jingyi's body, he curled his lip and said to Lu Yongming with disdain, Old man Lu, your life-returning needle, ranked 15th on the divine needle ranking, is actually enough to suppress this cold poison, but your needling technique is too poor. You can actually see through the acupuncture techniques I've learned? Lu Yongming's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Xiao Chen in shock. He hadn't expected that Xiao Chen would see through his acupuncture technique at a glance. Although the life-returning needle is only ranked 15th on the list of divine needles, Lu Yongming has mastered all 32 moves of this set of needle techniques. Wu Dihao ranked 10th on the Xian Yuan 13 needles divine needle ranking, but he only learned the first few moves, so his skill was incomplete. Therefore, in terms of medical skills and treatment effects, it is far inferior to Lu Yongming's complete understanding of the life-returning acupuncture technique. This is why Lu Yongming was ranked among the 4 great doctors of Seoul, while Wu Dihao was not. Is it difficult? Your needling technique became noticeably rusty towards the end, and you didn't even insert the needles deep enough to reach the required depth. What kind of effect can such a technique have? Xiao Chen chuckled, and with a wave of his hand removed all the silver needles from Yang Jingyi's body. He then said, Old Lu, bring me another set of clean silver needles. I'll show you what the most perfect life-restoring needle looks like. As all the silver needles were removed from Yang Jingyi's body, her face contorted in pain once more, and her lips turned bluish-purple again. Good. Seeing this, Lu Yongming didn't waste any words and directly took out a bag of brand-new silver needles from his cloth bag. These silver needles are all disposable, so there is no need to sterilize them, which is very convenient. When Lu Yongming handed the silver needles to Xiao Chen, he was actually suspicious and unconvinced. How could Xiao Chen, at his age, perform the most perfect life-saving needle technique? However, what happened next made Lu Yongming exclaim in surprise. Controlling needles with qi? Xiao Chen, are you a martial artist at the innate realm? What? The innate realm? Yang Tianfeng and Su Lanlan, who were standing nearby, also changed their expressions upon hearing this. On the silver needle in Xiao Chen's hand, faint, transparent wisps of energy could be seen constantly swirling, enveloping the entire needle. The generation of true qi within the body is the most obvious sign of the innate realm. That bastard. How could this be? If we were to ask who was the most shocked person on the field, it would definitely be Su Lanlan. Originally, Su Lanlan was already considered one of the best among the younger generation in the entire Han City at her age to have reached the condensation stage. Therefore, Su Lanlan has always been proud in the martial arts world and has never submitted to anyone. But the guy in front of her, who was only a few years older than her, was actually a martial artist at the innate realm. How could Su Lanlan accept this? Thinking that she had been saying all along that she wanted to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, Su Lanlan wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It should be noted that although her grandfather, Su Qingzhou, was said to be at the peak of the 9th rank of the innate realm, he was still only an innate realm cultivator in the final analysis. This bastard is actually on the same level as his grandfather? That's just too amazing. Mr. Xiao is truly astonishing. To reach the innate realm at such a young age, there's probably no one else like him in the entire Han City. This morning, we even questioned whether Mr. Xiao was a fraud. We were so blind to his greatness, it's laughable. While Yang Tianfeng was shocked, he felt inexplicable regret and self-blame. At the same time, he was also excited, because the stronger Xiao Chen was, the greater the probability of curing his daughter. If he had some doubts before about whether Xiao Chen could cure his daughter, now he is more than 80% confident that Xiao Chen can cure his daughter. Alas, I was truly blind. Relying on the reputation of the 4 great divine physicians, I became arrogant and haughty. Just as Xiao Chen said, what difference is there between me and a frog in a well? Hearing Yang Tianfeng's words, Lu Yangming smiled bitterly. One of the 4 great physicians? Surnamed Lu? Are you physician Lu Yangming? Lu Lingxi knew nothing about martial arts, but she couldn't resist Lu Yangming's big reputation. Who exactly is this Xiao Chen? First, he was Wu Dihao, the director of the city's central hospital, and now he's Director Yang and Dr. Lu. Each of these people, if chosen individually, would be someone the Lu family would look up to and befriend. But in front of Xiao Chen, she was so humble. While shocked, Lu Lingxin looked at Su Lanlan, who had a pretty face and exuded youthful energy. Although the girl looked only 17 or 18 years old, she was not bad looking at all. Moreover, this girl calls Dr. Lu grandpa, so her family background must be quite impressive. At this moment, Su Lanlan was looking at Xiao Chen with bright eyes. Seeing this, Lu Lingxin felt something different, and a sense of crisis and jealousy suddenly welled up in her heart again for no apparent reason. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not some kind of innate realm expert. Xiao Chen said noncommittally. Innate realm? That was so many years ago. Mr. Xiao, rest assured, we will definitely not tell anyone. Yes, we will keep it a secret and never tell anyone. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yang Tianfeng and Lu Yangming seemed to understand, clearly mistaking Xiao Chen for someone who didn't want to reveal his true strength, and immediately spoke up. Su Lanlan, on the other hand, no longer disliked Xiao Chen as she had before. From the moment she learned that Xiao Chen was a Xiantian realm cultivator, her attitude towards him underwent a subtle change. That's how people are. When one person and another are roughly equal in strength and status, they may feel jealous and resentful. However, when one person's strength and status surpass that of the other by several levels, then this jealousy and resentment will turn into worship and admiration. Thinking of the slap on her bottom that morning, a strange feeling flashed through her mind, and Su Lanlan felt her face burning hot. This scene, as seen by Lu Lingxin, felt even more unsettling. All right, watch closely. I'm about to administer the acupuncture. Old Lu, learn from me. I'll only demonstrate once. How much you understand is up to you. Xiao Chen didn't refute what the others said. It wasn't so bad for people to mistakenly believe that he was at the innate realm. After saying that, Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and 3 silver needles pierced into the acupoints on Yang Jingyi's body. Seeing this, Lu Yangming was completely dumbfounded. Could acupuncture be performed like this? You should know that when he was performing the acupuncture technique, it took him a full half hour, with each needle taking more than a minute. At this point, Lu Yangming felt he was already very fast. Some other doctors who knew the heaven-returning needle technique would sometimes take more than 10 minutes to perform each needle. But what about Xiao Chen now? In the blink of an eye, 3 needles were inserted, and the depth was perfect. Then, in just over 10 breaths, all 32 silver needles had been inserted into Yang Jingyi's body. The further along the returning heaven needle technique progresses, the more sophisticated the needling method becomes, with extremely stringent requirements for the acupoints and the depth of needle insertion. But from beginning to end, Xiao Chen's movements did not stop at all, and he completed them in one go. This is really a perfect level heaven returning needle. Lu Yangming paced around the bed, his eyes wide open, constantly examining the location of each silver needle. With each spot he looked at, his shock deepened, until finally, he was completely absorbed, almost to the point of madness. Unlike when Yang Jingyi's condition worsened after Lu Yangming used acupuncture, Yang Jingyi's complexion returned to rosy after Xiao Chen used acupuncture, indicating that the cold poison had been suppressed within her body. Lu Yangming looked at Xiao Chen with an extremely complicated expression. After a long while, he sighed and said, I have practiced medicine for decades, and only today have I seen what a true divine doctor is like. The younger generation is truly formidable. Chapter 27 Chalcedony. Dr. Lu, to what extent has Mr. Zhao's medical skill reached? Yang Tianfeng, who knew nothing about medicine, couldn't help but ask a question when he saw Lu Yangming watching intently from the side. I cannot fathom Xiao Chen's medical skills, but I am certain that he is qualified to be my teacher. It is laughable that I even thought of taking Xiao Chen as my disciple. I have utterly disgraced myself. Lu Yangming gave a self-deprecating laugh. Hearing Lu Yangming's words, Yang Tianfeng and the others were shocked once again. What a perverted guy. Su Lanlan bit her lip lightly and muttered something, her curiosity about Xiao Chen growing even stronger. At this moment, for some reason, Lu Lingxin only wanted to pull Xiao Chen home as quickly as possible. Director Yang, Go get a basin of hot water. Miss Yang's cold poison has been suppressed. Now I'll force it out completely. Ignoring the others' discussion, Xiao Chen spoke to Yang Tianfeng. Okay, there's hot water downstairs. I'll go get some. Upon hearing that the poison in his daughter's body was to be expelled, Yang Tianfeng was excited and, naturally, dared not delay, so he hurried downstairs. Xiao Chen and the others waited in the room. Soon, Yang Tianfeng brought up a basin of hot water. Director Yang, hold it properly. Don't put it on the ground, or you won't be able to live in this house. Xiao Chen gave an instruction, gently lifted Yang Jingyi's wrist on the bed, and then lightly pricked her wrist twice with a silver needle, causing bright red blood to seep out. This is the cold poison? Seeing this, the group looked puzzled and spoke up. Of course not. Xiao Chen chuckled, then suddenly pressed 2 fingers onto the acupoints corresponding to Yang Jingyi's internal organs with astonishing speed. Finally, Xiao Chen channeled a stream of true energy into Yang Jingyi's body. Almost instantly, the color of the blood beads seeping from Yang Jingyi's wrist changed, turning into a light blue color and emitting a chill. Miss Yang's body has been suffering from cold toxins for many years, so they cannot all be expelled at once. Otherwise, it may damage Miss Yang's vital energy and shorten her lifespan. Xiao Chen explained, then looked at Su Lanlan. Little beauty, could you please go down and bring up some more hot water so you and Director Yang can take turns? Huh? There's hot water here. Su Lanlan pouted, her previous domineering tone completely gone, and asked in confusion. Before Xiao Chen could answer, Yang Tianfeng, who was holding a basin of water, spoke up with a pale expression. Mr. Xiao? It's so cold. After Yang Tianfeng said that, everyone suddenly realized that something was wrong. Just after the pale blue blood droplet from Yang Jingyi's wrist dripped into the basin of water, the hot water, which had been steaming, suddenly cooled down. When the blood droplets dripped back into the basin, the water in the basin visibly formed ice crystals. This is the cold poison? It's so ferocious. It's hard to imagine the pain Miss Yang has endured all these years to survive. Lu Yangming sighed, and Yang Tianfeng's eyes reddened as he listened to his words. This was the thing that a father could least bear. Little beauty, if you don't want Director Yang's hands to get frostbite, you can stay here. Xiao Chen joked. What does his frostbite have to do with me? He even said he was going to settle accounts with us. Su Lanlan gave a displeased hum. Mr. Xiao. I'm fine, I can bear it, so I won't trouble Miss Su. Yang Tianfeng gave an awkward laugh. I hope you can be just as stubborn later. Xiao Chen chuckled. Lanlan, hurry up and go. Do you want me to go? Or do you want Mr. Zhao's girlfriend to go? Lu Yangming's face immediately darkened, and he reprimanded him. Fine, I'll go. Why are you being so mean, you old man? How do you know this pretty lady is this bastard's girlfriend? Su Lanlan glanced at Lu Lingxin and said angrily. Lu Lingxin blushed and smiled politely at Su Lanlan. Little sister, what did Xiao Chen do to offend you? I'll teach him a lesson for you when we get home tonight. Wow, that one sentence perfectly captures a woman's subtle thoughts. Thank you, sister. You'd better keep a close eye on this bastard. These sluts love young girls the most. Su Lanlan gave Lu Lingxin a bright smile, then hummed softly as she went downstairs to get hot water. Lu Lingxin was furious. She was only 20 years old, yet Su Lanlan was indirectly mocking her as an old woman, and she had no way to refute it. Who can blame them when they're only 17 or 18? Xiao Chen and Lu Yangming, who were standing to the side, were completely confused. What was going on? A few minutes later, when Su Lanlan brought up another basin of hot water, Yang Tianfeng was almost at his breaking point, shivering all over. The water in the basin had frozen into a thick layer of ice, and the ice continued to thicken as the chilling poison dripped down. Upon seeing Su Lanlan, Yang Tianfeng felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Mr. Xiao, what should we do with this basin of water? Yang Tianfeng remembered that Xiao Chen hadn't allowed him to put the water basin on the ground, and asked somewhat helplessly. Give it to me. Xiao Chen took it, then took out a piece of transparent chalcedony, which is very common on the market. He and Lu Lingxin had specially bought it on the way here, and it wasn't expensive. After receiving the basin of water, Xiao Chen channeled his true energy into the jade marrow. Then everyone saw that the jade marrow, like a sponge, absorbed all the pale blue cold energy from the ice in the basin. This is? Lu Yangming asked, puzzled. This cold poison is extremely penetrating. If it were placed on the ground, the cold air would seep into the floor and then run along the walls into the ground, making the house like an ice cave all year round. Therefore, the best way to deal with it is to store it in jade marrow. Wearing it on your body will have the effect of clearing heat, cooling blood, and prolonging life. It is a rare treasure for people with hot blood. Xiao Chen chuckled. Then why not just use chalcedony to absorb this cold poison directly? Why dissolve it in water first? Lu Yangming spoke again. The cold poison is so potent that direct absorption will damage the structure of the chalcedony, causing it to shatter. However, if the cold poison is diluted with water first, and then the chalcedony absorbs it, this problem will not occur. Xiao Chen explained. Wonderful. This is truly an eye-opener for me. Lu Yongming stroked his beard and sighed, his gaze burning with desire as he looked again at the jade marrow in Xiao Chen's hand. Old man, don't even think about taking my jadeite. If you really want it, fine, but you'll have to pay up 100,000 per piece. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, seeing through Lu Yongming's thoughts, and spoke up. Okay, I'll buy it. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Yongming didn't even blink and immediately bought it. Foggrass. Was it sold too cheaply? Seeing that Lu Yongming didn't even blink, Xiao Chen immediately regretted it. And that was indeed the case. Having witnessed Xiao Chen's abilities, Lu Yongming naturally no longer doubted Xiao Chen's words. The fact that it can extend one's lifespan alone makes it worth the price. Who doesn't want to live longer? Alright, old man Lu, you certainly know how to take advantage. This thing not only increases lifespan, but if a martial artist wears it year-round, it can greatly reduce the probability of going into qi deviation and help maintain a peaceful state of mind during cultivation. Xiao Chen chuckled, glancing at Su Lanlan beside him as he spoke. You bastard. I want some too, I want 5. Upon hearing this, Su Lanlan was indeed tempted. Sorry, I don't have that many, and if I were to sell them to you, it would cost double, 200,000 per piece. Xiao Chen held up 2 fingers. Huh? You bastard, you're bullying me. Why are you selling it to me for only 200,000 each? Su Lanlan was immediately furious. Alright, calling me a bastard doubles the price. Now it's 400,000 per pill. Xiao Chen pursed his lips and held up 4 fingers. You just wait. Su Lanlan clenched her small fists, but she still couldn't beat her opponent. Threatening me? 500,000. Xiao Chen spoke again, and Lu Lingxin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Lanlan was furious, but seeing Lu Lingxin's reaction, she suddenly became unhappy. Then, her eyes darted around, and she went forward to hug Xiao Chen's arm and shook it repeatedly. No. Brother Xiao Chen, Brother Chen. Chapter 28 Lu Lingxin causes trouble. Fine, I give up, 5 it is. Xiao Chen couldn't take it anymore. Feeling Lu Lingxin's murderous gaze, he reluctantly pulled out and begged for mercy. Thank you, Brother Chen. What's the price? Su Lanlan smiled slyly. 200,000. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. Oh, brother. Holy crap, shut up. Stop yelling. 100,000 isn't enough. Feeling the pain from Lu Lingxin twisting his waist, Xiao Chen felt numb. Thank you, Brother Chen Mua. Su Lanlan, however, did not give up and pressed her lips directly onto Xiao Chen's cheek. In an instant, the air in the room suddenly became quiet, deathly still, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lu Yongming and Yang Tianfeng looked extremely embarrassed. Lu Lingxin's mouth was slightly open, and tears welled up in her eyes. Su Lanlan's pretty face flushed red. She realized that her actions just now had been somewhat impulsive. Xiao Chen touched his cheek, smacked his lips, and looked at Su Lanlan with some lingering satisfaction. He couldn't help but say, 100,000 for one. I'll give you another one. Xiao Chen, you've gone too far. Lu Lingxin could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Then she ran out without looking back. Holy crap, this is a serious mess. Xiao Chen was startled and puzzled. What was wrong with this rich girl? Her acting was too convincing. Lanlan, stand aside. If you keep fooling around, believe me, I'll have your grandpa lock you up at home. Lu Yongming angrily rebuked him. I didn't mean to. Su Lanlan stuck out her tongue. Cough, cough. Treating her illness is the priority. Let's hurry. I'll go and comfort her in a bit. Xiao Chen touched his nose and spoke guiltily. After Lu Lingxin left, Su Lanlan did not do anything out of line again. After about 40 minutes and more than a dozen basins of water, the blood beads on Yang Jingyi's wrist finally changed from light blue to normal bright red, and eventually no more blood beads seeped out. This also means that the cold toxins in Yang Jingyi's body have been completely expelled. Looking at his daughter's gradually rosy cheeks on the bed, Yang Tianfeng was so excited that he could hardly speak. Alright, the cold poison has been completely eliminated. Miss Yang should wake up soon. Xiao Chen put away the jade marrow in his hand. He had absorbed a total of 18 pieces. After deducting the one from Lu Yongming and the one from Su Lanlan's buy 5 get 1 free deal, he had 11 pieces left, making a profit of 600,000 yuan. Almost as if confirming Xiao Chen's words. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Yang Jingyi on the bed twitched her eyelids, and then slowly opened her eyes. Dad, I had a dream, and I felt so bad in it. Who is this older brother? Yang Jingyi was still a little weak when she woke up, so she spoke weakly. This older brother cured your illness, so you'll never feel sick again. Jingyi, tell Dad how you're feeling now. With red eyes, Yang Tianfeng stepped forward, lay down on the bed, and held Yang Jingyi's hand, asking with concern, "Really? Thank you, brother." Yang Jingyi smiled sweetly and thanked Xiao Chen. Then, she looked at Yang Tianfeng, thought for a moment, and said happily, "Dad, I don't feel cold anymore. My palms and soles have never felt so warm." Okay. At those words, Yang Tianfeng burst into tears. The scene moved Lu Yongming and Su Lanlan deeply. "Dad, I'm hungry." Yang Jingyi spoke again. Okay, you're hungry. Daddy will go and have someone make your favorite taro ball porridge." Yang Tianfeng covered his daughter with a blanket. Then, they all tactfully went downstairs to the living room. Upon arriving in the living room, Yang Tianfeng bowed deeply to Xiao Chen and said gratefully, "Mr. Xiao has done my Yang family a great favor. From now on, Mr. Zhao's affairs are my Yang family's affairs. Mr. Xiao, please do not hesitate to give orders whenever you need my family's help." These words shocked Lu Yongming and Su Lanlan, who both knew the true power of the Yang family. Yang Tianfeng's promise is far more valuable than money. "Director Yang, you're too kind, but I really need your help right now." Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and then spoke. "Mr. Xiao, please speak." Yang Tianfeng quickly spoke up. "You still have that century-old ginseng, right? How about selling it to me? But I don't have much money." Xiao Chen chuckled softly. "Mr. Xiao, you flatter me. How could I possibly accept your money? Please wait a moment. I'll go get it right away." Yang Tianfeng quickly waved his hand, and then hurried off to get the century-old fire ginseng. When Yang Tianfeng brought over the century-old fire ginseng, Xiao Chen was overjoyed. Only about 1/5 of this century-old sea cucumber has been used, and there is still a palm-sized piece left, which is more than enough. "Mr. Xiao, I have no way to repay your kindness today. After my father returns, I would like to invite you to a simple meal so that my father and I can properly thank you. Would that be convenient for you?" Yang Tianfeng thought for a moment, then said sincerely, "Okay, old Lu has my phone number. Just call me when the time comes." Xiao Chen naturally agreed. Yang Tianfeng was overjoyed, then looked at Lu Yongming and said, "Please also invite Dr. Lu and Miss Su to come along." Upon hearing this, Lu Yongming and Su Lanlan did not refuse. Lu Yongming agreed because he had many medical questions he wanted to ask Xiao Chen. Just watching Xiao Chen perform acupuncture today had already given him a lot of insights. If he could have more exchanges with Xiao Chen, he believed that his medical skills would definitely improve further. Su Lanlan, on the other hand, simply wanted to join in the fun. "In that case, Director Yang, we'll treat the cold poison in your body when we eat. I need to take care of other things now." Xiao Chen pointed outside the door, indicating that Lu Lingxin was sulking in the parking lot outside. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongming still looked embarrassed, while Su Lanlan playfully stuck out her tongue. "Thank you very much, Mr. Xiao. But why do I have this cold poison in my body? Isn't this cold poison only hereditary and not contagious? Besides, I haven't felt any discomfort all these years." Yang Tianfeng thanked him, then said with a puzzled expression, "It is indeed not contagious. If I'm not mistaken, this cold poison should be a family disease of your wife's branch of the family, right? May I ask if you could tell me about your wife's family background?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. "Mr. Xiao is right. It was indeed brought by my wife." Yang Tianfeng nodded, then shook his head with a wry smile and said, "However, even I don't know much about my wife's family background." "Even you don't know?" Xiao Chen and Lu Yongming spoke in surprise. "That's right. My wife and I met when we were young during a trip in the mountains. She was quite strange back then, wearing ancient robes and seemingly unaware of the world. We developed feelings for each other and eventually got married." Yang Tianfeng sighed and continued, "My father and I have asked her about her background, but she always refuses to tell us. After all these years, all we know is that she comes from the Jiang family, and nothing else." "The Jiang family? I've never heard of any famous family with the surname Jiang." Lu Yongming was puzzled. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment, a vague guess forming in his mind. Although the cold poison is not contagious, over the years, when Director Yang and your wife have been intimate, the cold poison in her body has been able to invade your body. Little by little, it has accumulated over the years. Although the amount of cold poison in your body is not large, it has still affected your health. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen looked at Yang Tianfeng. "Pa, you scoundrel." When such a taboo topic was brought up, Su Lanlan's pretty face flushed, her heart raced, and she spat out a soft tisk. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, ignoring the unremarkable girl, and continued to ask Yang Tianfeng, "Have you occasionally experienced cold limbs and general weakness these past few years, especially at night?" "Indeed, could this be due to the cold poison? I always thought it was because my wife and I were not disciplined enough and our bodies were depleted." Yang Tianfeng blushed. "Director Yang, you're overthinking it. Your health is actually very good. With the frequency of your sexual activity, it's not enough to deplete your body. The reason for this is simply the presence of cold toxins. It doesn't affect you much now, but but who knows what will happen in a few years. I'll expel the cold toxins from your body another day. I'll take my leave now." After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand and said goodbye to the group. Although the young rich woman's temper tantrum was inexplicable, since he was now living in the Liu family's house, he still had to go and coax her. "All right, thank you very much, Mr. Xiao." Yang Tianfeng was extremely grateful, and Liu Yangming naturally returned the gesture with a bow. Su Lanlan, meanwhile, slyly wrote down Xiao Chen's phone number and saved it in her phone. Chapter 29 Black Dragon Society. Meanwhile, inside a dental hospital. "Young master, I've checked, and there are no transaction records on your card. I'm afraid we won't be able to convict that kid." Inside the hospital, Zhou Heng, who had just had his teeth fixed, sat in the observation room with a gloomy expression. Beside him, a bodyguard in a suit spoke respectfully. "That bastard's pretty clever. Now I can't go through the normal legal process to get him arrested. What a pity." Hearing the bodyguard's words, Zhou Heng said resentfully, "Young master, should I teach him a lesson?" The bodyguard said solicitously, "No need. If you make a move, won't everyone know that I got beaten up by this kid? If people find out about something so embarrassing, how am I supposed to stay in the Seoul entertainment circle?" Zhou Heng shook his head, then seemed to remember something and looked at his bodyguard, asking, "Jia Peng, I heard that before you came to my Zhou family, you were a member of the Black Dragon Society?" "Young master is wise. I was once a hall master of the Black Dragon Society. Later, I was impressed by the charisma of the Zhou family head, which is why I joined the Zhou family to serve. In recent years, with the help of the Zhou family head, I successfully entered the condensation stage half a year ago." A look of pride appeared on Jia Peng's face. "What a load of bull. You're nothing but a dog of the Zhou family. Besides, you joined the Zhou family back then because you embezzled a sum of money from the Black Dragon Society. Later, the 4 Vadras of your Black Dragon Society joined forces to hunt you down. You couldn't survive, so you had no choice but to join the Zhou family, right? And you're still pretending to be impressed by my father's spirit? What are you acting like? I know what kind of person he is." Zhou Heng gave a mocking sneer. Upon hearing this, Jia Peng looked embarrassed and uncomfortable. He felt somewhat uncomfortable that Zhou Heng had spoken these shameful things to his face. But he certainly wouldn't dare to contradict her outwardly, so he could only smile obsequiously and say, "Nothing can be hidden from young master." "Humph. All right, stop flattering me. I have something important to tell you." Zhou Heng snorted coldly and said with a serious expression, "Please speak, young master." Jia Peng pricked up his ears. "Are you still in contact with the Black Dragon Society? Tell the truth. Don't try to hide anything." Zhou Heng asked. We haven't been in touch much over the years, but I know where their headquarters are. Young master, would you like me to make the connection?" Jia Peng wasn't stupid. With a little guessing, he figured out Zhou Heng's thoughts. "That's right. Doesn't the Black Dragon Society take any job? Go talk to their leader or the 4 great Vadras and ask how much they'd pay to kill that country bumpkin named Xiao Chen. By the way, that country bumpkin has some skills, but not much. I haven't practiced Taekwondo for so many years, but I could still hold my own against him for a few moves." Zhou Heng thought for a moment and then said, "Young master, this matter is feasible, but I can't say about the price. Feng Tianlong, the leader of the Black Dragon Society, was already a martial artist at the acquired realm several years ago, much stronger than me. His 4 Vajra under his command were already at the late stage of condensation back then, and they must have become stronger over the years. If you let them do this for you personally, the price will definitely not be low." Jia Peng hesitated for a moment, then briefly explained the situation. "Humph, it's good that they have the strength. I wouldn't bother with young masters who don't. Tell them I'm willing to pay 2 million for that kid's life. Oh, and record a video before you kill him. The more brutal the better. If I'm satisfied, I'll add another million later. But you have to guarantee that you can't trace it back to me afterward." Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng gritted his teeth and made up his mind. 2 million. Jia Peng was startled. "What? You think it's not enough?" Zhou Heng was dissatisfied. No, young master. 2 million can buy the life of a bone-forging stage martial artist. That kid is just an ordinary person. This money is enough. Don't worry, young master. I will definitely handle this matter well for you." Jia Peng thumped his chest loudly. Although he had a conflict with the Black Dragon Society, the Black Dragon Society would definitely not refuse a money-making opportunity, and he could also make a profit from the 2 million. "Okay, go now. I'll transfer the 2 million to your account later." Zhou Heng nodded in satisfaction, but also felt a pang of regret. 2 million was already several months' worth of his allowance. This time, he had really gone all out to get revenge on that country bumpkin, Xiao Chen. "All right, young master, wait for my good news." Upon hearing this, Jia Peng turned and left. In the center of Seoul, an old street awaiting demolition. Unlike other bustling areas in the city center, this street was noticeably less crowded. After receiving the money, Xiao Peng took a taxi here and stopped in front of a shop called Tianlong Labor Services. Although the Black Dragon Society owns countless casinos and KTV clubs and other entertainment businesses, its headquarters are located on this old street. 5 years ago, after learning through special channels that the street was to be demolished, Feng Tianlong bought all the shops on the street at an extremely low price. Faced with some shop owners who were unwilling to sell, Feng Tianlong naturally used many underhanded methods. In the end, these shop owners, forced by Feng Tianlong's ruthlessness, had no choice but to swallow their anger and make concessions. 5 years have passed, and the demolition project of this street has been included in the project plan by the relevant departments. Construction will begin no later than next year. As soon as construction starts, Feng Tianlong will receive a large sum of demolition compensation. It can be said that this old street is now Feng Tianlong's most valued asset, so it is understandable that his headquarters is located here. However, as a result, business on this street declined, and it gradually became deserted. Xiao Peng got out of the taxi and looked at the scene before him with emotion. Back then, he was also one of the people who guarded this place. Hey kid, who are you? What brings you here? Inside the roller shutter of Tianlong Labor Service, several tattooed, burly men were playing cards while smoking. One of them saw Xiao Peng and glared at him fiercely, asking a question. I need to talk to Boss Feng about a business deal. Is he here? Despite having the Zhou family backing him, Xiao Peng tried to keep a low profile, knowing full well that these people were ruthless killers. Just as Xiao Peng finished speaking, a young man with dyed red hair walked out of a bedroom on the first floor of the shop, holding up his belt. Behind him, on the bed in the bedroom, a voluptuous woman with tattoos was tidying up her clothes. Hey, who do we have here? Isn't this old Xiao? What? You dare to come looking for Brother Long? Aren't you afraid Brother Long will cripple you on the spot? Upon seeing Xiao Peng, the red-haired youth's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he sneered. Xiao Chen. Upon seeing the red-haired youth, Xiao Peng's expression changed, and he felt a sense of fear. The red-haired youth was named Xiao Chen. Although he looked young, he was quite strong. He was one of the 4 great warriors of the Black Dragon Society, nicknamed Bloodthorn. He was extremely vicious and treacherous, and also extremely lecherous. Back then, after Xiao Peng embezzled the Black Dragon Society's payment, he was almost killed by this person. It is said that this person was a member of the Xiao family, a martial arts family in Seoul, and was kicked out of his home because he had an affair with his cousin-in-law. Xiao Chen, relying on his own strength, joined the Black Dragon Society and became one of its 4 great Vajras. Of course, there is another theory. Xiao Chen was ostensibly kicked out of the Xiao family, but in reality, the Xiao family wanted to use this opportunity to infiltrate the Black Dragon Society and gain some control over the underground forces in Seoul. Chapter 30. The 4 great Vajras make their move. In Xiao Peng's view, the second explanation is more reliable. Because he had received information from the Zhou family that Xiao Chen was not only a member of the Xiao family, a martial arts family in Seoul, but also the illegitimate son of Zhao Nangong, the head of the Xiao family, and a top hostess at a certain club. Zhao Nangong had a son late in life, and the old man himself was no good. How could he possibly kick his youngest son out of the house just because he had an affair with his cousin's wife? Therefore, even though Xiao Peng now has the Zhou family as his backer and his own strength has broken through to the condensation stage, he is still extremely wary of Xiao Chen at this moment. Xiao Peng, who do you think you are, daring to call me by my name? I think you're asking for death. Upon hearing Xiao Peng call him by name, Xiao Chen's face turned cold. He glanced at Xiao Peng with a sinister look, pulled out a dagger from behind his back, and rushed in front of Xiao Peng in a flash. The dagger slashed straight at Xiao Peng's neck without any mercy. Xiao Chen, how dare you? Xiao Peng was shocked, and his nerves were on edge. He took a step back with all his might before he could react and avoid a fatal blow. Even so, a bloody mark appeared on his neck. You actually managed to dodge my casual attack. Not bad. It seems your strength has improved somewhat, unlike back then when you were like a dog, completely at my mercy. But, old Jia, don't think that just because you've become a dog of the Zhou family, the Black Dragon Society won't dare to touch you. If I really wanted to kill you, the Zhou family wouldn't dare utter a sound. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised that his casual strike had been dodged. After realizing what had happened, he looked at Xiao Peng with a mocking gaze and spoke with icy intent. I'm here to talk business with Boss Feng. Xiao Chen, you'd better not mess around. Xiao Peng felt a chill run down his spine, because he was absolutely certain that if a fight really broke out, he would not survive Xiao Chen's hands. Talk business? You're not worthy. You're just a dog of the Zhou family. Even if you've reached the Qi condensation stage, you're still just a Qi condensation stage dog. Xiao Chen chuckled, his face full of sarcasm. You. Xiao Peng was filled with rage, but he dared not lash out. A few years ago, Zhao Kun was already at the condensation stage, and now I am also at the condensation stage. But even with all my strength, I can't dodge Zhao Kun's casual strike. This Zhao Kun may have already entered the acquired realm. After all, Zhao Kun is backed by the Xiao family, one of the two major martial arts families in Seoul. Even so, Zhao Peng still felt a chill run down his spine. A 20-something-year-old at the acquired realm. Originally, Zhao Peng still felt a little proud after entering the condensation stage, but at this moment, he only felt his face burning hot. Yes, even if he reaches the Qi condensation stage, he's still just a Qi condensation stage dog. Even if he was extremely unwilling, what could he do? The differences between people are sometimes not something that can be changed by hard work alone. Brother Kun is right. I am a dog. But this time I do have a job worth 1.5 million. It's just killing someone, and an ordinary person at that. The Black Dragon Society can do it with a flick of their finger. I think Boss Feng will be interested. Thinking of this, Zhao Peng felt extremely resentful, but he had no choice but to force a fawning smile on his face. Then, Zhao Peng stepped forward and stuffed a card with 200,000 yuan into Zhao Kun's arms, saying with a smile, "Please inform Boss Feng, Brother Kun. Consider this 200,000 yuan as a reward for your hard work." Although Zhao Peng secretly wished Zhao Kun would die on the spot, given the current situation, if he couldn't get past Zhao Kun, he probably wouldn't be able to see Feng Tianlong, and thus wouldn't be able to complete the task Zhou Heng had given him. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. After Zhao Kun received the money, his previously sinister expression softened considerably, but he still said with a cold smile, "Is this little bit of money enough to feed a beggar?" Just as Zhao Peng was wondering if he hadn't given enough money, Zhao Kun suddenly patted him on the shoulder and spoke again. "All right. Although what you did back then was a bit shameful, we've known each other for a long time. For that reason, I'll take you to meet Boss Feng. But I can't guarantee Boss Feng's attitude." Zhao Kun openly put the card into his pocket. Although he was Zhao Nangong's illegitimate son, the Zhao family actually gave him a lot of resources every month. However, martial arts cultivation was extremely expensive, so after spending on cultivation each month, there was hardly anything left. In addition, he was lecherous by nature, and the little money he had left was simply not enough for him to spend on women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the Black Dragon Society's exclusive public transportation in the room to relieve his lust. This 200,000 yuan from Zhao Peng was a lifesaver for him. Therefore, no matter how much Zhao Kun looked down on Zhao Peng, after seeing the 200,000 yuan, he still pretended to be friendly and agreed to Zhao Peng's request. The other burly men could only sigh with envy when they saw the bank card in Zhao Kun's hand. Naturally, they dared not say anything more. "Okay, I'll let Brother Feng know. Thanks, Brother Kun." When Zhao Peng saw that Zhao Kun had agreed, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately smiled apologetically. "Come on, get on." Then, Zhao Kun went up to the second floor first. Unlike the first floor, the second floor of the shops is decorated in an extremely luxurious manner. Because all the shops have been opened up, the corridor on the second floor looks very long, and both sides are equipped with a full range of entertainment facilities such as internet cafes, bars, and karaoke rooms. Zhao Peng followed Zhao Kun all the way to the living room in the middle. At this moment, 4 men are sitting on a leather sofa playing mahjong, with a woman massaging each of them. "Third brother, are you sure you can handle this? How come you finished so quickly?" Upon seeing Zhao Kun come up, the leader of the group of people playing mahjong on the leather sofa, a bald man with a scarred face, made a joking remark. "Boss Feng, I've brought you an acquaintance." Zhao Kun chuckled, then pointed to Zhao Peng behind him. "Zhao Peng, you bastard, you dare to come back? The Zhou family paid to save your life, but that doesn't mean I'll forgive you for embezzling the payment." Upon seeing Zhao Peng, the bald, scarred man grinned menacingly. "Speak, what brings you here? If you don't satisfy me, you'll be leaving one leg here today." The bald, scarred man was none other than Feng Tianlong, the leader of the Black Dragon Society. Because this street is about to be demolished, Feng Tianlong has been in a very good mood lately. As long as the demolition compensation comes through, their Black Dragon Society's territory can at least double in size. "Boss Feng, let's not talk about the past. The main reason I'm here is to ask if you're interested in a business deal." Zhao Peng knew he had to be careful on Black Dragon Society's territory, because they were capable of anything. "Oh, are you collecting debts or committing murder? Tell me." Upon hearing this, Feng Tianlong immediately became interested. Apart from the venues they operated, the main sources of income for the Black Dragon Society were these few things. Kill. Seeing this, Zhao Peng felt relieved, and then told Zhou Heng what he had been told. 1.5 million? And he's just some country bumpkin from out of town. Are you sure Xiao Chen is an ordinary person? After hearing Zhao Peng's words, Feng Tianlong and the others thought they had misheard. That's right, he's definitely an ordinary person. He might have some skills, but he's definitely not a martial artist. Xiao Peng thought for a moment, and then said with great certainty, "That's true. Someone who can even exchange a few blows with young Master Zhou is unlikely to be a martial artist. All right, the Black Dragon Society will take this deal." Feng Tianlong was clearly tempted. An ordinary person, especially one from the countryside, could be killed effortlessly and without much trouble. 1.5 million? It's like getting it for free. This is a deposit of 1 million, and the remaining 500,000 will be paid later. Moreover, young Master Zhou said that if someone can record the torture and murder of Xiao Chen, he will add an extra 800,000 as a reward. But the only condition is that this matter cannot be traced back to him. Xiao Peng took out another card and placed it on the table in front of Feng Tianlong. "Young Master Zhou, you're magnanimous. Don't you know how the Black Dragon Society operates? For the sake of this deal, I'll let bygones be bygones regarding the money you embezzled back then." Feng Tianlong snorted coldly, picked up the bank card and threw it into the drawer, then looked at Zhao Kuan and the others. "You guys find someone under your command to do the job, and split the final payment according to the old rules." "Brother, why don't I just go? I've been so bored lately. I might as well go out and relieve some of my boredom." Before Feng Tianlong could finish speaking, a burly man next to the mahjong table spoke up in a deep, booming voice. "Fourth brother, I think you're planning to take this opportunity to pick out women outside, aren't you? All right, go ahead if you want to. Just remember to keep your eyes open when you're picking women. You can pick any ordinary, respectable young woman you like, but don't touch anyone you shouldn't, lest you cause trouble for the Black Dragon Society," Feng Tianlong said, half admonishing and half jokingly. Seeing this, Xiao Peng was overjoyed, because this burly man was none other than Pang Li, the fourth of the Black Dragon Society's 4 great Vajras, nicknamed Vajra Ape. He was strong and powerful. With the Black Dragon Society's 4 great kings involved, this matter is settled. Xiao Peng has already figured out how to raise the price with Zhou Hong when he gets back. With the 4 great masters of the Black Dragon Society personally taking action, Xiao Chen is definitely going to die a horrible death. So, it's not unreasonable for the price to be a bit higher, right? Chapter 31 Su Lanlin's Little Thoughts. At this time, Xiao Chen was unaware that he had been targeted by the Black Dragon Society. "Hey, little rich girl, why did you come out all by yourself? What's wrong with you?" After leaving Yang Tianfeng's house, Xiao Chen wandered around and finally found Lu Lingxin, whose eyes were red and swollen, in the parking lot. You still know to look for me? I thought you were going on your honeymoon with your Su family sister." Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Lu Lingxin huffed angrily. You're not jealous, are you? Let me remind you again, we're just pretending to be a couple. You can't interfere in my private affairs, although there's nothing between me and that girl from the Su family to begin with." Xiao Chen touched his nose. Then his gaze suddenly turned serious as he looked at Lu Lingxin and asked, "Little rich girl, you haven't really fallen for me, have you?" "Me? Fall in love with you? Xiao Chen, you're too narcissistic. Even in the next life, I could never fall in love with you." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lu Lingxin reacted like a cat with its fur standing on end, gritting her teeth as she spoke. That's good. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked with doubt, "If that's the case, then there's no reason for you to be angry just now." "Am I angry with you? I'm angry with that little vixen from the Su family. That little vixen is clearly provoking me. And even though we're just pretending, I'm still officially your girlfriend, yet you're not taking my side. Don't I have any pride? Look at how smug she is." Lu Lingxin became angrier as she spoke, then turned around, opened the car door, got in, and started the vehicle. "Damn it! How am I supposed to get back if you leave?" Xiao Chen was stunned. "Go back however you want, even if you die." Lu Lingxin huffed and puffed out a sentence, then stepped on the gas and drove off, leaving Xiao Chen standing there looking depressed. However, at the same time, he was relieved. He was really afraid that Lu Lingxin would develop feelings for him, which would cause a lot of trouble. "Looks like I'll have to take a taxi." Watching Lu Lingxin drive away and disappear from sight, Xiao Chen sighed and smiled bitterly. Afterwards, Xiao Chen left the gate of the number 13 courtyard and stood by the roadside waiting for a taxi to pass by. But perhaps because of the special nature of courtyard number 13, there were hardly any people on this road, let alone taxis. Just as Xiao Chen was hesitating about whether to ask Yang Tianfeng to take him back, the sound of an engine suddenly came from the gate of number 13 courtyard. When he turned around, a red Ferrari sped out of the courtyard. Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention at first. After all, he didn't know anyone who could come out of number 13 courtyard and drive such an expensive car. Unexpectedly, as the red Ferrari passed in front of Xiao Chen, it suddenly braked sharply and came to a stop. Then a youthful and beautiful face peeked out from inside. "Brother Xiao Chen?" Su Lanlan looked at Xiao Chen with a grin and said, "No, Miss Su, you should just call me bastard. I'm not used to it." Upon seeing that it was Su Lanlan, Xiao Chen immediately felt a headache coming on. Hee, what's it to you? I'm going to call out anyway. Brother Xiao Chen, what are you doing standing here? Where's that sister? Su Lanlan looked around and asked in confusion. You're still asking? It's all because of you. Now I don't know how to get home, and there aren't any taxis. Xiao Chen said irritably. Hee, I didn't mean to. It's just that the older sister was laughing at me. Su Lanlan couldn't help but laugh out loud, then patted the car window. Get in. I'll take you home as an apology. That's great. Then I won't be polite. Xiao Chen was worried about how to get back, and when he heard Su Lanlan say this, he didn't stand on ceremony with her and got into the car immediately. Where is your maternal grandfather? Because he didn't see Lu Yongming, Xiao Chen asked with some confusion after getting into the car. My maternal grandfather is staying behind to help Jingyi recover. He won't be back until tonight, Su Lanlan said as she drove. Then where are you going? Getting ready to go home? It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Xiao Chen asked. A few friends invited me to hang out. Lu Lingxin answered, and then her eyes suddenly lit up as she asked Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao Chen, do you have anything planned for tonight? Evening? No, what? Xiao Chen was stunned. Not to mention having nothing to do at night. He was probably the most idle person in Seoul right now. Great. Then come with me. Su Lanlan's face lit up with joy, and she said. Why? I'm not going. Xiao Chen refused without even thinking. No, let's go together. There will be lots of beautiful girls tonight, all my good friends. I'll introduce one to you. Also, what if I get drunk and run into bad guys? There are a lot of bad guys in bars. Aren't you worried about me? Su Lanlan persisted, seducing Xiao Chen. Then I think I should be more worried about the bad guys. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at Su Lanlan. With this girl's skills, there weren't many people in Hansheng who could be bad in front of her. Uffed. Su Lanlan couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Then, she had a sudden idea and turned to wink at Xiao Chen. My grandfather has a 300-year-old snow lotus. Do you want it? A 300-year-old snow lotus. Xiao Chen's eyes widened immediately. What a treasure. Both the 100-year-old fire ginseng and the spirit blood wood are extremely potent and yang-like medicines. If they are combined with this 300-year-old ice mountain snow lotus, the yin and yang will be in harmony, which will perfectly neutralize the harsh medicinal properties of the spirit blood wood and the fire ginseng. Xiao Chen was tempted. He thought that there was nothing to do that night, and that little brat Lu Lingxin was still angry. It would be awkward to meet her back at the Lu family. So Xiao Chen nodded. Okay, but let's make this clear first. I'm only responsible for your personal safety. Everything else is none of my business. Make a deal. Upon hearing this, Su Lanlan immediately nodded happily. Then you should at least tell me where you went, right? Xiao Chen asked curiously. What kind of place could make this qi condensation stage girl feel apprehensive? You'll see when you get there. Su Lanlan thought for a moment, gave Xiao Chen a sly look, and then stepped on the gas. More than an hour later, Su Lanlan drove Xiao Chen around most of Seoul, before finally entering an underground plaza and stopping at a place called Dragon Tiger Fighting Bar. A fighting bar. After getting out of the car, Xiao Chen looked at the huge bar sign, and suddenly felt a sense of being tricked. Oh, let's go. It's so much fun inside. Before Xiao Chen could ask any more questions, Su Lanlan impatiently called him into the bar. When they went inside, Su Lanlan ran to a counter near the entrance and whispered something. Then a waiter respectfully handed a number to Xiao Chen. The license plate reads number 7. Xiao Chen didn't think much of it, assuming it was a table number, and just took it. Brother Xiao Chen, I'll take you to find my friend. Su Lanlan smiled slyly, then took Xiao Chen's hand and led him into the bar. Once inside, Xiao Chen realized that the decor and atmosphere of the place were basically the same as a regular bar, filled with men and women indulging in a life of luxury and debauchery. The women, in particular, covered their sensitive areas with only 3 pieces of cloth and stood on the tables, posing seductively for the customers. If there's anything different about it, it's that the bar is very large, almost taking up the entire square, and has 2 levels of booths surrounding it. In the center of the bar, there is a ring surrounded by hemp rope, and you can easily guess what it is for. Soon, Su Lanlan led Xiao Chen to a booth, where several people were already seated. After looking at it, Xiao Chen thought to himself that this girl was not lying to him after all. Among the people in the seats, besides the 3 girls, there was only a long-haired young man who looked very silent. Judging from the aura emanating from the young man, he is definitely a trained martial artist. Hey Lanlan, who's this? Why are they being so intimate? Upon seeing Su Lanlan holding Xiao Chen's hand, a cute girl with a round face in the booth started teasing her. TCH, dressed so old-fashionedly. You look like a country bumpkin. Su Lanlan, you really have no taste at all. Another voluptuous girl with a rose tattoo on her chest saw Xiao Chen's attire and immediately flashed a look of disdain in her eyes, then mocked him. Xiao Chen chuckled. Good heavens, didn't Su Lanlan say that everyone who came was her friend? Xiao Chen, watch your mouth. If you dare to say another word, believe me, I'll tear your mouth apart. Upon hearing this, Su Lanlan's pretty face turned cold, and she retorted without any politeness. Humph, you found such a tasteless piece of trash, that's a fact. Since it's a fact, can't I even say a few words about it? A plump girl named Xiao Chen curled her lip and sneered with a sarcastic expression. Seeing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance at Xiao Chen twice, then sneered and said, even if I have no taste, I wouldn't look at a piece of trash like you who's been fucked by 1,000 men and ridden by 10,000. TSK. It's rare to see an 18 or 19-year-old girl as wanton as you. Chapter 32, Just Trash. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. Who are you calling trash? Xiao Qian's slightly immature face turned ashen in an instant, her chest heaving. Lanlan, quickly discipline your brother Xiao Chen. The Xiao family is not to be trifled with. The round-faced girl next to her kept giving Su Lanlan meaningful glances, and finally couldn't help but lean over and whisper a word of dissuasion. Brother Xiao Chen. Su Lanlan never expected Xiao Chen to be so tough and so confrontational with Xiao Qian, leaving her momentarily speechless. It wasn't until the round-faced girl reminded her that Su Lanlan realized something was wrong. She knew that Xiao Chen was strong, possibly even a Xiantian martial artist, but his opponent was the Xiao family, a deeply rooted martial arts family in Seoul. As far as is known, the Xiao family has 7 innate martial artists, one more than the Su family. Xiao Chen has offended the Xiao family, and he will definitely face retaliation or even lose his life. Realizing the problem, Su Lanlan hurriedly tried to take responsibility, but she was interrupted by Xiao Chen as soon as she opened her mouth. After interrupting Su Lanlan, Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Qian with a mocking expression once again. What? Is it wrong to say you're bad? Since it's a fact, what's wrong with me saying a few words to you? Xiao Chen spoke up, directly using the same words Xiao Qian had used to retort to Su Lanlan. Xiao Qian's face turned liver-colored in an instant. Her eyes filled with resentment as she stared straight at Xiao Chen. You stinking loser, if you dare to spout nonsense again, believe me, I'll skin you alive and throw you into the wild to feed the dogs. Huh, not only promiscuous, but also so vicious. You're truly rotten to the core. Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold, and he spoke without any mercy. Brother Xiao Chen, please don't talk nonsense. I know you're helping me get revenge, thank you, but Xiao Qian is a member of the Xiao family. Don't get yourself into trouble. Su Lanlan was genuinely touched at this moment and developed a lot of goodwill towards Xiao Chen. Lanlan, I didn't make this up. Xiao Chen smiled. This girl still had some conscience. Then, Xiao Chen pointed at Xiao Qian and said, I could feel the essence of at least 3 different men inside her body. Judging from the strength of this essence, Xiao Qian spent no more than 24 hours with these men, and she did not take any protective measures during the encounter. Although Xiao Chen's words were cryptic, none of the people present were fools, and they instantly understood what he meant. In an instant, Su Lanlan and the round-faced girl both looked at Xiao Qian in shock. Another girl with short hair and black-rimmed glasses, who looked rather refined, frowned and glanced at Xiao Qian, but still didn't say anything. The round-faced girl was clearly more lively. Her pretty face flushed red as she looked at Xiao Qian, speechless. Qian, you wouldn't really. Bullshit. This country bumpkin is talking nonsense. I'm going to kill him. Enraged, Xiao Qian slapped Xiao Chen, but before she could touch him, Su Lanlan grabbed her wrist and pushed her forward, causing Xiao Qian to fall onto the sofa. Su Lanlan, what are you trying to do? This has nothing to do with you. This country bumpkin has ruined my reputation, and I have to teach him a lesson. Xiao Qian glared at Su Lanlan with hatred in her eyes. She wanted to teach Su Lanlan a lesson, but she was only at the bone forging stage and was no match for Su Lanlan, who was at the core formation stage. How can it be unrelated? I brought brother Xiao Chen with me. Besides, he didn't talk nonsense. Even my grandfather would have to admit defeat to brother Xiao Chen's medical skills. Su Lanlan answered confidently. What? Lanlan, you're saying his medical skills are even better than Dr. Lu's? The cute girl with a round face opened her mouth wide, looking completely incredulous. Impossible. Xiao Qian simply snorted coldly. On the other side, the short-haired, refined-looking girl with glasses couldn't help but glance at Xiao Chen in shock. How could it be impossible? Just this afternoon, brother Xiao Chen cured Sister Yang's cold poison. You all know how difficult it is to cure the cold poison in Sister Yang's body, right? Su Lanlan, seemingly afraid that the others wouldn't believe her, added with a grin. If you don't believe me, just call and ask. Hee, Xiao Qian, I've long heard that your Xiao family has a chaotic private life, and seeing it today, it's certainly true. The round-faced girl and the refined-looking girl with glasses both fell silent. Su Lanlan must have had some basis for saying that. But when did Seoul acquire such a miraculous doctor? And at such a young age? The two couldn't understand it, but they did understand one thing. What Xiao Chen had said about Xiao Qian was most likely true. Thinking of this, the two of them didn't show it on their faces, but deep down they subconsciously distanced themselves from Xiao Qian. Su Lanlan, shut up. Feeling the strange looks from those around her, Xiao Qian had completely lost her temper. She glared at Su Lanlan and said hatefully, "If you don't stop me from teaching this country bumpkin a lesson, then what happened today is just a grudge between him and me. But if you insist on stopping me, then today is a grudge between our Xiao family and your Su family." "Yeah, you think I'm afraid of you? How many times has your Xiao family secretly plotted against our Su family? Who's afraid of who?" Su Lanlan's face turned completely cold. She said, "Xiao Qian, if you think your Xiao family can suppress our Su family, then go back and stir up trouble. No matter how many people come, our Su family will take them all." Xiao Chen looked at Su Lanlan with admiration. At this moment, Su Lanlan had completely won him over. This girl is so loyal. Even if Su Lanlan doesn't make a move, Xiao Qian, a mere karami, can't even beat one of her fingers. Su Lanlan definitely knew this. But she still protected him, even going so far as to escalate the feud to the level of the Su and Zhao families. This little sister may be a bit wild, but she's a decent person. Enough, Xiao Qian. Have you forgotten why we came here today? If you really want to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, there will be plenty of opportunities on the stage later. What are you doing now? You may not be ashamed, but I am. Just then, the refined-looking girl with short, ear-length hair and glasses suddenly spoke up, her voice crisp and clear. This girl clearly looks like a high school student, but her serious expression and the mature tone of her voice make her seem strange. Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at her a couple more times out of curiosity. However, the girl seemed somewhat displeased with Xiao Chen's actions, frowning and saying, "Your eyes are wandering around. You have no manners at all. What did your parents teach you? And Su Lanlan, next time you bring someone like this over, remember to ask us for our permission beforehand." Holy crap! Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. Why was he being scolded? Han Xingma, how many times have I warned you not to talk to us like a little adult? We're a year older than you. This time, Xiao Qian and Su Lanlan finally formed a united front and spoke up to refute each other almost simultaneously. The cute, round-faced girl next to her covered her mouth, trying her best to suppress her laughter. So what if he's older? He's always getting handsy with you. It's not proper for a young lady like you. Despite Xiao Qian and Su Lanlan's dissatisfaction, the refined-looking girl named Han Xingma remained unconcerned and continued to use the tone of an elder reprimanding a younger person. Fine, I can't do anything with you. Su Lanlan sat down with a slight headache. Your Han family is a bunch of old fogies, and the children you produce are also old fogies. Xiao Qian gave a disgruntled snort, clearly unable to do anything about the refined-looking girl with glasses. Old-fashioned. Xiao Chen suddenly couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. He sat down directly opposite the refined-looking girl with glasses, then brought his face less than 10 centimeters away from hers. Without saying a word, he just stared straight at her. Vulgar. Rude. At first, Han Xingma was able to pretend to be calm and even scold Xiao Chen in a stern but inwardly fierce way. But after Xiao Chen maintained that posture and stared at her for a good 10 seconds, the girl couldn't stay calm any longer. She pushed up her black-rimmed glasses to hide the panic in her eyes. What do you want to do? Xiao Chen chuckled, leaned closer again, nodded, and whispered, "Yes." Oh. Han Xingma didn't understand for a moment. Her mouth was slightly open. Her glasses slipped from the bridge of her nose to the tip, and she looked at Xiao Chen blankly. But she quickly realized what was happening, and her cheeks flushed red like a boiled crab, turning so red that it looked like they were about to bleed. Xiao Chen chuckled. This girl was hilarious. She was so adorable. Chapter 33, talking to me about rules. Because Xiao Chen spoke very softly, Su Lanlan and the others next to him did not hear what Xiao Chen and Han Xingma were saying. My goodness, Lanlan, am I seeing things? Xingma is blushing. Xiao Chen is amazing. In the seats, the round-faced girl sitting next to Su Lanlan grabbed Su Lanlan's arm in surprise. Well, it seems like she's blushing. Su Lanlan was also stunned, and it took her a long time to react to the scene before her. Having known Han Xingma for so long, this was the first time she had ever seen the girl blush. Han Xingma's pretty face was burning hot, especially after hearing Su Lanlan and the other person's discussion. She could feel the burning sensation on her face even more, and her heart was about to jump out of her throat like a deer. I'm going to the restroom. Han Xingma had never had such an experience in her entire life. Feeling helpless, she could only adjust her glasses, stand up from the booth, utter a few words, and then stumble towards the restroom. As Xiao Chen watched Han Xingma's retreating figure, he couldn't help but glance at Su Lanlan beside him and said curiously, Stay. I really don't know how you two got along so well. This girl is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. These words sounded particularly harsh to Xiao Qian. You worthless loser. Let's see how long you can be so smug. Later on the stage, I'll have someone break your arms and legs, then chain you up around the neck and put you in my Xiao family as a watchdog. You've got a good tongue. I hope you can bark just as loudly when you're guarding the gate. Xiao Qian's face was so dark it looked like you could wring water out of it. The Xiao family, is it? Fine, I'll be waiting. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint in them. He had originally intended not to make too much of a fuss with Xiao Qian, considering her young age. But Xiao Qian's words made him realize for the first time that a person's malice has nothing to do with age. Since that's the case, it's fine if Xiao Qian doesn't cause him any trouble. If they really are blind to the truth, then he wouldn't mind wiping the Xiao family out of Seoul. Haha, let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Having his secret exposed in front of so many people, Xiao Qian had long wanted to tear Xiao Chen to pieces. In her opinion, Xiao Chen's act of being so tough was nothing more than an attempt to win Su Lanlan's favor. She was confident that Xiao Chen wouldn't be able to cry in front of her when the time came. Because behind her is the Xiao family. Xiao Qian, do you really think I don't exist? Su Lanlan remained as righteous as ever, resolutely protecting Xiao Chen. Oh dear, all right, Lanlan, Qian, stop arguing. Didn't we agree to settle everything in the ring today? The cute, round-faced girl was clearly a peacemaker, and she tried to smooth things over. As she spoke, the round-faced girl picked up a glass from the table and poured Xiao Chen a drink. She then handed it to him with a smile, saying, Lanlan calls you Brother Xiao Chen, so I won't stand on ceremony. Brother Xiao Chen, have a drink to calm down. It's our first time meeting, so let's not make things so awkward. All right. Seeing such a cute girl, Xiao Chen was happy to give her face, and with a big smile, he took the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Brother Xiao Chen is so straightforward. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yayun, and I'm from the Zhou family in Hansheng. Seeing Xiao Chen drink it all in one gulp, Zhou Yayun's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and with her chubby cheeks, she looked like an adorable little girl. Puff. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Chen suddenly spat out the wine he hadn't yet swallowed, and then pushed the wine glass back with a slightly cold expression. The sudden turn of events left Zhou Yayun stunned. Su Lanlan was also stunned, wondering why Xiao Chen, who had been all smiles just a second ago, had suddenly changed his expression. A member of the Zhou family? What's your relationship with Zhou Hong? Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Yayun with a half-smile. Brother Xiao Chen, you know my cousin? Zhou Yayun looked somewhat bewildered. Seeing this, Xiao Qian was secretly delighted. Could it be that Xiao Chen had a conflict with the Zhou family? Great. He had offended both the Zhou and Zhao families at the same time. She wanted to see how the Su family would protect this bastard. Su Lanlan's heart skipped a beat. How could she not realize the problem that Xiao Qian could realize? If Xiao Chen really offended both the Zhao family and the Zhou family at the same time, then it would be a real problem. Xiao Chen's next words confirmed their suspicions. I wouldn't say I knew him, I just beat him up. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, then said to Zhou Yayun in a nonchalant tone, Little sister, you'd better not call me brother. Otherwise, if your Zhou family comes looking for trouble, it won't be convenient for me to beat them up. Aye. Zhou Yayun's eyes suddenly reddened. She sat in her seat, somewhat at a loss, her face full of grievance, tears welling up in her eyes, almost spilling out. All right, it seems it's not appropriate for me to stay here tonight. Lanlan, I'll wait for you outside. Upon seeing this, Xiao Chen clapped his hands. There are 4 girls in total, and he's already offended 3 of them. What's he still doing here? If it weren't for the 300-year-old snow lotus promised by Su Lanlan, he would have wanted to go back immediately. After saying that, Xiao Chen ignored Su Lanlan and got up to go outside. But just as he stood up and took a few steps, a waiter from the bar suddenly came up to him, blocked his way, and asked very politely, Sir, where are you going? Get out of here, what's wrong? Xiao Chen recognized the waiter as the one who had given him the number plate earlier. Although he couldn't understand why the other party was stopping him, Xiao Chen's tone was naturally not too harsh, considering that the other party was speaking politely. However, the waiter's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, I'm sorry, sir, you cannot leave until the fight is over. A fighting ring? What fighting ring? What does it have to do with me? Xiao Chen was taken aback, and a vague realization dawned on him. Sir, the number plate in your hand indicates your match number. Since you have accepted your number plate, it means you have agreed to participate in the free fighting ring. At this moment, the waiter's gaze towards Xiao Chen had changed. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was nothing more than a toy tricked by a rich young lady. During his time working as a waiter here, he saw many wealthy young ladies deliberately bringing their poor, lowly suitors over, and then accepting the challenge without the suitor's knowledge. Such people are often so terrified when they step into the ring that they scream and howl, and some even wet themselves in fear. The more pathetic these poor losers look, the more amusement the rich young ladies will have. After all, whether they die or get injured, In the end, it's just a matter of paying a sum of money. The rustic-looking Xiao Chen standing before him now would obviously suffer the same fate. I received the license plate without my knowledge. Does that even count? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Of course it counts. The waiter looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a clown. Oh. Hearing the waiter's words, Xiao Chen laughed in exasperation. He had been completely confused when those girls mentioned the arena and such. Now, after listening to the waiter's words, he completely understood why Su Lanlan had gone to such great lengths to lure him here. Xiao Chen turned around and gave Su Lanlan a cold glance. In that instant, all the goodwill he had just developed towards Su Lanlan vanished, replaced by a feeling of disgust and anger. Brother Xiao Chen, let me explain. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze, Su Lanlan, who was already feeling guilty, panicked. No need. I'm just a country bumpkin. How could I possibly deserve an explanation from Miss Su? Xiao Chen said coldly, then looked at the waiter and asked again, what if I insist on leaving? That's fine. But according to our rules here, if you want to leave early, you either have to pay a penalty of 500,000 or leave one hand behind. Which one would you prefer, sir? The waiter said with a mocking expression, his words carrying a strong sense of threat. Then, the waiter waved his hand, and a dozen fierce-looking, burly men surrounded them from a corner of the bar. Fine. You want to talk to me about rules, huh? Okay, then today I'll show you what real rules are. Xiao Chen glanced at the burly men who had surrounded him, smiled, and then kicked the waiter in the chest. Chapter 34. You are Xiao Chen? Oh. With a scream, the waiter flew through the air, knocking down two burly men. He lay on the ground, spitting blood and looking at Xiao Chen in terror, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Those around were startled by what they saw. What incredible strength. Damn it. How dare he hit one of our men? Go get him and break his leg. The remaining burly men roared and then swarmed forward. Sitting in the booth, Xiao Qian was overjoyed. Although Xiao Chen's skill surprised her, she didn't believe he could come out on top with so many people attacking together. You should know that the thugs who guard this bar are at least experts in the bone forging stage. Although she couldn't personally teach Xiao Chen a lesson, seeing him suffer was something she was still looking forward to. Bang, bang, bang. However, accompanied by continuous screams and groans, in less than 3 seconds, those burly men were already lying on the ground howling in pain. Everyone in the bar gasped. They hadn't even seen how Xiao Chen made his move, and the thugs who were guarding the place were already down. In the booth, the long-haired young man who had been silent until now had raised his head when Xiao Chen made his move, and was now looking at Xiao Chen warily. He sensed a hint of danger emanating from Xiao Chen. Lanlan, is Xiao Chen really that amazing? Zhou Yayan said in surprise. Su Lanlan gave a wry smile, not in the mood to answer Zhou Yayan's question at all. She knew that Xiao Chen would definitely have a grudge against her today. She suddenly felt a pang of regret, regretting that she hadn't explained things to Xiao Chen beforehand. At this moment, Xiao Chen was unaware of Su Lanlan's thoughts. He casually grabbed a cigarette from a table, lit it, took a puff, and then walked over to the waiter who was still vomiting blood on the ground. He picked him up with one hand and slammed him against the bar. With a loud bang, the liquor rack next to the bar collapsed with a crash, and the liquor and glasses shattered on the ground with a clang. The waiter, who was already vomiting blood, convulsed a few times and then fainted. Is that all the skill you have? You dare to talk to me about rules? Seeing this, Xiao Chen finally smiled with satisfaction. He then stepped on one of the thug's chest, looked around, and coldly rebuked. Is there anyone else who wants to talk to me about rules? The bar was quiet. Cousin, you're finally here. It's him. That loser who called me a piece of trash. Boo-hoo. Just then, a young man with a scar on his face walked into the bar. Upon seeing the young man, Zhao Qian suddenly stood up excitedly, rushed over to him, and pointed at Xiao Chen, complaining. Hee hee. Cousin, just wait. Your cousin will teach him a lesson for you. The scarred young man chuckled. Thank you, cousin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian beamed with delight, then looked at Xiao Chen with a provocative gaze, and said hatefully, You worthless loser. My cousin Wang Hui is a martial artist at the peak of the condensation realm. Even among the younger generation of my Zhao family, he is quite strong. If you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I might consider asking my cousin to break one of your legs less. Xiao Chen frowned, his gaze fixed on the scarred man named Wang Hui, lost in thought. Lanlan, it's over, Wang Hui is here. Although Wang Hui is only 25 years old this year, his strength at the peak of the condensation stage is even stronger than yours. Why don't you make Xiao Chen admit his mistake? Zhou Yayan said worriedly. Yiyun, I don't have the ability to make brother Xiao Chen admit his mistake. Don't worry, Wang Hui is no match for brother Xiao Chen. Su Lanlan sighed, then thought for a moment and said, Perfect, it's good to let them fight it out, saves them from going to the arena. Huh? Xiao Chen, he's that powerful. Zhou Yayan clearly didn't believe it. At this moment, Xiao Chen, who had been deep in thought, finally raised his head and looked at Wang Hui, saying with sudden realization, "No wonder I always felt your aura was familiar. You and Xiao Chen are related." You're talking nonsense." Xiao Chen's expression changed instantly. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll smash your mouth in." Wang Hui's face darkened. He was adopted by the Xiao family, and because his cultivation talent was quite good among the younger generation, he became a key figure in the Xiao family's cultivation. Wang Hui lived up to expectations, reaching the peak of the condensation realm at the age of 25. After that, his status in the Xiao family rose accordingly, and he was even adopted by Xiao Qian's aunt, who was unable to have children. In this way, he and Xiao Qian became cousins. As a member of a collateral branch of the Xiao family, Xiao Qian was not particularly valued within the family due to her poor martial arts talent and her gender. However, she was arrogant and domineering and caused a lot of trouble outside. As a result, she could only ask Wang Hui to solve her problems on weekdays. Because Xiao Qian was quite attractive and young, Wang Hui was naturally happy to fawn over her. After a while, the two of them started dating. A few days ago, Xiao Qian, Su Lanlan, and Han Qingma made a pact to compete for a beauty-enhancing pill at an auction. They agreed that each of them would find a helper to fight in a contest today, and whoever found the most powerful helper would get the beauty-enhancing pill. The prerequisite is that the helper you find cannot be over 25 years old. Xiao Qian immediately thought of Wang Hui, and in order to get Wang Hui's help, Xiao Qian even stayed in Wang Hui's room last night. She thought that no one would know about such a private matter, but now Xiao Chen said it directly in front of others. The two were naturally furious. "Cousin, don't hold back. Beat this loser to a pulp. Break his arms and legs. Then make him our doorman." Xiao Qian said fiercely. "Hey, don't worry. This little bastard has successfully enraged me. Even if you don't say anything, cousin, I'll torture him to the point of wishing he were dead." Wang Hui's gaze was gloomy. He grabbed a handful of Xiao Qian's full breasts, then rushed towards Xiao Chen with a cold smile. "Kid, die." As he approached Xiao Chen, Wang Hui suddenly leaped into the air, clenched his bronze fist, and slammed it at Xiao Chen. His speed was many times faster than that of the thugs from before. "My cousin is so handsome." Xiao Qian appeared somewhat excited. When she exerted her strength, her skin turned bronze, a sign of peak qi condensation stage. Such strength was not to be underestimated even within the Xiao family. "Let me die? Where do you get the courage? If I were you, I wouldn't even dare to say that. I'd be too ashamed." Xiao Chen chuckled, flicked his cigarette butt, and when Wang Hui's fist was only centimeters away from him, he suddenly struck out and firmly gripped Wang Hui's fist in his palm. "What? How is that possible?" Wang Hui was shocked, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. How could this guy so easily withstand his full force attack from the peak of the qi condensation stage? The acquired realm? Wang Hui suddenly realized a possibility, and a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. Then, his face turned pale with terror, and he screamed, "You are a martial artist in the acquired realm? How could a martial artist in the acquired realm around 20 years old possibly be like that?" "Yes." However, Xiao Chen did not give him a chance to answer his question. After saying something with a half smile, he suddenly exerted force with his palm and slammed Wang Hui hard to the ground. Click! With the sound of bones cracking, Wang Hui's wrist bent at a 90-degree angle. A pitiful scream escaped Wang Hui's lips. "Ah, my hand. Since you want to break my limbs, then I'll just return them to you as you wish." Xiao Chen smiled gently at Wang Hui. You dare? I am from the Xiao family." Seeing Xiao Chen smile, Wang Hui was terrified and threatened him. "The Xiao family? They're nothing but chickens and dogs. If they want revenge, just come at me." Before Wang Hui could finish speaking, Xiao Chen replied calmly and stomped heavily on Wang Hui's thigh bone. Chapter 35 Chu Qingyun. "Oh." With the sound of bones cracking, Wang Hui's face contorted in pain, and he let out a piercing scream. Hearing the screams, the crowd watching the commotion in the bar changed their expressions and fell silent. Xiao Qian's face turned ashen. Now it's the right leg's turn. However, Xiao Chen remained unmoved by Wang Hui's screams and simply said something coldly. Xiao Chen, right? I was wrong. Please let me go, I beg you." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Wang Hui was truly frightened. He disregarded his pride and immediately began to cry and beg Xiao Chen for mercy. However, what responded to him was another heavy stomp from Xiao Chen. Wang Hui's right leg broke instantly. Wang Hui couldn't make it this time. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed. She fainted already? She still has 2 arms. Xiao Chen had no intention of letting Wang Hui go. He stomped on Wang Hui's 2 arms again, breaking them. Then, like kicking a dead dog, he kicked the limp Wang Hui to Xiao Qian's feet not far away, and sneered. "Is anyone else here?" Xiao Qian looked at Xiao Chen with shock and anger. You're dead. You dared to break my cousin's limbs. The Xiao family will never let you get away with this." "So noisy." Xiao Chen slapped Xiao Qian across the face, knocking her to the ground. I've already told you, if your Zhao family wants revenge, just come at me. Why are you still arguing like this? Xiao Chen glanced at Zhao Qian and said impatiently. Seeing this, Zhou Yiyun, who was sitting in her seat, couldn't help but shrink back and timidly said, holding Su Lanlan's hand, Lan Lan, Xiao Chen, he's so scary. Su Lanlan smiled bitterly upon hearing this. She knew in her heart that Xiao Chen was truly angry at this moment, and that hitting Zhao Qian was definitely a warning to her. At that moment, Su Lanlan suddenly felt that she was being very childish. Before this, she had always relied on her status as a member of the Su family and treated Xiao Chen with a sense of superiority, even asking him to come and fight for her without knowing the truth. When Su Lanlan did this, she didn't consider the consequences at all. In her view, even if Xiao Chen was skilled in medicine and had some abilities, he would still be someone who looked up to and fawned over the Su family. Just now, Xiao Chen's slap on Zhao Qian's face woke her up. Since Xiao Chen doesn't take the Zhao family seriously, what right does the Su family have to be taken seriously by him? It should be noted that among the major families in Seoul, the Zhao family ranks slightly higher than the Su family. Therefore, Su Lanlan's mood was very complicated at this moment. Her face was burning, and she didn't dare to look at Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, in a well-soundproofed, secluded private room on the second floor of the bar, bar owner Chen Yuhu was entertaining guests. In front of him, a fair-skinned, extremely handsome young man was reclining on the sofa, his hands inside the collar of a beautiful woman in his arms, wantonly rubbing her. Behind the young man stood an elderly man with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Upon seeing the old man, Chen Yuhu's face tightened, and he said with a forced smile, Young Master Chu, it's not that I, Chen Yuhu, am ungrateful, but this bar is my most profitable business. Young Master Chu is trying to take it away, which is like taking away my lifeline. I beg you to be magnanimous and let me go. I will repay you handsomely in the future. Chen Yuhu couldn't afford to be careless, because sitting in front of him was Chu Qingyun, the second young master of the Chu family, who had come from Kyoto to Seoul. A generous thank you? What will you offer me in return? Upon hearing Chen Yuhu's words, Chu Qingyun, who was roaming over the woman's body, suddenly turned cold and continued mockingly. It's an honor for the Chu family to take a liking to your things, Chen Yuhu. Don't be ungrateful. If you obediently hand over the bar, my Chu family might still think well of you, and you'll have no shortage of prestige in Hanqing in the future. But if you insist on courting death and don't know your own limitations, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Young Master Chu, I can give up other assets, but I, Chun, really cannot agree to this bar. If young Master Chu insists on being so ruthless, I, Chun, have been in Seoul for many years, and I am not someone to be slaughtered. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuhu's face turned extremely ugly. He had started from scratch in Seoul, and his current position was hard-won. Within Seoul's underworld, Chen Yuhu was respectfully addressed as Tiger Lord. He was even confident that if he could recuperate for a few more years, he could go toe-to-toe with the Black Dragon Society, the strongest underground force in Seoul. Just when he was about to take his strength to the next level, a Chung Yaojin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chu Qingyun, the second young master of the Chu family in Kyoto, wanted to take over his most profitable venue. How could he agree to that? However, the Chu family of Kyoto is not someone they can afford to offend. Therefore, in response to Chu Qingyun's excessive demands, Chen Yuhu could only keep lowering his stance and begging the other party to let him off the hook. But now it seems that the other party has no intention of backing down at all. Since that's the case, Chen Yuhu simply steeled his resolve and unleashed his martial arts aura. A martial artist? Second rank of the innate realm? Tiger's talent is indeed quite impressive. Faced with the aura emanating from Chen Yuhu, Chu Qingyun was only slightly surprised. At over 40 years old, Chen Yuhu's current strength of the second rank of the innate realm was quite remarkable, as his talent was considered excellent in the entire Han City. After all, the Zhao and Su families, who are martial arts families, only have the highest strength at the 9th level of the innate realm. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Chu. Chen Yuhu cupped his hands in greeting, then raised his head with a touch of arrogance. Don't be too happy yet, oldly. Let these bumpkins see what real substance is. Chu Qingyun sneered, then glanced at the old man standing behind him. Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, the old man, whom Chu Qingyun addressed as elderly, slightly opened his eyes and nodded. He then looked at Chen Yuhu and said, a mere second-grade innate realm cultivator. Does he really think he's something special? You bastard, take a good look at yourself. After speaking, Oldly immediately unleashed his aura. In an instant, an invisible pressure filled the private room, causing Chen Yuhu's face to turn pale. He looked at the old man in front of him in horror. The great perfection of the 9th grade of the innate realm? Chen Yuhu had considered that the other party was strong, but in Chen Yuhu's opinion, The old man who had been standing behind Chu Qingyun should only be around the 5th level of the innate realm. But judging from the aura emanating from him now, that's clearly not the case. What Shen Yuhu feared most was that there seemed to be a faint layer of energy surrounding the old man's body, which was clearly a sign that he was about to step into the Grandmaster realm after reaching the great perfection of the innate realm. In this way, the other party could decide your life or death with just one hand. Master Tiger, Elder Li is just an ordinary guest elder in our Chu family. We have more than 100 guest elders like him. Chu Qingyun smiled slightly and spoke calmly. What? Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's words, Shen Yuhu, who was already in a state of shock, changed his expression and even stood up abruptly, losing his composure. This is not his fault. The head of the highest martial arts family in Seoul only had the cultivation of the 9th rank of the innate realm, but when he arrived in Kyoto, he could only become an ordinary guest of a family in Kyoto. Is this the difference between a small family and a large family? At this moment, Shen Yuhu truly realized for the first time the gap between suburban cities and the major powers of Kyoto. He had guessed the difference between the two before, but he never imagined that the difference would be so big. Tiger, I'm giving you one last chance. Will you hand over ownership of this bar voluntarily, or will I take it from you personally? The choice is yours. Chu Qingyun was clearly satisfied with Chun Yuhu's reaction and slowly spoke. In an instant, cold sweat rolled down Chun Yuhu's forehead as he found himself in an unprecedented dilemma. Chapter 36. What else? Tiger Lord, something terrible has happened. Just as Chun Yuhu was caught in a dilemma, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the private room. After the door opened, one of his men spoke to Chun Yuhu in a panic. What happened? Why are you so flustered? What kind of behavior is this? Don't you know I'm entertaining distinguished guests? Chun Yuhu reprimanded him on the surface, but secretly he breathed a sigh of relief and even planned to reward his subordinate well after Chu Qingyun left. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have a way to save face. Tiger, please forgive us. Someone came to the bar and caused trouble. They not only beat up our people, but also wrecked our place. The subordinate said in a panic. What? Where are the security guards? Are they all useless? What did Lin Hao do? Upon hearing this, Chun Yuhu's expression changed, and he asked. Lin Hao is Chun Yuhu's strongest subordinate. At only 23 years old, he is already at the mid-stage of the acquired realm. He was rescued by Chun Yuhu when he was seriously injured 2 years ago, and has been loyal to Chun Yuhu ever since. Chun Yuhu also valued Lin Hao highly. You know, even the 2 martial arts families in Seoul rarely have such a genius. Therefore, Chun Yuhu always cultivated Lin Hao as his right-hand man. However, Lin Hao was a bit indifferent by nature. Chun Yuhu handed over the bar to him, and he didn't restrict Lin Hao's drinking habits, especially when it came to women. For a normal person, they would have been living a life of debauchery by now. But Lin Hao just sat in a corner booth every day, and unless someone caused trouble in the bar, no one would notice his presence. Reporting to Master Tiger, when that kid was causing trouble at the bar, Steward Lin was watching from the sidelines the whole time. His subordinates told the truth. What? Why didn't he stop it? Chun Yuhu was furious. He valued Lin Hao so much, but now this guy was watching outsiders cause trouble in his bar. How could he tolerate that? Master Tiger, Steward Lin said that the troublemaker was a skilled fighter, stronger than him. So Steward Lin didn't go looking for trouble. Seeing Chun Yuhu's anger, the subordinate panicked. Even Lin Hao isn't a match for him. Chun Yuhu frowned, realizing that things were not as simple as he thought. Given Lin Hao's personality, he would never lie to him about something like this. Then I'll go down and see which blind fool dares to mess with my business. Thinking of this, Chun Yuhu took the opportunity to look at Chu Qingyun and the old man surnamed Li, and said apologetically, Young Master Chu, I need to go down and take care of some family matters first. As for the matter that young Master Chu just mentioned, please give me a few days to consider it. With that, Chun Yuhu cupped his hands in greeting and took the lead in walking out of the private room and downstairs. Young Master, Chun Yuhu was clearly making excuses on purpose. In my opinion, we should just cripple him. Old Li gave a disgruntled snort. That's not a good idea. Many of the old guys in my family are watching me this time. If I just use force to solve problems, those old guys will definitely be unhappy with my methods. How will I compete with the eldest brother for the position of young master then? Besides, there are so many families in Seoul. If I want to subdue them all, I can't win their hearts and minds with force alone. Chu Qingyun smiled faintly, then patted the woman's bottom in his arms, and the woman immediately stood up. Young master is wise. Old Li chuckled and complimented him. Let's go down and see what methods Chun Yuhu will use to deal with the current trouble. Chu Qingyun was quite pleased with old Li's flattery. He then got up from the sofa, left a comment, and went out of the private room. The elderly man surnamed Li naturally followed suit. A few minutes later, downstairs. After Chun Yuhu went downstairs, he saw a mess on the ground floor. Who dares to cause trouble here? Chen Yuhu shouted. The sight of Chen Yuhu immediately caused quite a stir among the crowd in the bar. Tiger Lord. Tiger Lord is down. That's right. It really is Tiger Lord who's come down. This is going to be good. With Tiger in charge, this kid probably won't be leaving the bar today. The people in the bar were talking about it. How's he? What happened? Chen Yuhu walked straight to the booth where Su Lanlan and the others were sitting and spoke to the long-haired young man who had been sitting silently in the corner. Tiger Lord, I'm no match for you. Lin Hao pointed to Xiao Chen not far away, shrugged, and said in an extremely calm tone, what is his strength? Even though he was mentally prepared, Chen Yuhu was still shocked when Lin Hao admitted it himself. Have no idea. Lin Hao shook his head and remained silent. Chen Yuhu didn't blame Lin Hao too much for his attitude. After all, he was already used to it. Then, Chen Yuhu looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Kid, you're the one causing trouble on my turf? Making trouble? Xiao Chen was taken aback, then chuckled. I suppose so. Are you the boss here? Good. Chen Yuhu nodded, somewhat curious about what the young man in front of him was going to do. 1 million, and we'll consider today's matter settled. How about it? Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and then spoke. 1 million. Chen Yuhu was stunned, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Kid, you wrecked my place, beat up my men, and you think you can just let it go with 1 million? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? Oh right. It seems 1 million is too little. How about 5 million? How about that? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and then spoke. 10 million, and he'll cut off his own hands. Chen Yuhu spoke in a cold voice. TSK tisk, 10 million, plus a pair of hands, TSK. Tiger is indeed Tiger, so domineering. Yes, in the entire Seoul, apart from Feng Tianlong of the Black Dragon Society, I'm afraid no one can get any advantage from Tiger's territory, right? The people in the bar started talking again, discussing the matter. Su Lanlan and Zhou Yeyun looked nervous in their seats. Lanlan, what do we do now? If we anger Tiger, Xiao Chen definitely won't be able to come up with 10 million. Zhou Yeyun said worriedly. Su Lanlan remained silent, as she was also curious about how Xiao Chen would handle the situation. After all, she had heard that Chen Yuhu's strength had long since reached the second rank of the innate realm. As for Xiao Chen, although he may also be at the innate realm, given his age, he probably only recently broke through to the innate realm and is definitely no match for Chen Yuhu. 10 million? Plus the cost of cutting off both of your own hands. Just as Su Lanlan was wondering, Xiao Chen finally spoke up, confirming with Chen Yuhu. Good. Chen Yuhu said coldly. Okay, deal. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, then kicked a fruit knife on the ground to Chen Yuhu's feet, gesturing. Go ahead and do it. Just transfer the money to my bank card later. The people in the bar were stunned, and Su Lanlan and Zhou Yeyun were so shocked that their jaws dropped open. Chen Yuhu was also stunned. Staring at the gleaming knife at his feet, Chen Yuhu took a long time to react. Then, as if he had heard an extremely ridiculous joke, he pointed at Xiao Chen and laughed angrily. You mean you want me to cut off my own hands, and then compensate you with 10 million? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, meeting Chen Yuhu's gaze, and sneered. Otherwise what? Chapter 37. You think you can hurt me? Holy crap, did I hear that right? This kid actually made Tiger cut off his own hands, and then pay him 10 million? Brother, you heard me right. That's exactly what this kid meant. He's gone mad. He's gone mad. This kid really doesn't want to live anymore. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the entire bar erupted in cheers. At the stairwell, Xu Qingyun and the old man surnamed Li had just come down from the second floor and happened to see this scene. That's interesting. Xu Qingyun looked at Xiao Chen with great interest. Hee, young master, you're interested in this kid? The old man surnamed Li noticed the change in Xu Qingyun's expression and spoke with a smile. Indeed, at his age, it's rare to see someone in Seoul who can face Chen Yuhu without showing fear. Old Li, is this young man from some powerful family in Seoul? Xu Qingyun nodded, then asked. Before coming to Seoul, the old man surnamed Li had already learned about the major families and their influence in Seoul, so Xu Qingyun would habitually ask the old man surnamed Li for advice on anything. Young master, it doesn't seem like it. I've looked into all the outstanding young people in the major families of Seoul, and there's no such person among them. He's probably some outsider who's come from out of town. After a moment's thought, the elderly man surnamed Li spoke. A dragon crossing the river? Huh, does he even deserve that title? Xu Qingyun was somewhat dissatisfied with the way old Li addressed him and snorted coldly. I misspoke, young master. Please forgive me. In your presence, no one in the entire Han City is worthy of being called a dragon crossing the river. The elderly man surnamed Li quickly apologized. That's true, but if this kid can withstand 3 moves from Chen Yuhu, we'll have to trouble elderly to save him. Xu Qingyun gave a light snort, then continued speaking. Upon hearing this, the old man surnamed Li looked somewhat surprised. Young master wants to subdue this person? Not bad. To be able to withstand 3 moves from Chun Yuhu, one must at least be at the perfected acquired realm. Such a promising talent deserves some favor. Once he grows up, he will become my own loyal bodyguard. Chu Qingyun raised his chin, a hint of arrogance flashing across his face. Young master is wise. The elderly man surnamed Li quickly offered his compliments. On the other side, Chen Yuhu's face had turned ashen, but then he suddenly smiled with relief. To be fair, Chen Yuhu was quite grateful to Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen hadn't caused trouble at this time, he really wouldn't have had a good reason to refuse Chu Qingyun's request. Moreover, Chen Yuhu actually harbored a fondness for talent. Over the years, Chen Yuhu was confident that his cultivation level was not much worse than Feng Tianlong's in the Black Dragon Society. However, it was precisely because Feng Tianlong had 4 powerful assistants by his side that the Black Dragon Society's overall strength was a level higher than his. Looking at himself, apart from Lin Hao, he has almost no one under his command who can take on a major role. The young man in front of him was only a few years older than Lin Hao, yet he could make the usually arrogant Lin Hao admit that he was no match for him. It would be a real pity not to recruit such a talent to his side. Of course, judging from what he just said, this kid in front of me is still too sharp-edged. He needs to be taught a lesson to smooth out his rough edges so that he can be used more easily. Thinking of this, Chen Yuhu sneered and said to Xiao Chen, "Kid, I'll give you a chance to take back what you just said. Otherwise, today it won't be as simple as just breaking a hand. Then I'll return the same words to you, and I'll give you one chance. Cut off your own hands now, and hand over 10 million. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just cutting off your hands." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen did not hesitate at all, and with a playful expression, he threw the same words back at Chen Yuhu. Good, good. Kid, you've got guts. Chen Yuhu was growing to admire the young man in front of him more and more. If Xiao Chen had immediately knelt down and begged for mercy in the face of threats, it would have made him look down on. Now, Chen Yuhu has made a plan. First, he will beat the kid up, and then when the kid is about to cut off his own hands, he will give him a way out. In this way, the kid in front of him will definitely be grateful and submit to him. Since that's the case, then don't blame me, Chen Yuhu, for bullying the weak. As he spoke, Chen Yuhu clenched his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and then suddenly exerted force with his body, his tiger-like body flashing, creating a whooshing sound. Such speed. Is this the strength of a martial artist at the innate realm? In the booth, Su Lanlan looked surprised and somewhat worried as she looked at Xiao Chen. Although there were martial artists at the innate realm in Su Lanlan's family, Su Lanlan had never actually seen an innate realm martial artist in actual combat. Seeing Chen Yuhu make a move now, she couldn't help but be surprised, because she couldn't even see Chen Yuhu's movements clearly. In her eyes, Chen Yuhu's figure blurred for a moment, and the next moment he had already flashed in front of Xiao Chen. Lanlan, what should we do? Tiger will definitely not let Xiao Chen go. Zhou Yiyun was a little flustered, her round face filled with anxiety. It's all right, Tiger shouldn't go all out. I'll step in and mediate later. After all, I brought Xiao Chen here, so Tiger will probably give the Su family some face. Su Lanlan thought for a moment, and then said. The reason she didn't speak now was that she actually wanted to see Xiao Chen suffer, since that bastard had looked at her so fiercely just now. Humph. With that thought in mind, Su Lanlan focused her attention back on the center of the field. As expected, Chen Yuhu's fist slammed into Xiao Chen's chest in the blink of an eye. Kid, aren't you going to dodge? Chen Yuhu shouted loudly, thinking that Xiao Chen was scared out of his wits. Then, he saw a slight smile appear on Xiao Chen's lips. You think you can hurt me? Arrogant. Chen Yuhu was so angry, he almost vomited blood. His anger surged, and he abandoned his original plan to withdraw some of his strength. Thump. With a muffled thud, Chen Yuhu's fist slammed solidly into Xiao Chen's chest, producing a heavy sound like a drumbeat. After that muffled thud, everyone's expression changed. What incredible strength. Tiger's punch could probably kill a bull, right? Yeah, with that much noise, that kid's chest is probably going to shatter. Hee, this kid's really messed up. The people in the bar were talking about it. As the saying goes, laymen watch the spectacle, while experts see the details. Compared to the crowd in the bar, Lin Hao, the long-haired young man in the booth, stood up in shock and exclaimed, How is this possible? Su Lanlan's eyelids twitched as well. The elderly man surnamed Li standing next to Chu Qingyun showed a look of surprise. TSK, this kid's body is tough enough. Could he be practicing external martial arts? To outsiders, Chen Yuhu's punch to Xiao Chen's chest made such a loud noise that Xiao Chen would likely be half dead if he didn't die. However, people with martial arts backgrounds like Lin Hao, Su Lanlan, and the old man surnamed Li understood that the reason why Chen Yuhu's punch made a sound like a drum when it hit Xiao Chen was not because Chen Yuhu's strength was greater. This demonstrates that Xiao Chen's physical strength is exceptionally robust. Only when all his muscles resonate during the release of force can such a sound be produced. Just like striking a drum, when a person's strength is insufficient to break the drumhead, striking the drumhead will produce a deep, resonant sound. If you have enough force, you can break the drumhead, but instead you'll only hear a hissing sound of the drumhead deflating. That's exactly how Xiao Chen is right now. Are you alright? Shen Yuhu maintained his attack stance, and seeing that Xiao Chen's expression remained unchanged, he almost thought he was seeing things. Do you think I should be in trouble? Xiao Chen looked at Chen Yuhu with a mocking expression, then coldly said, Now it's my turn to make a move. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned around and delivered a side kick so fast that Chen Yuhu didn't even have time to react, and his foot landed squarely on Chen Yuhu's shoulder. Chapter 38: The Scapegoat. Puff. With one kick, Chen Yuhu's face turned as white as paper, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and finally crashed into several tables before tumbling to the ground. Tiger Lord! Tiger Lord! You bastard! How dare you hit Tiger Lord! Everyone get him! Seeing Chen Yuhu in such a disheveled state, Chen Yuhu's men in the bar were all blinded by their own rage and roared as they rushed toward Xiao Chen. You're quite loyal, aren't you? Xiao Chen chuckled. He had already taken down Chen Yuhu, yet these lackeys hadn't backed down. This showed that Chen Yuhu treated his subordinates quite well. Stop, stop! All of you stop! Despite the churning pain within him, Chen Yuhu, lying on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, clutched his shoulder, and painfully gritted his teeth as he stood up. I never expected that young brother would be a martial artist at such a young age. I, Chen, was blind to your greatness and admit defeat today. Chen Yuhu gritted his teeth, his gaze towards Xiao Chen now filled with fear. A martial artist at the innate realm around 20 years old. What kind of family background could produce such a freak? Even a fool could think of someone like that as someone who doesn't know what's wrong with him. Chen Yuhu could never afford to offend. As soon as Chen Yuhu spoke, the entire bar fell silent, and everyone looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a monster. Among them were Su Lanlan and Zhou Yeyun. As expected, he is at the innate realm, and not just at the initial stage. Although Su Lanlan had guessed this possibility back when she was at Yang Tianfeng's house, seeing it with her own eyes now still left her with mixed feelings. Although they were only a few years apart in age, Xiao Chen was already someone she had to look up to. On the other side, the long-haired youth Lin Hao looked at Xiao Chen, and a competitive spirit arose spontaneously. He was certain that he would also break through to the innate realm within 2 years. Oldly, what's this kid's strength? Can you tell? Xu Qingyun was stunned for a long time before he could react to the scene before him. A Xiantian realm expert at around 20 years old. Even among the major families in the capital, he would be an outstanding individual. Xu Qingyun suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. If he were also a 20-year-old innate realm cultivator, would he still need to fight for the power of the entire Chu family? I'm afraid those old guys in the Chu family have long been eager to hand over power to him. How could such a genius exist in a godforsaken place like Seoul? Young master, judging from the force of that kick, he is at least at the 4th level of the innate realm. I even suspect that he is hiding his strength, possibly even at the 5th level of the innate realm, but he is definitely not above the 6th level. Otherwise, Chen Yuhu would not have been able to stand up after taking that kick. The old man, surnamed Li, also had a fluctuating expression, his heart filled with unbearable shock. 5th rank of innate realm. Damn it, elderly, what realm were you at your age? Xu Qingyun's face was grim. Young master, when I was his age, I was only just entered the acquired realm. Seeing Xu Qingyun ask him a question, the old man, surnamed Li, looked somewhat embarrassed and spoke up. When did you reach the 5th rank of the innate realm? Xu Qingyun continued to ask. I should be 40. No, I'm 39. The more the old man, surnamed Li, spoke, the more uncomfortable he became. After hearing this, his once proud martial arts talent was completely crushed by the young man in front of him. I understand now, elderly. If we can't win this person over, we should find an opportunity to kill him before he grows too powerful. Xu Qingyun stared at Xiao Chen with a gloomy gaze, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He, I understand, young master. Upon hearing this, the old man, surnamed Li, was immediately delighted. What good is talent if it doesn't develop? On the other side, Xiao Chen looked towards the stairs as if sensing something. When he saw Xu Qingyun and his servant, Xiao Chen was stunned. After realizing that he did not recognize them, he was a little puzzled. If he did not recognize them, why could he feel a hostility? However, Xiao Chen didn't care. Whoever it was, he would just kill anyone who dared to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen looked at Chen Yuhu, whose face was pale, and said, What's wrong, tiger? What are you standing there for? I've already given you the knife. Are you going to do it yourself, or should I help you? Or are you saying that you, tiger, can't afford to lose? As he spoke, Xiao Chen's tone became increasingly disdainful. These words caused Chen Yuhu's originally pale face to turn bright red instantly. Tiger Lord, this won't work. Upon seeing this, his subordinates became extremely anxious. For a martial artist, cutting off both hands is practically the same as being a cripple. I'll take the blame for Tiger Lord's severed hand. Just as everyone was trying to dissuade him, Lin Hao, the long-haired youth who had been silent all along, sighed, stepped out from behind Chen Yuhu, and looked at Xiao Chen. Oh, give me a reason? Xiao Chen glanced at Lin Hao and asked with a half-smile. Tiger Lord saved my life. Without further hesitation, Lin Hao was about to pick up the knife from the ground when Chen Yuhu rushed over, pushed him aside, and grabbed the knife first. Get lost. When did it become your place to take the fall for me when I said what I did? Chen Yuhu's face turned ugly, and he cursed at Lin Hao with a flushed face. Tiger Lord. Lin Hao's eyes reddened. Haozi, you've gone further than me on the path of martial arts. Don't let me down. Chen Yuhu patted Lin Hao on the shoulder, then picked up his knife, looked at Xiao Chen, and said respectfully, Young brother, before we draw our knives, I have one last question. Could you please answer it for me? Explain. Xiao Chen nodded, signaling Chen Yuhu to speak. I don't know where I, Chen, have offended you, little brother, or what I did wrong to upset you, so that you've come to ruin my place. Chen Yuhu was completely puzzled. A person at the innate realm who was around 20 years old, so powerful, in theory, should be someone he had no connection with at all. Why would they suddenly come here to cause trouble? Upon hearing Chen Yuhu's words, some people in the bar couldn't help but laugh out loud. This tiger is really being wrong today. You're asking me? Xiao Chen was taken aback, then laughed in exasperation, pointing at the people in the bar and saying, Ask them. Seeing Xiao Chen's reaction, Chen Yuhu was dumbfounded. Suddenly realizing something, he roared at the people around him. Someone tell me what the hell is going on? Just then, one of the subordinates timidly pointed to the unconscious, half-dead waiter on the ground and recounted the whole story. After hearing his subordinate's account, Chen Yuhu's face turned purplish-blue. At this moment, he felt like crying but had no tears. It turned out that his subordinate had been blind and offended the other party. Haozi, how the hell have you been managing this place? Didn't I say that anyone who comes to fight must be aware of their own situation? Is this how you've managed the place for the past 6 months? Chen Yuhu felt like beating Lin Hao to death. Lin Hao scratched his head. I said I didn't want to be a bouncer, but you, Tiger, insisted I do it. Besides, how can I manage all this messy stuff? As long as someone comes to fight, that's fine. And I actually promised Miss Han that I would help her fight in the arena, but who knew? He'd be so strong. Now we don't even need to fight in the arena. As he spoke, Lin Hao glanced at Xiao Chen with some embarrassment. Enough. Just shut up already. You're driving me crazy. Chen Yuhu was on the verge of a mental breakdown. In the end, he was just a scapegoat. Enraged, Chen Yuhu slapped Lin Hao on the head, then looked up to the sky and sighed. It's laughable that I, Chen Yuhu, have been so dutiful all these years, only to be defeated by these idiots under my command. It's truly a fucking joke. Then, Chen Yuhu looked at the half-dead waiter on the ground and said coldly, Hang up this heartless bastard and beat him, break his arms and legs, and throw him into the river to feed the fish. Also, find out who else has done such a despicable thing. Don't let a single one get away. Cut off all their tendons and throw them out to fend for themselves. Chapter 39. You are Chu Qingyan? Yes, Tiger. After Chen Yuhu finished speaking, one of his men responded and dragged the waiter out like a dead dog. And you too. Chen Yuhu looked at Lin Hao and sighed. After today, you can forget about working as the bar's butler. Okay. Lin Hao nodded. After giving all the instructions, Chen Yuhu looked at Xiao Chen and said with a wry smile, I will deliver the 10 million to you in a moment. What happened today is the retribution I deserve, and I have no complaints. As he spoke, Chen Yuhu raised his dagger and slashed at his own wrist. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen suddenly flicked his finger, and a bottle cap flew directly, knocking the knife out of Chen Yuhu's hand. Brother, what do you mean by this? After the knife in his hand was knocked away, Chen Yuhu looked at Xiao Chen with a puzzled expression. How much do you think your hands are worth? Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and then asked. He didn't intend to let Chen Yuhu go, but thinking about it, it seemed that it wouldn't mean anything for him if Chen Yuhu cut off his own hands. What Xiao Chen lacks most right now are medicinal herbs that are hundreds of years old, but buying them would cost a lot of money. Rather than letting Chen Yuhu cut off his own hands, it would be more practical to use them as leverage to get some more money. Young man, you mean I can buy these hands with money? In an instant, Chen Yuhu understood Xiao Chen's meaning, and his breathing became rapid with excitement. You name a price. 5 million. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment, then held up 5 fingers. 5 million. Chen Yuhu was taken aback and subconsciously asked a question in return. What? You don't think your hands are worth 5 million? Xiao Chen frowned, wondering if he had asked for too much. Worth it. Worth it. I'll add another 3 million. Shen Yuhu was so excited, he almost jumped up. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, he nodded vigorously. Someone, prepare 18 million for this young man. Shen Yuhu didn't hesitate at all. In his opinion, let alone 5 million. Even if Xiao Chen wanted 500 million, he would find a way to raise it. Although modern medicine can reattach the hand, long-term side effects are almost inevitable. For a martial artist, if their hands become unresponsive or suffer from any aftereffects, it's as if their life force has been taken away. At Shen Yuhu's command, less than 5 minutes later, one of his men handed Xiao Chen a bank card. Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony and casually put the money in his pocket. Then he looked at Shen Yuhu and said, "All right, Tiger, now that you've paid, we're even, okay? Of course, if you want revenge, you can come anytime. By the way, my name is Xiao Chen." No. I, Shen Yuhu, swear to heaven that I have absolutely no intention of seeking revenge. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Shen Yuhu's expression changed, and he shook his head vigorously. Are you kidding me? Revenge? He can't even withstand a single kick, so he's going to retaliate with his face? Having built his empire from scratch and reached this point in Seoul, Shen Yuhu is no fool. He not only has no intention of revenge against Xiao Chen, but is even thinking about how to befriend him. It's best not to retaliate. In that case, I'll be leaving. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, left a comment, and turned to leave. Brother Xiao Chen, please wait a moment. Shen Yuhu suddenly called out to Xiao Chen. What? You've changed your mind. Xiao Chen frowned. Brother Xiao Chen, please don't misunderstand. I, Chen, am a man of my word and will never go back on my word. Besides, with Brother Xiao Chen's strength, how could I, Chen, dare to go back on my word? Shen Yuhu said with a wry smile. Then what are we doing? Xiao Chen said impatiently. Brother Xiao Chen, I am deeply grateful for the kindness of my hands today. This is my business card. Shen Yuhu took out a business card from his pocket with one hand and respectfully handed it to Xiao Chen. He originally wanted to use both hands to show his sincerity, but unfortunately, he simply couldn't lift his other arm. If Brother Xiao Chen ever needs anything from me, Chen, just give me a call, and I, Chen, will do my utmost to repay the kindness you showed me today. Shen Yuhu said emphatically. All right then, I won't stand on ceremony. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, and given Shen Yuhu's sincere attitude, Xiao Chen accepted the gift. Of course, most importantly, when Xiao Chen investigates his own background in the future, he will inevitably have to deal with all sorts of people. In a place like Seoul, having someone like Shen Yuhu as his eyes and ears will make things much easier. After accepting Shen Yuhu's business card, Xiao Chen turned around again to leave. Just as he reached the door, he found that the old man and the young man who had been on the stairs had suddenly stopped him. Seeing Chu Qingyun and the old man surnamed Li stop Xiao Chen, Shen Yuhu's expression changed, but he wisely kept quiet. For him, neither Xiao Chen nor Chu Qingyun were people he could afford to offend. Thinking of this, Shen Yuhu felt bitter. He, the dignified Tiger Lord, had actually come to this. A good dog doesn't block the way. Seeing the two blocking the doorway, Xiao Chen glanced at them and spoke calmly. You scoundrel, how dare you speak to my young master like that? Upon hearing this, the old man surnamed Li's expression changed, and he reprimanded him. I have a mouth. What business is it of yours to say what I say? What? You're happy to be roadblocks, but I can't even say a few words. Xiao Chen had no intention of being polite to these two from the beginning. After all, he had just sensed a faint killing intent from them. This is a good opportunity to find out more about these two people. Shen Yuhu's heart was pounding in his throat. Damn, this is so exciting. It would be awesome if Brother Xiao Chen could fight this bastard from the Chu family. Shen Yuhu was naturally dissatisfied with Chu Qingyun, but he lacked the power to do so, so he had no choice but to endure it. Compared to Chu Qingyun, Xiao Chen is more trustworthy and reasonable. Chu Qingyun isn't stupid, so naturally, Chu Qingyun leans more towards Xiao Chen. However, thinking of the old man surnamed Li's strength at the great perfection of the 9th grade of the innate realm, Shen Yuhu couldn't help but swallow hard, trying his best not to let his thoughts show on his face. Kid, I think you're asking for death. Don't think you can be so arrogant and disdainful of everyone just because you have some talent and ability. The elderly man surnamed Li's gaze darkened. I'm not being arrogant, but what can I do when there are only 2 dogs blocking my way? I have no choice but to be arrogant. Xiao Chen said nonchalantly. Shen Yuhu, who was standing to the side, was overjoyed and almost slapped his thigh in delight. Court death. The old man surnamed Li's gaze sharpened, clearly angered by Xiao Chen's words. Old Li, please don't be angry. I hit it off with this Brother Xiao at first sight. It was wrong of us to block your way. Please forgive us, Brother Xiao. Although Chu Qingyun was equally furious, he had to suppress his anger and force a smile to appease the old man surnamed Li, remembering that he was recruiting talent for the future. He then turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Brother Xiao, I see you have good talent. Would you be willing to pledge your loyalty to me?" Xiao Chen picked at his ears, thinking he had misheard. After confirming he hadn't misheard, Xiao Chen laughed in exasperation, looking at Chu Qingyun as if he were an idiot. "Loyalty to you?" Upon seeing this, Chen Yuhu felt a pang of anxiety. If Xiao Chen were won over by Chu Qingyun, he would be in grave danger, like a fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. "Yes, be loyal to me and become my loyal follower. Rest assured, I will reward you handsomely and provide you with a promising future." Chu Qingyun proudly raised his face and spoke in a condescending tone. "Loyal to you? A suicide squad?" Xiao Chen was amused. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Lingxin calling. Xiao Chen, who was about to say something, lost his patience and yelled at the two of them. "Who the hell are you? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." After saying that, he pushed the two of them aside and went outside to answer the phone. "My identity." "Huh. Old Li, tell him." Upon hearing Xiao Chen ask about his identity, Chu Qingyun snorted coldly and looked at the old man surnamed Li. The old man surnamed Li nodded, then chuckled and said, "Young man, listen carefully. My young master is Chu Qingyun, the second young master of the Chu family from the capital." "Who is it?" Xiao Chen, who was walking out, suddenly stopped, turned around abruptly, and squinted at him. Who? Who is this pretty boy?" "I am Chu Qingyun, the second young master of the Chu family." Seeing Xiao Chen's reaction, Chu Qingyun proudly raised his head, feeling extremely pleased. "So, are you scared yet? Were you shocked by my identity? You're Chu Qingyun, aren't you?" Xiao Chen smiled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, then quickly turned back and walked up to Chu Qingyun, slapping him twice across the face. Chapter 40 Hanqingma is attacked. Smack, smack. With two clear, crisp sounds, Chu Qingyun's two back molars popped out, mixed with blood. The bar was in an uproar after the elderly man, surnamed Li, mentioned Chu Qingyun's name. After all, the recent visit of the Chu family from Kyoto to Seoul, with their plans to invest in and develop a commercial district there, has already caused quite a stir. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, who represented the Chu family, he was naturally excited. Some of the more ambitious individuals have even started thinking about how to become familiar with Chu Qingyun. At the same time, they looked at Xiao Chen with envy and jealousy, because being favored by the Chu family meant that he could rise to the top in Hanqing in one step. However, just when everyone thought Xiao Chen would be grateful and accept Chu Qingyun's offer of a hand, two sudden slaps left them completely stunned. In an instant, the entire bar fell silent again, completely still. I didn't see wrong, did I? What did this kid just do? Does he really want to die? Wow, he actually dared to slap young Master Chu. Just who is this kid? Chu, to defeat Tiger Master in one move at such a young age, and even dare to slap young Master Chu. This kid is probably not simple. Let's not talk nonsense. That makes sense. The crowd whispered among themselves, their gazes toward Xiao Chen filled with awe. On the other side, Su Lanlan also looked at the scene in front of her with surprise and doubt. At this moment, she understood more and more that Xiao Chen really had never taken the Su family seriously from the beginning. She had always considered herself to be of noble birth, and always carried a sense of superiority, but now it seems that she was nothing more than a complete clown. Compared to the Chu family of Kyoto, what is the Su family? Unlike Su Lanlan's embarrassment, Xiao Qian was overjoyed. Now that he dared to hit the eldest son of the Chu family, she didn't have to worry about how to deal with Xiao Chen. Chen Yuhu was also overjoyed. Having been involved in both the legitimate and criminal worlds for so many years, Chen Yuhu believed he had a good eye for people. He was certain that Xiao Chen's background was extraordinary, given that he had reached the innate realm at such a young age. Just now, he was worried that Xiao Chen would really be recruited by Chu Qingyun, but now, Xiao Chen not only did not accept Chu Qingyun's olive branch, but also slapped him twice. What does this tell us? This shows that Xiao Chen didn't take Chu Qingyun seriously at all, and there must be some unknown grudge between the two. That's really interesting. When the two of them fight, Chen Yuhu ends up having an easy time. At the same time, a thought suddenly sprouted in Chen Yuhu's mind. You bastard, how dare you hit me? Chu Qingyun was also stunned by Xiao Chen's two slaps. Chu Qingyun had considered that Xiao Chen might be flattered and try to curry favor with her, or he might play hard to get and use this opportunity to raise his own status. He wouldn't be surprised even if they said a few nice words and then ultimately rejected him. But then, this guy came up and slapped him twice across the face. He's never been hit like this before, not even by his own father. So, upon realizing what had happened, an unprecedented surge of anger and humiliation overwhelmed Chu Qingyun's reason. He screamed and roared at the elderly man surnamed Li beside him. Elderly, kill him. I want him dead. Yes, young master. Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's words, Li Qi's face darkened. As a guest of the Chu family, he was naturally responsible for protecting Chu Qingyun as he accompanied him to Hanqing. But now, this reckless young man in front of him actually slapped his young master twice right under his nose. What's the difference between this and slapping Li Qi in the face? Of course, in Li Qi's view, the reason why he didn't react in time to stop Xiao Chen when he made his move was because he was careless. As a martial artist who was at the great perfection of the 9th grade of the innate realm and was halfway to becoming a grandmaster, he couldn't think of any other possibility besides his own carelessness. Unless the young man in front of me, who is around 20 years old, is also at the great perfection of the 9th grade of the innate realm, or at the grandmaster realm. However, that's absolutely impossible. Even among all the major families in the capital, you can't find a martial arts master who is only 20 years old. Kid, don't worry, I'll make you suffer a lot. Therefore, thinking of this, Li Qi sneered and slapped Xiao Chen with his palm. Huh? So it was you who did it. Feeling the fluctuations of true energy emanating from Li Qi's palm, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He then realized that the aura of this true energy was almost identical to the aura of the life-severing true energy within Xiao Zhenhai's body. Since that's the case, then you might as well die. Xiao Chen chuckled, watching Li Qi raise his palm to strike him, his eyes remaining completely unmoved. Arrogant. Li Qi snorted coldly, but just then, Chu Qingyun suddenly called out to him in a muffled voice. Old Li, wait. Li Qi suddenly stopped, twisted his body in midair, forcibly withdrew his attack, and then stood still, looking at Chu Qingyun with a puzzled expression. Young master, what's wrong? Could it be that the young master forbids me from killing this arrogant brat? That's not right. Our young master isn't usually this magnanimous. Li Qi was puzzled. He had been by his young master's side for so long, and he knew his young master very well. Wait, now is not the time. Chu Qingyun's face was filled with resentment, and his speech was somewhat slurred. As he spoke, Chu Qingyun glanced at the entrance of the bar. It turns out that just now, many police cars suddenly appeared in front of the bar, with sirens blaring. Young master, do you think the Chu family is afraid of these constables? Li Qi said dismissively. You don't know anything. Chu Qingyun was in a bad mood. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and calmed himself down before coldly saying, I came to Hanqing this time to build connections and establish a foothold. Countless eyes in the Chu family are watching me. It's okay to cause a death, but it absolutely cannot be done openly. Otherwise, what will those people in the capital think of me? Do you think those old fogies would hand over power to a Chu family member who only knows how to kill? Young master is right. Li Qi was shocked. His young master had just arrived in Seoul and had not yet established his foothold. He had already killed someone in front of the police. Although the Chu family could handle the aftermath, those people in Kyoto would definitely use this as an excuse to pick on his young master. Humph, this kid can't escape Seoul anyway. Find a chance to catch him. I'm going to torture him to death. Chu Qingyun's gaze was cold and venomous. Yes, young master. Li Qi nodded, then looked at Xiao Chen with murderous intent in his eyes and said, Kid, you're lucky to be alive. I'll let you live a couple more days. Good luck. It's hard to say who will be lucky today. Xiao Chen also saw the police cars flashing outside the bar and knew that now was not the time to take action. It was better not to make a murder case public, otherwise it would cause a lot of trouble. In addition, Lu Lingxin kept calling him, so Xiao Chen had no choice but to suppress his thoughts of killing Li Qi. After saying that, Xiao Chen took his phone and prepared to leave the bar. Just then, Su Lanlan received a message on her phone. Her expression changed instantly, and she rushed over to grab Xiao Chen's arm, saying in a panicked voice, Brother Xiao Chen, something terrible has happened. Qingma has been kidnapped. Han Qingma has been kidnapped. Xiao Chen was also taken aback. No wonder that little girl hadn't come out of the bathroom for so long. Yes, the Han family has already reported the incident to the police, so there are a lot of police cars outside. Su Lanlan said anxiously. And then what? What does your young lady's business have to do with a country bumpkin like me? Seeing this, Xiao Chen said calmly. After saying that, he glanced coldly at Su Lanlan and ruthlessly shook off her hand. Get out. Chapter 41 Desperado. Brother Xiao Chen, you're mean to me, Weya? Feeling the coldness in Xiao Chen's words and the indifference in his eyes, a feeling of grievance she had never experienced before welled up in Su Lanlan's heart. Although Su Lanlan's personality is somewhat carefree due to her martial arts training, she is ultimately just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Besides, in all her life, when has she ever been treated like this? And the other party was a man. It was always the boys who swarmed around her. Overwhelmed by the injustice and the stark contrast, Su Lanlan could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Okay, stop crying. I won't yell at you anymore, okay? Seeing the woman cry, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and continued. However, our friendship ends here. Also, the matter of the Han family girl has nothing to do with me, and I won't get involved even if you come to me. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. Su Lanlan was left standing there, looking aggrieved, watching Xiao Chen's departing figure. She clenched her fists tightly. Humph, you think you can just stop here like that? On the street outside the bar, Xiao Chen looked at the countless police cars and clicked his tongue in amazement. It seems that this young lady from the Han family has quite a background. It's only been a short time since the incident, yet so many police officers have been mobilized. Xiao Chen walked to a relatively quiet intersection, then took out his phone and looked at it. There were already 3 missed calls, all from Lu Lingxin. Should we call her back? For some reason, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a little guilty. After thinking about it, I decided against it. Just then, a taxi sped by, and Xiao Chen quickly waved it down. Whether the taxi driver didn't see it or not, the taxi drove straight past. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling frustrated, the taxi reversed and stopped next to him. Driver, to the south suburbs Villa Bay, thank you. After getting in the car, Xiao Chen sat down in the back seat and told the taxi driver the address of the Lu family villa. But the driver ignored him, shifted gears, and drove off. Is she really that aloof? Xiao Chen was speechless, having been met with a cold shoulder, but then he suddenly frowned. Something's not right. Because there was a faint smell of blood in the car. The smell of blood was very faint, undetectable to ordinary people, but it couldn't escape Xiao Chen's notice. Moreover, the smell of blood wasn't from the car itself. Xiao Chen leaned closer and quickly found the source of the smell: the taxi driver. We've run into some desperate criminals. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. The taxi driver in the driver's seat looked clean, but he had a faint smell of blood on him. That could only mean one thing. This person had taken many lives on his hands. Master, isn't this the road to the south suburb Villa Bay? To verify his guess, Xiao Chen tentatively asked a question. Stop talking nonsense. I'll tell you where to go. That's what we'll do. In response to Xiao Chen's probing, the taxi driver replied in a hoarse and cold voice. With just one sentence, Xiao Chen knew he had guessed correctly. Thinking back to Han Xingma's disappearance in the bar earlier, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seems I really am destined to meet this girl from the Han family. After figuring out his current situation, Xiao Chen stopped rushing and lay down on the back seat to rest. He wanted to see where this desperado was going to take him. Maintaining a speed of over 100 km/h, the taxi weaved through the narrow streets. After about half an hour, the taxi arrived at an abandoned factory. Because there were no lights, we could only see some of the situation ahead by using the car headlights. However, Xiao Chen's eyesight was unaffected. He could see at least a dozen figures in the factory, and they all seemed to be carrying weapons. Interesting. It seems the person who kidnapped the Han family's little girl is no ordinary person. Xiao Chen muttered something with amusement. 5 minutes later, the taxi stopped in an empty shed, and then the door was opened. Lone Wolf, why did you get this car? What if it gets caught on camera? An unpleasant voice rang out. Don't worry, the license plate has been removed. I avoided the camera area when I came here. The taxi driver said coldly. That's good. Why did you bring someone back? Keep it. Our mission this time is not simple. There are many informants outside. We should keep our faces out of the public eye for the next few days. We must wait for Lord Yu and Lord Song to come and hand over the reins. Having an ordinary person on our side will make things much easier. Then how do you get him to listen to you? What if that kid goes and reports it to the authorities? Don't worry, I have my own methods. Okay, you'd better not make any mistakes, or I'll hold you responsible. Hearing the voices outside, Xiao Chen smiled wryly. Ordinary people? This guy probably doesn't even know what kind of person he's brought back. I wonder if Han's little girl is here. Furthermore, who is this adult that these two people are referring to? Just as Xiao Chen was thinking this, the back door was opened, and a dark gun barrel was pressed directly against his head. Who are you? What do you want? Feeling the gun barrel pressed against his forehead, Xiao Chen pretended to be very flustered. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, kid. Just listen to me and do as I say. Otherwise, you can just die. Xiao Chen got out of the car, and then he could see the taxi driver named Lone Wolf clearly. He was about 1.7 meters tall, with a hooked nose and triangular eyes, the typical face of a desperado. Okay, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you say. To dispel the other party's suspicion, Xiao Chen immediately pretended to be afraid. Hey, that's for the best. Bloodblade, lock this kid up with that girl. The man codenamed Lone Wolf said something, then grinned lewdly. This kid is fairly fair-skinned. In a few days, we'll hand him over to Lord Yu, and that girl over to Lord Song. Maybe the two lords will be in a good mood and give us a few more blood-clotting pills. That makes sense, kid. You're in luck. Lord Yu's love-making skills are truly exceptional. Upon hearing this, the man named Bloodblade looked at Xiao Chen with some sympathy, then chuckled, took out a black cloth, blindfolded Xiao Chen, and led him into the factory. Xiao Chen was puzzled. In just a few minutes, he had heard the names of this so-called Lord Yu and Lord Song from these two people 3 times. He wondered who these two were and why they were acting so mysteriously. However, judging from what these two said, Lord Yu should be a woman, and it seems that she wants to offer herself to Lord Yu to practice the Hahuan Kung Fu together. Xiao Chen was delighted. What a great thing. Chapter 42, The Little Policewoman. Get in there, you son of a bitch. In the darkness, Xiao Chen was pushed into a room by the man named Bloodblade. Then the door was closed and locked. After the people outside left, Xiao Chen removed the black cloth covering his eyes, and then discovered a figure huddled in the corner of the room. Because she was facing away from Xiao Chen, her face was not clearly visible, but judging from her body outline, she should be a girl. Thinking about what happened today, Xiao Chen subconsciously assumed that the figure was Han Qingma. Little Han, are you alright? Do you want your brother to take you out? If it really is Han Qingma, then things will be much easier. Although Xiao Chen originally did not intend to get involved in Han Qingma's affairs, now that he has run into her, it won't be a problem to rescue this girl. Thinking this, Xiao Chen stepped forward and patted the other person on the shoulder. But just as Xiao Chen's hand touched it, the figure huddled in the corner suddenly turned around and prepared to grab Xiao Chen's arm and pin him to the ground with a grappling technique. Oh, using grappling techniques to deal with ordinary people might not be a problem, but unfortunately, she was facing Xiao Chen right now. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. He withdrew his hand, easily dissipating the force from the woman's hand, and then lightly patted her with his palm. Oh! A delicate cry suddenly came from the darkness. Then, the woman said angrily, I'll fight you to the death. I didn't mean to. Not on purpose. I'll kill you. The woman opposite him was clearly getting impatient. She pulled out a shiny object from her waist and, without saying a word, put it on Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched, because the bright object was clearly a handcuff. Upon seeing this thing, even if Xiao Chen was slow to react, he would understand the other party's identity. Officer, I'm a good person. Xiao Chen hurriedly spoke. A good person? The policewoman clearly wasn't going to let Xiao Chen off the hook so easily. Yes, I was also captured by those bad guys. Now that he knew the other party's identity, Xiao Chen decided not to fight back. In any case, with the policewoman's skills, she wouldn't pose any threat to him. Sure enough, when she heard Xiao Chen say that he had been dragged in by those people outside, the policewoman paused for a moment, then forcefully unlocked Xiao Chen's handcuffs, sat back down on the ground, and sneered. Humph, those bastards. Once I find a chance to get out, I'll definitely send them all back in. Do you want me to make a call for you? Xiao Chen took out his phone. The cell phone signal here has been blocked for a long time. Otherwise, do you think those thugs would be stupid enough to leave their phones on you? The policewoman said something with utter disdain. It really is true. Xiao Chen opened his phone and glanced at it. Sure enough, the signal bar was blank. He muttered to himself. Then it's okay if I turn on a light for illumination, right? Although Xiao Chen could compensate for his lack of vision in the dark through his cultivation, he turned on the flashlight on his phone because the other person was a girl, and girls are generally afraid of the dark. Don't open it. The policewoman suddenly panicked and tried to stop her, but it was too late. Holy crap, what are you doing? As the flashlight beam came on, Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded. Ahem, since you weren't. You know, what's with these clothes you're wearing? Xiao Chen touched his nose and turned his head away awkwardly. I wasn't looking where I was going when I was chasing the kidnappers on my motorcycle. I crashed. Thinking back to what had happened, Zhang Xiaoyu was still furious. She had intended to take a shortcut to catch up with the kidnappers, but without paying attention, she turned into a ditch. She failed to catch the kidnappers, but ended up being captured by them instead. TSK, those kidnappers really know how to hold back. Xiao Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. However, this time, he also saw that the young policewoman had quite a few bright red bruises on her body. Go to hell. Once I get out, I'll arrest you for assaulting a police officer. Zhang Xiaoyu wanted nothing more than to slap Xiao Chen to death. She genuinely doubted whether this carefree young man in front of her had actually been arrested. Normally, an ordinary person would be terrified and crying for their parents if they were arrested, but this guy still had the mind to pay attention to these things. Thinking of the guy's skills just now, Zhang Xiaoyu's face darkened, and she looked at Xiao Chen again. Tell me, who exactly are you? Xiao Chen shrugged. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I wasn't paying attention when I hailed the taxi, and ended up getting into a taxi that the kidnappers had stolen. Seeing Xiao Chen's innocent expression, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. Then, she straightened her face again and sneered. I don't believe you. Would an ordinary citizen have such good skills? I learned some martial arts from my master in the mountains when I was a child. Little policewoman, I'm really not a bad person. Xiao Chen chuckled, then asked again. By the way, do you know where they've locked up that girl Han Qingma? Han Qingma? The eldest daughter of the Han family. Zhang Xiaoyu was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening and shook her head in distress. I don't know. When our station received the report, Miss Han had already been kidnapped, but she's most likely in this abandoned factory area. Otherwise, these kidnappers wouldn't have all gathered here. Xiao Chen pursed his lips. He knew that Han Xingma was being held in this factory area, but the problem was that the entire factory area covered thousands of acres. How could he find him? Zhang Xiaoyu was about to say something when Xiao Chen suddenly raised an eyebrow and whispered, "Shoo, someone's coming." Chapter 43 Valley of Bliss. Elder Yu, Elder Song. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Stop talking nonsense. Where is he? Hee, it's right here in this room. I thought we'd have to wait a few days for the two of you to come. Take us in. Also, the leader has a very important use for that girl from the Han family, so make sure nothing goes wrong. Don't worry, it's locked up in the cold storage. There won't be any problems. Soon, footsteps and voices could be heard outside. One of the voices was very familiar to Xiao Chen. It belonged to the man codenamed Bloodblade. Before Xiao Chen could think any further, the door was suddenly kicked open. 3 figures walked straight in. Besides Bloodblade, there were also a man and a woman. Immediately afterwards, a powerful flashlight beam shone directly on Xiao Chen and Zhang Xiaoyu. Not bad quality. The moment he saw Zhang Xiaoyu, an eager look flashed across Song Heng's lean face, who was around 40 years old. Hengji, don't forget about your little sister after you see this beauty. The woman next to Song Heng said to him with a charming smile. This woman was Elder Yu Shuang, whom Bloodblade had mentioned. Haha, twin sisters, how could your brother possibly forget you? Song Heng smiled sinisterly. Yu Shuang swayed her hips as she walked up to Xiao Chen, gently lifting his chin with her middle finger. Little handsome guy, you're not bad looking, but it's a pity your clothes are a bit ugly. I'll dress you up nicely later. You stinking woman, ugh. Disgusting. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyu angrily spat in Yu Shuang's face. Yu Shuang's face immediately darkened. She gripped Zhang Xiaoyu's neck tightly and sneered. Brother Heng will make you wish you were dead. Come on, let me feed you the medicine first, otherwise, you might not be able to hold on much longer. As she spoke, Yu Shuang suddenly chuckled, flipped 2 fingers, took out a pill, and was about to stuff it into Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth. What is this? I won't eat it. Zhang Xiaoyu panicked. She could tell with her own mind that this pill was definitely not a good thing. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoyu prepared to fight back. You won't eat? You'll be forced to drink the punishment instead of a polite toast. Upon seeing this, Yu Shuang's expression turned cold, and she slapped Zhang Xiaoyu across the face with such force that blood was drawn from the corner of Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth. Once I get out of here, I'm going to kill you. Zhang Xiaoyu also has a fiery temper. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a police detective. Haha, do you think you can still get out? Once you fall into the hands of Bliss Valley, you'll be a slave for life. You still want to get out? What a joke. Yu Shuang chuckled, then flicked her finger, sending the pill flying directly into Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth. At this moment, Song Heng, a man in his 40s with a sinister face, stepped forward, chuckled, and placed 2 fingers on Zhang Xiaoyu's shoulder. Zhang Xiaoyu's expression immediately changed because she realized she couldn't move. What did you do to me? Zhang Xiaoyu's face was pale. Little beauty, don't be afraid. I've only sealed the meridians in your limbs. Song Heng laughed heartily. Hey handsome, why don't you have one too? At this moment, Yu Shuang stepped forward, gently covering her lips, and took out a pill, handing it to Xiao Chen. Handsome boy, do you want to eat it yourself, or should I feed you? No, I can do it myself. My face can't take a beating, sister. I want to eat a few more. Xiao Chen spoke up. Handsome young man, you're so funny. Then I'll give you a few more. Yu Shuang pulled out a small, brightly colored porcelain bottle. Since you're so sensible, I promise I'll spare your life. Before Yu Shuang could finish speaking, Xiao Chen snatched the medicine bottle from her hand. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Eating too much can kill a normal person. Xiao Chen snatched the porcelain vase away, but Yu Shuang wasn't angry. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, then curiously sniffed the pills in the porcelain bottle. This is the most despicable pill from Bliss Valley. If someone takes it, the effects will kick in within 20 minutes, and they will lose control of themselves, becoming your slave for life. How did you know? Upon hearing this, both Yu Shuang and Song Heng's expressions changed. Who are you? Yu Shuang's gaze was gloomy. Who do you care who I am? Xiao Chen chuckled, then quickly struck, punching Yu Shuang in the abdomen. In pain, Yu Shuang let out a muffled groan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Chen grabbed Yu Shuang's chin with lightning speed, and, to Yu Shuang's horror, stuffed all the pills in his hand into her mouth. You dare. Yu Shuang's expression changed as she realized what was happening. She desperately tried to vomit the pill out, but the Bliss Valley had taken this into account when making the pills, so it was impossible to vomit them out. This man is no ordinary person. Bloodblade, kill him. On the other side, Song Heng also looked grim. Oomph. I told you long ago that there was something wrong with the kid Lone Wolf brought back, and I was right. With that, Bloodblade snorted coldly and drew 2 daggers from his waist. Boy, no matter who you are, since you've angered Lord Song and Lord Yu, then die. Then, Bloodblade raised his dagger and thrust it straight at Xiao Chen. Not bad speed, good enough to kill an ordinary person. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, then slowly raised his hand, his 2 fingers clamping the dagger between them. With a sudden burst of force, the blade snapped in 2. What you? Bloodblade's expression changed drastically, but before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chen suddenly flung the tip of the knife he was holding out of his hand. With a whooshing sound, the shards of the dagger pierced Bloodblade's throat, then pierced through his neck and pinned him hard against the wall behind him. Brother Hung, let's join forces and kill him. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Yu Shuang's face was grim. She stood up from the ground, a faint flow of true energy emanating from her palm. Humph, brat, still so arrogant even when death is imminent. No matter who you are, with our combined strength at the 7th rank of the innate realm, we will surely kill you tonight. Song Hung gradually lost patience with Xiao Chen. 7th grade innate realm? Is that impressive? Xiao Chen chuckled, his expression unchanged. Chapter 44 Retribution. Arrogant. Song Hung formed claws with both hands, gathering true energy at his fingertips, and fiercely grabbed at Xiao Chen. Seeing that his hands were about to grab Xiao Chen's chest, Song Hung felt smug. As a dignified 7th grade Xiantian, he could practically walk sideways in a wretched place like Hanqing. It's not surprising that a young man in his early 20s wouldn't be able to react to such an attack. However, the smug look on his face suddenly froze the next moment. Just as he was about to strike Xiao Chen grabbed his wrists. What? Song Hung was shocked. No matter how hard he tried, he found that Xiao Chen's hands were like a pair of pliers, making it impossible for him to break free. You're just a mere 7th grade innate realm cultivator. Don't be so arrogant in your next life, or you'll die young. Xiao Chen sneered, then exerted force suddenly, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. To prevent Song Hung from shouting too loudly and attracting the attention of others, Xiao Chen directly clenched his fist and smashed it into Song Hung's crown. Laugh. After a muffled thud, Song Hung collapsed limply to the ground, a large dent the size of a bowl on his forehead, deeply sunken like a deflated ball. In the blink of an eye, Song Hung was dead. On the other side, policewoman Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Chen with a pale face and complicated expression. This man in front of her was too violent, and he dared to kill someone right in front of her. You, spare me. Yu Shuang, lying on the ground, was terrified when she saw Song Hung die. Although they were both at the 7th level of the innate realm, Song Hung was stronger than her, yet he was brutally killed by the young man in front of her. Since this young man in front of me could kill Song Hung, he could certainly kill me in an instant as well. Little brother, spare my life. I'll do anything you ask. In a panic, Yu Shuang quickly made a choice. Since we can't win, we have to find another way to survive. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Shuang prepared to take off her gauze dress. Seduction? Too bad. I wouldn't even look at trash like you. Xiao Chen raised his hand and delivered a chop to Yu Shuang's dantian, instantly destroying her cultivation. Of course, I don't intend to kill you so soon. Over the years, you've harmed many people with this aphrodisiac. Since that's the case, I might as well let you taste the effects of this aphrodisiac. As he spoke, Xiao Chen lightly pressed his finger on an acupoint under Yu's ribs. This acupoint was called the dumb point. After pressing it, you would be unable to make any sound for 3 hours. Hey policewoman, where are your handcuffs? Can I borrow them? Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Xiaoyu and said something. After saying that, without waiting for the other party's agreement, he took the handcuffs from her waist, then handcuffed one to Yu Shuang's wrist and the other to the steel bars of the factory behind the door. After doing all this, Xiao Chen turned around and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Seeing that Xiao Chen was about to leave, Zhang Xiaoyu panicked and asked. Save Han Xiaoyu. Didn't we just say she was locked in the cold storage? Wait here for me. Xiao Chen shrugged. I'll go with you. Zhang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. Holy crap, you're coming with me? Aren't you afraid that when the drug takes effect, you won't be able to control yourself and will do something outrageous? Xiao Chen said. Then, what should we do? Is there any way to resolve this? Zhang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. It's not difficult to neutralize it, but I don't have any silver needles with me right now. If I had silver needles, I could neutralize the effects of the medicine in your body in just a few needle pricks. Xiao Chen nodded. Huh? Isn't there any other way? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu felt a little disappointed. Well, if you don't have silver needles, I can help you resolve this, but it depends on whether you agree. Xiao Chen swallowed hard and said somewhat awkwardly. Tell me, what's the solution? As long as it can be resolved, I can endure any amount of pain. Although Zhang Xiaoyu was puzzled, she still spoke up. It won't be too painful. Of course, if it's your first time, it might hurt a little, but it will feel very comfortable after that. Yes, that should be the case. Xiao Chen thought for a moment with a somewhat troubled expression, and then said, You'll feel much better after you get through this? Zhang Xiaoyu was completely baffled this time. Then, she suddenly realized what Xiao Chen meant by the method. Her pretty face turned bright red in an instant, and she glared at Xiao Chen fiercely. You wish. Ahem, I was just discussing this with you. Of course, since you don't agree, then forget it. Xiao Chen coughed twice, feeling a little guilty. Isn't there any other way? Although Zhang Xiaoyu was angry, she couldn't find a reason to vent her anger. That's it, unless you can hold on for at least half an hour. I found that girl Han Qingma, and then I'll buy a set of silver needles nearby. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and then shared his thoughts. Are you sure you can solve this in half an hour? Zhang Xiaoyu hesitated. Almost. Xiao Chen estimated it, and then said, Okay, I'll trust you this once. If you dare to lie to me, I'll definitely have you arrested. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, as if to comfort herself. All right, let's go. Let's find out where the cold storage is first. As Xiao Chen spoke, he helped Zhang Xiaoyu up and then went out the door. Just as he was closing the door, Xiao Chen saw Yu Shuang, who was handcuffed to the steel bars behind the door with a pleading look on her face. He suddenly grinned mischievously, looked around, and finally picked up a wooden stick about the thickness of a wrist. He threw the stick at Yu Shuang's feet and chuckled. Don't say I'm not good enough to you. You might need this later. At this moment, Yu Shuang's cheeks were flushed with an abnormal redness due to taking too many pills. Upon seeing the wooden stick Xiao Chen threw at her, she immediately realized something, and a surge of anger welled up inside her. She glared at Xiao Chen with venomous eyes and kept hurling insults at him. Unfortunately, because his acupoints were pressed to silence him, he couldn't utter a single word. But judging from the lip movements, it probably meant, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. What goes around comes around. Those you harmed suffered terribly before they died. Today, you'll taste that pain too. The smile on Xiao Chen's face gradually disappeared. After giving Yu Shuang a cold look, he locked the door. Little policewoman, don't push yourself if you can't hold on any longer. This thing can really kill people. Then, Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Xiaoyu and said, You don't need to worry about that. But I'm warning you, if you dare do anything to me while I'm under the influence of the drug, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Zhang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said resentfully. Xiao Chen pursed his lips, ignored her, and turned to walk towards the factory workshop. The taxi driver codenamed Lone Wolf who had brought him there was still there. Since we've already started, let's take care of all these people as well. Of course, the main purpose is to find out the location of Han Qingma's cold storage from them. Chapter 45. When it comes to rules, you have to consider the person. Who are you? After leaving the room, Zhang Xiaoyu followed behind Xiao Chen. Looking at his somewhat nonchalant back, Zhang Xiaoyu felt a complex mix of emotions. As a police detective, Zhang Xiaoyu was not completely ignorant about the realms of martial arts. It is said that the two heads of the Su and Zhao families, martial arts families in Seoul, are only at the 9th level of the innate realm, yet the Su and Zhao families are among the top families in Seoul. But this carefree guy in front of me just instantly killed Song Hong, who was at the 7th level of the innate realm. What does that mean? Little policewoman, I've already said it. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I've just studied some medicine and martial arts. Xiao Chen was too lazy to explain to Zhang Xiaoyu and continued to give a perfunctory answer. You. Sensing Xiao Chen's attitude, Zhang Xiaoyu was somewhat annoyed, but helpless. In the end, she could only snort coldly. You just killed someone. I saw it with my own eyes. Those are all bad people. You don't need to give me the medal for bravery. I don't care about empty titles. Xiao Chen said with a grin. Then he raised his index finger at Zhang Xiaoyu. Sure, there are people here. Let me take care of them. Zhang Xiaoyu's expression tightened, and she looked in the direction Xiao Chen was looking. Sure enough, she saw several patrolling figures moving around. You be careful, they all have guns. Although she disapproved of Xiao Chen's behavior, Zhang Xiaoyu still offered a word of advice. Oh ho, you're worried about me? Xiao Chen was amused. Go to hell. Zhang Xiaoyu blushed, unsure if it was the effect of the pill she had just taken, but she felt something was off about her. You won't die. Xiao Chen smiled, and then walked towards the patrolling men. At this moment, the others also heard the commotion and their expressions changed when they saw Xiao Chen emerge from the darkness. Who is it? One of the burly men with a scar on his face saw Xiao Chen, his expression tightened, and he reached for his waist. Lord Yu and Lord Song are hungry, so they sent me to find them something to eat. Xiao Chen said without batting an eye. Are you working for Lord Yu and Lord Song? The scarred, burly man was startled by what he heard, and his eyes showed not only doubt, but also a hint of awe. Yes. Xiao Chen chuckled and spoke, his figure flashing like a ghost as he swiftly pointed 2 fingers at the scarred man's throat. With a muffled thud, the scarred, burly man fell straight to the ground. Before the other scarred-faced companions could react, Xiao Chen's figure had already attacked them again. Hearing the muffled groans in the darkness, Zhang Xiaoyu, who was hiding to the side, felt worried but also couldn't help feeling flustered, because she found that her body was starting to get uncontrollably hot. Damn it, the drug must be taking effect. What should I do? What if I lose control and this guy gets all the benefits? Once the thought arose, Zhang Xiaoyu could no longer control it. What terrified her most was that when the thought entered her mind, she felt no resistance whatsoever. Policewoman, is this a signal jammer? At this moment, Xiao Chen had returned, holding 3 palm-sized, dark objects that were flashing with light. It should be. The strange feeling in her body made Zhang Xiaoyu's speech become somewhat incoherent. Then check if your phone has a signal, and quickly call some people over. These guys are extremely professional, and they're all armed. They're definitely not an ordinary gang. This is a major achievement, so you'll have to thank me properly later. Xiao Chen squeezed the signal jammer in his hand with a little force, and said. Because of the darkness, Xiao Chen assumed Zhang Xiaoyu's reaction was due to fear, and he didn't think of it that way. After all, this young lady has always acted quite tough. Oh, okay. I'll take a look. Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks were burning hot. She shifted her body awkwardly, and then took out her phone from her pocket. We have a signal. Seeing that the previously blank signal bars on her phone had now turned into a single bar, Zhang Xiaoyu was overjoyed. She felt much more at ease knowing that her phone had a signal. Even if the effects of her medication kicked in, as long as her colleagues from the bureau arrived, this guy in front of her definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Okay, go and send a message out. I'll go ask where the cold storage is. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this, then subconsciously pulled out his phone to check. His phone signal had been restored, and he saw a text message from Lu Lingxin. Still not back? Don't you want to die out there? Humph. After seeing the message, Xiao Chen touched his nose. It was strange. Even though he and Lu Lingxin were just pretending to be a couple, he couldn't help feeling guilty when he saw Lu Lingxin's tone. Hey rich girl, I can't get a taxi. Who told you to leave me here? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen replied, and then ignored it, putting his phone away and walking towards the direction of the taxi driver from before. Meanwhile, in an abandoned office at the factory, a man with a hooked nose and triangular eyes was lying on a dilapidated sofa with his eyes closed, resting. He was the taxi driver who had brought Xiao Chen here earlier. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The man suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression changed instantly when he saw the news notification that popped up on his phone. Something's happened. If a mobile phone can receive messages, it means that the signal jammer has been compromised. Before he could react, a figure suddenly pushed the door open and entered. What happened? Lone Wolf assumed the person who came in was one of his own, so he casually asked a question. You guess. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but with a hint of teasing. You. Lone Wolf suddenly remembered that this voice belonged to the kid he had brought back. However, before he could even speak, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Don't scream, or I'll snap your neck. Xiao Chen placed one hand on Lone Wolf's shoulder and the other on the back of Lone Wolf's neck, and said coldly, Are you from the Han family? Lone Wolf broke out in a cold sweat. Since this kid was standing in front of him, and Bloodblade and the 2 adults hadn't appeared, there was only one possibility. Bloodblade and the 2 adults were already dead. Damn it, what kind of person did I unintentionally bring back? The Han family? Xiao Chen was taken aback, then chuckled and said, I didn't want to get involved in this, but you dragged me here. Just take me to the Liu family villa, and everything will be fine, right? For a moment, Lone Wolf felt an urge to curse, but he quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, If you're willing to let me go, I have 5 million in my card. All of it is yours. As he spoke, Lone Wolf took out a bank card from his person and placed it on the table. What's the password? Xiao Chen accepted it without hesitation. 6 sevens. Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf felt a sense of relief, but at the same time, he secretly sneered. As long as he could survive, he had 1,000 ways to make this kid vomit 10-fold or 100-fold. Fine, thanks. But even if I kill you, the money in your account is still mine. Xiao Chen smiled. You're breaking the rules. Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf was startled. His expression changed drastically, and he looked angrily at Xiao Chen. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard the sound of bones breaking in the back of his neck. Then his neck tilted to the side, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he became motionless. I've always been a stickler for rules, but it depends on the person. Xiao Chen coldly uttered a sentence. He had originally hoped to find out the location of the cold storage from the Lone Wolf, but after seeing the factory layout map on the office wall, Xiao Chen decided to skip the question altogether. However, when he got to the factory's zoning map, he was dumbfounded. Holy crap, how come there are 7 cold storage facilities? Chapter 46 The Mad Zhang Xiaoyu. After Xiao Chen dealt with Lone Wolf, Zhang Xiaoyu, who was waiting outside, dialed the police station. Tell the station that the kidnapper's hideout has been located, and Miss Han should be here too. I've already sent you their location. Despite her physical discomfort, Zhang Xiaoyu briefly explained the current situation. Yes, Captain, are you safe now? A worried voice came through the phone. I'm fine right now. Please come quickly, the sooner the better. Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks were burning hot, and she was already breathing slightly heavily as she spoke. After urging him on, she hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, I happened to see Xiao Chen coming out of that abandoned office. How about it? Zhang Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. Not bad. There are 7 abandoned cold storage facilities here. We can just search them one by one. The darkness of the night concealed the abnormal flush on Zhang Xiaoyu's face, and Xiao Chen casually replied. Okay, let's hurry up. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu just wanted to find Han Xingma as soon as possible. She was afraid that if she waited any longer, she really wouldn't be able to hold on. Okay, but it's not difficult to find. The cold storage where Han Xingma is being held must be guarded. We just need to see which cold storage is guarded. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and then said, Good. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu immediately nodded. The two then immediately went to the location of the cold storage. They searched for 3 cold storage rooms, but they were all empty and unguarded. 10 minutes later, at the cold storage near the side gate of the factory, Xiao Chen saw a faint light shining from the entrance of a cold storage room, and 2 men with sinister expressions were smoking and playing dice at the entrance. This is it, little policewoman. I'll deal with the people at the door in a bit. Then you come in with me and look for it. The cold storage is a bit big. I won't be able to find it by myself. Xiao Chen said. Okay. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu nodded absent-mindedly and replied. Who is it? The 2 men who were playing dice suddenly looked up, pulled out guns from their waists, and aimed them in the direction the 2 men were. Hey, you've been spotted. What are you doing making such a loud noise? Xiao Chen was startled. I didn't mean to. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately realized that because of her physical discomfort, her mind was in a mess, and when Xiao Chen called her, she subconsciously raised her voice. What do we do now? Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks were burning hot, and she realized that she had lost her composure. What else can we do but kill them? Xiao Chen was somewhat helpless, but his hands moved quickly. He picked up 2 small stones from the ground and flicked them out. After 2 whooshing sounds, the 2 guards at the door, who were holding guns, suddenly had bloody holes in their throats and fell straight to the ground. There shouldn't be anyone left. Let's hurry inside and look for Han's little girl. Xiao Chen clapped his hands, said a few words, and then walked towards the cold storage. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyu had no choice but to follow behind, panting slightly. Just as Xiao Chen had expected, the entire cold storage was very large. Because it had been abandoned, the air conditioning was not on, and it was filled with all sorts of clutter. Strangely, after searching the cold storage, they couldn't find Han Xingma at all. Little Han, answer me if you hear me. Having no other option, Xiao Chen called out a couple of times, but received no response. Policewoman, let's split up and search. As Xiao Chen spoke, he turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyu. However, when he turned around, he noticed an abnormal flush on Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks in the moonlight. Xiao Chen, I'm so hot. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu was tearing at her clothes. Oh no, the drug is taking effect. Looking at Zhang Xiaoyu, who was restless like a kitten in his arms, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, Bear with it. I'll take you out once I find Han Xingma. However, his words had absolutely no effect. Zhang Xiaoyu slumped to the ground, feeling weak and powerless. Xiao Chen, I feel so bad. Zhang Xiaoyu looked pained and murmured softly. Finally, she used both hands to unbutton her clothes. Who could stand this? Seeing this scene before him, Xiao Chen almost coughed up blood, his eyes turning bloodshot. Meanwhile, Han Xingma, who was hiding in the corner, had already heard Xiao Chen's shouts. Hearing footsteps, Han Xingma initially thought it was her kidnappers coming in. Frightened, she hid in a corner. However, Xiao Chen's voice sounded somewhat familiar to her. She thought of the man in the bar, but wasn't sure, so she decided to wait for him to call her name a few more times to confirm before coming out. What puzzled her was that the shouts did not ring out again. Instead, strange sounds faintly came from the empty cold storage. Having grown up with little experience with relationships between men and women, Han Xingma didn't immediately realize what was happening. A few minutes later, the strange sound became clearer and clearer. Out of curiosity, Han Xingma tiptoed out of her hiding place and looked in the direction of the sound. When she saw what was in front of her, her face turned as red as a ripe apple, as if it could drip water. Little Han, you're finally out. Come and help me. When Xiao Chen saw Han Xingma, he felt as if he had been granted a pardon and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I still want to get married. You're vulgar. Han Xingma's mind went blank. Could he still help with something like this? Xiao Chen was amused and annoyed, realizing he had been misunderstood. However, He didn't have time to explain and said to Han Qingma, "Hurry up and come over, or someone will die." Looking at Zhang Xiaoyu, who was writhing and panting on the ground, Xiao Chen was almost going crazy. If he hadn't been holding her down, the woman's clothes would have been torn off. Xiao Chen dared not imagine what Yu Shuang's condition must be like now, after just one pill of the Huan powder had caused this. Okay, even though Han Qingma was 100 times unwilling, upon hearing that human life was at stake, he realized the seriousness of the matter and had no choice but to walk over and stand awkwardly in place. What should I do? Take your pants off. Xiao Chen turned his head to one side. Oh. Han Qingma's eyes were glazed over. What do you mean, Hurry up, or someone might really die. Xiao Chen grew anxious. Han Qingma's pretty face flushed red, and tears welled up in her eyes, but after hesitating for a moment, she still reached for the sash at her waist. Xiao Chen was stunned, then pointed at Zhang Xiaoyu on the ground with a wry smile, and said, "What are you doing? I told you to take her clothes off. Then massage the acupoints I told you to do. This is the only way to get rid of the toxins in her body. Otherwise it will be troublesome." Chapter 47, I will not offend others unless they offend me. 2 hours later, in a nearby hospital ward, Zhang Xiaoyu slowly woke up from her hospital bed. Where am I? Looking at the white ceiling and the 4 drip hanging by the bed, Zhang Xiaoyu looked puzzled. She tried to move her body and found that she was sore all over. "Captain, you're awake?" At this moment, a young uniformed police officer ran into the ward. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoyu had woken up, he quickly came over with concern. Xiao, how did I get here? Where are Miss Han and the kidnappers?" Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the mission she was carrying out and hurriedly asked. "Captain, you should take good care of yourself. You've done a great job this time. All those kidnappers are dead, and Miss Han has been found." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoyu's words, the police officer, referred to as Xiao, spoke with admiration. "Miss Han has been found. That's good." Zhang Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, then felt the soreness and discomfort in her inner thighs. Her expression suddenly changed, and she asked again in a trembling voice, "Xiao, when you found me, was there anything wrong with me?" Something's not right." Xiao was immediately puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and replied, "I didn't notice anything wrong. After receiving your report, we rushed over immediately. When we arrived, it was Miss Han and a man named Xiao Chen who brought you out. Apart from your torn clothes and a few scrapes, you were fine. We initially thought that Xiao Chen had done something to you, but the investigators from the bureau said that your injuries were from a fall." "I see." Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, but she still felt that something was wrong. "What's wrong, Captain?" Xiao asked. "It's nothing. I did fall after the kidnappers, and that's when my clothes got torn. By the way, what about that Xiao Chen guy?" Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly realized the problem and said warily, "Tell the station immediately that Xiao Chen is no ordinary person. He took down almost all of those kidnappers by himself." "Hey, Captain, we've already investigated. This Xiao Chen isn't simple. He's a martial artist with considerable strength. Just tonight, he defeated Chen Yuhu, who's known as Tiger Lord, and the eldest daughter of the Su family in Hanxing is vouching for him." Xiao said with a look of admiration. "What? He defeated Chen Yuhu?" Zhang Xiaoyu was startled. The name of the Tiger of Seoul still had some influence. However, when she thought of Xiao Chen's one-hit kill of Song Hong, a 7th-grade Xiantian, she suddenly felt less surprised. Of course, Zhang Xiaoyu was now even more curious about Xiao Chen. Thinking of this, she looked at Xiao again. Where is Xiao Chen now? After giving his statement at the station, Xiao Chen was taken away by the Special Administration Bureau. Because the kidnapping case of Miss Han involved martial arts forces, and the Special Administration Bureau is specifically responsible for handling such matters, Xiao Chen was called away by the Special Administration Bureau for questioning. Xiao answered truthfully, while looking at Zhang Xiaoyu with some curiosity and confusion. "Captain, why are you so concerned about this person? That's none of your business." Zhang Xiaoyu said something irritatingly, and then directly pulled the needle out of the back of her hand. "Captain, where are you going?" Xiao was dumbfounded. "Okay, I'm going to the toilet." Zhang Xiaoyu coldly uttered a sentence, then turned and disappeared into the women's restroom without looking back. Although Xiao's words indicated that nothing seemed wrong with her, she was still uneasy. The only solution right now is to go to the bathroom and personally check if your most precious possession is still there. Soon, Zhang Xiaoyu went into a cubicle and slowly took off her hospital gown. This scoundrel isn't so bad after all. He didn't take the opportunity to do anything too outrageous to me. After a thorough check, and confirming that her most precious possessions were still there, Zhang Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from her heart. At the same time, her feelings for Xiao Chen also increased considerably. "I'll thank him properly when I see him later," Zhang Xiaoyu muttered to herself as she sat up from the toilet, preparing to put her clothes back on. But as she looked down, her face suddenly turned deathly pale. On the contrary, Zhang Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes again, and after confirming that she hadn't seen wrong, her body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. The opposite. Why is it the opposite? Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and an unprecedented sense of panic overwhelmed her. Then, tears fell down her cheeks as if they were free. She remembered clearly this morning that she absolutely did not put her underwear on backwards, but now that she had been unconscious and then woken up, her underwear was suddenly inside out. There's only one possibility. Someone dressed him up again in the middle. Besides Xiao Chen, she couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a thing. Bastard, you're disgusting. The unprecedented sense of humiliation made Zhang Xiaoyu tremble all over, and her voice even turned into a sob. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Seoul Metropolitan Police Department, Mr. Xiao, thank you for your cooperation. My name is Gao Feng. Gao Feng, the director of the Special Administration Bureau in Seoul, shook Xiao Chen's hand and handed him a business card. You're welcome. By the way, how is that woman from Bliss Valley named Yu Shuang doing? Xiao Chen suddenly asked curiously. Well, that's a bit tragic. Such a vicious martial arts force deserves to die. I've already reported this to my superiors, and they will issue a purge order against Bliss Valley in the future. Gao Feng was stunned. Thinking of how they found the woman from Bliss Valley in that factory today, he couldn't help but shudder and said, Okay, I have no problem with anything else. Xiao Chen didn't ask any more questions. He could already imagine the scene. All right, but there's something I'd like to ask Mr. Xiao to remember. You're a young man already a rank 8 innate martial artist with a bright future ahead of you. Please don't use your status as a martial artist to harm ordinary people. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, the Special Administration Bureau will issue a purge order against you. Gao Feng paused for a moment, then continued. Of course, if it's a fight between martial artists, the Special Administration Bureau rarely intervenes. I will not attack unless attacked. Xiao Chen smiled gently and answered Gao Feng with 8 words. After speaking, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left without waiting for Gao Feng to react. After Xiao Chen left, Gao Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, turned to his secretary and said, Make a note in the file. Xiao Chen, 20 years old, rank 8 of the innate realm, danger level B. Director Gao, he saved Miss Han and killed people who deserve to die. So why is the danger level classified as B? The secretary was somewhat puzzled. I just warned him that as a martial artist, he shouldn't harm ordinary people. What was his response? Gao Feng smiled slightly. He said, I won't attack unless attacked. Is there anything wrong with that statement? The secretary's doubts deepened. Of course there's a problem. I won't offend others unless they offend me, means that if an ordinary person angers him, he'll kill them just the same way. Gao Feng's expression turned solemn, and he sighed to calm his inner shock. A 20-year-old at the 8th level of the innate realm. This was the first time Han Sheng had ever seen such a person. Moreover, the claim of being at the 8th rank of the innate realm is just something Xiao Chen himself said. Who knows if his true strength might be even higher? While Gao Feng was thinking, he didn't notice that his secretary had quietly forwarded Xiao Chen's file information to someone. The note above clearly reads, Young Master Chu. Chapter 48, Chu Qingyun's Plan. 8th grade innate realm? How is that possible? How old is he? In the only 5-star hotel in Seoul, Li Qi took the phone from Chu Qingyun and saw the file on Xiao Chen sent by Gao Feng's secretary. He couldn't help but shout out loud. Damn it, I also think it's impossible. But where did this kid come from? Chu Qingyun's expression was gloomy, and his cheeks were still a little red and swollen. When he spoke of Xiao Chen, his eyes were full of resentment. Young master, don't worry, I'm a 9th grade innate realm expert at the great perfection stage. Killing an 8th grade innate realm expert is a piece of cake. This kid may have good talent, but he hasn't fully matured yet. It's perfect time for me to nip him in the bud. Li Qi's eyes flickered, his tone full of jealousy. Why do others have such great talent? He was only slightly better than ordinary martial artists due to his natural talent. He only managed to reach the great perfection of the 9th grade of the innate realm thanks to the Chu family's cultivation resources over the years. And that Xiao Chen, who is around 20 years old, is now actually at the 8th level of the innate realm? There's simply no comparison. Thinking of this, an unprecedented fire of jealousy filled Li Qi's heart. But the thought of being able to kill this kid with his own hands soon filled him with a strange sense of pleasure and anticipation. Being able to kill someone with such talent would make this trip to Seoul worthwhile. Don't act rashly. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Chu Qingyun's expression changed, and then he spoke with some hesitation. Young master. Seeing this, Li Qi became anxious and said, Young master, with such talent, we absolutely cannot give this kid time to grow. Once he breaks through to the 9th rank of the innate realm, it will be much more troublesome for me to kill him. Although someone at the great perfection of the 9th grade of the innate realm has a strength advantage over someone at the 9th grade of the innate realm, It is practically impossible for them to kill someone with a single blow. On the contrary, now that he is at the 8th level of the innate realm, he is confident that he can kill with one blow if he uses his full strength. If this kid breaks through to a higher realm and then escapes without being killed, he will definitely become a major threat. Therefore, Li Qi couldn't understand why Chu Qingyun would stop him. What's the rush? You understand this. So how could the young master not understand? Chu Qingyun's gaze darkened further. He gave a reprimand, then looked at Li Qi and said, "Old Li, what if this kid has been hiding his strength from the Special Administration Bureau? Concealing your strength?" Li Qi's expression changed in shock. Then he gasped sharply, exclaiming repeatedly, "Impossible. This kid can't possibly be a 9th grade innate cultivator. Although I don't believe it either, I can't rule out the possibility." Chu Qingyun snorted coldly and continued, "Elderly, as a cultivator, you should know how important it is for a martial artist to conceal their true strength when traveling outside, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Qi's expression changed, and a chill ran down his spine. Because what their young master said was true. As martial artists, hiding their true strength when traveling is a common tactic they use. In this way, when they encounter enemies, they can catch them off guard. "Old Li, have you ever considered that if this kid is only at the 8th level of the innate realm, how could he be so fearless when facing us in the bar? If that's the case, then there's only one possibility. This kid has absolute confidence that he can survive in your hands." Speaking of this, Chu Qingyun's face turned ashen. Then he looked up at Li Qi and said, "Moreover, this kid knows he has offended our Chu family. How could he possibly reveal his true strength when questioned by the Special Administration Bureau?" This young master is right. Heavens, if this kid really is a 9th grade innate genius, what a monster he would be. In that case, we absolutely cannot let him grow up. Li Qi said with a lingering sense of fear. "That's why I'm not letting you act rashly. Once you make a move, you must be 100% certain of killing this brat to eliminate any future trouble." Chu Qingyun clenched his fist and said, "But young master, if this kid really has reached the 9th level of the innate realm, it will be very difficult to kill him unless you ask the head of the family in the capital for help and ask him to send a grandmaster level retainer." Li Qi looked unwell and said to Chu Qingyun with some shame, "Ask for help? Heh, I would never ask those old guys in the capital for help. Although they could send a grandmaster level retainer to assist me, I would inevitably be bossed around by those old guys when it comes to doing things." Chu Qingyun's face turned cold. He stood up, looked at the night view of Seoul outside the window, and said with great ambition, "I want to have 100% control over the power in Seoul and have complete say in everything. No one in Kyoto can interfere, not even the head of the family." "Young master, what ambition? But if we do that, how are we supposed to kill this kid? I'm confident I can kill him now, but I'm afraid that if he's really hiding his strength and we can't kill him in one go, he might hide and go into seclusion, and then it'll be troublesome to find him again." Li Qi said with some difficulty. "Who said we'd kill him now?" Chu Qingyun narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Qi meaningfully. Li Qi felt a chill run down his spine under the gaze, wondering if his young master had suddenly developed some kind of unusual taste. "Elderly, if you break through to the Grandmaster realm, are you absolutely certain you can kill this kid with a single blow?" Chu Qingyun suddenly spoke. "If I could reach the Grandmaster realm, I could crush this brat with a single finger, not to mention this brat. I'm confident I could fight all the martial artists in the entire Han City combined." Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's words, Li Qi spoke almost without hesitation. However, after speaking, he looked at Chu Qingyun with a wry smile and said, "But young master, there is an insurmountable gap between the Grandmaster realm and the innate realm. Although I am said to have 1 foot in the Grandmaster realm, no one can say for sure when I will be able to truly break through. If I am lucky, it may be possible within 3 years. If I am unlucky and cannot find an opportunity, I may even be stuck at the great perfection of the 9th grade of the innate realm for the rest of my life. If that's how you think, Mr. Li, you're really underestimating me." Chu Qingyun proudly raised his head. "Young master, you have a way?" Li Qi wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the hidden meaning in his young master's words? After realizing it, his face flushed with excitement, and he knelt down on the ground, bowing to Chu Qingyun and saying, "As long as you can help me reach the Grandmaster realm, I will serve you like a slave from now on, and I will be loyal to you to the death no matter what happens." "That would be best." Seeing Li Qi's performance, Chu Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. But things were different before. No matter how close Li Qi was to him, he was ultimately loyal to the Chu family, not to Chu Qingyun. But things are different now. "Young master, do you have any ideas?" Li Qi asked with some hesitation and curiosity. "What? You don't believe me?" Chu Qingyun slightly raised the corners of his mouth, then stopped, keeping him in suspense. "Before I came here, I received news that the Xiao family of Hanqing possessed a low-grade breakthrough pill, which was obtained by the Xiao family patriarch, Xiao Nangong, during his travels decades ago. A breakthrough pill that's rumored to increase the success rate of breakthroughs by 50%. Li Qi's face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. As long as young master can get me the breakthrough pill, I have a 70% chance of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm within a month of taking it. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Xu Qingyun knew that a 70% chance of success was already quite high, so he nodded with satisfaction. Then, as if remembering something, he narrowed his eyes and said slyly, "However, before that, there is one more thing to do." Chapter 49, The Han Family's Gratitude. Young master, what is it? Li Qi was slightly taken aback, then asked. Go to the Qiao family tomorrow. If they still don't know what's good for them, oldly, you know what to do, right? Xu Qingyun sneered. Understood, young master. I have already infused a stream of true energy into Qiao Zhenhai's body. As long as you give the order, Qiao Zhenhai will surely die. Upon hearing this, Li Qi immediately offered his support in a humble manner. Fine, I'll see tomorrow whether Qiao Zhenhai wants his own life or his daughter's. Thinking of Qiao Xuaning's exquisite figure, face, and temperament, Xu Qingyun felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. He said with a venomous look in his eyes, Oldly, many people in Hansheng are watching closely. If I act too aggressively, the entire city will band together to expel me, an outsider. That's why I was so polite to the Qiao family a few days ago. As he spoke, Xu Qingyun looked at Li Qi with hopeful eyes. But if elderly can break through to the Grandmaster realm, that would be different. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, young master, I will certainly not let you down. Li Qi's expression changed, and he patted his chest as he spoke. All right, go find me 2 clean ones. I'm going to have some fun tonight. Xu Qingyun was in high spirits and chuckled as he gave the order. Upon hearing this, Li Qi immediately understood his young master's meaning and quickly agreed before turning around to make the arrangements. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Xiao Chen said goodbye to Gao Feng from the Special Administration Bureau, he was stopped by a black Bentley that slowly drove up from the roadside. Young friend Xiao, please wait. Xiao Chen had no idea that the person in the black Bentley was there to see him. Just as he was about to continue walking forward, the car window suddenly rolled down, revealing an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit with glasses and a full head of white hair. Old man, who are you? Seeing this, Xiao Chen asked with some confusion. In response to Xiao Chen's question, the old man in the Zhongshan suit smiled kindly. Then, a middle-aged man stepped out of the car first, nodded kindly to Xiao Chen, and then opened the car door to help the old man out. The two walked up to Xiao Chen, and the middle-aged man then spoke. Xiao Chen, I am Qingma's father, Han Shuicheng, and this is Qingma's grandfather, who is also my father, Han Huayan. Oh, someone from the Han family? Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised, but he vaguely guessed the Han family's purpose. Indeed, Xiao Chen, my son and I have come here specifically to thank you, Han Shuicheng said with a grateful expression. Yes, if it weren't for Mr. Xiao, Qingma would probably be in grave danger at the hands of these thugs. With his white hair, Han Huayan sighed and held Xiao Chen's hand. It was nothing, just a small favor. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. It's getting late. Seeing that the other party had indeed come because of what happened that night, Xiao Chen exchanged a few polite words and prepared to leave. He had called the rich girl several times, but she had ignored him. Forehead. Both Han Huayan and his son Han Shuicheng were caught off guard by Xiao Chen's reaction. In the entire city of Seoul, no one could remain calm in the face of the simultaneous appearance of the father and son, but the young man in front of him seemed somewhat impatient. However, this is not Xiao Chen's fault, since he had no idea what the Han father and son meant in Seoul. Of course, even if he knew, Xiao Chen would probably still have the same attitude. Qingma, why aren't you coming out to thank Mr. Xiao? What kind of behavior is this in front of your savior? Don't you have any manners at all? Han Shuicheng shouted at the person inside the car. Oh, only then did Xiao Chen realize that the person sitting in the back seat was none other than Han Qingma. Hearing Han Shuicheng call her, Han Qingma finally opened the car door and reluctantly got out of the car. Upon seeing Han Qingma, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled the scene of Han Qingma massaging Zhang Xiaoyu in the cold storage tonight, which was incredibly tempting. Noticing Xiao Chen's teasing gaze, Han Qingma felt her face burning and her heart pounding like a rabbit's. This was the first time she had ever done this in her life. This feeling is strange. Although Han Huayan and his son Han Shuicheng knew that Xiao Chen had saved Han Qingma, they did not know what had happened in between, so they did not think much of it. Thank you. Han Qingma stammered as she spoke. Outrageous. This is your savior, and you can't even say a proper thank you? Han Shuicheng complained, then looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, thank you for saving my daughter. What would you like? As a token of our gratitude, The Han family will certainly do our best to repay you. No need. If you really want to thank me, why don't you go to the trouble of taking me home? I'm having trouble getting a taxi. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then simply pointed to the black Bentley parked by the roadside and said, That's all. Han Shuiqing almost thought he had misheard. When he first saw Xiao Chen pointing at the car, he thought the other party wanted the luxury car, but it turned out that Xiao Chen just wanted to take him home. What? It's not okay. If it's not okay, then forget it. Xiao Chen assumed the other party was in a difficult position and didn't intend to force the issue. No. I just think your request is too simple. Han Shuiqing realized what was happening and quickly ran to the car window to instruct the driver. Then he returned to Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, I've already spoken to Qiao. She'll give you her contact information later. If you need the car in the future, just call her. If you don't mind, we can transfer the car to you tomorrow. Forget about the transfer of ownership. Just send me back. But what will you do if you send me back? Xiao Chen didn't have any particular fondness for cars, but he was still quite pleased to hear that he could call any time he needed a car, since he had suffered enough from having to hail a taxi today. Mr. Xiao, don't worry about us. We have plenty of cars. The white-haired old man, Han Huan, looked at Xiao Chen and said with a smile, Okay, then I won't be coy. After saying that, Xiao Chen got into the car. Once inside, he discovered that the driver, named Qiao Yu, was a woman with a ponytail. She was dashing and exuded an aura of military service, probably a retired female special forces soldier. After Xiao Chen gave the address, the car started and headed towards the Liu family villa. After watching the car drive away, the white-haired old man Han Huan thought for a moment and said to Han Shuiqing, Let's find some time to invite Mr. Xiao to dinner. Han Shuiqing frowned upon hearing this and asked doubtfully, Dad, is this really necessary? Although this kid saved Qingma, we can just give him some money. With the status of our Han family, he's not qualified for both of us to invite him to dinner at the same time, is he? Chapter 50 Winning Over. Status? Humph, what do you think our Han family status is? Han Huan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and reprimanded them. Then he sighed and said with a worried expression, In the secular world, our Han family still has some influence. But the force that wants to destroy our Han family is not an ordinary force, but a hidden martial arts force that is even more powerful than the Zhao family and the Su family combined. You saw what happened tonight. In the eyes of these cultivation forces, what is our Han family? But what does this have to do with this kid? Dad, you're not expecting this kid to help us through this crisis, are you? After all, even the old men of the Su and Zhao families refused our request for help. Han Shuiqing was puzzled. In Seoul right now, many people are just waiting for the Han family to decline and fall. Once the Han family really collapses, they will swarm to drink our blood and eat our flesh. Although the Su family is relatively upright, they dare not take risks at this time. As for the Zhao family, needless to say, they will be the first to come and trample on the Han family. Han Huan sighed, then spoke of Xiao Chen again, saying with admiration, Tonight, young friend Xiao not only saved Qingma, but also slapped Xiao Qian of the Zhao family. What's most interesting is that he even slapped Chu Qingyun of the Chu family in the face in public. Shuiqing, do you know what this means? Dad, you mean? Han Shuiqing's expression changed. Indeed, judging from tonight's events, Xiao Chen has offended people who might step on our Han family in the future. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Especially at this critical moment, we must humble ourselves and win over all the connections we can. Han Huan gazed in the direction where Xiao Chen had disappeared and murmured solemnly. What's more, this boy is a martial artist with extraordinary talent. He was able to defeat Shen Yuhu at such a young age. Once he grows up, he will surely rise to great heights. Even if this boy can't help us resist the retaliation of those hidden forces, it would still be good if he could protect Qingma after our Han family is destroyed. Dad, has the situation in our Han family become this dire? Han Shuiqing sensed an unprecedented sense of urgency from Han Huan's tone. The matter is probably several times more urgent than I've described. Han Huan looked worried. Dad, I understand. I'll make the arrangements tomorrow. By the way, Su Lanlan from the Su family has a good relationship with Qingma. She put in a lot of effort to save Qingma tonight. Moreover, Qingma said that Xiao Chen was invited by Su Lanlan tonight. Let's invite Su Lanlan as well. Han Shuiqing's expression shifted. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? This is a good opportunity to test the Su family's attitude. If Lanlan comes, it means that in an emergency, the Su family might still help us, or at least not kick us when we're down. If they don't come, Han Huan's face was bitter. We really can't count on the Su family. Just as Han Huan finished speaking, Han Shuiqing's phone suddenly received a message. Upon seeing the message, Han Shuiqing was overjoyed. What has happened? Why are you so distraught? How will you manage the affairs of the Han family in this state? Han Huan said with dissatisfaction. Dad, great news. Didn't you just ask me to arrange a dinner to entertain Xiao Chen? Our person in the Special Administration Bureau just sent over Xiao Chen's file. Han Shuiqing ignored his father's scolding and excitedly showed the file he had retrieved on his phone to Han Huayan. What? A Bliss Valley elder at the 7th level of the innate realm was killed in one move. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's file, Han Huayan's face suddenly flushed red. He said to Han Shuiqing, "We must befriend this young man. To be able to kill a 7th grade innate realm martial artist in one move means he has at least the strength of an 8th grade innate realm martial artist. Shuiqing, this is a golden opportunity for our Han family." Dad, I understand. I will definitely handle this matter well. Han Shuiqing also realized the importance of this dinner party. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. My God, a 20-year-old at the 8th rank of the innate realm. What an extraordinary talent. You must know that the current heads of the Su and Zhao families, at this age, have only recently reached the 9th rank of the innate realm. A 20-year-old at the 8th rank of the innate realm, if we befriend Xiao Chen now, our Han family might have another Grandmaster-level expert to assist us in the future. Han Huayan's hands trembled with excitement. Then he suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Tomorrow's dinner will be arranged at our home, and we will announce to the public that our Han family is hosting a special family banquet to thank Xiao Chen for saving our Han family's daughter's life." Good. This time, Han Shuiqing agreed almost without hesitation. Han Qingma, standing to the side, pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, a faint smile creeping onto his face. His father and grandfather were actually inviting this wretched fellow to their home for dinner. What was he to do? Xiao Chen was unaware of the Han family's thoughts. More than half an hour later, the black Bentley slowly stopped in front of the Liu family villa. "Mr. Xiao, we've arrived." The Han family's driver, Qiao, parked the car and got out to open the door for Xiao Chen. "Okay, thanks." After Xiao Chen got down, he suddenly looked at Qiao's left chest. "Mr. Xiao, please have some self-respect." Noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, Qiao's heroic face turned slightly cold. Sorry, don't misunderstand. I was just curious because I saw the hidden injury on your left chest." "All right, it's getting late. Please thank Mr. and Mrs. Han for me." Xiao Chen gave an awkward laugh, then left after saying a few words. As Xiao Chen walked into the Liu family villa, Qiao was shocked. She knew nothing about Xiao Chen's identity and strength, and she never expected that he could see the hidden injuries in her body. After hesitating for a moment, Qiao got into the car and drove away. This scene was clearly seen by Mr. Liu, who was drinking tea and enjoying the cool air on the second-floor balcony. Is this the Han family's car? Old Master Liu forgot to drink the tea he was holding, staring in disbelief at the black Bentley driving away through the door, his heart filled with shock. How did Xiao Chen get involved with the Han family? However, I've heard that the Han family isn't doing so well lately. Thinking about this, Old Master Liu fell into deep thought. On the other side, Xiao Chen tiptoed up to the 3rd floor, then took out his key and pushed open the door. At this time, the little rich woman was probably asleep. Because he was afraid of waking Lu Lingxin, Xiao Chen moved very quietly and did not turn on the lights after entering the room. Looks like she's really asleep. Xiao Chen didn't look at the bed closely. With that thought in mind, he prepared to take a shower and go to sleep. Chapter 51 Wu Dihao's phone call. Lu Lingxin had just woken up and was still half asleep, so she didn't notice Xiao Chen pushing the door open and entering. Xiao Chen was also bewildered by the sudden situation. He didn't know whether to go in or leave, so he could only stand close to the wall, not daring to even breathe loudly. Immediately afterwards, Lu Lingxin slowly stood up from the toilet, then sleepily dressed and walked out of the bathroom without glancing to the side the whole time. That bastard Xiao Chen. Why isn't he back yet? Humph. As she lay back down in bed, Lu Lingxin mumbled something in her sleep. Xiao Chen, who was pressed against the wall, felt his heart pounding in his chest, especially when he heard Lu Lingxin talking about him. However, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Lingxin start snoring soon after. He was asleep, but he was still yelling at me. Xiao Chen was both amused and exasperated. It was clearly Lu Lingxin who abandoned him first. If she hadn't abandoned him, none of this would have happened tonight. A woman's mind is truly unfathomable. However, thinking of the scene in the bathroom just now, Xiao Chen sighed. This was too torturous. Xiao Chen shook his head. In order not to wake Lu Lingxin, he didn't dare to take a bath. He went straight to the window, quietly pushed it open, and then sat down cross-legged to start cultivating. However, due to the incompleteness of his meridians, almost no of the sparse spiritual energy in the world could be retained after being absorbed into his body. It seems I need to find some time to refine the spirit bloodwood and the 100-year fire ginseng. After circulating his internal energy twice, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, sighed softly, and muttered to himself. Then he closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the night passed. So you finally decided to come back. The next morning, as soon as Lu Lingxin woke up, The first thing she looked at was the balcony. When she saw the figure sitting cross-legged on the balcony, Lu Lingxin breathed a sigh of relief. She was actually really afraid that Xiao Chen would not come back in a fit of anger, and then how would she explain it to her grandfather? However, thinking about how she had called him several times last night, and he hadn't answered, she suddenly felt a little angry again. I got back a little late yesterday, and since you were asleep, I didn't want to wake you. Xiao Chen spoke somewhat guiltily, not daring to reveal what happened in the bathroom last night. You know how to come back late? I wonder which woman you were fooling around with. Lu Lingxin glared at Xiao Chen through gritted teeth. Little rich girl, you're accusing me of that. Besides, it was you who abandoned me. Fearing that Lu Lingxin would continue to ask questions, Xiao Chen quickly changed the subject, took out his phone, and handed it to Lu Lingxin. What? Lu Lingxin's heart tightened, thinking that Xiao Chen was going to return her phone and sever ties with her. Well, there are some things on your phone. Why don't you take care of them? After all, they're yours, and I feel bad making decisions on my own. Xiao Chen, looking embarrassed, brought up his phone's photo album and handed the phone back to him. My things. Lu Lingxin took the phone with a puzzled look. When she saw the encrypted photo album, her expression changed immediately. She stared at Xiao Chen like an angry kitten and questioned, You clicked on it? Well, I was just curious and tried your phone's unlock password, and then, I didn't mean to. It's just that your private photo album password was so stupid. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. How dare you call me brainless? Seeing Xiao Chen's innocent expression, Lu Lingxin clenched her small fists, feeling both ashamed and angry. That's right. No normal person would set all their passwords to be the same. By the way, you don't even set your payment password to the same one, do you? Xiao Chen retorted confidently, knowing he couldn't appear to be in the wrong at this moment. Aye. Lu Lingxin gritted her teeth, but she couldn't do anything about Xiao Chen, and Xiao Chen was right. Because of her forgetfulness, Lu Lingxin always forgot the password she set, so she used the same password for almost all of them, including her payment password. She just didn't think of this when she gave Xiao Chen the phone. I'll change it right now. Lu Lingxin angrily picked up her phone to change the password when her phone suddenly rang. Someone was calling. Hello, who are you looking for? Seeing the unfamiliar number displayed, Lu Lingxin didn't think much of it and answered the call directly. Brother Xiao Chen, it's me, Lon Lon. Hee, are you still angry? I was wrong last night. I apologize to you, okay? Su Lanlin's cheerful voice came through the phone. You were with her last night. Lu Lingxin naturally remembered Su Lanlan, and upon hearing Su Lanlin's voice, Lu Lingxin immediately felt aggrieved. No, it's not what you think. Xiao Chen hurriedly tried to explain, but before he could finish, Lu Lingxin threw her phone at him. You don't need to explain to me, and I have no right to ask you to explain. With red eyes, Lu Lingxin left the sentence, turned around, and slammed the door shut as she left. Damn, that's the truth. Xiao Chen was speechless. Putting aside the fact that nothing really happened last night, even if something did happen, given their fake relationship, there was no reason for them to be angry. How did he end up looking like he was in the wrong? Hey, brother Xiao Chen, you two are living together? On the other end of the phone, Su Lanlan, wearing loose pajamas, lay on the bed, feeling a sudden pang of sadness. Enough talk. We'll talk about last night later. But Xiao Chen hung up in annoyance. Okay, why are you being so fierce? Su Lanlan threw her phone away and muttered something, but then she cheered up. Xiao Chen said that they would talk about what happened last night later, which meant there was still room for reconciliation. On the other end of the phone, after hanging up, Xiao Chen was still hesitating whether to explain what happened last night to Lu Lingxin. But in the end, his stubbornness kicked in, and he decided to let things be as they were. After washing up, Xiao Chen came downstairs and saw Lu Lingxin and Grandpa Lu sitting at the dining table. Xiao Chen, you're awake? Are you hungry? Come and eat. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Lu Bingyan greeted him with a smile. I'm done eating. Grandpa, I'm going to the shop. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Lu Lingxin put down her chopsticks, said something to Lu Bingyan, then picked up her car keys and left without looking back. He didn't even glance at Xiao Chen from beginning to end. It's normal for young couples to have arguments. Xiao Chen, try to coax them more later, and come back as early as possible in the future. Men face many temptations outside, I know that. Back in the day, I was quite the ladies' man. Watching Lu Lingxin's retreating figure, Lu Bingyan didn't pay any attention. Instead, he chuckled and comforted Xiao Chen. Old man, what are you thinking? Xiao Chen was both amused and exasperated. I understand. Come on, let's eat. Lu Bingyan didn't say anything more. He just prepared the bowls and chopsticks for Xiao Chen. This sight made Xiao Chen feel somewhat guilty. While they were eating, Lu Bingyan's phone suddenly rang. After answering, Lu Bingyan handed the phone directly to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, Dinwu is looking for you. Dinwu. Xiao Chen didn't react for a moment, then realized that it was Wu Dihao who was looking for him. At the same time, he understood that it was highly likely that something had happened to Qiao Zhenhai. Chapter 52. Qiao Zhenhai is critically ill. The director's office at the city's central hospital. Junior brother, this is what happened. Wu Dihao held his phone. This morning, he had just sat down at his desk when his phone rang. It was a woman calling. The other party specifically asked for Xiao Chen, and her tone seemed urgent, saying that her father had an accident. Wu Dihao didn't know that it was Qiao Xuening who called, but since she specifically asked for Xiao Chen, Wu Dihao naturally didn't dare to delay, and quickly called Old Master Lu. Okay, I got it. Tell her I'll be right there. Xiao Chen's voice came from the other end of the phone, and then the call ended. Go right away. Wu Dihao was stunned. It seems that his junior brother and this woman have a close relationship. TSK. After a moment of reflection, Wu Dihao quickly made a special note of the phone number. This woman, who had a close relationship with his junior brother, might very well become his second master's wife in the future. He had to cultivate a good relationship with her. Having made up his mind, Wu Dihao didn't dare to delay, and quickly dialed Xiao Xuening's number back. Hello miss, this is Wu Dihao. Yes, my junior brother said he's on his way. If you need any help from the Municipal Central Hospital, please let me know. Wu Dihao spoke cautiously, his words filled with respect. Not needed for now. Thank you, Dean Wu. On the other end, Xiao Xuening hesitated before hanging up the phone. Why had Dean Wu suddenly become so polite to her? Could it be because of Xiao Chen? A hint of doubt appeared on Xiao Xuening's usually cold face, but she didn't want to waste any more time on this matter, because her father, Qiao Zhenhai, was in a very bad situation at the moment. Xuening, how is it? Wah, your father can't be hurt. Xiao Xuening's mother, Bai Liping, had bloodshot eyes. On the bed inside the room lay Qiao Zhenhai, whose face was ashen. This morning, while Qiao Zhenhai was having breakfast, he suddenly screamed and collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Mom, Xiao Chen said he's coming right away. Xiao Xuening comforted Bai Liping. But, can your dad hold on until he gets here? Bai Liping was completely disoriented. What nonsense are you talking about? Since Xiao Chen said he could save Zhenhai for 10 hours, he certainly wouldn't lie to us. Although Qiao Wenxing was also worried, he remained calm after weathering so many storms over the years. Yes, Mom. Since Xiao Chen was able to see my dad's problem beforehand, he will definitely be able to save him. Xiao Xuening was filled with mixed emotions. Just a day ago, she was still doubting whether Xiao Chen was a liar, but today, Xiao Chen's prediction actually came true. While worried about her father's condition, Xiao Xuening suddenly became curious about Xiao Chen. Perhaps this fiancé, whom she had looked down on from the beginning, was not as simple as he seemed. However, regarding the Chu family, Xiao Xuening felt bitter. No matter how good Xiao Chen's medical skills were, he was probably just a nobody in front of the Chu family. Then, Xiao Xuening chuckled to herself, realizing how naive she had suddenly become. Xiao Chen was already doing his father an immense favor by saving his life, yet he had foolishly thought he could ask Xiao Chen to resolve the Chu family's predicament. That's so childish. The Chu family of Kyoto, although not a particularly high-ranking family in the capital, is an untouchable force in Seoul that can crush any family there. Faced with such a Kyoto family, even if Xiao Chen's medical skills were superb, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuening sighed softly. On the other side, at the Lu family villa. Grandpa, I've finished eating. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Xiao Chen slurped down the porridge in a few mouthfuls, then picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, speaking indistinctly to Lu Bingyan. So eager? How much have you eaten? Eat some more. Seeing Xiao Chen's appearance, Lu Bingyan was curious about what had happened. Let's eat later. A friend of mine has a father in trouble, and I have to go see him. Xiao Chen explained casually. Okay, sure. Do you know how to drive? We have a Buick at home, you can drive it. Lu Bingyan asked. Okay. Thank you very much. Then I won't be polite. Although Xiao Chen had been cultivating in the mountains with his master for many years, there were still villages in the mountains, so he still managed to get a driver's license and other necessary qualifications. Fearing he wouldn't be able to get a taxi, Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony with Lu Bingyan, took the car keys, and left. More than half an hour later, Xiao Chen drove the Buick Regal to the entrance of the Qiao family villa. Xiao Chen, you're here? My dad suddenly fainted this morning. Hearing the car outside, Xiao Xuening, Xiao Wenxing, and Bai Liping hurriedly came out of the room. When they saw Xiao Chen, the three of them grasped at a straw. Xiao Xuening spoke first, explaining Qiao Zhenhai's situation. Damn, it looks just like it. Even though he had already met her once, seeing Xiao Xuening again still felt somewhat unreal to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, it was all your Uncle Qiao's fault the day before yesterday. Please save him. Bai Liping wiped away her tears and pleaded with Xiao Chen. Andy, what are you saying? I'm not that petty. Where's Uncle? Take me to see him. Xiao Chen then came to his senses. Exactly, what kind of person do you think Xiao Chen is? If Xiao Chen hadn't been saved, would he even have come here? Xiao Wenxing glared and puffed out his beard. Although he said that, Xiao Wenxing still added worriedly, Xiao Chen, your Uncle Qiao he. Don't worry, Grandpa. Xiao Chen offered a reassuring remark, then looked at Xiao Xuening. Wife, did you give Uncle Qiao the pills I gave you? I've taken it. Xiao Xuening answered subconsciously, but then her expression turned cold as she said, word by word, I will remember the kindness of saving my father, but I don't want there to be a next time what you just said. All right. Xiao Chen was left feeling awkward. Although the two women looked very similar, their personalities were quite different. Lu Lingxin would get angry and blush, and her emotions were more distinct. But Xiao Xuening, that woman, is as cold as an iceberg. Nonsense, this is something you and Xiao Chen agreed on a long time ago. What's wrong with me calling you wife? Xiao Wenxing was displeased and directly reprimanded him. Grandpa, please respect my wishes. Faced with Xiao Wenxing's reprimand, Xiao Xuening sighed, but there was no hint of compromise in her words. Let's talk about this later. Let me check on Uncle Qiao's condition first. Xiao Chen smoothed things over. Mentioning Qiao Zhenhai stopped them from dwelling on the engagement and instead led Xiao Chen into the room. Upon seeing Qiao Zhenhai on the bed, Xiao Chen stepped forward to check his pulse. After discovering that Qiao Zhenhai still had some life force remaining in his body, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. If the pills are taken too late, causing Qiao Zhenhai's life force to drain away completely, even he would probably be powerless to help. How is it, Xiao Chen? Is there any hope for your Uncle Qiao? Xiao Wenxing asked. Don't worry, 2 injections will do the trick. Xiao Chen chuckled and said, as long as we release the true energy that has severed Qiao Zhenhai's life force from his meridians, Qiao Zhenhai should recover quite quickly, given his physique. Chapter 53, Chu Qingyun comes to the door. Xiao Chen, are you telling the truth? Seeing how simple Xiao Chen made it sound, Xiao Wenxing and Bai Liping became somewhat skeptical. Xiao Xuening, on the other hand, was looking at Xiao Chen with an inquisitive gaze. Xiao Chen didn't explain much. He turned Xiao Zhenhai over, took out a golden needle, and aimed it at the 7-inch mark below Xiao Zhenhai's neck, inserting 2 needles in quick succession. Call out. Then, the group saw 2 visible bursts of energy shoot out from where Xiao Chen's golden needles had pierced, even accompanied by a whooshing sound, before finally striking the chandelier on the ceiling. Whoosh. The chandelier shattered with a crash, its fragments scattering across the floor. Almost the instant the 2 wisps of energy dissipated, the bruises on Qiao Zhenhai's face visibly faded. All right, Uncle Qiao should wake up within half an hour, Xiao Chen said. Really? That's great. But Xiao Chen, what was that just now? Seeing this display of force, Xiao Wenxing and the other 2 were stunned and asked in disbelief. True Qi. The true Qi of a 9th grade innate martial artist. Xiao Chen said it calmly. 9th rank of the innate realm. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Wenxing's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Xiao Xuening. What happened? How did Zhenhai get involved with a martial artist? Xiao Wenxing started from scratch and worked his way up in Seoul for so many years, so he naturally knows what the 9th rank of the innate realm means in Seoul. For the Qiao family, a medium-sized family in Seoul, to provoke a 9th rank innate expert is tantamount to annihilation. Xiao Xuening had a vague understanding of martial arts realms, and since she rarely interacted with the Su and Zhao families, she didn't have a clear concept of the 9th rank of the innate realm. However, seeing her grandfather's reaction, Xiao Xuening wasn't stupid and naturally realized the seriousness of the problem. Grandpa, is the 9th rank of the innate realm very powerful? With her doubts lingering, Xiao Xuening spoke. Xiao Wenxing smiled bitterly, then said, if Zhenhai has really gotten into trouble with someone at the 9th level of the innate realm, our Qiao family should just run for our lives, as far away as we can. Is it that serious, Grandpa? Aren't you exaggerating a bit? Xiao Xuening was suddenly startled. Exaggerate. Xiao Wenxing sighed with concern, then said, do you know the Zhao family, the 2nd-ranked family in Seoul, and the Su family, the 4th-ranked family? These 2 families are deeply rooted martial arts families in Seoul, and they are already figures that our Qiao family can only look up to. But Xuening, do you know how strong the heads of these 2 martial arts families are? Xiao Xuening remained silent. Zhao Nangong, the head of the Zhao family, and Su Wentian, the head of the Su family, are only at the 9th level of the innate realm. Could it be that Zhenhai offended these 2 families? The Su family wouldn't act so viciously, so it must be Zhao Nangong. Xiao Wenxing's face was grim. Grandpa, it's not what you think. My father and I have no connection with the Zhao family. Xiao Xuening sighed. Originally, she and Xiao Zhenhai had kept the Chu family's affairs a secret from Xiao Wenxing, but things had come to this point and could no longer be kept hidden. Therefore, Xiao Xuening had no choice but to tell Chu Qingyun about forcing her. This is outrageous. Xiao Wenxing was furious, but then his face fell, and he said solemnly, Xuanning, hurry up and liquidate the company, and go abroad with Xiao Chen to hide. We can't afford to offend the Chu family. Why are you hiding? Is Chu Qingyun some kind of monster? Seeing the Qiao family members looking like they were about to face a terrible disaster, Xiao Chen, standing to the side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said. However, none of Qiao Xuening, Xiao Wenxing, or Bai Liping believed Xiao Chen's words at all. After all, with the Su family head and the Zhao family head as a backdrop, the significance of being a 9th grade innate master is exceptionally high. Therefore, they all took it as Xiao Chen saying some polite words to comfort them. That's right, Chu Qingyun is just a nobody, yet he's gone too far. Seemingly afraid of embarrassing Xiao Chen, Xiao Wenxing chimed in, but then added, I refuse to believe that there is no law in this world. This sentence directly reveals Xiao Wenxing's inner worries. However, just to be safe, Xuanning, you should do as I say and sell the company. With that money, you and Xiao Chen should be able to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. I'll handle the Chu family. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Wenxing repeated his plan. Really there's no need. Besides, even if you stay, Grandpa, the Chu family wants Xuanning. What are you going to do to deal with them? You might just anger that idiot Chu Qingyun. Xiao Chen said helplessly. Hearing Xiao Chen's arrogant and frivolous words, Xiao Xuening was slightly displeased and frowned, saying, You don't need to worry about it. The Chu family is not someone you can afford to offend. Do you really want to risk your life? Okay. I won't ask anymore, alright. Xiao Chen was at his wits' end with his strong-willed fiancée, even though she was trying to be considerate of him. He just couldn't stand listening to her. Is the head of the Qiao family here? Young Master Chu has condescended to visit. Why don't you come and greet him immediately? Just then, a black minivan suddenly drove up outside the Qiao family villa. The car door opened, and Li Qi got out first, followed by Chu Qingyun, whose lips were red and swollen. Li Qi walked to the gate of the Qiao family, gathered his inner energy, and then roared loudly. Chu Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back, tilting his head back with a smug look, trying to make the redness and swelling at the corner of his mouth less noticeable. Oh no, the Chu family has arrived. You all wait inside. I'll deal with them. Xiao Wenxing's expression changed drastically, and he gave instructions to everyone. Grandpa, I'll go with you. Xiao Xue made up her mind, and, regardless of whether Xiao Wenxing agreed or not, was about to follow. Seeing this, Xiao Chen chuckled and prepared to follow. What are you doing? Stay here and behave yourself. If Chu Qingyun finds out you're engaged to me, he'll definitely kill you. Xiao Xuening rebuked in a cold voice. Kill me. Xiao Chen chuckled. What are you trying to prove? Xiao Chen, I know you want to show off, but now is not the time. Stay inside and don't go anywhere. Grandpa and I will handle Chu Qingyun. Xiao Xuening's face was stern, and her tone left no room for argument. All right. Seeing that he couldn't reason with them, Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see how Qiao Wenxing and Xiao Xuening were going to deal with Chu Qingyun. Soon, Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Xuening arrived at the door. I am Qiao Wenxing, and I had no idea that young Master Chu would be here today. I am so sorry for not welcoming you properly. Xiao Wenxing forced a smile, stepped forward, and greeted them warmly with a cupped hand. Xuening, what's your decision? Chu Qingyun snorted coldly at Xiao Wenxing's enthusiasm, ignoring it completely. He then turned to Xiao Xuening, a greedy glint in his eyes, and asked, Young Master Chu, a relationship between us is impossible. I will not sacrifice my innocence for the future of the Qiao family. Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Chu. Xiao Xuening barely hesitated before politely replying. Upon hearing Xiao Xuening's voice from inside the room, Xiao Chen chuckled. Good heavens, is this how you deal with Chu Qingyun? Isn't this just asking for trouble? At this moment, Xiao Zhenhai on the bed slowly woke up. Although he had been unconscious, his consciousness had not completely disappeared. So she heard everything from when she fainted to when Xiao Chen came over and gave her acupuncture. Now that he's awake, seeing Bai Liping's red and swollen eyes, and then looking at Xiao Chen, his expression becomes complicated. He manages a forced laugh and says, Xiao Chen's here. Yes, uncle, we came a bit too early and missed the chance to burn paper money at your grave. Xiao Chen joked. Chapter 54 The Unassuming Qiao Wenxing. Cough cough, you little rascal. Xiao Zhenhai immediately lost face and blushed. Just then, upon hearing Qiao Xuening's direct refusal, Chu Qingyun's face turned extremely ugly, and he sneered. Qiao Xuening, you bastard, don't be so stubborn. Young Master Chu, please watch your words. Upon hearing this, Qiao Wenxing couldn't hold back any longer. Although the Chu family was powerful, Qiao Wenxing couldn't just stand by and watch his granddaughter suffer such humiliation. Old man, are you threatening me? If I'm not mistaken, your son should be dying today, right? Chu Qingyun's expression turned cold. It really was you who did it. Upon hearing this, a look of anger appeared on Qiao Wenxing's aged face. So what if it is? Old man, let me tell you the truth. If that little bitch Qiao Xuening doesn't agree to me, your son will die today, and you will die tomorrow. Believe it or not. Chu Qingyun's face was contemptuous. Then he chuckled in a sinister voice. Once all of your Chu family members are dead, your precious granddaughter will be nothing more than a dog I can play with at will on my bed. Chu Qingyun's words made Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Xuening's faces turn extremely ugly. Before the two could even speak, Xiao Zhenhai, who had been listening intently from beginning to end, broke down in anger. His face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and he jumped off the bed, cursing and swearing, and rushed to the door to start yelling at everyone. Fuck your ancestors, Chu Qingyun. I'll fight you to the death. As a father, how could Xiao Zhenhai tolerate others bullying his daughter like this? He was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He'd risk his life today to avenge his daughter. You're not dead. Upon seeing Xiao Zhenhai emerge from the room, Chu Qingyun and Li Qi's expressions changed, looking at the lively Xiao Zhenhai with some surprise. Even if your whole family dies, I won't die. Xiao Zhenhai was naturally rough and unruly. Now that he learned that Chu Qingyun was planning to kill him in secret, and that the other party was also threatening to insult his daughter, he was so enraged that he lost his mind. Oldly, what happened? Chu Qingyun's expression shifted between light and dark. Then he looked at Li Qi beside him. Young master, I don't know what happened either. I did leave a trace of true energy in Xiao Zhenhai's body, and I detonated it early this morning. Logically speaking, Xiao Zhenhai should have already died by now. Li Qi was also puzzled. Could it be that someone neutralized this true energy? Chu Qingyun asked suspiciously. Impossible, young master. There's no way anyone in the entire Han City could neutralize the true energy of a 9th grade innate master. Li Qi had considered this possibility, but after thinking about it for a while, he completely dismissed the idea. The angle at which he injected this true energy into Xiao Zhenhai's meridians was extremely tricky. To completely neutralize this true energy, one would not only need superb medical skills, but also at least the strength of a 9th grade innate master. Otherwise, one would not be able to control this true energy at all. It doesn't matter. Since he's not dead, then elderly, you can send him to his death now. Chu Qingyun sneered. But, young master, aren't you worried that killing someone openly and honestly will have a bad impact on Seoul? You might think that the families in Seoul will be wary of you then. Li Qi was puzzled, for he remembered what Chu Qingyun had said last night. Elderly, if you can reach the Grandmaster realm, would I still care about the thoughts of those families in Hanqing? Chu Qingyun looked at Li Qi with a smile in her eyes. Thank you, young master, I understand. Hearing Chu Qingyun bring up this matter again, Li Qi felt a surge of excitement. That was a Grandmaster. Given his current bottleneck, he didn't know how many years it would take him to reach the Grandmaster realm. But now, following Chu Qingyun to Hanqing, he unexpectedly had such an opportunity. How could he not be excited? I understand. Chu Qingyun chuckled softly, then looked at the 3 members of the Qiao family and said indifferently, Make your move, but remember not to hurt that little bitch Qiao Xuening. Yes, young master. Li Qi nodded. Etc. Chu Qingyun suddenly thought of something, a wicked glint in his eyes, and said to Li Qi again, Xiao Xuening has grown up to be this good-looking. Her mother must be pretty good-looking too. I want both of them. Young master, you really know how to enjoy yourself. I can't even begin to flatter you. Li Qi smiled knowingly. Beast. I never imagined that the young master of the prestigious Chu family in Kyoto would be such a beast. Chu Qingyun and Li Qi did not hide their conversation from the 3 members of the Qiao family, and Xiao Wenxing's face immediately turned red with anger. Dad, I'll fight them. Xiao Zhenhai was so angry that he lost his mind. He roared and ran towards Li Qi. Overestimating yourself. Li Qi sneered. When Xiao Zhenhai ran over, he simply slapped him with his palm. Xiao Zhenhai flew out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a pale face. Dad. Seeing this, Xiao Xuening panicked and ran over to support Xiao Zhenhai. Then, with red eyes, she angrily said, You Chu family, don't push your luck. So what if you're going too far? Miss Qiao, if you had agreed to the young master's request earlier, your Chu family wouldn't be in this state today. Instead, you would have become one of the top families in Hanqing. It's a pity that you didn't want the opportunity. Li Qi sneered. I'd rather die than let you. You beast, have your way. Xiao Xuening gritted her teeth and looked at Chu Qingyun with a sorrowful expression. Hey, a young lady from a family who doesn't even have a martial artist. Does she really think she's some kind of pure and virtuous saint? Chu Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back and said with a cold laugh, Just a plaything. Who says the Qiao family has no martial artists? Just then, Xiao Wenxing hesitated for a moment, then seemed to have made up his mind, sighed, and slowly spoke. Upon hearing Xiao Wenxing's words, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to him, and Xiao Wenxing's aura also changed drastically, with a sharp aura suddenly rising from him. Grandpa you! Xiao Xuening exclaimed in surprise. Dad! Xiao Zhenhai, who was coughing up blood on the ground, looked at his father in shock. His father was a martial artist? How come he didn't know all these years? At this moment, Xiao Chen inside the room was also somewhat surprised. TSK, the old man is quite the hidden talent. Xiao Chen watched the scene outside with interest, thinking to himself that Xiao Wenxing was quite good at hiding his true intentions and was very good at pretending. When he was treating Xiao Zhenhai earlier, the old man acted like a complete novice. It turns out he's a martial artist, and quite strong at that? What a pity. Xiao Chen sensed Xiao Wenxing's aura. Judging from the aura, Xiao Wenxing's strength could barely reach the 9th rank of the innate realm. However, the aura was somewhat unstable, which meant that Xiao Wenxing's dantian had been severely damaged, resulting in a decline in his strength. At this moment, he forcibly raised his aura to the 9th level of the innate realm, most likely to intimidate Li Qi and Chu Qingyun and prevent them from killing him. According to Xiao Chen's assessment, Xiao Wenxing's true strength was probably only around the 7th rank of the innate realm at most. If it were an ordinary 9th grade innate martial artist, they might actually be intimidated. After all, battles between martial artists of the same realm are full of unpredictable changes, and a mishap could result in both sides being severely injured. However, the person they were facing now was Li Qi, who was at the great perfection of the 9th grade of the innate realm. Chapter 55, Killing Li Qi. 9th rank of the innate realm. Sure enough, Li Qi's expression changed drastically after sensing Xiao Wenxing's aura. Chu Qingyun's expression also changed, his gaze turning so dark it seemed like it could be wrung out of water. Another 9th grade innate cultivator? Damn it. Chu Qingyun felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed fly excrement. He had thought that bringing a 9th grade innate realm cultivator to Hansheng would be enough to crush the martial artists here. But things have been going wrong ever since. If only I had swallowed my pride and begged my elders to bring a grandmaster to Hansheng, I could have saved myself all this trouble. As for a great grandmaster, that was impossible, since the entire Chu family only had 2 great grandmasters. Young master, there's no need to worry. This old fellow's aura is unstable, and his dantian must have been injured, severely so, which has caused his strength to decline. He's probably just putting on a show at the 9th rank of the innate realm, which won't affect my ability to kill him. After carefully sensing Xiao Wenxing's aura, Li Qi suddenly smiled wryly. Injured? I see. Chu Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Old man, you almost scared me to death. So what if you're injured? I'll risk my life to bring you down by half. Seeing that Li Qi and Chu Qingyun had directly revealed his true strength, Xiao Wenxing's expression immediately became somewhat uneasy. You think you can take half my life? Let's see if you have the ability. You old fool. Once I kill you, let's see who in your Qiao family can stop the young master. Li Qi sneered. Fuck you, cough cough. I still have a son-in-law, and he said that your little brat is a complete idiot. On the ground, pale-faced Xiao Zhenhai coughed a few times, then pointed at Chu Qingyun and shouted. Inside the house, Xiao Chen looked completely bewildered. Holy crap, he's already taking the initiative to become a father-in-law? Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhenhai, stop talking nonsense. Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Xuening spoke at the same time, clearly not wanting to implicate Xiao Chen. What's wrong? That kid wants to marry my daughter. It's not enough to just be good at treating illnesses. His own wife has been bullied like this. He can't just hide. I don't respect such a coward. If he wants to be my son-in-law, he'll have to be a real man. Xiao Zhenhai spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted defiantly. What? You little bastard, you're married? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyun was immediately enraged, glaring venomously at Xiao Xuening. As a man, although he doesn't reject married women, in his heart, Xiao Xuening has always been a single, inexperienced woman, so he naturally feels a sense of loss. Xiao Chen and I are just fiancé and fiancée. My Qiao family's affairs have nothing to do with him. Chu Qingyun, the grievances should be settled by the perpetrators, and you should not involve innocent people. Xiao Xuening said with a cold gaze. Fiancé? Heh, you scared me. But do you think I'll let him get away with stealing my woman from Chu Qingyun? Chu Qingyun was in high spirits and laughed heartily. Fiancé, that means the two of you haven't consummated your marriage yet. Since that's the case, just kill this so-called damn fiancé. While Chu Qingyun was happy, Li Qi, who was standing to the side, suddenly froze, thinking that he was hallucinating. He turned his head sharply, stared at Xiao Xuening, and asked in a shrill voice, What did you say your fiancé's name is? What does this have to do with you? Xiao Xuening frowned slightly, realizing that she had said the wrong thing. She felt a little guilty. She shouldn't have mentioned Xiao Chen's name. Wasn't that hurting him? You just said his name was Xiao Chen? Which Xiao Chen? After Li Qi asked him this question, Chu Qingyun finally realized that he had missed something. His smile stopped abruptly, and his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost when he looked at Xiao Xuening. This sudden turn of events left Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Zhenhai, who were standing nearby, completely bewildered, and even Xiao Xuening couldn't understand it. Why did these two react so strongly when Xiao Chen was mentioned? Do they know Xiao Chen? Just as Xiao Xuening was hesitating whether to ask for clarification, a gentle voice suddenly sounded behind her. Young Master Chu, you're really not being polite about calling me an idiot. What? Those 2 slaps I gave you last night, are they already healed? You dare to bully my wife. I think you really don't want to live anymore. Xiao Chen, who had been watching from inside, chuckled at the sight and came out. Wife, I told you long ago, you don't need to be afraid of those idiots in the Chu family, but you still didn't believe me. As he spoke, Xiao Chen walked up to Xiao Xuening, chuckled, and pointed at the still swollen redness on Chu Qingyun's cheek, saying, see, I already beat up this idiot for you last night. You hit Chu Qingyun's face. Xiao Xuening felt her mind was in complete chaos. She had actually noticed the redness and swelling on Chu Qingyun's face a long time ago. At first, she was curious about who in Hanshang would dare to hit the eldest son of the Chu family. But now, Xiao Chen is telling her that he was the one who hit her. How is that possible? You don't believe me? Uncle Qiao, I'll avenge you. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. His figure flashed suddenly, and then with a thud, Chu Qingyun spun around in midair and crashed to the ground. You dare hit me? Old Li, kill him. Chu Qingyun's back teeth were scattered all over the ground, and he shouted like a mad dog. Hey, he can still talk. Looks like I didn't hit him hard enough. Xiao Chen grinned and approached Chu Qingyun, then grabbed Chu Qingyun by the collar and slapped him again. Gurgle. This time, Chu Qingyun lay on the ground, blood gushing from her mouth, staring at Xiao Chen with a venomous expression. He could still speak, but he didn't dare, afraid that the kid in front of him would continue to beat him up. You brat, you're asking for death. Seeing this scene, Li Qi finally reacted. He pushed his full power of the 9th grade mastery of the innate realm to its limit, and with his palms forming claws, he grabbed straight at Xiao Chen's throat with a whooshing sound. Idiot! If it weren't for the police yesterday, I would have crippled you too. Xiao Chen sneered, then lightly clapped his hand back. You dare hit my Uncle Qiao? Now I'll return the favor. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen lightly patted Li Qi's chest with his palm. Bang! A muffled thud that made one's eardrums bulge rang out. Li Qi's expression changed, and then a large dent appeared in his chest. He was sent flying like a marble, crashing into the concrete wall of the villa, causing the plaster to crumble and fall off. Li Qi was pressed against the wall for a full 5 or 6 seconds before slowly sliding down to the ground, leaving a bloody human-shaped mark on the wall. Li Qi lay on the ground like a dead dog, his finger pointing weakly at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with fear. You are Zongzong. Blood mixed with bone fragments and dark pieces of internal organs gushed from Li Qi's mouth. He stared at Xiao Chen in fear, mumbling incoherently. But before he could finish speaking, his fingers went limp and fell to the ground, and he died instantly. Chapter 56: The Origins of the Qiao Family. Quiet. The area in front of the Qiao family villa was quieter than ever before. Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Zhenhai were both dumbfounded. Xiao Chen just killed a martial artist at the peak of the 9th rank of the innate realm with a single palm strike. Looking at Li Qi's corpse against the wall, with a bloody crater in his chest, Xiao Wenxing suddenly felt a sense of unreality. The great perfection of the 9th grade of the innate realm? What level of strength does Xiao Chen possess? Thinking of this, Xiao Wenxing's heart suddenly pounded like a drum. Ha! Good lad. You truly are my good son-in-law. After today, even if the King of Heaven himself came, I would still have to marry my daughter to you. Cough, cough. Xiao Zhenhai laughed heartily, but Xiao Xuening suddenly pinched his chest, causing him to cough in pain. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? I haven't agreed yet. Xiao Xuening was somewhat displeased. You still disagree? What do you want to do? Xiao Chen is such a good boy. Not only is his medical skill superb, but he is also very strong. You still disagree with this marriage? Do you want to go and accompany this Chu Qingyun? If you don't agree, don't call me grandpa anymore. I will not acknowledge you as my granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenxing flew into a rage. That's right, if you dare disagree, I won't acknowledge you as my daughter. Xiao Zhenhai echoed this sentiment. Seeing her grandfather and father's completely different attitudes, Xiao Xuening's mouth dropped open in surprise. Then she said with a wry smile, I need to get used to it. Well, this is so sudden. Uncle Qiao, are you alright? Seeing Xiao Xuening's appearance, Xiao Chen felt a little smug, but he still changed the subject. You still have the nerve to say that? Where were you before? Were you watching a monkey show while I was getting beaten up? Are you happy to see me get beaten like this? Xiao Zhenhai cursed angrily, adding at the end, I'm your father-in-law. Xiao Chen was speechless. Damn it. You were the one who ran so fast that you couldn't be stopped. Uncle Qiao, Grandpa, what should we do with this idiot? How about we kill him and bury him in the back garden? Xiao Chen pointed to Chu Qingyun, who was pale-faced on the ground. No, no, no. Chu Qingyun was terrified. Damn it. How could this person be even more ruthless than him? Burying a person is as easy as burying a dog. Tui, what a dog. Oh ho, so it can talk now? So you were lying to me earlier? Upon hearing Chu Qingyun suddenly speak, Xiao Chen was immediately displeased. Aye. This left Chu Qingyun completely bewildered. He looked around, then suddenly picked up a stone from the artificial hill in the garden by the entrance, gritted his teeth, and smashed it into his mouth. Instantly, all of his teeth fell to the ground. Oh my god, don't talk nonsense, don't yell at me. Chu Qingyun was truly terrified. His trusted advisor, Li Qi, had been slapped to death by this guy. What was he anyway? Not kill you? You should understand the principle of eliminating the root of the problem, shouldn't you? Xiao Chen chuckled. Xiao Chen, stop. At this moment, Xiao Wenxing suddenly spoke up. Old man, what's wrong? Let's just kill this idiot so he won't keep scheming against my wife. Xiao Chen spoke up as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hearing this, Xiao Xuening felt a little awkward and wanted to say something, but seeing Qiao Zhenhai's fierce eyes, she could only remain silent. Xiao Chen, you have already killed the Chu family's guest elder. If you kill Chu Qingyun as well, you will definitely offend the Chu family to the death. At that time, the Chu family and we will inevitably be at odds. Xiao Wenxing sighed. If it were just me alone, I wouldn't be afraid, but your uncle Qiao and Xuanning are just ordinary people after all. Xiao Wenxing expressed his concerns, which ultimately stemmed from his reluctance to completely offend the Chu family. Understood, sir. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this, walked over, picked up Li Qi's corpse like a dead dog, threw it in front of Chu Qingyun, and said, I knew you wouldn't let this go, kid. I'm not going anywhere in Hansheng. But next time, bring some tough guys with you, otherwise we won't have enough to kill. As he spoke, Xiao Chen lowered his head, leaned close to Chu Qingyun's ear, and whispered coldly, remember this. If you dare to mess with me again, I will wipe out your entire Chu family. Get lost. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chu Qingyun, who was on the ground, felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly told the driver of the black van to get out and carry Li Qi's body upstairs. The driver was terrified. He shakily threw Li Qi's body into the car, and after Chu Qingyun got in, the driver sped away. After Chu Qingyun left, Xiao Chen turned around, took out a golden needle and pricked Qiao Zhenhai a few times. Then he raised his hand and channeled a wisp of true energy into Qiao Zhenhai to stabilize the churning breath in his chest. He then said, Uncle suffered some internal injuries, but it's not a big problem. I've pricked him with a few needles, and after 2 weeks of rest, he'll be completely healed. Really? Xiao Chen, you're amazing. Sigh, I should have listened to you the other day. Qiao Zhenhai was delighted upon hearing this, but then said with some regret, forget it, it's all in the past, Uncle Qiao. Hurry up and go inside and lie down. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly. After the group entered the house, Bai Liping kept pouring tea for Xiao Chen, treating him with the same kindness she would show her own son. Seeing this, Xiao Xuening sighed helplessly. By the way, old man, I'll go find some medicinal herbs in a few days to repair your dantian. Once it's repaired, perhaps you'll be able to regain your original strength. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered something and looked at Xiao Wenxing, saying something. What? Xiao Chen, you're saying, you can heal my damaged dantian. Xiao Wenxing was initially taken aback, but then he was overjoyed. Happiness had come too suddenly. There shouldn't be any major problems. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Good child. You are truly a great benefactor to our Qiao family. Xiao Wenxing's face was flushed, and he was almost bursting with laughter. Old man, why are you being so formal? Xiao Chen chuckled. Yes, no need to be so formal. Xiao Wenxing slapped his thigh and then said to Qiao Zhenhai, Zhenhai, go arrange rooms. Xiao Chen will stay here tonight. What arrangements? He's my son-in-law now. He'll definitely live with my daughter. Xiao Zhenhai said it as a matter of course. Yes, I'm getting senile. Xiao Wenxing realized what was happening and quickly explained. I'll go prepare toiletries for Xiao Chen. Bai Liping nodded in agreement. Xiao Xuening was stunned. Xiao Chen was also stunned. Holy crap, is society this open now? At the same time, he had a strange feeling. What the hell was going on? 2 women who looked almost identical wanted to share a room with him? Grandpa, instead of worrying about these things, why don't you explain yourself properly? Why are you a martial artist? And a 9th grade innate martial artist at that? Why didn't Dad and I know about such strength? And why have you kept it a secret for so many years? Xiao Xuening looked at Xiao Wenxing and said in a cold tone, Yeah, Dad, your son didn't even know you were a martial artist. Why did you keep something so amazing from us? Xiao Zhenhai also suddenly realized what was happening. Xiao Chen naturally looked over with curiosity as well. Seeing this, Xiao Wenxing was taken aback, then sighed with a wry smile and looked at the group, saying, "Do you know the Qiao family of Kyoto? The Qiao family of Kyoto? The Qiao family that's ranked number 1 in power in the capital?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenhai looked puzzled. "Good." Xiao Wenxing nodded. Then a look of melancholy appeared on his face as he said, "Xiao Wenhai, the current head of the Qiao family in Kyoto, is my half-brother." Chapter 57 Xiao Wenxing's Past. What? Upon hearing Xiao Wenxing's words, the expressions of everyone present changed. "Dad, did I hear that right?" Xiao Zhenhai was stunned, clearly not yet having processed Xiao Wenxing's words. "Sai, you heard me right. I originally didn't plan to let you know about this, but now that things have come to this, I can't hide it from you anymore." Xiao Wenxing sighed and said, "Why? Grandpa, since we come from the Qiao family of Kyoto, with that background, wouldn't we have a better chance of development in Seoul?" Xiao Xuening was puzzled. I guess the old man must have some deep-seated hatred with the current head of the Qiao family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to eventually retire to this small place like Hansheng. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen roughly guessed the reason. "Grandpa, is that so?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Xuening frowned, feeling a vague unease in her heart. Xiao Zhenhai, who was standing to the side, also looked grim. "Xiao Chen is right." Xiao Wenxing sighed, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm the eldest son of the Qiao family, while Xiao Wenhai is just an illegitimate child. Moreover, he is ruthless and extremely vicious. Back then, when we were vying for the position of family head, I completely overwhelmed Xiao Wenhai in terms of both connections and strength." "Grandpa, why did Xiao Wenhai become the head of the family, while you ended up in a small place like Seoul?" Xiao Xuening was even more puzzled. He, Xiao Wenhai, I don't know where he got the help of a mysterious force, and in just 2 months he broke through from the 5th rank of the innate realm to the Grandmaster realm. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenxing recalled with a pained expression, "At that time, I was already at the 9th level of the innate realm. Caught off guard, I was ambushed by Qiao Wenhai. I was no match for his Grandmaster realm strength. I managed to escape from him with all my might, but because I was so badly injured, I almost died on the way out." "Old man, you said before that my master saved your life. Is that what it is?" Xiao Chen recalled Xiao Wenxing's earlier statement that his master had saved him, and combined this with what Xiao Wenxing had just said. He quickly connected the dots. "That's right, Xiao Chen. If I hadn't met your master when I was on the verge of death back then, I probably wouldn't be alive today, and there wouldn't be the Qiao family in Hanqing now." Xiao Wenxing looked emotional, his words filled with gratitude. "After being saved by your master, I traveled all the way to Seoul, got married and had children, and built the Qiao family we have today from scratch through my own abilities." "Dad, grandfather." Upon hearing Xiao Wenxing's account, both Xiao Xuening and Xiao Zhenhai's eyes reddened. They had never imagined that there would be such a connection between them. "Sai, I wasn't planning to bring up these things from the past anymore. I just wanted my family to live a peaceful life in Seoul. But then this happened." Xiao Wenxing sighed, then said with a worried expression, "The reason I've been hiding my identity as a martial artist is because I'm afraid the Qiao family in Kyoto will eventually trace it all the way to Seoul and then come after us to eliminate us completely." "Then we shouldn't have let Chu Qingyun go back, old man," Xiao Chen said. "Letting Chu Qingyun go is tantamount to revealing that you are a martial artist." "Yes, Grandpa." Xiao Xuening also looked puzzled. Do you think killing Chu Qingyun will cover this up? Once Chu Qingyun is dead, the Chu family will definitely send people to Hansheng to find out the cause of Chu Qingyun's death, and then it won't be able to be hidden." Xiao Wenxing gave a wry smile and then shared his thoughts. "Right now, we've only killed a guest of the Chu family. Although Chu Qingyun resents us, he might not necessarily associate us with the Qiao family of Kyoto. Also, the internal struggles among the prominent families in Kyoto are actually quite fierce. I think the reason Chu Qingyun came to Hansheng is most likely to accumulate experience for himself. Now that he's suffered such a big loss at Xiao Chen's hands, he might not immediately seek help from his family. Otherwise, wouldn't that make him seem incompetent? The old man truly lives up to his reputation as someone from a prominent family." Xiao Chen nodded repeatedly after listening, agreeing that Xiao Wenxing's analysis did indeed make some sense. "That's right. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to start from scratch and build this considerable fortune back then." Xiao Wenxing chuckled upon hearing this, but then added solemnly, "However, we still need to be prepared. It's fine if the Chu family doesn't notice, but once we attract their attention, our Qiao family will always face the disaster of annihilation. It's a sword hanging over our necks after all. Grandpa, what should we do?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuening looked worried. "Sai, let the company continue operating as usual. At the same time, Xuening and Zhenhai should transfer some funds abroad. If things go wrong, you two should go abroad immediately and never come back. Xiao Wenxing spoke up. Then what will you do, Grandpa? Xiao Xuening became anxious when she saw that Xiao Wenxing hadn't mentioned himself at all. Hee, I've lived so many years, I'm lucky to have such a good life. If the Chu family really wants to make trouble for us, there's no way I can avoid it. If I stay, Xiao Wenhai might not be so ruthless as to exterminate you all. Xiao Wenxing sighed and said. But Xiao Xuening was about to say something when she was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Wenxing. Xuening, there are no buts. The bigger picture is what matters. As Xiao Wenxing spoke, he looked at Xiao Chen with a look of shock and doubt, and asked, Xiao Chen, you were able to kill a martial artist at the peak of the 9th rank of the innate realm in one move. What is your strength? As he spoke, a hint of anticipation flickered in Xiao Wenxing's heart. Upon hearing Xiao Wenxing's words, Xiao Xuening and Xiao Zhenhai involuntarily turned their gazes toward Xiao Chen. How should I put it? These words stumped Xiao Chen for a moment, and he hesitated whether to reveal the fact that his meridians were damaged. Could it be a grandmaster? Xiao Wenxing seemed to have thought of something and asked cautiously. More or less. Xiao Chen didn't say much, just nodded in reply. Good. As expected of your brother's apprentice. With you here, I don't need to worry about the safety of your uncle Qiao and Xuening. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenxing was overjoyed, his gaze towards Xiao Chen filled with fervor. A master at the age of 20. Grandpa, what level is a grandmaster? Xiao Xuening was completely confused. Xuening, let me tell you the truth. A 20-year-old grandmaster is definitely a genius among geniuses, even in Kyoto. Xiao Wenxing smiled slightly, then said solemnly, you should marry Xiao Chen tomorrow. With Xiao Chen around, even if the Chu family in the capital wants to kill you, you will have the ability to escape. Moreover, Xiao Chen is only 20 years old now. With his current talent, he may very well become a grandmaster in 10 or 8 years. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Xiao Xuening suddenly fell silent, looking at Xiao Chen with complicated emotions. Did she really have to marry this guy? Although this guy seems pretty good so far, Xiao Xuening still felt a little uncomfortable about settling down her life's most important matters so hastily. Chapter 58. The license plate number looks familiar. Sir, let's not rush into the marriage with Xuening. Forgive me for asking, but how strong are the martial artists from the Qiao family in Kyoto? Xiao Chen asked a question. Strength. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenxing fell into deep thought, and finally hesitated before saying, when I left the Qiao family, there were already 7 grandmasters. Now, so many years later, the number of grandmasters should be even greater. Aren't there any martial artists above the grandmaster level? Xiao Chen was puzzled, because beyond the grandmaster realm lay the weapon refining realm. Impossible. From what I know, the grandmaster realm is the pinnacle of martial arts in the secular world. In all my years in the Chu family, I have never heard of anyone who has broken through to the grandmaster realm. It seems to be a threshold set up by heaven and earth for secular martial artists. So far, I have never heard of anyone who has been able to cross it. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Wenxing shook his head in denial. I see. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. Over the years, he had only followed the old man to cultivate in the mountains and had never carefully learned about the cultivation situation of martial artists in the secular world. But now I hear Xiao Wenxing say that there isn't a single martial artist in the world who has crossed the threshold of grandmaster. As the head of the Qiao family, the largest family in Kyoto, Xiao Wenxing must have had some basis for his words. Could it be that my inability to break through to the qi refining stage is not entirely due to my incomplete meridians? Or is it that I am also limited by this threshold between heaven and earth? Forget it. Let's focus on repairing our meridians first, and then we can talk about whether we can break through the qi refining stage later. Unable to figure it out, Xiao Chen simply stopped thinking about it. Xiao Chen, you just said that the marriage isn't in a hurry? Is there a problem? Are you afraid of the Qiao family in the capital? Xiao Wenxing thought of Xiao Chen's words and felt a little uneasy. He forced a smile and said, if that's really the case, there's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, the Qiao family in the capital is no ordinary family. If you have any difficulties, this marriage can be called off. I won't blame you. Hearing this, Xiao Xuening looked at Xiao Chen with a puzzled expression. What Xiao Wenxing said was exactly what she wanted to know. Now that things have come to this point, it would be perfectly reasonable for Xiao Chen to directly say that he is afraid of the Qiao family in Kyoto. Even Xiao Xuening felt that it would be illogical for Xiao Chen not to be afraid. It's alright. It's not because of the Qiao family in Kyoto. If they really dare to come to Seoul, we'll kill them one by one. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Good lad, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're a real man. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenhai was overjoyed and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Uncle will have a good drink with you today. Hey dad, can you please stop interfering? Xiao Chen needs to explain himself. Xiao Xuening sighed helplessly. Yes, Xiao Chen, If it's not because of the Qiao family in Kyoto, then why? Do you think Xuanning is not good enough for you? Xiao Wenxing was also puzzled. He couldn't think of any other reason. How could that be? Grandpa, don't overthink it. The reason I said I wasn't in a hurry to get married is because I still have some personal matters to take care of in Seoul. Let's talk about marriage after I've settled those matters. Xiao Chen couldn't help but think of Lu Lingxin, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. He then added, of course, the matter of marriage is not something I can decide on my own. If Xuanning doesn't agree, I won't force her. Xuanning, what do you say? Xiao Wenxing looked at Xiao Xuanning. Xiao Xuanning sighed, and then said, I'm not an ungrateful person. I'll try to spend more time with Xiao Chen during this period to get to know each other better. If I don't feel any aversion to Xiao Chen in our interactions, I won't have any further objections to this marriage. Okay, it's settled then. By the way, Xiao Chen, where are you staying now? I'll have your aunt prepare a room. Now that things are settled, you'll stay here from now on. Xiao Wenxing said. Sir, I have a place to stay right now. Can I move in after I've finished my business? Don't worry, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Xiao Chen said somewhat guiltily. That works too. By the way, do you have a job in Seoul right now? Xiao Wenxing asked. Dad, why are you asking this? With this kid's current medical skills and abilities, does he even need to work? Xiao Zhenhai was puzzled. Shut up. Xiao Wenxing snapped at him irritably, and Xiao Zhenhai fell silent, looking sullen. Not at the moment. Xiao Chen thought for a moment. If he had to talk about work, the old man of the Lu family only asked him to help out at Lu Lingxin's shop when he was free. It wasn't a formal job, so Xiao Chen shook his head. Okay, then get ready to go to work at Xuanning's company. Xiao Wenxing made the decision in one sentence. Two puzzled sounds rang out. The first was from Xiao Xuanning, and the second from Xiao Chen. What? Xiao Wenxing was dissatisfied. No, Grandpa, the company is still operating. If I were to arrange for Xiao Chen to join the company without my consent, I'm afraid the shareholders would have objections. Xiao Xuanning thought for a moment, and then said, That's right, old man. I can't do anything at work. What can I do? Xiao Chen was also stunned. I didn't say you were actually going to do anything at work. Xiao Wenxing chuckled, and then explained. Now that we've offended the Chu family, and even the Qiao family of Kyoto is holding a knife over our heads, I'm worried that Xuanning might get into some danger. Xiao Chen, you can go to work at the company and take this opportunity to secretly protect Xuanning's life. Besides, don't you two need some time to get to know each other? This is a good opportunity. Xiao Xuanning hesitated immediately, because what Xiao Wenxing said made sense. Okay. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't refuse any longer and readily agreed. He then added, In that case, just assign me a quiet, unassuming position that won't attract attention. A quiet, unassuming job? Xiao Xuanning thought for a moment and quickly nodded. That's a good idea. Come to my door at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll take you to the company. All right. In that case, I'll head back now. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Then, remembering something, looked at Xiao Wenxing and said, By the way, Grandpa, are there any auctions in Seoul? We can go and take a look later. If we find something suitable, it might not be entirely impossible to fully restore your dantian. What? You're saying my dantian can recover? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenxing's face flushed. It's hard to say, sir. Don't get your hopes up too high. If we don't have the right medicinal herbs, there's nothing I can do. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and then said, All right. Xiao Chen, what a good boy. Grandpa won't stand on ceremony with you anymore. From now on, we're family. Even though Xiao Chen didn't give a guarantee, Xiao Wenxing was still too excited to speak. He never imagined that there was any hope of recovery for his dantian. How could he not be excited? Xiao Xuanning rolled her eyes at Xiao Wenxing, speechless. She and Xiao Chen hadn't even started getting to know each other yet, and her grandfather was already calling them family. By the way, Xiao Chen killed the Chu family's guest elder. Will he be in trouble? What about the police station? Xiao Zhenhai suddenly thought of something and said, Probably not. Putting aside the fact that Chu Qingyun was the one who tried to kill first, if Chu Qingyun were to bring this matter to light, he would probably become a laughingstock among those in the Chu family of Kyoto who don't like him. Xiao Wenxing smiled, and then continued. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's current strength, I'm afraid there are very few people in Hancheng who can touch him. I hope so. Xiao Zhenhai nodded, sighed, and then fell silent. All right, I'll be going now. Here's my phone number. Just call me if you need anything. As he spoke, Xiao Chen left his phone number with the group. Luckily, the SIM card Lu Lingxin gave him wasn't frequently used. Otherwise, Xiao Xuanning would definitely have noticed something was wrong after getting the number. Even so, after watching Xiao Chen drive away, Xiao Wenxing still felt something was off. Looking at the license plate of the Buick Xiao Chen was driving, he couldn't help but wonder why the license plate looked so familiar. Chapter 59 Grandmaster Lu Yunha. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen drove back to the Lu family home. You're back. You're done with work, kid? Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter, Lu Bingyan, who was setting up a chessboard alone in the courtyard, immediately became interested. That's about right, sir. Here are your car keys back. Xiao Chen smiled and handed the car keys to Lu Bingyan. Okay, shall we play a couple of rounds? Lu Bingyan pointed at the chessboard and said with great interest. All right, old man, but I can't play with you for more than a few rounds. Xiao Chen couldn't bear to spoil Lu Bingyan's fun, so he immediately nodded in agreement. What? Is something else going on later? Lu Bingyan was somewhat surprised and asked casually while fiddling with the chessboard. It's nothing serious. I just bought some herbs at the herbal medicine market, and I'm brewing some for you to help you recover. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Oh dear, old man, I can't keep you waiting. Come on, play a few rounds, and then go on with your work. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony and found a stool to sit down next to the table. Soon, after a few rounds, Xiao Chen chuckled and said, Grandpa, you flatter me. I'll go brew your medicine. You're so young, I really don't know where you learned your chess skills from. Lu Bingyan shook his head with a wry smile. He thought his chess skills were not bad, but he was always defeated by Xiao Chen. Haha, a natural genius. What can you do? Xiao Chen laughed and went straight to the kitchen. Seeing this, Lu Bingyan couldn't help but chuckle. Looking at Xiao Chen's back, his eyes were full of admiration. He genuinely admired this young man. I wonder if my granddaughter can make me proud. Ring ring. Just then, Lu Bingyan's phone rang. Lu Bingyan glanced at the caller ID on his phone, chuckled, and then answered, saying, Old Qiao, what brings you here? If you're really bored, come play chess with me. Hee hee. Come on, Lao Lu, playing chess with you is just asking for trouble. I'd rather grow flowers and plants. Qiao Wenxing's laughter came through the phone. Hey old man, what's up? You need something from me? Lu Bingyan smiled and asked. It's nothing serious. I just heard you were discharged from the hospital, and then I ran into some things and didn't have time to go see you or call to check on you. Qiao Wenxing asked with concern over the phone. I'm all better now, old Qiao. I'm so lucky to have met such a miracle doctor. Hee hee, Lingxin recently found me a grandson-in-law, and I'm so proud of him. I'll bring him over for you to check him out. Lu Bingyan raised an eyebrow and said, his words revealing a smugness. Really? Then I'll have to find some time to meet him. By the way, it's quite a coincidence. My grandson-in-law is also quite remarkable, definitely no less so than yours. I'll let you see him sometime. On the phone, Qiao Wenxing's strong will suddenly came through. Haha, that's not necessarily true. Lu Bingyan laughed heartily, then said with satisfaction. In that case, good things come in pairs. Xuan Ning and Ling Xian, these two sisters, are only cousins, but they are truly destined for each other. Not only do they look very alike, but they even chose their husbands at the same time. Yeah, by the way, Lao Lu, is your car at home? On the phone, Qiao Wenxing suddenly asked a question. Yeah, it's always parked at home. I don't like going out. What, you need it? My beat-up car can't compare to yours. Lu Bingyan didn't think much of it upon hearing this, and glanced at the car keys on the table before speaking. Haha, no need for that. I just saw a car on the road with a license plate that looked a lot like yours, and I thought you were driving off having a blast. On the other end of the phone, Qiao Wenxing breathed a sigh of relief and joked with a smile. I don't have that kind of free time. Lu Bingyan chuckled to himself, thinking how quite a coincidence that Xiao Chen had only driven his car for a short while before old Qiao spotted him. However, Lu Bingyan did not explain. Instead, he thought about taking Xiao Chen to meet Xiao Wenxing later. Didn't the old man say that his grandson-in-law was very outstanding? Hey, bring Xiao Chen along then. Let this old guy see what a real young talent is. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Xiao Chen was putting medicinal herbs into a clay pot for decocting medicine, while keeping an eye on the heat. At the same time, Xiao Chen had some doubts in his heart. The spirit bloodwood and the 100-year fire ginseng in his hands cannot be absorbed directly. If they are boiled into a medicinal soup, they can be absorbed, but at most only 30% of the medicinal effects can be absorbed. On the contrary, if these two precious medicinal materials are used in medicine and elixir making, the medicinal properties can be brought out at least 60%, or even the full medicinal effect can be brought out. Because Xiao Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck in his early years, and he was unable to break through, he simply devoted most of his energy to alchemy in the future. Moreover, Xiao Chen's talent for alchemy is no less than his talent for martial arts. While martial arts has its limitations, his understanding and insights into alchemy are entirely dependent on his talent. Therefore, alchemy was a piece of cake for Xiao Chen. If he were to refine pills, he would need a pill furnace. If he could break through to the qi refining stage, he wouldn't even need a pill furnace to refine pills. Right now, if he were to force the refining process without a pill furnace, he would have a 70% chance of producing pills, but the quality of the pills would definitely be much worse. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it is better to find a suitable alchemy furnace. But where can you find this thing? Ordinary furnaces won't do. They must be old, and most importantly, they must have been nourished by the qi of heaven and earth. Just as Xiao Chen was at a loss, a sudden inspiration struck him. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That's it. Go to the Taoist temple." Some large Taoist temples have been passed down for countless years, and their alchemy furnaces are sure to be effective. I'll have to find an opportunity to visit some nearby Taoist temples to see if they have any suitable alchemy furnaces. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Seoul's only five-star hotel, Chu Qingyun smashed everything in the room to pieces. Young master, the doctor is here." At that moment, a pretty woman dressed in revealing clothing walked in and said nervously. The woman's name was Su Ting. She was brought by Chu Qingyun from the Chu family in Kyoto. She was a top student majoring in finance at a university in Kyoto. She was recruited by the Chu family and later brought into Chu Qingyun's company. The reason for bringing Su Ting here this time was partly to manage the business in Hancheng, and partly to meet some special requests from Chu Qingyun from time to time. But Chu Qingyun's furious appearance made Su Ting hesitant to approach him. "Let him wait." Chu Qingyun mumbled something, then took out his phone and looked at a number on it, his expression gradually turning resentful. This number belongs to Li Qi's senior brother, a man named Lu Yunhe. According to Li Qi, Lu Yunhe went into seclusion for 3 years and finally succeeded in entering the Grandmaster realm 2 years ago. Before coming to Seoul, Li Qi had introduced Lu Yunhe to Chu Qingyun, and the three of them even had a meal together. However, Lu Yunhe was unwilling to be bound by the power of a large family, so he politely declined Chu Qingyun's offer. However, according to Li Qi, Lu Yunhe, though not greedy for money, was extremely lecherous. Thinking of this, Chu Qingyun took a picture of Su Ting next to him and sent it to Lu Yunhe, along with a message, "Come to Seoul, I'll introduce you." Soon, Chu Qingyun received Lu Yunhe's reply, which consisted of only 3 simple words: "Send location." Chapter 60 Zhao Nangong. 2 hours later, in Seoul, in front of the Zhao family's house, Chu Qingyun, with a thick layer of concealer on her face, got out of the car. "Go and inform your family head that young Master Chu from the capital has come to visit." Although Su Ting appears as a submissive and obedient girl in front of Chu Qingyun, she is actually quite powerful and aloof in front of outsiders. After saying something arrogantly to the gatekeeper at the Zhao family's gate, Su Ting tilted her head back haughtily and remained silent. Seeing this, the gatekeeper at the Xiao family's gate dared not delay and hurriedly went to the courtyard to announce the news. Unlike the villas of the Qiao and Lu families, the Zhao family's entire estate consisted of a large courtyard, somewhat resembling an ancient garden. After the gatekeeper went in to announce his arrival, Zhao Nangong, the head of the Zhao family, quickly came out. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, the bald, elderly Zhao Nangong, dressed in a long robe, hurriedly came forward to greet him, saying with a fawning expression, "Oh dear, young Master Chu, what an honor to have you here. I am so sorry for not welcoming you sooner." However, seeing the thick layer of powder on Chu Qingyun's face, Zhao Nangong felt disgusted and thought to himself, "How disgusting is it for a grown man to wear so much powder?" But as Zhao Nangong got closer, he noticed something was wrong. Chu Qingyun's face looked a little swollen. Of course, even though he sensed something was wrong, Zhao Nangong didn't dare to say it. He cautiously asked, "Young Master Chu, what brings you to my Zhao family?" "There is indeed an important matter to discuss with Patriarch Xiao. This matter concerns the future development of the Zhao family." Chu Qingyun forced a stiff smile with an unpleasant expression before speaking. Zhao Nangong, who was secretly observing Su Ting, immediately changed his expression upon hearing this. Although he didn't know what Chu Qingyun was up to, it concerned the future of the Zhao family, so as the head of the Zhao family, he naturally dared not be negligent. Therefore, he quickly said solemnly, "Young Master Chu, please come to my home to discuss this in detail." After saying this, Zhao Nangong respectfully invited Chu Qingyun into his home and summoned all the prominent figures of the Zhao family to the hall to keep him company. After all, the Chu family of Kyoto still carries considerable weight in Seoul. After all the prominent members of the Zhao family had arrived, Zhao Nangong personally poured Chu Qingyun a cup of tea, handed it to him, and said with a puzzled expression, "Young Master Chu just now said that he had something important to discuss, and it concerns the future of my Zhao family. I wonder if young Master Chu could enlighten me on what it is." Upon hearing Zhao Nangong's words, the expressions of the prominent figures in the Zhao family's living room changed. This was no small matter, especially since the other party was the young master of the Chu family in the capital, and naturally could not be taken lightly. As a result, everyone subconsciously turned their gaze to Chu Qingyun. Seeing this, Chu Qingyun took a sip of tea, then chuckled and looked at Zhao Nangong. "Patriarch Xiao, if I may be so bold, I wonder when Patriarch Xiao will be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm? The unexpected question caught Zhao Nangong off guard. The naturally suspicious Zhao Nangong hesitated, unsure how to answer Chu Qingyun's question. Because he didn't know Chu Qingyun's purpose in coming, and because the topic was extremely sensitive, Zhao Nangong was very conflicted. Chu Qingyun naturally understood Zhao Nangong's concerns. To put it bluntly, how long it will take Zhao Nangong to reach the Grandmaster realm is directly related to the Xiao family's status in Hanqing. For example, if Zhao Nangong said that he could break through to the Grandmaster realm within 10 years, and then Su Wentian, the head of the Su family, said that he could break through to the Grandmaster realm within 5 years, then the affiliated forces in Hanqiang would naturally tend to join the Su family. Therefore, this topic is indeed quite difficult for Zhao Nangong to answer. Chu Qingyun had figured this out, which is why he said with a light laugh, "Patriarch Xiao, please don't worry. I have no other intentions. Please tell me the truth. My Chu family has countless grandmasters. If I had other purposes, I would never have gone to such lengths to trick Patriarch Xiao into revealing my secrets." Well, okay. Upon hearing this, Zhao Nangong thought about it and agreed. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, "To be honest, based on my current feeling, I will definitely be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm within 7 years." What? 7 years? Patriarch, is this true? Upon hearing Zhao Nangong's words, the powerful figures in the Xiao family were overjoyed. 7 years sounds like a long time, but in all these years, no master-level figure has ever emerged in Hanqing. Even the Xiao family's past patriarchs have only reached the 9th rank of the innate realm at most, and no one has ever broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Conversely, the Su family, which was on par with the Xiao family, was in the same situation. Over the years, they have even reached a subconscious consensus that the 9th rank of the innate realm is already the strongest fighting force of their two families. But now, he suddenly heard the family head Zhao Nangong say that he could break through to the Grandmaster realm within 7 years. How could he not be happy? The Xiao family and the Su family are irreconcilable enemies, yet their strengths are roughly equal, leading to constant minor conflicts between them, but neither dares to completely break off relations. However, if one of the families produces a Grandmaster-level expert, this situation will inevitably be completely disrupted. Both families were well aware that if one of them produced a Grandmaster-level expert first, the other family would face annihilation. 7 years. As long as our family head Zhao Nangong breaks through to the Grandmaster realm within 7 years, the Su family will surely suffer a crazy revenge. Thinking of this, the powerful figures in the Zhao family were all eager. Not to mention the Su family's extremely wealthy assets. The beautiful women in the Su family alone would be enough for them to enjoy for a long time. As everyone imagined what this day would be like, they all looked at Zhao Nangong with admiration. Chapter 61 helps you break through to Grandmaster level in half a year. Feeling the admiring gazes of his clansmen, Zhao Nangong felt a surge of pride. As the head of the Xiao family, I am about to break the highest strength record of the Xiao family's previous heads and step into the Grandmaster realm. In the future, I will definitely leave a strong mark on the Xiao family's genealogy. Hehe, Patriarch Xiao, I originally intended to offer your Xiao family a great opportunity, but it seems that Patriarch Xiao's sincerity is still insufficient. Upon hearing Zhao Nangong's reply, Chu Qingyun smiled gently. Upon hearing this, the Xiao family members were stunned. They then frowned and looked at Chu Qingyun, their hearts filled with doubt. What does young Master Chu mean by that? Could it be that our patriarch lied to them when he said he would break through to the Grandmaster realm within 7 years? Just as everyone was puzzled, Zhao Nangong realized something and asked with a smile, "Young Master Chu, what makes you say that?" "I am 100% confident that I can break through to the Grandmaster realm within 7 years. Zhao Nangong's words put the weight off the hearts of the Xiao family members, and their enthusiasm was rekindled. Absolute certainty, what confidence that is. The head of the family is definitely not deceiving them. Seeing the reactions of the Xiao family members, Chu Qingyun chuckled. Hehe, 7 years is too long, isn't it? With the strength of the Xiao family head, breaking through to the Grandmaster realm definitely won't take 7 years. After all, I know that the Xiao family has a breakthrough pill hidden in their possession. With the help of this pill, I'm afraid the Xiao family head won't even need 2 years to break through to the Grandmaster realm, right?" "What? Break through to the Grandmaster realm within 2 years? Patriarch, is what young Master Chu said true?" The Xiao family members stood up in disbelief, all looking excitedly at Zhao Nangong. Zhao Nangong's expression changed slightly. He looked at Chu Qingyun and said with an ugly expression, "Young Master Chu, did you come here for this breakthrough pill?" It's no wonder Zhao Nangong had reservations, because this breakthrough pill was arguably the most precious thing in the entire Xiao family. Without it, it would take him at least 10 years to break through to the Grandmaster realm. The Su family head, Su Wentian, was slightly more talented than himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the 9th rank of the innate realm earlier. The 9th rank of the innate realm is alright. After all, it's just a minor realm. The Xiao family has also accumulated martial artists at the 9th rank of the innate realm over the years, so the impact isn't too great. However, the Grandmaster realm is different. If that old man from the Su family had broken through to the Grandmaster realm 2 years before him, it would have been an apocalyptic disaster for the Xiao family. Conversely, if he had reached the Grandmaster realm a few years earlier than Su Wentian, then the Su family would have faced annihilation. Therefore, this breakthrough pill is extremely important. With this breakthrough pill, Zhao Nangong was confident that he would break through to the Grandmaster realm within 2 years, and then completely annihilate the Su family. Even the Han family, the most powerful family in Seoul today, can be trampled underfoot. Now that Chu Qingyun has come to his door and immediately inquired about the breakthrough pill, how could he not be worried? Given the Chu family's strength, if they were to set their sights on this breakthrough pill, he would have no choice but to obediently hand it over. He would be utterly powerless to resist. Of course, if one can exchange the breakthrough pill for the protection of the Chu family, then it will be a worthwhile deal. Even if Su Wentian breaks through to the Grandmaster realm, he will not dare to do anything out of line to the Zhao family. But the real concern is that Chu Qingyun will take advantage of us and then deny our relationship. After all, Chu Qingyun is not a powerful figure in the Chu family, and his attitude cannot fully represent the Chu family. Therefore, it's more reassuring to have your own strength in your own hands. As he pondered these matters, Zhao Nangong's expression shifted between light and shadow. Patriarch Xiao, you're overthinking it. Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in this breakthrough pill. Seeing the ever-changing expression on Zhao Nangong's old face, Chu Qingyun sneered inwardly. If Li Qi hadn't died, he had indeed planned to use his status as the young master of the Chu family to force Zhao Nangong to hand over the breakthrough pill. But plans can't keep up with changes. Li Qi is now dead, so the breakthrough pill is of no use to him. So, what brings you here, young Master Chu? Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's words, Zhao Nangong breathed a sigh of relief, while looking over with a puzzled expression. If you're not interested in the breakthrough pill, then what are you here for? Zhao Nangong racked his brains, but couldn't think of anything else in the Zhao family that Chu Qingyun could be interested in. Could it be a woman? Zhao Nangong wondered if she had taken a fancy to one of the women in the Zhao family. If that were the case, Zhao Nangong would have agreed without hesitation. This was a great opportunity to curry favor with the Chu family. Patriarch Xiao, if I said that I came here to help you break through to the Grandmaster realm within 6 months, would you believe me? As he spoke, Chu Qingyun narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a haughty expression. Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's words, Zhao Nangong and all the powerful figures of the Zhao family present were stunned, thinking they had misheard. After a brief silence, the entire hall suddenly erupted in excitement. What? 6 months? Did I hear that right? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Zhao Nangong was breathing heavily, almost losing his mind with excitement, but he quickly calmed down and said with a wry smile, Young Master Chu, to be honest, even with this breakthrough pill, the possibility of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm within half a year is very small. Zhao Nangong was well aware of his own strength and realm, and knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the Grandmaster realm within half a year. He couldn't understand how Chu Qingyun could help him reach the Grandmaster realm within half a year. Moreover, such a breakthrough in realm requires an extremely high level of understanding and comprehension of martial arts. If one's comprehension is insufficient and one cannot perceive that glimpse of the divine opportunity, one may never be able to break through in one's lifetime. Those who have remained at the 9th level of the innate realm for over a decade are essentially accumulating the ability to resonate with that sliver of opportunity to break through. The so-called breakthrough pill does not actually improve a martial artist's strength. Instead, it can greatly enhance a martial artist's perception after consumption, thereby increasing the probability of breaking through a martial artist's realm by improving their comprehension in a short period of time. Although Zhao Nangong has been stuck at the 9th rank of the innate realm for more than 10 years, he is well aware that his understanding of that sliver of opportunity is still insufficient. Therefore, even with the breakthrough pill, it would be difficult for him to break through within half a year, and he would end up wasting this hard-won breakthrough pill. Patriarch Xiao, don't underestimate yourself. I have my reasons for saying I can help you break through to the Grandmaster realm within 6 months. Chu Qingyun smiled gently and looked at Zhao Nangong. Young Master Chu isn't joking? Zhao Nangong's expression tightened, and he hurriedly asked, Does Patriarch Xiao think I'm joking? Chu Qingyun looked at Zhao Nangong with a mocking expression. How can young Master Chu help me? Realizing that Chu Qingyun was serious, Zhao Nangong's face flushed, his breathing became heavy, and he suddenly stood up, looked at Chu Qingyun, and asked the question that had been bothering him. If I find a Grandmaster-level expert to guide Patriarch Xiao through seclusion and help him comprehend the secrets of heaven, and with that breakthrough pill, wouldn't Patriarch Xiao be confident of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm within half a year? Chu Qingyun squinted, glancing sideways at Zhao Nangong, and asked, word by word. Chapter 62. This son must be eliminated. Young Master Chu, is this true? Can you really invite a Grandmaster-level expert to help me break through to the next realm? Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhao Nangong involuntarily began to stutter. If he were to receive guidance from a Grandmaster-level expert, and with the help of a breakthrough pill, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the Grandmaster level within 6 months. Moreover, there is at least a 70% chance of success. Half a year. How could Zhao Nangong not be excited? Whether it's true or false, Patriarch Xiao will know tonight. Chu Qingyun said calmly, but then, as if remembering something, he added, however, this Grandmaster-level expert is naturally a womanizer. I can invite him here, but if you really want to keep this Grandmaster-level expert in your Xiao family, I'm afraid your Xiao family will have to be prepared. As he spoke, a wicked smile appeared on Chu Qingyun's lips. Zhao Nangong naturally understood the meaning behind Chu Qingyun's words, and immediately patted his chest, and said, a daughter is nothing to my Xiao family. If young Master Chu really helps me break through to the Grandmaster realm within half a year, such an immense favor will surely be repaid to my Xiao family, who will go through fire and water for young Master Chu in the future. As he spoke, Zhao Nangong did not hesitate to reveal his feelings in public. Upon hearing this, the Xiao family members standing nearby did not find anything wrong with it. To have a Grandmaster in the Xiao family within half a year, and one of their own, was an immense favor. As for that Grandmaster-level expert who was naturally amorous? Haha, what nonsense about being romantic. It's just being a lecher. The Xiao family has had so many branches and leaves over the years. They certainly don't lack women. Most importantly, as long as one member of the Xiao family breaks through to the Grandmaster realm, they can guide the other old guys in the Xiao family who have been stuck at the 9th rank of the innate realm their entire lives. At that time, the Xiao family may even produce a 2nd or 3rd Grandmaster. Thinking of this, the Xiao family members almost fainted from happiness and immediately echoed, yes, young Master Chu. As long as we can help the Patriarch break through to the Grandmaster realm, our Xiao family will do everything in our power. Excellent. In the future, my Xiao family will certainly repay you handsomely. Seeing that Zhao Nangong and the others were so sensible, Chu Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. I don't want any reward from you. Just kill a few people for me when the time comes. Of course, the Su family is also among your thorns in your side. Chu Qingyun said that he didn't actually have any deep hatred for the Su family, but considering that the little bitch from the Su family was getting close to Xiao Chen, it would be good to kill her. Moreover, bringing the Su family along would also gain the Zhao family's approval. The Su family? Ha ha ha. Even if young Master Chu hadn't said anything, we would have crushed the Su family. That's right, the Su family is really blind to have offended young Master Chu. They deserve to die. Sure enough, after hearing Chu Qingyun's words, the Zhao family members immediately became much closer to him and spoke with one voice of common hatred. By the way, who are the other people who don't know what young Master Chu wants? At this moment, Zhao Nangong suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion. He was very curious. What kind of person could make Chu Qingyun hold such a grudge? Just some trash. Chu Qingyun gritted his teeth and then told Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Chen about the others. What? Young Master Chu, you're saying that Xiao Wenxing from the Qiao family is a hidden martial artist? And with the strength of a 9th grade innate master? That's impossible. Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's words, Zhao Nangong and the rest of the Zhao family could hardly believe their ears. Having been entrenched in Seoul for so many years, he had no idea that there was a martial artist of the 9th rank of the innate realm hidden in Seoul. How could the Zhao family, who have always called themselves a family of martial arts masters, accept this? Why not? Chu Qingyun snorted coldly in dissatisfaction, then said with a venomous expression, otherwise, how do you think I got these injuries on my face? Seeing Chu Qingyun's expression, the Zhao family members fell silent and fell into thought. Seeing the Zhao family's reaction, Chu Qingyun said coldly again, to be honest, elderly, the 9th rank innate retainer I brought from the Chu family has already died in battle. Do you all still think what I'm saying is false? How? How could Xiao Chen, who is so young, also be at the 9th rank of the innate realm? The Zhao family members hesitated. Hey, you don't believe me? Chu Qingyun was so angry he wanted to curse. If he wasn't afraid that people wouldn't believe him if he said it, he would even suspect that Xiao Chen, that bastard, was a grandmaster. But this is just too damn outrageous. Who would believe a master in his early 20s? Even he himself doesn't believe it. So how can you expect the Xiao family to believe it? No, Young Master Chu, this is just too unbelievable. To reach the 9th rank of the innate realm at around 20 years old, what kind of monster is that? Zhao Nangong said with a bitter expression. Patriarch, what young Master Chu said is true. At this moment, a middle-aged man among the Xiao family suddenly thought of something and spoke up. What do you mean? Zhao Nangong quickly looked over and asked. I just remembered that when young Master Chu mentioned Xiao Chen, my cousin's daughter, Xiao Chen, came to complain this morning that she was harassed at Chen Yuhu's bar last night, and the harasser was none other than Xiao Chen. The middle-aged man said, then thought for a moment and added, moreover, this boy also broke both arms of my Zhao family disciple Wang Hui. Most importantly, this boy defeated Chen Yuhu, a second-grade innate cultivator, in one move. This child's talent is terrifying. Zhao Nangong's expression immediately turned ugly. He quickly understood the implications and said coldly, since this boy has become an enemy of my Zhao family, we should get rid of him as soon as possible, otherwise he will surely become a major threat in the future. Patriarch Xiao is indeed a smart man. Also, let me tell you some news. Upon hearing Zhao Nangong's words, Chu Qingyun finally revealed a satisfied smile. Oh, what news is young Master Chu referring to? Zhao Nangong's heart stirred, and he asked. This little bastard named Xiao Chen seems to be getting very close to Su Lanlan from the Su family. Chu Qingyun spoke calmly. What? Zhao Nangong was startled, and his already unpleasant expression darkened even further. Yes, Patriarch, according to my niece Xiao Qian, this boy was indeed invited by Su Lanlan of the Su family. The middle-aged man spoke again, confirming the accuracy of Chu Qingyun's information. In that case, this brat should be eliminated even sooner. Zhao Nangong's eyes darkened to an extreme. The stronger the Su family became, the more dangerous it would be for his Zhao family. He would never allow such a thing to happen. So, Patriarch Xiao, in a way, we actually have the same goal. Upon hearing Zhao Nangong's words, Chu Qingyun knew that he had achieved his goal. Moreover, now that Li Qi is dead, Lu Yunhe, as Li Qi's senior brother, will not be able to remain completely unresponsive after learning of Li Qi's death. At that time, with Lu Yunhe and Zhao Nangong from the Zhao family, 2 Grandmaster-level experts, I don't believe that Xiao Chen, that bastard, won't die? Chapter 63, Lu Yunhe's arrival. Alright, young Master Chu, our Zhao family will listen to you. As long as you can help me reach the Grandmaster realm within 6 months, I will definitely join young Master Chu in killing this brat, and wiping out the Su family as well. After listening to Chu Qingyun's words, Zhao Nangong thought for a while, and then gritted his teeth, and spoke. That would be best, Patriarch Xiao. I'll await your good news. Although he already knew that he had achieved his goal, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw Zhao Nangong clearly state his position. That young Master Chu, I don't know. Zhao Nangong suddenly seemed to remember something, his expression turning somewhat troubled, but he finally asked, when will we be able to meet the Grandmaster-level expert that young Master Chu mentioned? It's no wonder Zhao Nangong was anxious. After all, he hadn't even met that Grandmaster-level expert yet. What if Chu Qingyun was just fooling him? Without meeting a Grandmaster-level expert, one cannot receive guidance from them. So how can one expect to reach the Grandmaster level within 6 months? By tonight at the latest. Chu Qingyun said confidently. Since Lu Yunhe is extremely lecherous, he will naturally rush over to enjoy the beauty after seeing Su Ting's photo. However, despite saying that, Chu Qingyun hesitated for a moment before taking out his phone and calling Lu Yunhe. The call was answered very quickly. Master Lu, where are you now? After the call connected, Chu Qingyun immediately spoke. Young Master Chu, I will arrive in Seoul in an hour. I hope the woman in the photo will not disappoint me. Lu Yunhe's voice came through the phone. Of course not. When Master Lu arrives, you will certainly not be treated unfairly. Hearing Lu Yunhe say that they would arrive in Seoul in an hour, Chu Qingyun was overjoyed and straightened his back considerably. After hanging up the phone, Chu Qingyun looked at Zhao Nangong and said smugly, how about it? Patriarch Xiao, you can rest assured now. Zhao, thank you in advance, young Master Chu. With Zhao Nangong's keen hearing, he naturally heard Lu Yunhe's words on the phone. Immediately, a weight was lifted from his heart, and he was overjoyed. Well, however, Patriarch Xiao should also consider the choice of who to entertain Master Lu. Otherwise it wouldn't be good if Master Lu were to lose interest. Chu Qingyun smiled and said, Understood. Zhao Nangong understood immediately, then paused, looked at the middle-aged man from the Zhao family, and said sharply, Call your niece Xiao Qian over tonight. Patriarch this. The middle-aged man looked somewhat embarrassed. What? This little girl can accompany strangers, but she's unwilling to accompany a grandmaster? Don't think I don't know about her embarrassing deeds. Zhao Nangong looked displeased. No. I'll definitely bring her here tonight. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Oomph, I won't let her waste her time. After I wipe out the Su family, I'll compensate her with 3,000ths of the Su family's assets. Zhao Nangong snorted coldly, then glanced at the other powerful figures in the Zhao family and said, "You should also give the order that any young woman in the Zhao family clan who is willing to serve a grandmaster will receive 3,000ths of the Su family's assets after the Su family is destroyed." Upon hearing this, the Zhao family members nodded. After all, the Zhao family is now a large and powerful family, and with the addition of affiliated relatives, the entire Zhao family has a large number of members. Therefore, not every member of the Zhao family who was affiliated with them was extremely wealthy. Those Zhao family members who had no power and were of average ability were just better off than ordinary people. In addition, these people come from wealthy families and tend to spend money lavishly, so there are quite a few of them who are short of money. With the Su family being so large, their assets amount to at least tens of billions. Even with only 0.3% of the shares, they could receive tens of millions in dividends every year. Not to mention the Zhao family relatives. Even the key members of the Xiao family who hold real power are tempted. So they all started to make plans. As expected, in less than half an hour, 5 or 6 members of the Xiao family clan offered up their female relatives. Some even went so far as to shamelessly offer their wives up in order to obtain these shares. An hour later, at the entrance of the Xiao family's house, a lean old man in his 50s, dressed in a black martial arts robe, stood with his hands behind his back. It was Lu Yunhe. Looking around the courtyard before him, Lu Yunhe took a deep breath and then said, "Is young Master Chu here? I've arrived." Although Lu Yunhe didn't use a loud voice, his voice was extremely penetrating, and even Zhao Nangong, Chu Qingyun, and others in the Zhao family's reception room could hear it clearly. "They're here." Chu Qingyun was overjoyed and was the first to stand up. The Grandmaster realm truly lives up to its reputation. I never imagined that a Grandmaster would grace our Zhao family with their presence one day. Zhao Nangong was so excited he could hardly contain himself. He glanced at the Zhao family members and waved his hand excitedly. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and come with me to greet the Grandmaster." Only then did everyone realize what was happening, and they swarmed behind Zhao Nangong toward the main gate. Soon, the group, led by Zhao Nangong and Chu Qingyun, arrived at the door and saw Lu Yunhe standing with his hands behind his back. "Master Lu, it's been a long time. Zhao Nangong and his family have come to welcome Master Lu." The previous sentence was said by Chu Qingyun. Born into the Chu family, Chu Qingyun naturally had his own pride. Even if he was a grandmaster, he would not be subservient to him. But Zhao Nangong was different. The Zhao family had never produced a grandmaster in their entire history, nor had they ever had any in-depth contact with a grandmaster. So, for the first time, they were naturally extremely respectful. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Chu." Similarly, although Lu Yunhe was a grandmaster, he did not dare to put on airs with Chu Qingyun. He spoke with a respectful tone, while he only glanced at the Zhao family members without showing much reaction. Seeing this, the situation changed in the eyes of Zhao Nangong and the other members of the Zhao family. Suddenly, Chu Qingyun's status in the hearts of the Zhao family rose a lot again. As expected of a powerful family, even grandmasters have to treat them with utmost respect. The Zhao family members sighed. At that moment, Lu Yunhe suddenly saw Su Ting next to Chu Qingyun. His expression immediately lit up, and his eyes were fixed on Su Ting's curvaceous figure, unable to look away. "Young Master Chu." Su Ting felt flustered under Lu Yunhe's unbridled gaze and couldn't help but speak up, looking to Chu Qingyun for help. "Shut up and serve Master Lu properly. From today onwards, you belong to Master Lu. If you fail to satisfy Master Lu, I will make you wish you were dead." Chu Qingyun glared fiercely at Su Ting, then slapped Su Ting's butt and pushed her toward Lu Yunhe. In an instant, Su Ting's face turned deathly pale. Chu Qingyun had actually made her go and keep an eye on an incredibly ugly old man. But Su Ting had no choice but to accept her fate. After adjusting her mindset, Su Ting's complexion returned to normal. She raised her delicate hand and tapped Lu Yunhe's chest, saying in a charming voice, "Master Lu, please be gentle with me." Seeing Su Ting like this made Lu Yunhe's mouth go dry, and his eyes gleamed with greedy anticipation. "Quickly, arrange a room for Master Lu." Zhao Nangong was a shrewd person, and upon seeing this, he immediately spoke up. "Haha, thank you very much, young Master Chu. Thank you everyone, I appreciate this favor, ha." Seeing this, Lu Yunhe was in high spirits. He picked Su Ting up by the waist and carried her into the Zhao family's courtyard with a hearty laugh. Chapter 64: The Su family's worries. Meanwhile, the Zhao family's house was brightly lit and bustling with activity at night. To entertain Chu Qingyun and Lu Yunhe, the Zhao family held a grand banquet, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. "Master Lu, Please rest well at my Xiao family during this time. Whatever your needs are, as long as it is within our Xiao family's power, we will definitely fulfill them. At the dinner table, Zhao Nangong picked up his wine glass, spoke to Lu Yunhe, and then drank it all in one gulp. Hee, I appreciate Patriarch Zhao's kindness, but this... Lu Yunhe watched Zhao Nangong drink it all in one gulp, a smile forced on his face, but his words were somewhat hesitant. Master Lu, I understand. Zhao Nangong chuckled, put down his wine glass, and then clapped his hands towards the door. Soon, led by one of the Zhao family's stewards, 8 or 9 sexy, young, and beautiful women filed in through the door and walked up to Lu Yunhe, calling out in a sweet voice, "Greetings, Master Lu." Among these women, the one in the lead was none other than Xiao Chen. Lu Yunhe was dumbfounded. What man could resist such temptation? Patriarch Xiao, what is this? Lu Yunhe pretended to be confused and pointed at the young girls, asking a question. Haha, it's rare for Master Lu to visit my Xiao family, so we naturally have to serve him well. These Xiao family women will warm his bed and wash his feet tonight. We hope Master Lu won't find them too rude. Zhao Nangong spoke, without batting an eye. Yes, Master Lu. I'm clumsy, I hope you won't mind. Seeing this, Xiao Qian immediately and sensibly walked to Lu Yunhe's side, then sat in Lu Yunhe's lap and kept teasing him. At this moment, Xiao Qian was only wearing a black JK short skirt and a white shirt on her upper body. Coupled with her slightly plump figure, she exuded youthful energy. Lu Yunhe felt his blood rushing and his anger surge from his lower abdomen to his forehead. Seeing this, Zhao Nangong smiled inwardly, extremely satisfied with Xiao Qian's performance. However, he pretended to be angry and scolded her. Qian, what kind of behavior is this in public? If you delay Master Lu's meal, I will hold you accountable. Grandpa Master, I understand. Zhao Qian pretended to be pitiful as she got off Lu Yunhe's lap, feeling disgusted. That old bastard Lu Yunhe had actually put his hand in a place he shouldn't have. He was shameless. But when she thought of the 3,000ths of the Su family shares, and the fact that she wanted to use this old guy to kill Xiao Chen, all of Zhao Qian's dissatisfaction disappeared. Anyway, whether it's a young, handsome guy or an old man, they're all the same when the lights are off. As long as this old thing isn't all show and no substance, that's fine. Humph, Su Lanlan, you bitch, just wait until the Zhao family wipes out the Su family. Then I'll make you kneel at my feet and be thoroughly humiliated. With this in mind, Zhao Qian began to feel a sense of anticipation. Haha, no trouble at all, no trouble at all. Patriarch Xiao is very kind. Seeing Zhao Qian get down from his arms, Lu Yunhe said through gritted teeth with some reluctance, since Patriarch Xiao is so hospitable, I will stay at the Xiao residence. If you have any questions about cultivation, just ask me. Really? Oh dear, thank you so much, Master Lu. Zhao Nangong was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. You're too kind, Patriarch Xiao. I'm very satisfied with today's banquet. Unfortunately, I'm already full. I've had a long and tiring journey today, so I'll head back to my room to rest now. Lu Yunhe was no longer in the mood for eating and drinking, and made up an excuse to decline. All right, Qian, why aren't you sending Master Lu back yet? Zhao Nangong smiled broadly, but inwardly he cursed. This Lu Yunhe is such a lecherous old man. He just finished messing around with that Su Ting not long ago, and he can't resist again. As expected, the Grandmaster's physique is still incredibly strong. Yes, grandfather, don't worry, I will definitely serve Master Lu well. Zhao Qian forced a sweet smile, then walked up to Lu Yunhe, intentionally or unintentionally brushing against his shoulder, and said in a coquettish voice, Master Lu, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you back to your room. The faint scent of perfume lingering around his nose made Lu Yunhe's heart itch with desire. He quickly agreed, deliberately covering his forehead and saying, Alas, I can't hold my liquor. Then I'll trouble you, young lady. Soon, with Zhao Qian's help, Lu Yunhe walked towards the room Zhao Nangong had prepared for him. Thinking of the mature woman named Su Ting in the room who was still unconscious from his ravaging, Lu Yunhe felt a surge of heat in his heart. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. After the two left, Shu Qingyun, who had been silently watching the show at the table, finally revealed a cryptic smile. Patriarch Xiao, well done. It's getting late, I should head back too. Zhao Nangong could easily detect the dissatisfaction hidden in Shu Qingyun's words. He chuckled and leaned over to point to the remaining young women at the table, saying, That won't do. Young Master Chu has come all this way, so he must stay overnight at my Xiao family home to experience our family traditions. Patriarch Xiao, you are indeed a man capable of great things. I was right about you. Upon hearing this, Shu Qingyun burst into a satisfied laugh, then stood up from the table and walked over to the remaining women, giving them a meaningful look. The women immediately followed Shu Qingyun toward the bedroom. While the Xiao family's house was brightly lit, The Su family's house was located in the northern suburbs of Hanqing. At this moment, the Su family's council hall was full of people. Leading the group was an elderly man dressed in shorts, with a full head of white hair and a kind expression. He was none other than Su Wentian, the head of the Su family. The fact that Chu Qingyun visited the Xiao family and stayed there for a day could not be kept secret from the Su family. Upon learning of this, Su Wentian felt uneasy. "Grandpa, I've found out." Just then, Su Lanlan rushed in, ignoring the many elders in the council hall, and said, covered in sweat, "Tell me quickly, what did Chu Qingyun do at the Xiao family today?" Su Wentian quickly stood up and asked, "Grandpa, I heard from a friend at the airport that the old man in black robes who appeared at the Xiao family's door today registered his identity as Lu Yunhe when he boarded the plane to Seoul." Su Lanlan thought for a moment, and then said, "Lu Yunhe? Dad, that name sounds familiar." Before Su Wentian could speak, a middle-aged man wearing glasses frowned and spoke up. This man was Su Lanlan's father, Su Dingshan. "Me too, it sounds familiar." After Su Dingshan finished speaking, Su Lanlan's uncle, Su Dingguang, hesitated before echoing his words. "It's him, Lu Yunhe, the martial artist who broke through to the Grandmaster realm 2 years ago. There's no mistake. Why would this person go to the Xiao family?" Su Wentian's face turned grim, and an unprecedented sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Chapter 65 Su Lanlan, a woman of her word. "Grandmaster? What would a grandmaster like him do in a small place like Hanqing? And why did he go to the Xiao family?" Upon hearing Su Wentian's words, all the members of the Su family present couldn't help but ask questions. "Quiet down, all of you." Su Wentian sternly rebuked him, then sighed and said, "Although Zhao Nangong entered the 9th rank of the innate realm a few years later than me, he unexpectedly obtained a breakthrough pill many years ago, making him more likely to reach the Grandmaster realm than I am. Now, a Grandmaster realm expert like Lu Yunhe has come to Hanqing and is staying with the Xiao family. This is clearly a sign of goodwill towards the Xiao family, which is not good for my Su family. Dad, don't say such discouraging things. A powerhouse like a Grandmaster should have his own pride and wouldn't be swayed by the Xiao family, right? After all, while the Xiao family and our Su family are considered powerful in Hanqing, they are still far inferior to those major families." "That's right, elder brother. I've heard before that Lu Yunhe was also courted by powerful families when he was in Kyoto, but he turned them all down, citing his dislike of being tied down. There's no reason for him to submit to the Xiao family now." Su Dingshan and Su Dingguang both spoke up, expressing their opinions. Hearing the two brothers' analysis, the Su family members present couldn't help but nod in agreement, as their analysis was quite reasonable. "Indeed, Dingshan and Dingguang, your analysis is quite good, but..." Su Wentian nodded in agreement, but his worries did not diminish at all. He frowned and sighed. "But what if the Xiao family sets the terms, and Chu Qingyun mediates, so that Lu Yunhe can guide Zhao Nangong to break through the realm? This can't be." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, and their expressions turned grim. "Hee, what's impossible? You don't know, the Chu family guest elderly Qi, who Chu Qingyun brought this time, is a junior brother of Lu Yunhe. With this relationship, plus a few kind words from Chu Qingyun, it's not impossible." Su Wentian expressed his deepest fears about the situation. "What should we do? Father, if that's really the case, wouldn't Zhao Nangong soon reach the Grandmaster realm? At that time, the end of our Su family will probably come." "Yes, what should we do?" Hearing Su Wentian's guess, everyone panicked. The current situation between the Su and Zhao families is clear to everyone in both families. Either neither family will produce a Grandmaster, or both families will produce a Grandmaster-level expert. Otherwise, the current delicate balance will inevitably be broken, and one of them will surely face annihilation. "Patriarch, I wonder how long it will take you to reach the Grandmaster realm." Some members of the Su family couldn't help but ask what was on their minds, because if Su Wentian could reach the Grandmaster realm, their current predicament would be easily resolved. "I'm afraid it will take at least 5 years for me." Su Wentian sighed, and said that 5 years was too early. Based on his current cultivation experience, he would not be able to reach the threshold of a Grandmaster in less than 8 years. In an instant, everyone in the Su family's living room fell silent. They all knew what 5 years meant to them. With guidance from a Grandmaster-level expert and breakthrough pills, the Zhao family would definitely not let them wait 5 years. By the way, Li Qi wasn't seen around Chu Qingyun today. Why is that? Jingsheng, quickly send someone to investigate. Seeing that everyone in the Su family had fallen silent, Su Wentian frowned and suddenly thought of something. He looked at a young man in his 30s wearing glasses. This man is Su Dingguang's son and Su Lanlan's cousin. Although he is only in his 30s, he is already a person who holds core power in the Su family and holds an important position in Seoul. He is a rare young talent. "Okay, Grandpa, I happen to have a friend in the Special Administration Bureau. Information about these outside cultivators shouldn't escape their notice. I'll go and find out now. Upon hearing this, Su Jingxing immediately nodded, then turned and left without hesitation. Okay, go ahead. Su Wentian nodded, then said to the Su family members, this matter is still undecided. It's all just my speculation. Go back and rest. Also, don't reveal this to the Su family members yet, lest it cause any further trouble. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone calmed down a bit and nodded in agreement. Su Lanlan, who was standing to the side, rolled her eyes. Seeing that Su Wentian and her father and uncle were still focused on thinking about something, she turned around and sneaked into Su Wentian's study. After searching around, she put a small wooden box into her bosom. Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, I'm going back to sleep too. After emerging from Su Wentian's study, Su Lanlan greeted the three of them somewhat guiltily. Okay, go ahead, but don't wander around outside anymore. What kind of behavior is that for a young lady? Su Dingshan scolded him irritably. What's wrong with young people running around? When you were young, I didn't see you being this obedient and rule-abiding. Su Wentian glared at Su Dingshan unhappily, and Su Dingshan immediately fell silent, looking sullen. Hee, go ahead, your dad, your grandpa, and I have some things to discuss. Su Dingguang, however, said something with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Lanlan stuck out her tongue, then turned and ran out the door. Of course, Su Lanlan wasn't going to go back to sleep. She grabbed her car keys, ran to the garage, started the car, and drove out. You're just going to spoil this girl. Hearing the roar of the car engine, Su Dingshan inside the house smiled wryly and said to Su Wentian, it's good that they're running away. As long as the family members behave normally, the rest of the clansmen won't panic. Su Wentian sighed. He had no good solution to the hidden crisis facing the Su family. On the wide highway at night, Su Lanlan was speeding along in her red sports car. Oomph, that bastard, that scoundrel. He didn't even answer my calls. Su Lanlan drove with one hand and kept dialing Xiao Chen's number with her phone in the other, but no one answered after several attempts. Even worse, after only a few seconds of ringing, the phone displayed the message. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. What do you mean cannot be connected? It's clearly just that the phone rang a few times and was hung up. After cursing Xiao Chen fiercely, Su Lanlan simply pulled the car over to the side of the road, then took out her phone and sent Xiao Chen a message. You bastard, how dare you not answer my call? You're not going to take the 300-year-old snow lotus I promised you, are you? After sending the message, Su Lanlan was prepared to wait a while longer, but before she could even put her phone down, Xiao Chen replied with a message. Where is it? Those few words made Su Lanlan so angry, she almost jumped up and down. Sure enough, that bastard was deliberately ignoring the phone. Chapter 66 owes the Su family a favor. Nighttime, Lu family villa. Not long after Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin finished dinner and returned to their room, Xiao Chen received a call from Su Lanlan. However, Xiao Chen did not answer. It wasn't that he was worried about Lu Lingxin getting angry. The main reason was that he didn't have a good impression of Su Lanlan and didn't plan to have much interaction with her. So when Su Lanlan called for the last time, he simply hung up and put his phone on vibrate. However, after seeing the message from Su Lanlan, Xiao Chen immediately changed his mind. He couldn't help it. The temptation of the 300-year-old iceberg snow lotus was simply too great. I've been kicked out of the house, brother Xiao Chen. Send me your address, and I'll bring it to you. On her phone, Su Lanlan sent another message. No need, just tell me where, and I'll come get it directly. Without a second thought, Xiao Chen rejected Su Lanlan's idea. What a joke. If Su Lanlan really came to his door in the middle of the night, how would he explain it to Su Lanlan and old Master Lu? Alright, there's a bar called Hongyanxin Bar on Chang'an Road. You can come here to pick it up. On the other end of the phone, Su Lanlan chose to compromise. Okay, wait for me. As he spoke, Xiao Chen picked up his phone and said to Lu Lingxin, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, Little rich girl, I have something to do. I'm going out for a bit, but I'll be right back. Lu Lingxin seemed not to hear because she was taking a shower. Xiao Chen pursed his lips. He had already given the heads up anyway. As I came downstairs, I saw Lu Bingyan sitting on the sofa watching the news. Grandpa, can I use the car keys again? Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony. Hee, alright, going out so late? Lu Bingyan didn't intend to meddle in other people's business and readily tossed the car keys to Xiao Chen. Ugh, I'm going out to grab something. By the way, how are you feeling? Xiao Chen also asked. Great, your medicine really works. Look at me. I'm so energetic now I can't even sleep. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan said with satisfaction. Then you could hire a nicer nanny, otherwise all this effort will be wasted. Hee. Xiao Chen chuckled and joked. You brat, you're full of nonsense. Go get your things. Lu Bingyan was both amused and exasperated. Only this kid would dare to make such a joke. Haha. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony, old man. Xiao Chen grabbed his car keys, chuckled, and went out the door. At 9 p.m., Xiao Chen parked his car in the parking lot in front of the Red Beauty Bar. I've arrived. Where are you? Do you want to come in? After parking the car, Xiao Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Su Lan Lan, asking her a question. No need. I'm in the car, the one with the hazard lights on. Su Lan Lan replied to the message quickly. Seeing this, Xiao Chen also got out of the car, and then saw Su Lanlan's red sports car with its hazard lights on not far away. Come on up. Su Lan Lan rolled down the car window and pointed to the passenger seat. No, just give it to me. Xiao Chen shook his head without hesitation, afraid that once he got in the car, the girl would drag him around everywhere again. Hee, brother Xiao Chen, don't be so formal. It's like I could eat you up. Su Lan Lan pouted and said with a grin. You? Eat me? You wouldn't dare even if you had 3 times the courage. Enough nonsense. Where's Shuai Yan? Aren't you going to leave now? Xiao Chen didn't want to waste any more time and went straight to the point. All right. Su Lan Lan wasn't angry. She got out of the car, opened the trunk, took out a handbag, and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took it, opened the wooden box inside, and his eyes lit up immediately. Girl, you really gave it to me? Otherwise what? Su Lan Lan gave a soft hum, feeling secretly pleased, because she could clearly feel that Xiao Chen's tone of voice had softened considerably when he spoke to her. All right, but let me tell you, this snow lotus is not just 300 years old. It's probably 500 years old. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then spoke up. Huh? It's been that long. Su Lan Lan was also surprised. So, if you want to back out now, it's not too late. Xiao Chen placed the handbag in front of Su Lan Lan. Forget it. I went through so much trouble to steal it. If I take it back and my grandpa sees it, he'll definitely give me a good scolding. Besides, I promised you, and I, Su Lan Lan, always keep my word. Su Lan Lan stuck out her tongue and said in a quirky way. Stolen? Holy crap, then I definitely can't keep it. As Xiao Chen spoke, he stuffed the snow lotus back into the water. Seeing this, Su Lan Lan suddenly lost interest, handed the handbag back to Xiao Chen, and said sullenly, Forget it. Anyway, if my grandfather's guess is true, these things will only benefit the Xiao family in the end, so I might as well give them to you. Besides, my grandfather doesn't care whether I stole his things or not, so don't worry. As she spoke, Su Lan Lan suddenly looked at Xiao Chen with a sense of self-reproach, clutching the hem of her clothes and saying, Brother Xiao Chen, I was wrong last night, but I'm really not what you think. Please don't be angry, okay? In a while, you probably won't see me again. Xiao Chen was stunned. He reached out and touched Su Lanlan's forehead, asking in confusion, You don't have a fever. Of course you don't have a fever. You brat, what are you saying? Su Lan Lan was amused. Tell me, what exactly happened? Xiao Chen looked at Su Lan Lan speechlessly, thinking to himself that this woman was really fickle. 1 second she was calling him brother, and now she was calling him stinky guy. Then tell me you're not angry anymore. Su Lan Lan pressed on, asking again. All right. I won't be angry anymore since you brought me snow lotus late at night. Now can you tell me what happened? Xiao Chen said helplessly. Hee, I knew brother Xiao Chen wouldn't be angry with me. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Su Lan Lan was overjoyed. She hugged Xiao Chen's arm and rubbed against him, her long legs under her short skirt accidentally brushing against Xiao Chen's calves. Little goblin. Xiao Chen was both amused and exasperated, his heart itching with curiosity. Then, Su Lan Lan told them about Lu Yunhe and Chu Qingyun staying overnight at the Zhao family's house, and the crisis that the Su family was about to face. You mean that idiot Chu Qingyun went to the Zhao family? And even invited a grandmaster to the Zhao family? Lu Yunhe. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked in astonishment. Yes. Su Lan Lan nodded, then said sullenly, Brother Xiao Chen, let's not see each other anymore. If that old guy from the Zhao family really breaks through to the grandmaster realm, our Su family will probably be their first target for revenge. Don't let me get you involved. Hey, I really messed with the Zhao family like that last night. Do you think they'll let me off the hook? Xiao Chen chuckled. Su Lan Lan stuck out her tongue guiltily upon hearing this. After all, if she hadn't brought Xiao Chen there last night, Xiao Chen wouldn't have offended the Zhao family. Then you'd better leave Seoul and hide there. Su Lan Lan advised. No need, the Zhao family doesn't have that ability. It's getting late, I'll head back now. Xiao Chen chuckled, then took out his phone to check the time, and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen seemed to remember something, picked up the snow lotus in his hand, and said, I'll accept this snow lotus as a favor to the Su family. Give me a call if you need any help. Okay. Xiao Chen spoke casually, and Su Lan Lan readily agreed, but she didn't really take his words seriously. Watching Xiao Chen drive away in his Buick, Su Lan Lan sighed, got into her own car, started the engine, and prepared to go home. Chapter 67 The Mysterious Grandmaster Level Expert. At 10 p.m., Su Lan Lan drove back to the Su family compound. After parking her car, Su Lanlan had just gotten out when she saw a black Audi A8 drive up and park in the space next to her. Big brother, you're back. Su Lanlan recognized the car as her cousin Su Jingqing's and greeted him. No sooner had she finished speaking than Su Jingqing hurriedly got out of the Audi A8. When he saw Su Lanlan, Su Jingqing forced an awkward smile. Lanlan, where are you going so late? I just got back from outside. Brother, what happened? Sensing the anxiety and urgency in Su Jingqing's words, Su Lanlan's heart tightened, and she subconsciously asked, something really happened. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Grandpa and the others are waiting for me. Su Jingqing said something, and then walked towards the Su family's council hall without looking back. Su Lanlan frowned, a bad feeling creeping into her heart, and quickly followed behind Su Jingqing. Inside the council chamber, Su Wentian, Su Dingshan, and Su Dingguang sat silently in their chairs, but the cigarettes between their fingers betrayed their inner anxieties. Just now, they learned from Su Jingqing's phone call that something had happened, and something serious had happened. The Chu family retainer who was at the peak of the 9th rank of the innate realm and was by Chu Qingyun's side seems to be dead. Grandpa, Dad, second uncle, I'm back. Su Jingqing walked into the room and said hurriedly. Quickly, tell me in detail, what exactly happened? How did Li Qi die? A 9th grade innate realm expert at the Great Perfection, known as a half-step grandmaster, who in soul could kill him. As soon as Su Jingqing entered the room, Su Wentian and the other two, who were sitting in silence smoking, involuntarily stood up. Huh? Li Qi is dead. Su Lanlan, who had just stepped across the threshold, happened to hear Su Wentian's words and was immediately stunned, unable to react for a long time. What are you doing here? What business is it of yours? A young lady like you should go back to sleep. When Su Dingshan saw his daughter barge in, he immediately scolded her. Shut up. Lanlan is also a member of the Su family. She has our Su family blood. Why can't she come in and listen to something? Su Wentian glared at Su Dingshan, then pointed to the chair next to him, and said to Su Lanlan with a kind expression, Come on, Lanlan, sit here with Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. Su Lanlan looked at her father, gave a disgruntled snort, and then sat down triumphantly in the chair next to Su Wentian. All right, Jingqing, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? After making the arrangements, Su Wentian spoke up and asked Su Jingqing again. Yes, Grandpa. Su Jingqing nodded, then took out his phone and brought up an interface with a cremation certificate. The name on the document clearly read, Li Qi. Moreover, next to his name, Li Qi's photo was printed. I found a friend of mine at the Special Administration Bureau today. He works under Director Gao Feng, so I asked him to inquire about Li Qi's whereabouts. And this is what he gave me. Su Jingqing looked solemn. There's no mistake, it really is Li Qi, but how did he die? Jingqing, have you asked about the specific details? Su Wentian and the other two looked at the photo on the cremation certificate and were all shocked. The specific reason is unknown, because the Special Administration Bureau is also investigating. According to the Special Administration Bureau's investigation, it is said that Li Qi's body was sent to the crematorium for cremation by a woman named Su Ting, and this Su Ting seems to be the woman that Chu Qingyun brought to the Xiao family today. Su Jingqing continued, then hesitated before adding, Oh, right, there's something else that's strange. Apparently, when the Special Administration Bureau called Chu Qingyun to inquire about this matter, Chu Qingyun insisted that Li Qi died of illness. Died of illness? How could that be? How could a dignified martial artist at the Great Perfection of the 9th rank of the innate realm suddenly die of illness? There's something fishy going on here. Upon hearing this, Su Dingshan gave a light snort and said, Indeed, since Chu Qingyun dares not speak, it means this matter is extraordinary. In Hansheng, who exactly can make Chu Qingyun suffer such a great loss in silence, and even endure it? Su Dingguang also said, Neither of you two thought of the crucial point. To kill someone at the peak of the 9th rank of the innate realm, what realm do you think that would be? Su Wentian asked with a solemn expression. Grandmaster. The brothers Su Dingguang and Su Dingshan's expressions changed drastically. Even Su Jingqing, who was standing to the side, was startled and looked at Su Wentian, saying, But Grandpa, our Su family and Zhao family are the two largest martial arts families in Hansheng, and we have never had a grandmaster-level expert. Where did this grandmaster-level expert who killed Li Qi come from? Such a big thing, and we didn't have any news at all. Sigh, Seoul is truly a place where hidden talents abound. If the one who killed Li Qi was indeed a grandmaster-level expert, then it makes sense. Su Wentian sighed and said with emotion, Yes, if that's the case, then we can understand why Chu Qingyun invited Lu Yunhe to help him. He's probably seeking revenge against this mysterious grandmaster-level expert. Su Dingshan nodded in agreement. But that doesn't make sense. If it's about revenge, why go to the Xiao family? What does this have to do with the Xiao family? Su Jingqing asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Su Wentian chuckled and said seriously, what if Chu Qingyun felt that Lu Yunhe wasn't confident he could get revenge on his own? That's why he won over the Xiao family, helped Zhao Nangong break through to the Grandmaster realm, and then the two Grandmasters joined forces to deal with this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert. Wow, this is way too exaggerated. Upon hearing Su Wentian's guess, everyone gasped. Such a figure has appeared in Seoul. I really want to see this senior's demeanor. Su Jingxing murmured with an expression of admiration. Su Wentian's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Su Jingxing's mutterings. Grandpa, what's wrong? Su Jingxing thought he had said something wrong and looked at Su Wentian nervously. Su Dingshan, Su Dingwang, and even Su Lanlan, who were standing nearby, all turned their gazes over at the same time. Haha, Jingxing is right. Su Wentian looked somewhat excited, glanced at everyone, and said, since this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert is an enemy of Chu Qingyun, and Chu Qingyun has won over the Zhao family, then the Zhao family is naturally also in a state of hostility with this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert. Dad, are you trying to find this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert and then recruit him to our Su family? Su Dingshan and Su Dingwang were both intelligent men who understood things immediately. That's right, Grandpa, you're amazing. If we can find this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert and befriend him, given that we have a common enemy, this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert might not refuse to join forces with us. In that case, the current situation will be easily resolved. Su Jingxing's face flushed with excitement as he blurted out the rest of his words. Chapter 68, is it really him? That's right. The most urgent task right now is to find out the identity of this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert. Su Wentian was excited. As he spoke, he kept rubbing his palms together and said confidently, if this Grandmaster-level expert is willing to help my Su family, or to help me overcome the bottleneck in my cultivation, I am confident that I can break through to the Grandmaster level within 2 years. At that time, I will have no fear of Zhao Nangong. Okay, Dad, I'll arrange for people to find out about this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert at all costs. Su Dingshan said heavily. No, we'll leave this to Jingxing. Such a powerful figure is impossible to investigate without the Special Administration Bureau. Therefore, to quickly uncover the background of this mysterious Grandmaster, we must rely on the Special Administration Bureau. Su Wentian waved his hand, interrupting Su Dingshan's plan, and then looked at Su Jingxing with a solemn expression. Jingxing, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Are you confident? Yes, Grandpa. I will definitely complete the mission. Entrusted with this important task, Su Jingxing suddenly felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. Good, as expected of a son of the Su family. Su Wentian patted Su Jingxing on the shoulder with a gratified expression, but still couldn't help but add, this is a matter of life and death for our Su family. Jingxing, the sooner the better. If you need any resources or connections along the way, just tell your grandfather. Remember, do everything you can to get this done. Understood, Grandpa. Su Jingxing nodded heavily, and just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the message on his phone, Su Jingxing's expression changed. It was sent by a friend from the Special Administration Bureau. Quick, click on it, and take a look. It should be related to Li Qi's murder. The group urged them on. Su Jingxing didn't dare to delay, and quickly clicked on it. After glancing at it a few times, Su Jingxing was overjoyed. There's news. Speak quickly. The three looked anxious. My friend from the Special Administration Bureau said that in order to investigate Li Qi's cause of death, they pulled up all of Chu Qingyun and Li Qi's travel information for the entire day. Upon seeing this, Su Jingxing opened a photo on his phone, which showed a black minivan. Pointing to the photo, Su Jingxing continued to say to the group, this is Chu Qingyun's car. According to the surveillance footage, early this morning, Chu Qingyun and Li Qi took this car to the Bihuan Villa district. They stayed there for less than half an hour before driving out. Moreover, the surveillance footage shows that there was blood on the car. Really, everyone felt their breathing quicken. Yes, Grandpa. Look, this is a photo of Chu Qingyun's black van coming out of the Bihuan Villa community. Su Jingxing clicked on another picture and said. The group looked over and, sure enough, saw some bloodstains on the black car. In that case, Li Qi was most likely killed in this villa area. Su Wentian was excited. Li Qi was killed here, which meant that the mysterious Grandmaster-level expert was likely living in this villa community. Even if they don't live there, they are definitely closely connected with the people in this villa community. As long as we follow this information, finding this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert is only a matter of time. Can you access the surveillance footage from the Bihuan residential complex? Su Wentian suddenly thought of something and asked. Grandpa, that doesn't seem to work. As you know, people who can live in places like this aren't ordinary people. They're definitely very protective of their privacy. For example, our Su family surveillance system is completely independent. Unless a skilled hacker cracks it, outsiders simply can't get our surveillance data. Su Jingxing said. You're right, but if the special administration wants to access the surveillance footage, they should be able to get their hands on it, right? Su Dingshan hesitated before saying something. Let me ask. Upon hearing this, Su Jingxing asked a question on his phone. A reply was received very quickly. My friend said that it's possible, but their special administration bureau wouldn't dare to do it. Su Jingxing sighed and said, Why? Su Dingshan and Su Dingguang were puzzled. Why have you all suddenly become so confused? Can't you even figure this out? Upon hearing this, Su Wentian chuckled and then said, This matter involves a battle between Grandmaster-level experts, and judging from Chu Qingyun's reaction, it's clear that neither side wants to bring this matter into the open. Even if our Hanxing Special Administration Bureau had the greatest courage, we wouldn't dare to risk angering a Grandmaster by forcibly accessing the surveillance footage. Jingcheng, am I right, Grandpa? Grandpa is right. That's exactly the reason. After listening to Su Wentian's analysis, Su Jingxing nodded admiringly. They were afraid of angering the Grandmaster, so the Special Administration Bureau only dared to access external surveillance footage. I see. It's a pity, though. I can't witness the Grandmaster's prowess. I really want to see what it's like when a Grandmaster makes a move. Su Dingshan and Su Dingguang exchanged a glance, and both sighed regretfully. Jingcheng, does your friend from the Special Administration Bureau have any other information to share with you? Su Wentian thought for a moment, then asked with some anticipation. Grandpa, there really is. Upon hearing Su Wentian's question, Su Jingxing adjusted his glasses and couldn't help but smile. Hey kid, what time is it? And you're still keeping me in suspense. Seeing Su Jingxing's expression, the others could easily guess that the kid was definitely holding back some good news, and they said in an annoyed tone. Su Dingguang was so angry that he kicked him. Hey, don't hit me. I'll talk to you, okay? Su Jingsheng, after being kicked by his father, opened the last photo on his phone, feeling both amused and exasperated. Grandpa, Dad, second uncle, according to my friend, there's an 80% chance that this Grandmaster-level expert is in this car. As Su Jingxing spoke, he explained, this Buick with license plate number Han drove to Behuan Villa early this morning. Shortly after, Chu Qingyun and Li Qi's car drove in. Half an hour later, Chu Qingyun's black minivan left, and this Buick also drove away from Behuan community 10 minutes later. The timing is too coincidental. Great. In that case, as long as we find this car, we can find this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert. Su Wentian was overjoyed, then asked, Did you manage to capture the Grandmaster's appearance? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Dingshan and Su Dingguang looked over excitedly. If they could capture the Grandmaster's appearance, it would be much easier to find him. No, we only managed to take a picture of the driver. We didn't get a picture of what the Grandmaster in the back seat looked like. Su Jingxing shook his head, zoomed in on the picture, and pointed to a young man in the driver's seat of the Buick. What a pity, but things are already much better than we imagined. Su Wentian sighed, then laughed loudly. Su Dingshan and Su Dingguang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Lanlan, who had been sitting, looked curiously at the photo. When she saw the car in it, she was taken aback and let out a soft exclamation. I think I've seen this car before tonight. Soon, a voice appeared in her mind. Puzzled, Su Lanlan looked at the young man in the driver's seat again. In an instant, she felt as if she had been electrocuted, and her breathing became heavy. Is it really him? What does Chapter 69 have to do with me? Lanlan, what's wrong? The group noticed Su Lanlan's unusual expression and looked over to ask her what was wrong. No, nothing. Grandpa, is it possible that the young man driving the car is that mysterious Grandmaster-level expert? Su Lanlan realized that her reaction was a bit off, quickly recovered, and asked curiously. After asking the question, she realized that her palms were sweaty and her heart was pounding in her throat. Could that jerk really be a Grandmaster-level expert? Lanlan, what are you thinking? This boy looks to be only about 20 years old. How could he possibly be a Grandmaster? Su Dingshan couldn't help but shake his head and smile, clearly indicating that things had taken a turn for the better, which had improved his mood considerably. Oh, okay. Upon hearing this, Su Lanlan nodded, but felt a strange sensation in her heart, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Dingshan, what Lanlan said isn't impossible. In any case, we still need to investigate this young man's identity. As long as we find this young man, we can find the whereabouts of the mysterious Grandmaster. Su Wentian took it seriously and said something with a serious expression before looking at Su Jingxing. Su Jingxing immediately understood and nodded, saying, Okay, Grandpa, let's start by investigating this young driver. I'll go to the Special Administration Bureau myself tomorrow. Yes, the sooner the better, there can be no delay. Su Wentian nodded, then glanced at the group and said wearily, All right, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. Go back and rest. We have a lot to do tomorrow. Okay, Dad, we'll head back now. Okay, Grandpa. Su Dingshan and the others nodded, but Su Lanlan, who was standing to the side, was hesitating whether or not to reveal her relationship with Xiao Chen. But in the end, he didn't say anything. She thought it best to call Xiao Chen later and clarify things. After all, she had taken it upon herself to take him to a bar to support her, which almost caused this jerk to cut ties with her. If she were to rashly reveal these things now, who knew if he would get angry with her again? After saying goodbye to Su Wentian and the others, Su Lanlan returned to her room. After returning home, Su Lanlan hesitated for a moment before sending Xiao Chen a message. Li Qi is dead. Does this have anything to do with you? Xiao Chen quickly replied. What's it to me? Su Lanlan. It really has nothing to do with you? Xiao Chen. I can beat up Chen Yuhu, but killing a 9th grade innate realm expert? You overestimate me. Su Lanlan. Okay, now a lot of people are investigating who killed Li Qi. The surveillance cameras have captured photos of you driving. Xiao Chen, you're overthinking it. I tried driving for a ride-hailing service, but after a few tries, I realized it wasn't for me, so I'm not going to do it anymore. Su Lanlan, I don't believe you for a second. Humph, I'm going to sleep. Xiao Chen, good night. After putting down her phone, Su Lanlan lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Although Xiao Chen had flatly denied any connection to Li Qi's death, Su Lanlan's intuition told her that things were not so simple. On the other side, at the Lu family villa, Lu Lingxin was already asleep. On the balcony, after replying to Su Lanlan's message, Xiao Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. He never expected that Li Qi's death would lead to suspicion falling on him so quickly. But thinking about it, it's not surprising. After all, Chu Qingyun and I came out of the Behuan villa one after the other. Anyone with a brain would suspect me. But despite his suspicions, he would never admit to it. Even if everyone knows that Li Qi was killed by him, as long as Chu Qingyun doesn't speak up, the Special Administration Bureau or the government will not have direct evidence. Having figured this out, Xiao Chen put the matter out of his mind and peacefully closed his eyes to cultivate. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, when Xiao Chen got up, the rich girl Lu Lingxin was no longer in the room. I checked the time, it was only a little past 6. When I came downstairs, Lu Bingyan was setting the table. Seeing that there were only 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, Xiao Chen couldn't help but wonder. Grandpa, did Lingxin go out? Not bad. Lingxin's cosmetics store needs to get some new stock, so she went to the brand to check it out herself. That's why she left a little early. Don't worry about that, girl. The 2 of us will eat. Lu Bingyan chuckled and served Xiao Chen a bowl of millet porridge, placing it in front of him as he spoke. Oh, okay. By the way, old man, I have to go out again today. Xiao Chen listened, nodded, and replied. What? Is there something you haven't finished? Do you need the car? I'll go get you the keys. If not, just keep the keys. This old man of mine only drives once every 6 months. Lu Bingyan stood up as he spoke. Forget it, old man. No need for the car. I'll take a taxi today. There's nothing else going on. I just found a new job and want to check it out today. If everything's all right, I'll go back to work as usual. Xiao Chen gave a brief explanation. Lu Bingyan's Buick had already attracted attention, and driving it again would be too conspicuous. So, let's take a taxi to find Xiao Xuening. Xiao Chen thought to himself, if all else fails, he could just buy a new car. He had enough money on hand anyway. You're working now? Great, that's wonderful. Let's have a drink tonight to celebrate. Hearing that Xiao Chen was going to a job interview, Lu Bingyan was genuinely happy for him. Okay, no problem. Xiao Chen readily agreed. After eating 2 bowls of porridge, 4 eggs, and 3 steamed buns, Xiao Chen said goodbye to Lu Bingyan and then went out. Perhaps because it was a weekday, it was easy to get a taxi today. When I arrived at the entrance of Qiao family villa in Behuan, it was not yet 7:30. Xiao Wenxing, who was exercising in the courtyard, perked up when he saw Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's here. Come in quickly, have you eaten? Come in and have something to eat. You've already eaten, so please continue eating. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Xiao Chen casually walked into the courtyard and saw fruit on the table under the eaves. He picked up an apple and started taking a bite. You little rascal, it's not good to eat cold things so early in the morning. Xiao Wenxing laughed and scolded, but his heart was warmed. He understood that Xiao Chen actually wanted to show them that he was not being distant with them through this action. Xiao Chen is here? Don't worry, Xuening will be down in a bit. I'll have your aunt Bai go and call her. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Xiao Zhenhai was incredibly enthusiastic, making Xiao Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. 20 minutes later, Xiao Xuening came out of the house after finishing breakfast. Because she was going to work, Xiao Xuening was dressed particularly formally today, with a white shirt and a black pencil skirt, looking every bit the professional woman. Soon, Xiao Xuening drove out in her BMW X5 and called Xiao Chen into the car. After getting into the car, Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Xuening curiously and asked with a grin, Wife, what kind of job did you arrange for me? Can you tell me? Chapter 70. Fine, I'm quitting. Xiao Xuening's face immediately turned cold when she heard Xiao Chen address her. But when she thought about how Xiao Chen had not only saved her father, but also helped her temporarily get rid of Chu Qingyun's entanglement, she suddenly felt guilty. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Xuening sighed and looked at Xiao Chen seriously, saying, Xiao Chen, you have helped my Qiao family a lot. Logically speaking, I should treat you better. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, looking at Xiao Xuening with a smile on his lips. He knew that Xiao Xuening was definitely not finished speaking. Sure enough, Xiao Xuening paused for a moment and continued, but marriage is a lifelong commitment. I will never compromise just because you have done a favor for my Qiao family. I still maintain that if we are truly compatible, that's fine. But if we are not, please understand my choice. Fine. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of someone's misfortune. Xiao Chen nodded. He didn't dislike Xiao Xuening's words. On the contrary, he understood them. As a strong woman, Xiao Xuening has her own life plans and bottom lines, which are difficult to change because of external factors. In other words, women like this are harder to conquer. The advantage is that once a woman with this personality has decided on you, she will basically never have any other thoughts. Thanks. Seeing that Xiao Chen wasn't angry, Xiao Xuening breathed a sigh of relief, sincerely thanked him, and then continued. So when we get to the company, please be mindful of how you address me, okay? Then what should I call you? Xiao Chen stared intently at Xiao Xuening's aloof face and teased her. Whatever you want, just don't say those two words. Xiao Xuening felt uncomfortable under Xiao Chen's aggressive gaze, and for a moment she was flustered and at a loss for what to do. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded and remained silent. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Xiao Xuening simply started driving on her own. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the underground parking lot of Qiao's beauty group, Xiao Xuening parked her car and got out of the driver's seat. Xiao Chen, I'm going upstairs first. You can report to the HR department later. After Xiao Chen got out of the car, Xiao Xuening tidied her hair and said, Okay, but can't you at least give me a hint? What kind of work have you assigned to me? Xiao Chen asked curiously. You'll see when you get there. It's always very easy. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Xiao Xuening's eyes. After leaving a remark, she walked away, swaying her ample buttocks in her high heels. It's good to have some free time. Hearing that the job was easy, Xiao Chen was quite satisfied. He was really afraid of encountering a demanding or troublesome position. But after Xiao Xuening left, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered. Where the hell is the HR department? After wandering around the underground parking lot, Xiao Chen finally found the exit and arrived at the entrance of Qiao's beauty group on the first floor. It's quite impressive. Looking at the 9-story office building at the entrance, Xiao Chen sighed. Hey kid, what are you doing? Inside the guardhouse at the entrance, a security guard in his 30s immediately became wary upon seeing Xiao Chen. After all, although Xiao Chen's current attire is clean and decent, his clothes are rustic and give off a cheap vibe. So when they saw Xiao Chen, they subconsciously assumed he was just some country bumpkin wandering around outside. Especially after hearing Xiao Chen's Gankov, sentiments reflections, she became even more certain of her thoughts. Brother, I'm here to work. Could you tell me where the HR department is? Xiao Chen smiled and stepped forward to ask. TCHU? You work here? Do you even know where this place is? I've seen plenty of people like you. Don't think you can just go in and pick up girls just because we have lots of beautiful women here. These girls aren't for you. Get out of here. The security guard sneered. There are quite a few people who want to sneak into the Qiao group. The reason is actually very simple. After all, it is a beauty company, so there are many women in the company. They are all dressed up in a flamboyant way, and some young people from society always want to sneak in and pick up a few girls. Are there many beautiful women here? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. What do you think? All right, stop playing dumb with me. Judging by your clothes, you're obviously from the countryside. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. The security guard chuckled and said, Why would I lie to you? I really came here to work. Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless, thinking to himself that he should find a chance to buy some clothes. Otherwise, this society that looks down on people will always be a problem. Too lazy to argue with the security guard at the entrance, Xiao Chen simply went inside. Holy crap, you dare to force your way in. The security guard in the duty room was immediately furious. This was utterly disrespectful to him. Immediately afterwards, the security guard rushed out of the duty room with a baton and stepped forward to subdue Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen instinctively dodged, then grabbed the security guard by the collar and gave him a gentle push, causing the guard to fall to the ground with a thud. Captain Lee, someone's been assaulted. Someone broke into the company and started a fight. Feeling humiliated by being knocked down by a country bumpkin, the security guard immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie and started calling for backup. Soon, a dark-skinned security guard with prominent temples led more than a dozen people in and surrounded Xiao Chen. He's a trained martial artist? Xiao Chen looked at Captain Lee with curiosity. His temples were bulging, a clear sign of someone who had trained in martial arts. Kid, is this the guy you hit? Li Jin stared coldly at Xiao Chen and said, "What? You big dark-faced guy. Are you going to protect your own?" Xiao Chen said noncommittally, "Court death." Li Jin has never been more annoyed by people calling him dark-skinned. Now this kid is calling him dark-faced right off the bat. How can he stand it? After cursing, Li Jin clenched his fists, ready to teach the guy in front of him a lesson. "Stop it. What kind of chaos is this?" Just then, a tall, short-haired, busty woman in black stockings and a business suit walked over with a cold expression and scolded the group. "Director Wu, this is the guy who barged into our company and even hit one of our people." Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Jin immediately composed himself and pointed at Xiao Chen to explain. "What do you mean by crashing around? I'm here to work, beautiful. You need to get to the bottom of this before you wrongly accuse an innocent person." Xiao Chen spread his hands. "Hey, going to work? You? Then tell me, what position do you hold at our company?" At this moment, the security guard who had been pushed to the ground by Xiao Chen sneered and questioned him. "Position?" Xiao Chen was taken aback and said awkwardly, "I really don't know yet." "Humph, can't keep up the act anymore, can you?" The security guard immediately said smugly. "Don't understand?" Human Resources Director Wu Yaru's pretty face immediately fell, and her gaze towards Xiao Chen was filled with disgust. This was not the first time that young men from the streets had impersonated employees to pick up girls at the company, and she felt disgusted by such people from the bottom of her heart. Thinking of this, Wu Yaru's face immediately turned cold, and she said, "Sir, please have some self-respect. Company regulations state that non-employees are not allowed to enter. If you continue to cause trouble, we will call the police." "Holy crap, fine, you won't let me in, huh? I'm not going to work now." Xiao Chen was both amused and annoyed. What was that stupid woman Xiao Xuaning up to? Since she had asked him to come to work, why did she stage this whole thing? Who was she trying to disgust? "Do you really think I'm eager to work here? Can't I just quit?" After saying that, Xiao Chen turned around and left without another word. Does Chapter 71 count? "Hey kid, stop right there." Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Li Jin, who was standing next to him. "What? Trying to cause trouble?" Xiao Chen was furious. "You hit my brother, and you think you can just leave like this?" Li Jin's face was grim as he spoke. "So what do you want? You want to fight? Fine, every single one of you. Come at me all at once." Xiao Chen grew impatient and addressed the crowd, then even turned his gaze to Wu Yaru. "Beauty, you join us too. I'll beat you all up, one by one. You scoundrel, Captain Li, teach him a lesson and then hand him over to the police station." Wu Yaru got angry after Xiao Chen said that, and immediately called the police. "All right, kid, prepare to die." Upon hearing this, Li Jin sneered and slammed his fist down at Xiao Chen with tremendous force. However, before he could even touch Xiao Chen, he was kicked away by Xiao Chen and lay on the ground, clutching his chest in pain, while looking at Xiao Chen in shock. "I already said, one by one, come at me all at once." Xiao Chen chuckled dismissively and said. The remaining security guards' expressions changed upon seeing this. They hesitated and dared not step forward. After all, their captain, Li Jin, was a retired Special Forces soldier and the most capable fighter among them. Yet, he couldn't even withstand a single move from this kid. "What? Nobody wants to go? If nobody wants to go, I'm leaving." Xiao Chen looked at Wu Yaru provocatively. "Beautiful lady. What? Are you going to make a move?" "Yeah, I've already called the police. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant." Wu Yaru looked grim. She hadn't expected Li Jin to be so useless. Just as Wu Yaru finished speaking, the sound of police cars came from outside. "Surround him and don't let him leave." Upon hearing the siren, the security guards immediately perked up, and Wu Yaru breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected the police car to arrive so quickly. It was the first time they had been so efficient. On the other side, Zhang Xiaoyu jumped out of the police car. She was driving back to the police station to attend a case discussion meeting when she saw the emergency call notification in the work group as soon as she got nearby. Normally, cases of fighting and causing trouble wouldn't be her responsibility, but she happened to be passing by, and since she was in a bad mood these past few days, she decided to come and vent her anger on those petty thugs who were fighting and causing trouble. Who's causing trouble? Zhang Xiaoyu walked in smartly in her police uniform, glanced around, and finally fixed her gaze on Xiao Chen, who had his back to her. Looking at the figure, Zhang Xiaoyu felt that it looked familiar, but because it was nighttime when she was with Xiao Chen before, she didn't realize it at first. "Officer, please don't misunderstand, I didn't." Xiao Chen turned around, instinctively about to explain, but the moment he saw Zhang Xiaoyu, he was stunned and blurted out, "Holy crap, little policewoman, what are you doing here?" "Ah, it's you." The moment Xiao Chen turned around, Zhang Xiaoyu recognized him, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. "Yes, it's me, little policewoman. Long time no see. You haven't thanked me for what happened last time." Xiao Chen greeted him with a smile. thinking to himself that since they were acquaintances, it would be easier to talk to them. After all, he had saved their lives no matter what. Wu Yaru and Li Jin, along with other security guards, were stunned when they heard the conversation between the two. This kid actually knew the police officers? This is going to be difficult. After all, this society is inherently based on personal relationships. However, Zhang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and charged at Xiao Chen like a madwoman. Ah, I should thank you? You pervert, I'll catch you today. Holy crap, are you crazy? Where did this temper come from? Xiao Chen grabbed Zhang Xiaoyu's delicate fist and cursed angrily. I'm not crazy, you pervert. Zhang Xiaoyu glared fiercely at Xiao Chen, wishing she could devour him alive. Who the hell are you calling names? I saved your life. You'll save my life? I'll kill you. Zhang Xiaoyu seemed to be blinded by anger. She tried to pull her fist out, but with Xiao Chen's strength, it wouldn't budge. In the end, she could only angrily punch and kick on the spot, like a mad little wildcat. Although Zhang Xiaoyu's punches and kicks didn't hurt Xiao Chen, they were infuriating. Damn it, you stupid woman. Are you ever going to stop? In a fit of anger, Xiao Chen cursed, then flipped his hand and twisted Zhang Xiaoyu's arm behind her back, pinning her to the ground. He then raised his hand and slapped Zhang Xiaoyu 3 times. Snap! 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 3 crisp slaps echoed throughout the office building lobby. In an instant, the entire lobby fell into a deathly silence. Wu Yaru stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, unable to believe her eyes. On the other side, Li Jin and the other security guards looked at Xiao Chen as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, they had already forgotten about what had just happened. He even began to admire Xiao Chen. That's incredible. Slapping a female police officer in public. I wonder if that counts as assaulting a police officer? Zhang Xiaoyu was stunned by the 3 slaps. Because it was summer, her uniform was actually very thin, and the burning sensation on her skin left her speechless. You bullied me, why you bad guy? Zhang Xiaoyu stared intently at Xiao Chen, then her lips pursed, and tears streamed down her face like they were free. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the office building, Xiao Xuening, who was working, heard sirens and noises coming from downstairs. She frowned and looked at her secretary beside her. Xiao Sun, what happened? Secretary Sun Lily immediately made a phone call to inquire before saying, President Xiao, the front desk said that someone was causing trouble and even hit Captain Li of the security department, so Director Wu called the police. Making trouble? Xiao Xuening frowned, her face darkening. Yes, they said an outsider broke into the company, claiming to be there to work, but when Director Wu asked the person what their position was, they couldn't answer, so they were exposed. As Sun Lily spoke, Xiao Xuening's expression changed. Mr. Qiao, what's wrong? Sun Lily asked curiously. No, it's nothing. Secretary Sun, let's go down and take a look. Xiao Xuening's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately realized that the troublemaker was probably Xiao Chen. She suddenly regretted not telling Xiao Chen beforehand. Since Xiao Chen was assigned a minor, insignificant position, she didn't inform Director Wu about his situation, but only informed Xiao Zhang in the HR department. Who would have thought things would escalate to this point? Immediately, Xiao Xuening couldn't sit still any longer. She put down her work and hurriedly went into the elevator with Secretary Sun. Downstairs in the lobby, Zhang Xiaoyu was crying, her face streaked with tears, her words filled with grievance. Wah, you bad guy, you're bullying me. Zhang Xiaoyu sobbed, repeating the same few sentences over and over, while constantly pounding Xiao Chen's shoulder with her other fist. Xiao Xuening, who had just come out of the elevator with Secretary Sun, was stunned when she saw this scene. The atmosphere was so strange. What is the relationship between Xiao Chen and this policewoman? In an instant, this thought popped into Xiao Xuening's mind. Chapter 72, A Huge Misunderstanding. Xiao Chen didn't even notice Xiao Xuening's arrival. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. What was this policewoman doing? Why was she acting like he had done something wrong? The problem is, he really didn't do it. Confused, Xiao Chen grew impatient and roared. What the hell did I do to you? You're still yelling at me? Wah. Zhang Xiaoyu trembled with rage, crying even harder. Forgetting where she was, she stared at Xiao Chen through tear-filled eyes, her voice hoarse as she demanded. You bastard who dares to do it, but won't admit it. I'll kill you. Damn it. You better explain yourself clearly. What the hell did I do? Xiao Chen was furious. Still not admitting it? Last time at the factory, why did I come back with my pants on backwards? Zhang Xiaoyu pouted, looking at Xiao Chen with a wronged expression, her voice trembling as she cried. Wearing them inside out. Xiao Chen was also stunned and didn't react for a moment. In Zhang Xiaoyu's view, Xiao Chen was stunned because the truth had been exposed, and he couldn't refute it. Similarly, the security guards and Wu Yaru also thought so. Of course, Xiao Xuening thought so too. Mr. Qiao, do you know this troublemaker? Secretary Sun Lily noticed that Xiao Xuening was acting strangely and asked her with some curiosity. I don't know him. Xiao Xiuning felt a sharp pain in her heart. After coldly uttering a sentence, she turned around and walked into the elevator without saying another word. Seeing this, Secretary Sun followed him inside, completely bewildered. What? You've run out of things to say, haven't you? No one noticed Xiao Xiuning's arrival and departure, while Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Chen with a choked voice and sorrowful eyes. What the hell am I supposed to say? I haven't even done this before. What am I supposed to say? Xiao Chen then realized that this stupid woman had misunderstood him. Bastard. Pervert. Coward. Are you even a man? You dare to do it, but not admit it. Xiao Chen, you truly despise me. Zhang Xiaoyu was utterly desperate and said through gritted teeth. She thought that Xiao Chen should admit it now that things had come to this point, but he was unyielding and denied it outright. Are you an idiot? You're crazy. Xiao Chen was also furious. After cursing, he looked at Zhang Xiaoyu like she was an idiot. Go find that girl from the Han family. She put it on backwards for you. It wasn't me. What kind of nonsense is this, blaming me? Have you lost your mind? It's not your fault. It's yours. Zhang Xiaoyu was about to say, if it's not your fault, who is it? But then she suddenly realized something, and the second half of her sentence got stuck in her throat. Her expression was particularly interesting. She rubbed her swollen eyes and looked at Xiao Chen hesitantly with a sob in her voice. You said? It was Miss Han who took off my clothes, and it was also her who dressed me? Otherwise what? Xiao Chen said angrily. You're not lying to me. Zhang Xiaoyu was still somewhat skeptical, but her voice had already become much softer. Why would I lie to you when I have nothing better to do? The day the drug took effect, I had that girl from the Han family press your acupoints to release the drug's effects. Otherwise you would have had serious health problems. At this point, Xiao Chen suddenly realized his mistake and quickly stopped the conversation. After coughing a few times, he touched his nose awkwardly and said, Ahem. Well, no matter what, I did save your life. If you don't want to thank me, fine, but you can't turn around and blame me, can you? Zhang Xiaoyu lowered her head and ran away, then jumped into the police car and sped off. You're leaving already? Xiao Chen was both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, in the lobby, Li Jin and his security guards, as well as Wu Yaru, stared blankly at the scene before them, wondering, they're gone already? What about the police call we just made? Everyone was stunned, and for a moment they looked at Xiao Chen, not knowing what to do. Not to mention them, even Xiao Chen himself was stunned. Damn it, the atmosphere became awkward after the policewoman's outburst. Fortunately, at that moment, a young woman in her early 20s with her hair in a bun suddenly ran over and approached Xiao Chen, hesitatingly asking, Sir, may I ask, are you Xiao Chen? Yes. What's wrong? Xiao Chen was taken aback, then nodded subconsciously. Xiaozhong, do you know him? Wu Yaru was somewhat surprised. Director Wu, I'm sorry, Ms. Qiao told me yesterday that she has a childhood friend from the countryside named Xiao Chun who wants to work as a security guard at the company. Because it's a relaxed position, she didn't tell you and contacted me directly. The girl named Xiaozhong stuck out her tongue and said apologetically, Why didn't you say so sooner? Upon hearing this, Wu Yaru looked at Xiaozhong and said with a grim expression, I took the intern to complete the paperwork this morning, which caused a slight delay, and then, feeling the awkward atmosphere, Xiaozhong nervously twisted his fingers. All right, forget it. This isn't your fault. I'll talk to President Qiao about it later. This kind of thing must never happen again. This is a lesson learned. Wu Yaru waved her hand with a headache, then looked at Li Jin on the ground and said helplessly, Captain Li, since Xiao Chun is a newcomer to your security department, you should take him to complete the onboarding procedures. Li Jin lay on the ground, speechless, staring at Xiao Chun with an incredibly interesting expression. So, this kid is one of our own. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, who overheard the conversation and figured out what had happened, was completely bewildered. What the hell? He hadn't even officially started working yet, and he'd already beaten up his boss. Chapter 73 Debt Collection. Mr. Qiao, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Should we have the finance department deduct the salaries of the security personnel? Inside the CEO's office, Xiao Xiuning, who had returned to her seat, still had a cold expression, looking unapproachable. Secretary Sun Lily carefully poured Xiao Xiuning a cup of tea. In her opinion, the reason why Xiao Xiuning was angry was simply because the security guards downstairs had not done their job well, which had brought a bad influence to the group. Therefore, she spoke up. No need. Li Jin is injured, and it's a work-related injury no matter what. Go and notify the finance department to compensate him for some medical expenses. Xiao Xiuning naturally knew what Sun Lily was thinking, but she was too lazy to explain. Okay, Mr. Qiao, I'll go right away. Sun Lily left, completely bewildered. Xiao Xiuning's mood was extremely bad. Xiao Chun, I never expected you to be this kind of person. After sitting blankly in her seat for a long time, Xiao Xiuning finally sighed with disappointment. Originally, because Xiao Chun had done a lot for the Qiao family, Xiao Xuaning had been telling herself to treat Xiao Chen better. Even if she and Xiao Chen were really not a good match, they could still be friends. But she never expected that Xiao Chen would be such a disgusting scumbag who bullied a policewoman and wouldn't admit it. Scumbag. Achoo. Downstairs, in the security department's training room, Xiao Chen, wearing his newly received uniform, suddenly sneezed. Are you insulting me? Xiao Chen rubbed his nose, looked at the group of security guards led by Li Jin, and asked. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen with blank expressions. Feeling Xiao Chen's gaze, the security guard on duty in the security room panicked. You can't wrong me. You need evidence to prove your point. This security guard, named Chen Lu, was quite different from his earlier arrogant self. Now he kept his distance from Xiao Chen. Even Li Jin, a retired special forces captain, couldn't withstand a single move from this kid, let alone him. Although he had indeed cursed the kid countless times in his mind just now, he dared not admit it now. Xiao Chen, don't talk nonsense. Li Jin's face was also grim at this moment, but he was helpless against Xiao Chen. He couldn't beat the kid. What? Feeling guilty. Xiao Chen chuckled, but he was too lazy to argue with these people. Considering he would be staying here for a while longer, Xiao Chen decided to state his position directly, looking at Li Jin and the others and asking, so, should we just let today's matter drop, or continue? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, everyone looked at each other, remaining silent with extremely grim expressions. Let me make this clear beforehand. Revenge is fine with me. It's not shameful for men to want to take revenge, but it has to be done openly and honestly. If I find out that anyone is trying to trip me up or cause trouble behind my back, don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. Seeing that no one spoke, Xiao Chen continued. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned even more grim. Kid, don't be so arrogant. We're all grown men. Who the hell would stab you in the back? Chen Lu was also embarrassed. All right, I'll give you a chance today. Like I said, come at me all at once. Xiao Chen pointed at the crowd. Really? At this moment, Li Jin also raised his head, looked at Xiao Chen through gritted teeth, and asked. As a former soldier, he knew very well the difficulty of fighting against many opponents unarmed. Really, we absolutely won't blame you for ganging up on us. Xiao Chen smiled. All right, whether you like it or not, we did indeed outnumber the enemy. Xiao Chen, after the fight, regardless of who wins or loses, let's just let this matter rest, okay? Although Xiao Chen didn't mind, Li Jin felt it was somewhat dishonorable. However, he couldn't let things go without a fight, otherwise his brothers would definitely feel uncomfortable. No problem, go ahead and make your move. Xiao Chen nodded. Damn guys, let's get him. Get him. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the group of security guards immediately became excited, rolled up their sleeves, and rushed toward Xiao Chen. In their view, even if you piled up a bunch of heads, you could kill this kid. However, things didn't go as they expected. 2 minutes later, a group of security guards were lying on the ground, clutching their arms or backs, and groaning in pain. So, are you convinced yet? Xiao Chen chuckled. Damn, you're a pervert. The security guards on the ground laughed and cursed. Although they were all injured to varying degrees, judging from Xiao Chen's appearance, they all knew that Xiao Chen had definitely held back against them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a minor superficial injury. Hee, I'll teach you a few tricks later. Seeing these people's reactions, Xiao Chen knew that today's matter was over. You said it. Kid, you keep your word. We've become friends through a fight. Upon hearing this, Li Jin's eyes gleamed. As a former special forces soldier, he wasn't stupid. Xiao Chen's ability to achieve this level of skill likely indicated that he was a martial artist. If they could receive guidance from Xiao Chen, their strength would definitely improve significantly, especially compared to ordinary people. I'm a man of my word. Xiao Chen nodded. Good. Before Li Jin could say anything more, the training room door was suddenly pushed open. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, thinking to himself that there were indeed many beautiful women in this place. The woman who arrived was wearing a purple belted long dress. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, not much younger than Xiao Xuaning. Moreover, unlike Xiao Xuaning, this woman exudes the temperament and charm of a mature woman. Director Qin, what brings you here? Upon seeing the woman, Li Jin struggled to his feet, but due to his injuries, his face twitched involuntarily as he stood up. What are you doing here? Qin Jiu, carrying a bag in one hand, pointed her fair hand at the group of security guards on the ground and said with a puzzled expression, Cough cough, we just finished training and we're all exhausted. Let's rest on the ground for a bit. An unnatural look appeared on Li Jin's dark face as he awkwardly explained. Oh, I see. Qin Jiu didn't suspect anything. She smiled gently and said to Li Jin, It's like this. I'm going to Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory to collect a debt later. Captain Li, could you please choose someone to come with me? Tianli. Upon hearing Qin Jiu's words, Xiao Chen noticed that Li Jin and the group of security guards' expressions had changed. What's wrong, Captain Li? Is something wrong? Qin Jiu nodded slightly, but her words carried an unquestionable tone. No, no, Director Qin, please wait for me outside. I'll go with you personally later. Li Jin gritted his teeth and said, that would be perfect. I'll wait for you in the parking lot. Qin Jiu smiled and nodded, then turned around and swayed away, her big buttocks bobbing. After Qin Jiu left, Chen Lu suddenly looked at Li Jin and advised, Captain, are you really going? Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory is no good. Have you forgotten about Deputy Captain Niu from last time? Chapter 74, I'm going to hit you. What happened? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately became curious. Xiao Chen, you don't know, this Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory is incredibly shameless. Our company makes cosmetics, and cosmetic formulas require some medicinal herbs. So at the beginning of this year, President Qiao ordered 30 million worth of dried medicinal herbs from Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory. But the owner of Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory, Zhu Tianli, not only refused to supply the goods, but also refused to pay the outstanding amount. That's what a security guard named Lin who said. Yes, once our CFO, oh, that's Director Qin from earlier, went to collect a debt with our Deputy Captain Niu, but his leg was broken by the other party's men, and he's still recovering from his injury. Another, older security guard sighed and said with a look of sympathy, there's nothing we can do. It's said that Zhu Tianli is a martial artist at the acquired realm. Among us, only I can fight back. Lao Niu is my comrade in arms. Although he's quite strong, he's not a martial artist after all. So when we got there, we could only swallow our anger when we got beaten up. Li Jin explained with a hint of helplessness. Then why are you still going? Aren't you just asking for a beating? You can't even stand up. Xiao Chen speechlessly pressed Li Jin, who had stood up, back down. I can't refuse. It's our security department's responsibility. Besides, I'm the only one in the entire security department who can handle some fighting. Li Jin smiled wryly. Although Xiao Chen was also a fighter, he wasn't shameless enough to let a newcomer like Xiao Chen suffer. Li Jin had his doubts about the possibility that Xiao Chen was a martial artist, but in Li Jin's opinion, even if Xiao Chen was a martial artist, at this age he would be at most a beginner or a qi condensation stage, and would not be a match for Zhu Tianli at all. Besides, if he immediately assigns this task to Xiao Chen right after reconciling with him, Xiao Chen might suffer and feel that he was deliberately targeting him. Ultimately, Li Jin still has his own principles for doing things. Xiao Chen naturally understood Li Jin's meaning implicitly, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. This Li Jin was indeed a responsible person. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen laughed and scolded. What? Old Li, are you treating me, Xiao Chen, as an outsider? If we're talking about fighting, who in this room can beat me? This? Li Jin wanted to say something more, but Xiao Chen waved his hand to interrupt him. All right, stop being so effeminate. Paying back debts is a matter of course. So what if it's the day after tomorrow? I'll take care of the day after tomorrow. Wait for my good news. After saying that, Xiao Chen patted Li Jin on the shoulder, then turned around, pushed open the door of the training room, and went out. TCH, he's only going to fight the day after tomorrow, Captain. What's this kid bragging about? He'll probably be crying his eyes out when he gets to Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory and gets beaten up. Watching Xiao Chen's departing figure, the security guard named Chun Lu sneered and said. But before he could finish speaking, Li Jin slapped him hard across the face. Captain, why did you hit me? Chun Lu covered his face, looking at Li Jin with a wronged and puzzled expression. Heh, you want me to tell you why I hit you? Before Li Jin could speak, Lin Hu sneered, looking at Chun Lu with disdain and spitting, saying, even if Brother Chun is bragging, he still dares to go. So what, you're not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, why don't you go? I don't want to go. I'm afraid I'll get beaten up. Chun Lu immediately started stammering. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? But Brother Chun isn't. Lin Hu glared at Chun Lu with a mocking look, then suddenly raised his voice and cursed. You idiot! When Brother Chun went to Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory to collect debts, who was he standing up for? The captain. And who was the captain standing up for? Us. You son of a bitch. Brother Chun took a beating for me, and you're here gloating and making sarcastic remarks. What kind of heartless bastard are you? Even if the captain didn't hit you, I would have beaten you up. Upon hearing this, Chun Lu immediately lowered his head in shame, his face turning bright red, and he couldn't utter a single word. Lu Zi, I hope this is the last time you do this. If it happens again, you should leave on your own. I don't want to embarrass you. Li Jin, will never tolerate an ungrateful wretch like you. Li Jin's tone was icy, then his gaze swept over the others, and he continued in a cold voice. From today onwards, Xiao Chen is one of us. If anyone still has a problem with him, just come at me. Me too. Lin Hu patted his chest, then, as if remembering something, said, Captain, when Brother Chen comes back and recovers from his injuries, let's throw a party to welcome him back. Okay. Upon hearing this, Li Jin nodded. With Xiao Chen's skills, even if he couldn't win, he hoped that Xiao Chen wouldn't be seriously injured, otherwise he would owe him a huge favor. On the other side, when Xiao Chen arrived at the parking lot, he immediately saw Qin Zhiyu waiting in the car. Wasn't Li Jin supposed to come by himself? Why did he send you, little brother? Seeing Xiao Chen, Qin Zhiyu was somewhat surprised and covered her mouth with a smile. How does the older sister know if the younger brother is small or not without having tried it? Xiao Chen chuckled. Qin Zhiyu was taken aback by his words, and then her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. She didn't expect that this unfamiliar security guard would dare to joke with her like that. Looking at Xiao Chen's handsome face, Qin Zhiyu's heart couldn't help but flutter. It's only natural for men to love beautiful women and women to love handsome men. As a senior executive in the company, Qin Zhiyu had always encountered men who spoke to her cautiously, but none of them had ever made such crude jokes. Although Qin Zhiyu had kept her divorce a secret from outsiders for 3 years, only she knew how unbearable the loneliness was every night. Therefore, Qin Zhiyu wasn't actually angry at Xiao Chen's provocation, but she still put on a stern face and said expressionlessly, "Little brother, don't try to outwit your sister. Did Li Jin tell you the details of Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory before sending you here?" "I said it." Xiao Chen nodded, then thought for a moment and added, "I wasn't sent by Captain Li. I came voluntarily." "You came here voluntarily? You really don't know your place." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Qin Zhiyu was also a little surprised. She couldn't help but glance at Xiao Chen a few more times before chuckling. "All right, I hope you won't regret it later. Come on, let's drive." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He walked directly to the driver's seat and started the car. On the way, Qin Zhiyu sat in the passenger seat, hesitated for a long time, and then instructed, "When you get there, don't say much. The reason I called your security department is not to go and fight." "Then why are you calling me over?" Xiao Chen didn't understand. Zhu Tianli said that as long as I have lunch with him, he will return the 30 million yuan payment. I'm worried that this guy might take advantage of the situation, so I'm bringing your security personnel along. I'll feel more at ease that way. Anyway, try to avoid any conflict. You can't beat him, Qin Zhiyu said with a wry smile. It's supposed to be a meal, but after being in the workplace for so long, how could she not know what Zhu Tianli was thinking? Chapter 75, Zhu Tianli's Scheme. Qianri Pharmaceutical Factory is located on the outer ring of Seoul, which is already considered a suburb. After driving for more than 40 minutes, Xiao Chen parked the car in an open space at the entrance of Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory, and then walked in with Qin Zhiyu. "Xiao Chen, remember what I told you on the way. Just stay quietly behind me for a while. If Zhu Tianli makes me drink too much during dinner, just find an excuse to take me away." Qin Zhiyu seemed a little worried, smoothed her hair, and gave him another instruction. "Okay, but I'm just wondering, you knew this guy had bad intentions towards you, so why did you come over?" Xiao Chen was speechless at this woman. "What do you know? Zhu Tianli has already said that as long as I have dinner with him, he will return the payment. For the Qiao group, 30 million is not a small amount. Anyway, I've already had dinner with him. Even if he doesn't achieve what he wants, he won't have any reason to delay returning the payment." Qin Zhiyu sighed. As the CFO, 30 million was a huge sum of money. If she couldn't get it back, she would definitely be put in a difficult position when reporting to the board of directors in the middle of the year, and she might not even be able to keep her job. For a divorced woman, having a job is incredibly important. All right, seeing Qin Zhiyu's attitude, Xiao Chen decided not to say anything more, but he felt that Qin Zhiyu's idea was somewhat naive. Since Zhu Tianli is capable of refusing to repay his debts, how can we expect him to keep his word? Xiao Chen even suspected that even if Qin Zhiyu really agreed to Zhu Tianli's lewd request, Zhu Tianli might not necessarily repay the payment to the Qiao group. According to Xiao Chen's thinking, trash like this should be beaten up. If you beat them hard enough to scare them, everything will be easier. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't voice these thoughts, since he didn't have much of a relationship with Qin Zhiyu. "Let's go?" Seeing that Xiao Chen remained silent, Qin Zhiyu assumed that he had heeded her instructions and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then she turned and walked towards the office building of Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory. Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory is not small in scale, and its office building is quite impressive. Behind the office building is the workshop for processing medicinal materials. As they followed Qin Zhiyu into the office building, the receptionist at the entrance quickly stopped them, asking, "Hello, do you two have an appointment?" "Hello, I've already made an appointment with Mr. Zhu. Could you please inform him?" Qin Zhiyu politely took out a business card from her bag and handed it over. "Okay, just a moment." Upon hearing this, the receptionist took the business card, glanced at it, and then made a phone call, stating Qin Zhiyu's identity. She quickly hung up and replied, "Excuse me, Ms. Qin, please wait in the lobby for a moment. General Manager Zhu is currently accompanying leaders from the Drug Administration on a tour of the workshop and will be back shortly." "Okay, no rush." Qin Ji wasn't in a hurry when she heard this. She led Xiao Chen to a chair in the waiting area of the hall and sat down quietly to wait. Half an hour passed, and Xiao Chen was almost asleep waiting, but there was still no sign of Zhu Tianli. Xiao Chen took out his phone to check the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. Clearly, Zhu Tianli didn't take them seriously at all and had been idling around. Director Qin, it's obvious they don't like us. What are we still waiting here for? Xiao Chen yawned and said, let's wait a little longer. Qin Jiyu's expression was also unpleasant, and she said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen simply nodded and remained silent. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Zhu Tianli was enjoying a massage from his female assistant. Tea was brewed on his desk. Opposite him was a bald man wearing glasses, with a female assistant massaging his shoulders as well. Mr. Zhu, Director Qin from the Qiao group, has been waiting for you downstairs. Aren't you going down to meet him? The bald man's name is Du Rusen. He is the director of the Seoul Drug Administration Office and wields considerable power. Du Rusen looked up and chuckled. It's not lunchtime yet. Zhu Tianli took a sip of tea, glanced at his watch, and then sneered. I heard from the receptionist that Qin Jiu brought some helpers with her. Judging from their clothes, they should be security guards from the Qiao group. This woman is quite clever. Yeah, so what if we bring him? Last time, that Deputy Captain Yo was almost crippled by you, General Manager Zhu, wasn't he? Du Rusen said with a sneer. Then, as if remembering something, Du Rusen looked at Zhu Tianli and said, President Zhu, are you really planning to sleep with this woman and then return the money owed to Qiao's group? Give it back? Haha, it's already in my pocket, Zhu Tianli's pocket, and you still want it back. Zhu Tianli laughed mockingly. Would that woman be willing? Du Rusen wasn't surprised, but asked in confusion. Hee, Director Du, I didn't say I wouldn't give her anything. Give me 10 million first, and the remaining 20 million can get you a few more chances to sleep with her. Zhu Tianli chuckled, a greedy glint in his eyes. Ha ha, Mr. Zhu is truly a man of great things. That woman is indeed quite something. Although she's divorced, her looks and figure are absolutely stunning. She's the epitome of beauty. TSK, Mr. Zhu is so lucky to have such a woman. As Du Rusen spoke, he made no attempt to hide the envy in his words. Zhu Tianli gave Du Rusen a deep look. He understood the meaning behind Du Rusen's words perfectly. He immediately leaned over, patted Du Rusen's shoulder, and laughed. Don't worry, I won't hog all the benefits. I certainly won't let Director Du suffer. All right, Mr. Zhu is a man of great things. As long as Mr. Zhu keeps his word, I will naturally put in a good word for him with Director Yang regarding the medicinal herb export project order from Seoul in the second half of this year. Du Rusen was overjoyed and said, cunning and treacherous. Zhu Tianli sneered inwardly. He had arranged to meet Du Rusen today to secure this order, knowing that such an export order would generate at least hundreds of millions in profit. However, Du Rusen has not given a definite answer yet, which clearly means he has not received enough benefits from me. Having figured this out, Zhu Tianli smiled and said to Du Rusen with feigned gratitude, Then I thank Director Du after the matter is settled. I can offer you 5% of the profits as a token of my appreciation for your hard work. Great, Mr. Zhu is indeed decisive. Then wait for my good news. Upon hearing this, Du Rusen's eyes flashed with joy, but he then said with concern, President Zhu, it's too early to talk about this now. What if that woman runs away by noon today? Don't worry, it can't escape. Zhu Tianli chuckled and took out a small pill. This was a peerless elixir that he had obtained from the adults behind the scenes. As long as Qin Jiu took it without him noticing today, she would throw herself into his arms without them even having to say a word. Looking at the pill, a smug look flashed across Zhu Tianli's face. He had managed to get it from those two gentlemen a few days ago with great difficulty. It was said that even martial artists at the innate realm could not resist the medicinal power of the pill. Originally, Zhu Tianli was thinking of getting a few more, but those two gentlemen suddenly lost contact, and he didn't know what they had gone to do. Chapter 76, Unreasonable. Before we knew it, it was already 11 o'clock. Xiao Chen's phone battery was already half dead, but Zhu Tianli still hadn't returned. Director Qin, are we still waiting? They've clearly stood us up. Xiao Chen stretched and said with dissatisfaction. I'll go ask. Qin Jiu was unsure at this point, and after hesitatingly saying something, she stood up and walked to the front desk. Miss Qin, our general manager Zhu has already said that you will have to wait a moment, so please be patient. The receptionist's words also carried a hint of displeasure. But it's been more than an hour already. Qin Jiu said somewhat angrily. Our general manager Zhu said that if Miss Qin can't wait, she can go back first. The receptionist said expressionlessly. Qin Jiu's face showed slight anger, but she dared not show it. After all, she was the one who needed the other party's help today. Seeing this, Xiao Chen chuckled in exasperation, looked around, and asked, Is there a restroom here? It's upstairs, but not on the first floor. The receptionist glanced at Xiao Chen with disdain and said that she looked down on him, even though he was quite handsome. Okay, Director Chen, I can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the restroom. Xiao Chen greeted Qin Jiyu and then went upstairs without waiting for her consent. Soon, following the signs on the stairs, he arrived at the chairman's office on the second floor. He listened for a moment. A cold smile appeared on his lips, and he went downstairs without saying a word. Director Chen, aren't you going to the restroom? We don't know how long we're going to have to wait here. After Xiao Chen came down, he said to Qin Jiyu. Although she didn't know why Xiao Chen asked that, Qin Jiyu did feel the urge to urinate after being reminded. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said, Wait for me downstairs. I'll take you there. The restrooms here are really hard to find. It's too confusing. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Okay, thank you. Qin Jiyu was in a bad mood at the moment and forced a smile. Although she had been to Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory before, she had never actually used the restroom here. TCH, can't even find a restroom. What a country bumpkin. Upon hearing this, the receptionist became even more disdainful, but did not stop the two, continuing to play with their phones. Soon, Xiao Chen led Qin Jiyu to the second floor, and then, under Xiao Chen's guidance, the two arrived near Zhu Tianli's office. Xiao Chen, where's the restroom? Qin Jiyu asked, puzzled. Hey here. Xiao Chen pointed to the room with the words, Chairman's office, written on it. This isn't. Qin Jiyu's first reaction was that Xiao Chen was playing a trick on her. Just as she was about to get angry, she saw Xiao Chen suddenly sneer and then kick the office door. Clang. With a loud bang, Xiao Chen kicked the entire office door to pieces. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Qin Jiyu was stunned by this scene. However, Xiao Chen chuckled and pulled Qin Jiyu to the door. Pointing at Zhu Tianli and Du Rusen, who were still in a daze inside, he sneered. Now you understand? Director Qin, he wasn't visiting any medicinal herb processing workshop at all. He was enjoying himself with women on both sides. Seeing Zhu Tianli and Du Rusen being massaged by their female assistant in the room, Qin Jiyu was stunned for 2 seconds before she instantly realized what was happening, and an unprecedented surge of anger welled up in her heart. She and Xiao Chen waited outside for nearly 2 hours, only to find Zhu Tianli in his office, embracing a beautiful woman and drinking tea. This was a clear sign that he didn't respect her at all. Mr. Zhu, please explain what exactly is going on. Suppressing her anger, Qin Jiyu stared intently at Zhu Tianli in the boss's chair and questioned him. As a director, Qin Jiyu has naturally developed a certain aura over the years in the workplace, and her arrogance is quite intimidating. But Zhu Tianli is no ordinary person. Faced with Qin Jiyu's furious questioning, Zhu Tianli did feel guilty for a moment, but he quickly recovered and looked at Qin Jiyu with a cold smile. Explain? Qin Jiyu, why should I explain? What right do you have to break into my office without permission? And you even dared to have the office door violently damaged? In my opinion, you are the one who should explain. Finally, Zhu Tianli stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Qin Jiyu's aura instantly deflated. After all, the chairman's office is a company's most confidential and private place, and trespassing without permission was indeed in the wrong. Moreover, in the workplace, there are many situations where you are turned away. You can't force your way in every time you are turned away, can you? Furthermore, since she had come here to ask for his help, Qin Jiyu instantly lost her confidence after Zhu Tianli's barrage of questions, and began to blame Xiao Chen for being so reckless. Of course, she couldn't show her lack of confidence, so she quickly calmed down and still questioned Zhu Tianli in a questioning tone. President Zhu invited me to dinner first, but then lied and said that he was accompanying the leaders of the drug administration to visit the workshop, leaving me standing there for nearly 2 hours. President Zhu has to explain this clearly, right? Yes, is there a problem? This is Du Rusen, the director of the Office of the Drug Administration. Isn't he a leader? After I show Director Du around the medicinal herb processing workshop, we'll go back to my office for some tea and a massage. Is there a problem? With each question Zhu Tianli asked, Qin Jiyu's expression grew increasingly grim. Noticing the change in Qin Jiyu's expression, Zhu Tianli gave a barely perceptible sneer, then looked at Qin Jiyu with a mocking tone. Also, it's true that I invited you to dinner, but look, is it lunchtime yet? What? Is the Qiao group so poor that Director Qin can't afford breakfast? Or are you a starving ghost, Director Qin, and can't wait to eat this meal? After being subjected to a barrage of extremely humiliating words, Qin Jiyu's face suddenly turned deathly pale, and she even swayed slightly. Zhu Tianli, don't go too far. Qin Jiyu's voice trembled. Am I going too far, or are you, Director Qin, going too far? Zhu Tianli sneered. That's right. Is this all the CFO of the Qiao group is capable of? He waited outside for a short while before barging in like a rude jerk. Does he think the people of the Qiao group are more important than the drug administration? Du Rusen also wore a mocking smile. After hearing this, Qin Jiu found herself speechless and could only stand there, biting her lips until they turned white. Moreover, the fact that the other party escalated the matter to the company level put enormous psychological pressure on Qin Jiu. The Qiao Group cannot afford to offend the people at the Drug Administration. After all, the Qiao Group makes beauty products, and every product must pass the Drug Administration's testing. If they offend the people at the Drug Administration, even a little bit of manipulation from them can bring huge trouble to the group. Qin Jiu cannot afford to take on this kind of responsibility. For a moment, Qin Jiu was filled with panic. But at this moment, Xiao Chen sneered. Director Qin, what's the point of reasoning with this kind of trash? These kinds of bastards need to be beaten to death. Only when they're scared of these trash will they realize where they went wrong. Chapter 77, Taking an Inch and a Mile. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Zhu Tianli and Du Rusen in the office were stunned. Then, as if they had heard the biggest joke, they suddenly burst into laughter. You little brat, what did you just say? You want to beat me to death? You want to scare me? Zhu Tianli laughed until tears streamed down his face, looking at Xiao Chen as if he were a clown. Hey, Mr. Zhu, it seems you've admitted you're a scoundrel? Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, I've seen people pick up money, but I've never seen anyone pick up insults. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Qin Jiu couldn't help but laugh. She felt much more relaxed and looked at Xiao Chen with some surprise. None of the security guards she had brought before had ever reacted as quickly as Xiao Chen. For a moment, she couldn't help but admire Xiao Chen. After all, this security guard was quite manly and acted very masculine. Kid, do you really want to die? Zhu Tianli's face instantly darkened, because Xiao Chen had indeed called him a dog before, and he himself had taken the initiative to respond, which was tantamount to admitting that he was the dog. Whether you're courting death or not, you'll find out soon enough by trying. Xiao Chen loosened the collar of his security guard uniform to prevent the buttons from popping off later. You think you can mess with Boss Zhu? Kid, I suggest you go back and ask what happened to your former deputy captain Qiao. Seeing this, Du Rusen, who was standing to the side, pushed up his glasses and sneered with a mocking expression, without a hint of worry in his words. Du Rusen was quite confident in Zhu Tianli's skills. Holy crap, even dogs won't pick it up? Xiao Chen was stunned. He subconsciously looked at his security guard uniform. Was this uniform really that lowly? What scared? Seeing Xiao Chen in a daze, Du Rusen burst into laughter. Is it funny? But before the laughter subsided, Xiao Chen had already walked over, grabbed the solid glass ashtray on the table, weighed it in his hand for a moment, and then cleanly and neatly slapped it onto Du Rusen's forehead. Whoosh! The ashtray shattered instantly. Du Rusen screamed as blood streamed down his face, while the two female assistants screamed and ran away, trembling in a corner of the office. Hey, you bastard, how dare you hit me? Du Rusen wiped the blood off his face, ignoring his dizzy head, and pointed at Xiao Chen in disbelief, shouting in a shrill voice. The sudden turn of events left the group momentarily stunned. Is this thing really this brittle? Xiao Chen was somewhat dissatisfied that he hadn't managed to kill the old man. After muttering something to himself, Xiao Chen looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the solid metal toad ornament on his desk. Upon seeing this scene, Du Rusen was terrified. Damn it, is this kid a fool? That solid metal toad must weigh at least 10 kilograms. If someone were to use that thing on themselves, would they still survive? This kid really dares to kill? Just as Du Rusen was having doubts, Xiao Chen had already grabbed the metal ornament in his hand. Seeing this, Du Rusen was so scared he almost peed his pants. Mr. Zhu, save me. Xiao Chen, stop. Two voices rang out at the same time. One was Du Rusen's terrified cry for help, who was almost scared to death, and the other was Qin Jiu's urgent shout to stop him. No, Director Qin. Even now, you don't really think these two scoundrels will pay us back, do you? Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at Qin Jiu as if she were an idiot. I told you to stop. Qin Jiu gritted her teeth, her mind a jumble of thoughts. From a woman's perspective, Xiao Chen's actions really made her feel relieved. However, it can also bring very serious consequences. After assaulting Du Rusen of the Drug Administration, Qin Jiu was at a loss as to what to do next. If Xiao Chen really caused someone's death, not only would she be unable to bear the consequences, but the Qiao group would also be greatly affected. Fine, I'll give you face. Xiao Chen nodded and casually tossed the solid metal ornament in his hand onto the ground. It's too late, Qin Jiu. You caused trouble in my office and even assaulted my guest. This matter won't be settled so easily. Zhu Tianli's gaze was gloomy. The reason he hadn't made a move was because he was still thinking about the plan for lunch today. If he crippled this ignorant security guard now, the lunch meeting would definitely be ruined. By then, it will be difficult to find another opportunity to lure Qin Jiu into a trap. Mr. Zhu, I apologize for what happened today. Qin Jiu spoke with a complicated expression. An apology is all it takes? Haha. Qin Jiu, Do you think an apology is useful? Zhu Tianli asked back with a mocking expression. Then, Mr. Zhu, tell me, how can we get this over with? As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely find a way. Qin Jiu sighed. Good. Zhu Tianli leered at Qin Jiu, then looked at Du Rusen, who was clutching his head and covered in blood, and chuckled. Director Du, you're the one who's injured. Why don't you come up with a plan for Director Qin to make amends, and we can just let this matter drop. Du Rusen was beaten, but Zhu Tianli didn't step in to teach the security guard a lesson. Du Rusen was still a little resentful. But now, hearing Zhu Tianli say this, I immediately realized that Zhu Tianli was creating an opportunity for me. Suppressing his joy, he put on a stern face and sneered. Humph, I can let today's matter go, provided that Director Qin can spend the night with me. Otherwise, your Qiao Group's products will never appear in the Seoul market again. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu turned pale. Director Qin, Xiao Chen, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but say that he could leave the matter to Qin Jiu. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Jiu interrupted him with red eyes. Enough. Xiao Chen, what are you trying to prove? Do you think you're so powerful? I told you not to be impulsive, why didn't you listen? Do you know what the consequences of your actions will be? Qin Jiu clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with tears, and looked at Xiao Chen reproachfully. Xiao Chen was speechless. It was clearly these two trash who were causing trouble, so why was he being blamed? Shut up. Qin Jiu didn't want to say anything more to Xiao Chen. She took a deep breath, and finally, as if she had made a major decision, she looked at Du Rusen with a deathly pale face, and said blankly, Director Du, if I can do this, will today's matter really be over? Can you guarantee that you won't make things difficult for the Qiao Group and Xiao Chen in the future? I brought Xiao Chen here. Today's incident was because I didn't explain things clearly to him. The main responsibility lies with me. Xiao Chen, who was standing to the side, was stunned. He hadn't expected that this woman would still be thinking of him. Sure. Du Rusen trembled with excitement. If he could get the woman in front of him who exuded a mature aura, what did he care about getting a beating? Besides, he has 100 ways to make this kind of security guard wish he were dead. The most urgent task right now is to keep this woman calm. Okay. I promise you. In those few words, Qin Jiu used almost all her strength. Then she looked at Zhu Tianli and asked, Mr. Zhu, could you please return the 30 million yuan payment? Back then, she was the one who handed over the 30 million yuan payment to Zhu Tianli. She couldn't afford either the 30 million yuan or the anger of the drug administration. Director Qin, are you dreaming? Zhu Tianli looked at Qin Jiu with amusement, his eyes full of mockery. You accompanied Director Du so that he wouldn't pursue the matter of being beaten today. What does that have to do with the 30 million? Chapter 78, a Grandmaster as a security guard? President Zhu what? What do you mean? Upon hearing Zhu Tianli's words, Qin Jiu's body trembled, and her full breasts heaved up and down. What do you mean? Zhu Tianli chuckled. Does General Manager Zhu share the same thoughts as Director Du? Qin Jiu's face was desolate, filled with endless humiliation. She had seen many men's thoughts in the workplace, but she never expected that she would be forced to this point one day. Qin Jiu, are you really naive or just pretending to be confused? Zhu Tianli laughed heartily, then looked Qin Jiu up and down as if she were an object, clicking his tongue in amazement, and saying, Although your body is indeed fascinating to men, do you think a divorced, second-hand woman like you is made of gold down there and worth 30 million? Originally, Zhu Tianli could still maintain a polite facade towards Qin Jiu, but now that things have developed to this point, he's too lazy to even pretend anymore. Mr. Zhu, please show some respect when you speak. Qin Jiu's voice trembled as she tried her best to maintain her last shred of sanity. You bitch, you're really pushing your luck. Zhu Tianli sneered, then put his feet on the desk, crossed his legs, and slowly said, Besides spending one night with Director Du, you'll be my mistress from now on, at my beck and call for 3 years. If you agree, I'll transfer the 30 million yuan payment back to you in 3 installments over 3 years. How about it? If I'm not mistaken, if you don't get that 30 million back, the Qiao Group's board of directors might sue you, right? After all, it was you, the CFO, who signed off on the payment. Of course, they could sue me too, but I'm not afraid. Heh. As for you, you might go to jail, right? I heard you have a 3-year-old daughter. As Zhu Tianli spoke slowly, the color drained from Qin Jiu's pretty face little by little, until she turned deathly pale, her whole body trembled, and tears glistened in her eyes. At this moment, the so-called CFO is a joke. Qin Jiu is more like a helpless and weak woman in distress. You've gone too far. Qin Jiu finally lost her composure and stood there with a choked voice, but she didn't shed a single tear from beginning to end. This was her last act of stubbornness as a woman. Of course, if you don't agree, that's fine too. Go back and tell your Qiao Group's president, the beautiful Qiao, to come and spend the night with me. Not only will the 30 million be returned to its original source, but I can also give you another 30 million as interest. Seeing Qin Zhiyu's appearance, Zhu Tianli, perhaps feeling a bit cocky, suddenly revealed a wicked smile and blurted out a sentence without thinking. Don't go too far. Qin Zhiyu finally broke down and began to sob. What none of them noticed was that right after Zhu Tianli told Xiao Xuaning to come and keep him company for the night, Xiao Chen, who had been casually watching the show from the sidelines, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Mr. Zhu, I'm begging you. Qin Zhiyu dropped her strong woman facade, her eyes revealing a pleading look. But before she could finish speaking, a hand suddenly patted her back. Qin Zhiyu turned her head and found Xiao Qinjin looking at her calmly. Go outside and wait for me. Xiao Chen simply said one sentence. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Qin Zhiyu could no longer suppress her anger. If it weren't for Xiao Chen, things would never have escalated to this point. Just as he was about to vent his anger, Xiao Chen spoke again. I told you to go outside and wait for me. Don't make me say it a third time. Xiao Chen's words were equally calm, but Qin Zhiyu's angry words suddenly got stuck in her throat. For some reason, at this moment, Qin Zhiyu suddenly lost the courage to refute Xiao Chen. She was even surprised to find that she subconsciously nodded. Looking into Xiao Chen's deep and calm gaze, Qin Zhiyu suddenly felt inexplicably at peace. Why did this man give her such a feeling? If I can't figure it out, I'll stop thinking about it. Since things have come to this, I might as well go to jail. If Xiao Chen is really injured, I'll take out half of my savings to compensate him. Having made up her mind, Qin Zhiyu sniffed and turned to leave. Only 3 people remained in the office. All right, this woman is gone. I'll give you 2 choices. You surnamed Zhu, return the 30 million, pay 100 million in interest, and cut out your own tongue. Xiao Chen clapped his hands and looked at Du Rusen. As for you, you old bald man, go to the finance department of Qiao's group tomorrow, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Director Qin to apologize, and then resign as the director of the drug administration. Zhu Tianli and Du Rusen exchanged a glance, both seeing the absurdity in each other's eyes, and then they burst into laughter. Director Du, did I hear that right? What did this kid just say? He wants me to pay 100 million in interest? And cut out his own tongue? Holy crap, did I hear that right? Zhu Tianli rubbed his chin and laughed loudly with an exaggerated expression. That's right, Mr. Zhu. This kid even wants me to kowtow and apologize to that slut tomorrow? What's even more outrageous is that he wants me to resign from my position as director of the drug administration's office. Du Rusen also laughed loudly, revealing a mouthful of stained teeth, which, combined with his face covered in blood, made him look extremely exaggerated. After they finished speaking, they laughed so hard they could barely breathe. Finally, Zhu Tianli clutched his stomach and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, Kid, say it again. What if we don't agree? Exactly, what if they don't agree? Du Rusen asked with a mocking expression. Fine, since you're unwilling to kowtow and apologize tomorrow, then let your director kowtow and apologize in person. Xiao Chen first looked at Du Rusen, narrowed his eyes, and said. Then, Xiao Chen picked up the golden toad ornament from the ground and looked at Zhu Tianli. As for you, you definitely won't survive. Ha ha, old Zhu, he said you're going to die, and he even made our director Yang personally kowtow and apologize. It's fucking hilarious. What kind of person is he? Du Rusen laughed even harder. Haha, very well. It's been a long time since anyone has been so arrogant in front of me. Kid, come on, let me taste what it feels like to be unable to live. Zhu Tianli laughed wildly. He didn't think the young man in front of him could hurt him at all. After all, he was a martial artist in the acquired realm, just one step away from stepping into the innate realm. However, Zhu Tianli's expression suddenly changed as soon as he finished speaking, because Xiao Chen had already come up in front of him. If that were all, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. What truly shocked Zhu Tianli was the undisguised aura emanating from Xiao Chen. Just now, a tremendous pressure that Zhu Tianli had never felt before suddenly erupted from his security guard. Under this pressure, Zhu Tianli found himself feeling a sense of suffocation. You are also a martial artist. Zhu Tianli exclaimed in surprise. As a martial artist, he was familiar with this aura. This security guard was definitely a martial artist as well, but how could his aura be so strong? This made him, a person at the great perfection of the acquired realm, feel a sense of fear so intense that he trembled. How so? What level of martial artist is this kid? Zhu Tianli had been in Seoul for so many years, so he had naturally come into contact with innate martial artists. But innate martial artists weren't that powerful. At this moment, in front of this kid, he couldn't even move, let alone breathe properly. Could this kid be even more powerful than a Xiantian martial artist? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu Tianli was screaming inside. Damn it. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why would a Grandmaster-level expert become a lowly security guard that even dogs wouldn't bother with? Chapter 79, Zhu Tianli's Regret. Zhu Tianli was screaming inwardly, but no one could give him an answer. Under the immense pressure of that aura, he couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. It wasn't until Xiao Chen smashed the solid metal ornament onto his knee that Zhu Tianli finally couldn't help but scream in agony from the intense pain. Seeing this scene, Du Rusen was almost stunned. Even through Xiao Chen's body, he could still see Zhu Tianli's deformed lower leg below the knee. "Mr. Zhu, fight back! Fight back!" After realizing what had happened, Du Rusen roared angrily. He couldn't understand how the usually assertive Du Rusen was now being manipulated like a grasshopper by this security guard. Zhu Tianli had naturally heard Du Rusen's words, but at this moment, he had no courage to resist and jumped up from his office chair. "Yes, Mr. Zhu, kill him." Seeing Zhu Tianli get up, Du Rusen was overjoyed and roared. However, he was stunned by what happened next. Zhu Tianli, who had climbed up from his office chair, suddenly knelt down on the ground with a thud, dragging his shattered leg. Senior, spare me." Zhu Tianli's face was ashen, and large beads of cold sweat dripped down his face and onto the floor. "Spare me? Mr. Zhu, too late." Xiao Chen squinted at Zhu Tianli, who was lying on the ground with a terrified expression, and said with a mocking tone, "I gave you a chance just now, but you were useless. I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I looked down on you. I'm willing to pay double the price. Please forgive me, senior." Zhu Tianli could barely speak. "Fine, then cut out your own tongue first, then come up with double the price, and I might consider sparing your life." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen considered it for a moment, nodded, and said, "This." Zhu Tianli's face immediately turned ugly. The reason he paid double the price was to make Xiao Chen stop mentioning cutting out his tongue. While hesitating, Zhu Tianli was more puzzled. What kind of bewitching drug did the Qiao group give Xiao Chen to make him work so hard? "Senior, what benefits has the Qiao group given you? I have no grudge against you, so why are you making things difficult for me? If you'll let me go this time, I'll give you any amount of money you want." Zhu Tianli gritted his teeth and said that he was not short of money. If he could use money to befriend a grandmaster-level expert, it would be a huge win. Benefit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately understood Zhu Tianli's intention and looked at Zhu Tianli with interest. "Xiao Xuening is my betrothed." Zhu Tianli felt his mind go blank for a few seconds. Then his lips twitched, forcing an awkward smile. "Senior, no? Don't joke with me." "Joke?" Xiao Chen chuckled, looked around, picked up the fruit knife from the fruit plate, and threw it in front of Zhu Tianli. "I'll give you 5 minutes to cut off your tongue, then transfer the money, or you're dead." After throwing the knife in front of Zhu Tianli, Xiao Chen stopped looking at him and instead looked at Du Rusen with a mocking expression. Just as he was about to speak, a vicious glint flashed in Zhu Tianli's eyes as he knelt on the ground behind him. He raised the knife, gathered all his energy, and suddenly sprang up from the ground, stabbing the knife fiercely towards the back of Xiao Chen's neck. Court death. Xiao Chen seemed to have anticipated this. He turned around, grabbed Zhu Tianli's arm, and yanked him soaring into the air. Then, Xiao Chen kicked him, sending Zhu Tianli flying and smashing the tables and chairs in the room to pieces. "No, don't kill me. You'll regret it." Blood gushed from Zhu Tianli's mouth, and he looked at Xiao Chen with a mixture of shock and anger. Xiao Chen slowly walked over, and when he saw the pill that had fallen from Zhu Tianli's body, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. He gently picked up the pill in his hand, frowned, and looked at Zhu Tianli, saying, "What is your relationship with Bliss Valley?" Hearing Xiao Chen ask this, Zhu Tianli thought Xiao Chen had some reservations, and was immediately overjoyed, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon. He put on an arrogant attitude again and said, "Boy, so you also know about Bliss Valley?" To tell you the truth, the people behind me are from Bliss Valley. If those two lords find out that you killed me, they will definitely not let you off." Although Zhu Tianli did not know the true strength of those two adults, judging from their mysterious way of doing things, they must be quite strong, and dealing with this kid in front of him should be no problem at all. You should know that he was able to enter the acquired realm so quickly entirely thanks to the resources he obtained from those two adults. Grown-ups. Xiao Chen was puzzled, but then suddenly remembered something, slapped his forehead and asked, "Are the two officials you mentioned a man and a woman, one surnamed Song and the other surnamed Yu?" How did you know?" Zhu Tianli's eyes widened suddenly, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Chen suddenly chuckled and looked at Zhu Tianli, saying, "Haven't you seen those two gentlemen for a few days? How about I take you to see them?" What do you mean?" Zhu Tianli found that his brain wasn't working properly. "You'll find out soon enough." Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and then gave up the idea of killing Zhu Tianli. Instead, he took out his phone and made a call. "Hey, Lao Gao, do you remember those two Bliss Valley elders that I killed last time?" "Yes, this time I caught one alive for your Special Administration Bureau." "Okay, Come over here, Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory. After saying that, Xiao Chen hung up the phone. Zhu Tianli, lying on the ground, felt a sudden heat in his crotch and a rush of urination. Those two officials were dead, killed by this guy in front of him. Zhu Tianli could hardly believe his ears, but judging from the information revealed in the young man's words, it was probably true. Oh no, we've kicked a steel plate. Zhu Tianli had only one thought in his mind, and his gaze toward Xiao Chen was particularly interesting. Who the hell would have thought that a young security guard from the Qiao group would be so awesome? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have dared to say a word against it, not even if it were 300 million. Overwhelmed with shock, anger, and remorse, Zhu Tianli coughed up a mouthful of blood and lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Chen quickly checked Zhu Tianli's breathing. Seeing that the other party still had a faint breath, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had already promised Gao Feng to let him live. Even if Zhu Tianli isn't dead now, he'll probably be a cripple for the rest of his life. That kick just now shattered his dantian. Seeing this scene, even if Du Rusin was stupid, he would realize the problem. This security guard was definitely not simple. Zhu Tianli was no match for this kid, otherwise he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Your turn, Director Du, what's up? Having resolved Zhu Tianli's matter, Xiao Chen then looked at Du Rusin with a smile. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Believe me, I'll call Director Yang right now and tell him about your offensive remarks. Director Yang is a member of the Yang family. Kid, don't think you're so great just because you can fight. These powerful families are not people you can afford to offend. Du Rusin took out his phone and threatened Xiao Chen. Chapter 80 Yang Tianfeng arrives. Fine, go ahead and hit me. Xiao Chen listened and casually tossed out a remark. Upon hearing this, Du Rusin dared not delay and immediately took out his phone to call Yang Tianfeng, the director of the drug administration. The call was connected very quickly. Chief, help. It's me, Xiao Du. After the call connected, Du Rusin put on an act, crying his eyes out. Director Yang, I was invited by Zhu Tianli, the president of Tianli Group, to inspect their pharmaceutical factory this morning, but instead, I encountered people from Qiao's group causing trouble. They not only beat up President Zhu, but also kept telling Director Yang that you should go to Qiao's group and kowtow to apologize. It's outrageous. I only said a few good words for you, and people from Qiao's group cracked my skull open. As Du Rusin spoke, he turned on speakerphone on his phone. Is this true? I'll be there right away. Yang Tianfeng's voice came through the phone, and then the call was disconnected. At this moment, Qin Jiu, who was outside, was still worried and walked to the door. When she saw the scene inside the office, she was stunned and felt a bitter feeling in her heart. Especially after hearing Du Rusin's phone call to Yang Tianfeng, Qin Jiu had already prepared herself to resign when she got back. As for the 30 million, if the Qiao group sues her, she will have no choice but to accept it. After figuring all this out, Qin Jiu felt much more at ease. Seeing Xiao Chen sitting on the sofa inside, sipping tea with his eyes half closed, a strange feeling welled up in Qin Jiu's heart. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Are you hurt? Putting aside the company aspect, Qin Jiu's feelings towards Xiao Chen at this moment are actually quite complicated. On the one hand, they were amazed by Xiao Chen's skills, but on the other hand, they felt that Xiao Chen was too naive and reckless, and did not consider the consequences of his actions, which was not mature enough. Of course, besides these emotions, she also felt a touch of gratitude. It's alright, Sister Jiu, don't worry about me. You sit for a while, at most half an hour, and today's business will be finished. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, Sai, when you get back, just blame everything on me for today. Seeing Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, Qin Jiu sighed softly. It's not that bad. Xiao Chen knew what Qin Jiu was worried about, gave her a reassuring look, and then sat on the sofa to play on his phone. 20 minutes later, Gao Feng arrived first in his car with his men. Where is he? Xiao Chen. The arrival of Gao Feng and his group caused quite a stir, immediately attracting the attention of everyone else at Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory. When they saw Zhu Tianli lying on the floor in the office, vomiting blood, the middle and senior management and employees of Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory were all dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. Look, he's probably not dead yet. He just admitted to having ties to the Valley of Bliss. This is the aphrodisiac powder we found on him. Xiao Chen tossed the pill to Gao Feng. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner later. I'll have someone bring Zhu Tianli back for a thorough interrogation. Gao Feng quickly took the pills and said something to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who are they? Qin Jiu was a little nervous. Although it was the first time she had seen Gao Feng wearing a uniform, she knew from the actions of Gao Feng and his group that these people were definitely not simple. Don't worry, Sister Jiu, it's the Special Administration Bureau. That old bastard Zhu Tianli shouldn't have a chance to get out again. Xiao Chen smiled, then suddenly remembered something and said to Gao Feng, by the way, that bastard Zhu Tianli still owes our company 30 million yuan in payments. Before you take him away, Have someone settle the debt first. Otherwise, if we don't get the money back, he'll deduct it from my salary when we get back. Holy crap, are you docking your pay? Gao Feng was dumbfounded. He looked at Xiao Chen's security guard uniform and had a look of utter disbelief on his face. What's wrong? It's not working. Xiao Chen shrugged. Okay. Gao Feng was both amused and exasperated, then looked towards the door and asked, where is your finance manager? My leader is me. Just then, a bespectacled, refined-looking middle-aged man ran over nervously. Settle their debts immediately. Gao Feng stated this without any room for argument. I can't make that decision, boss. If I make a decision on my own, General Manager Zhu won't forgive me. The middle-aged man said with some difficulty. President Zhu? Hey, don't worry. Your President Zhu will never see the sun again in his life. As for Tianli Group, it's about to be confiscated. If you still want to stay in this position, you'd better transfer the money to them as soon as possible. Gao Feng sneered and said impatiently. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded hurriedly. Yes, I'll go right now. After saying that, the middle-aged man hurriedly ran back to the finance office. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Jiu received a notification from the finance system that 30 million yuan had been deposited into the company account. Looking at the notification message in the background, Qin Jiu was stunned for a long time, and even felt like she was dreaming. Was it really solved just like that? Qin Jiu was stunned. When she looked at Xiao Chen again, she was filled with shock. Just who was this security guard? Not only had he taught the arrogant Zhu Tianli a lesson, but he also knew such a powerful figure. Aside from Qin Jiu, Du Rusin was already panicking. Now he realized that things had gone beyond his imagination, and Zhu Tianli seemed to have done something very serious. Just as Du Rusin was filled with fear, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the door. Director Yang from the National Medical Products Administration is here. Everyone, please make room for Director Yang. Suddenly, someone shouted from the doorway. Director Yang is here? Upon hearing this, Du Rusin's expression changed. Then he was overjoyed. He stood up from the ground, his eyes red. Director Yang, I'm here. Yang Tianfeng frowned and walked in from the door with a serious expression. As soon as he entered, he heard Du Rusin's shouts. Upon hearing Yang Tianfeng's voice, Qin Jiu immediately tensed up. This Director Yang directly controlled the life and death of many beauty industries in Seoul. The 30 million yuan payment has already been recovered. If the issues with the drug administration are not handled properly, it will also cause a lot of trouble. After all, Xiao Chen had assaulted someone from the drug administration, and he hoped that Director Yang's anger wouldn't extend to the Qiao Group's products. Du Rusin, what exactly happened? Yang Tianfeng walked in, and his first instinct was to look at Du Rusin. Because Xiao Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, was mostly blocked by Gao Feng and others, Yang Tianfeng did not notice him at first. Chief, this is the kid. Not only did he hit me, but he also kept saying he would make you kowtow and apologize at the Qiao Group. Du Rusin embellished the story. Director Yang, things aren't as you think. Qin Jiu immediately became anxious and quickly explained. However, Yang Tianfeng only glanced coldly at Qin Jiu before saying in a displeased voice, has the Qiao Group become so arrogant? I'd like to see who exactly is so conceited. As he spoke, Yang Tianfeng looked toward the sofa. Chapter 81 Qin Jiu's surprise. Director Gao, what are you doing here? Yang Tianfeng turned his head and saw Xiao Chen sitting in the corner of the sofa, but because Xiao Chen was looking down at his phone, he didn't recognize him immediately. He just felt that Xiao Chen looked somewhat familiar. Yang Tianfeng was somewhat surprised to see Gao Feng standing to the side. Although Gao Feng's position as director of the Special Administration Bureau was not particularly high, Yang Tianfeng dared not neglect his duties due to the special nature of the department. After all, Yang Tianfeng was well aware of the power and influence of martial artists. You don't have to be on good terms with the people from the Special Administration Bureau, but you absolutely must not provoke them. Therefore, Yang Tianfeng was very polite to Gao Feng. Take care of your duties, Director Yang. You go ahead and do your thing. Gao Feng did know Yang Tianfeng, but that was all. They weren't really friends. So Gao Feng politely replied to Yang Tianfeng in return. Okay, I'll treat Director Gao to dinner again sometime. Yang Tianfeng nodded and chuckled. Then thank you very much, Director Yang. Gao Feng also laughed, saying that although the two of them were exchanging words, they both knew that the so-called dinner was just a polite remark and no one would take it seriously. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yang Tianfeng looked at Xiao Chen, who was engrossed in playing on his phone on the sofa. Seeing the security guard uniform Xiao Chen was wearing, Yang Tianfeng hesitated for a moment. Kid, is this the one who told me to go to the Qiao Group and kneel down to apologize? Xiao Chen then raised his head, chuckled, and looked at Yang Tianfeng. What, Director Yang, you're unwilling. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Yang Tianfeng's expression immediately changed. You scoundrel, don't you dare be disrespectful to Director Yang. Seeing Xiao Chen's flippant tone, Du Rusin immediately fawned over Yang Tianfeng, pointing at Xiao Chen and cursing, "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to Director Yang like that?" Yang Tianfeng's face also darkened immediately. Upon noticing the change in Yang Tianfeng's expression, Du Rusin was overjoyed. "You bastard, you've angered Director Yang. Let's see how you get out of this." Similarly, Qin Jiu, who was standing to the side, also noticed the change in Yang Tianfeng's expression. Seeing Yang Tianfeng's gloomy face, Qin Jiu's heart skipped a beat, and she began to think about how to defuse Yang Tianfeng's anger. Smack! Just as Qin Jiu was anxiously thinking about how to defuse Yang Tianfeng's anger, a loud slap rang out. Qin Jiu was startled, instinctively thinking that Xiao Chen had been beaten. This was bad. If Xiao Chen was angered and ended up beating up Director Yang, the situation would really get out of control. "Xiao Chen, don't be impulsive." Qin Jiu quickly raised her head and, without thinking, tried to persuade Xiao Chen to stop. But when Qin Jiu looked up, she was suddenly stunned. She looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. It was not Xiao Chen who had been slapped. Why was it Du Rusin who got slapped? Qin Jiu suddenly realized that her brain wasn't working properly. "Chief, why did you hit me?" Du Rusin was equally clueless. According to his plan, shouldn't Director Yang have hit that kid? Why did he hit himself in the face? "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to Mr. Xiao like that?" Yang Tianfeng's face was gloomy, and he stared intently at Du Rusin as he angrily cursed. "Mr. Xiao." The 3 words stunned everyone present. Qin Jiu even thought she was hallucinating. But was there anyone else with the surname Xiao in this room besides Xiao Chen? Du Rusin's mind went completely blank. He stammered, pointing at Xiao Chen. "Chief, this kid is just a piece of trash security guard that even dogs wouldn't bother with." Smack! Before he could finish speaking, Yang Tianfeng slapped Du Rusin across the face again, his eyes icy as he said, "You dare to insult Mr. Xiao? Du Rusin, you probably don't want to live anymore." Aye. Even if Du Rusin was stupid, he realized at this moment that something was wrong. The identity of the security guard in his eyes was definitely not simple. A sudden surge of unprecedented fear welled up in his heart. Good heavens, who has he offended today? "Mr. Xiao, I'm so sorry, I didn't know it was you just now. I hope you won't take offense." After slapping Du Rusin, Yang Tianfeng looked at Xiao Chen with some unease. Yang Tianfeng felt more than just gratitude towards Xiao Chen. Putting aside the fact that Xiao Chen had saved his daughter, his medical skills alone were astounding, leaving Lu Yongming in awe. For both reason and emotion, one should befriend such a person. Most importantly, Yang Tianfeng's father, Old Master Yang, returned from Beijing yesterday. He told him that the cold poison in his daughter's body had been suppressed once by a Grandmaster-level expert, but it had now re-emerged, and even a Grandmaster-level expert couldn't do anything about it. Only a great Grandmaster could suppress it again. But Grandmasters are rare. There are only about 10 Grandmasters among the more than 1 billion people in China. To them, they are practically gods. However, Xiao Chen cured an illness that only a Grandmaster could cure with ease. Just how skilled must Xiao Chen's medical skills be? Such a person is probably one of the few that can be found in the entire country of China. Therefore, after hearing these things from his father, Xiao Chen's position in Yang Tianfeng's heart became even more important. Even though the old man has been clamoring for days to meet Xiao Chen and thank him in person, Yang Tianfeng didn't dare to guarantee to the old man that he could definitely invite Xiao Chen. But now, his own men have actually offended Xiao Chen. How could he not be angry? As for Du Rusin's claim that Xiao Chen made him kneel down to apologize, Yang Tianfeng wasn't stupid. Having been in officialdom for so many years, how could he not understand Du Rusin's little tricks? Besides, although he hadn't had much contact with Xiao Chen, Yang Tianfeng had already experienced Xiao Chen's style of doing things. For Xiao Chen to say something like that, he could only imagine that Du Rusin must have gone too far. "Mr. Xiao, I really didn't recognize you just now." Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't speak but just looked at him with a half smile, Yang Tianfeng suddenly became a little nervous, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Upon seeing this, Du Rusin's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. He knew that he was probably finished today. Qin Jiu was even more shocked. After the initial shock, she looked at Xiao Chen with ripples in her beautiful eyes. This guy had really given her too many surprises. Why would someone who makes Yang Tianfeng nervous work as a security guard at the company? Qin Jiu suddenly became incredibly curious about Xiao Chen's background, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. This time, Qin Jiu didn't speak again, but stood quietly to the side, wanting to see how Xiao Chen would react to Yang Tianfeng's fear. "What, Director Yang? Are you saying that if I'm really just an ordinary security guard, you can arbitrarily suppress and deal with me? If that's the case, Director Yang, you don't need to. Just treat me like a security guard from the Qiao group." Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, his calm words filled with a strong sense of sarcasm. Chapter 82 Suspicion from the Peak. I didn't mean that. Xiao Chen's calm words sounded particularly harsh to Yang Tianfeng, who blushed instantly and didn't know how to explain himself. So what do you mean? Xiao Chen leaned back on the sofa and looked at Yang Tianfeng with a grin. Du Rusin, you better explain yourself clearly. If you dare to lie to me even once, you won't be leaving this house alive. Yang Tianfeng was unable to answer Xiao Chen's question, so he could only vent his anger on Du Rusin. Director, I'll talk. At this point, Du Rusin dared not harbor any ulterior motives. He immediately revealed that Zhu Tianli had invited him over, hoping to secure an export order for medicinal herbs through him. Of course, he also revealed Zhu Tianli's plan to invite Qin Jiu to dinner, intending to drug her during the meal so that the two of them could take advantage of her. As Qin Jiu listened to Du Rusin's words, her face gradually turned deathly pale. You bastard, how could our drug administration have such trash as you? After Du Rusin explained the whole story, Yang Tianfeng was on the verge of exploding with rage. He never expected that this scumbag under his command would not only not tell him the truth, but also leave him with a bad impression in front of Mr. Xiao. How could he not be furious? Mr. Xiao, I was wrong. I'll kowtow to you. Du Rusin was so scared that he wet himself. He scrambled to Xiao Chen and kowtowed repeatedly. Kowtowing to me? Director Du, you've got the wrong person. Xiao Chen chuckled. Yes. Du Rusin was taken aback at first, then quickly scrambled to Qin Jiu's feet, kowtowing repeatedly. Director Qin, I'm so sorry. I was rude and offended you. Please forgive me, Director Qin. Looking at Du Rusin, whose forehead was bleeding from banging his head against the ground, Qin Jiu felt a complex mix of emotions. She could hardly believe that this bald man, who was as lowly as a stray dog, had been arrogantly using his power to force her to submit just an hour ago. Thinking about how she had been driven to that point, Qin Jiu's eyes suddenly reddened. Scumbag. Qin Jiu suddenly felt a little flustered. She had been forced to compromise under Du Rusin's pressure. What would Xiao Chen think of her? He must feel like he's a dirty woman who doesn't respect herself. Qin Jiu felt bitter inside. Director Yang, if your drug administration has such scum, it will implicate you sooner or later, just like what happened today. Hearing Qin Jiu's words, Xiao Chen knew that Qin Jiu had no intention of forgiving Du Rusin. Thinking of how this woman had defended him earlier, Xiao Chen decided to help her vent her anger. Of course, if Director Yang is also this kind of person, or wants to protect this kind of trash, then just pretend I didn't say anything. But our friendship ends here. I, Xiao Chen, a mere commoner, can't possibly be worthy of your high and mighty position. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen spoke again, his words full of mockery. No, Mr. Xiao, you've misunderstood. I, Yang Tianfeng, would never do such a despicable thing. If you ever discover that I, Yang, have done such a despicable thing, then you may come and kill me. Yang Tianfeng hurriedly explained, then angrily kicked Du Rusin and roared. You Du Rusin, if I hadn't met Mr. Xiao today, I wouldn't have known that you actually conduct your work like this. From now on, you're dismissed. I'm not only dismissing you, but I'll also report to higher authorities and have a thorough investigation into what you've done all these years. Upon hearing Yang Tianfeng's words, Du Rusin's mind went blank. A thorough investigation? Du Rusin was well aware of what he had done over the years, and if those things were found out, he would probably spend the rest of his life in prison. Upon realizing this, Du Rusin's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Mr. Xiao, are you satisfied with my handling of this matter? If you still insist that I go to the Qiao group to kowtow and apologize, aye. Seeing that Du Rusin had fainted, Yang Tianfeng cautiously looked at Xiao Chen. In the end, Yang Tianfeng also became hesitant. What are you saying? Director Yang has already done so much. He is truly selfless. I would never blame you for the mistakes his subordinates made. Xiao Chen chuckled. He wasn't an ungrateful person. Yang Tianfeng had already done a lot of face for him. It's unrealistic to expect the head of the State Drug Administration to actually kowtow and apologize. Even if Yang Tianfeng actually succeeds, he will probably feel uncomfortable about it later, and their friendship will probably come to an end. So Xiao Chen naturally went along with it. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Yang Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, quickly took out his phone to check, and said with a smile. It's almost noon, Mr. Xiao. Haven't you eaten yet? I know a nice restaurant nearby with very good food. Would you do me the honor of having a meal with me? Eating is fine. I'm hungry too. But Director Yang, don't get my identity wrong. I'm out here with my superior on business. I wouldn't dare go out to eat with you without his permission. Xiao Chen looked at Qin Jiu with a grin and said, Oh dear, look at my brain. Director Qin, I was wondering if you're free for lunch. We could have lunch together. One of my men offended you, and I, Yang Tianfeng, would like to take this opportunity to apologize. Yang Tianfeng was a smart man. As soon as Xiao Chen spoke, he realized what was going on and looked at Qin Jiyu with a smile. Oh, I have time. I have time. Then I'll trouble Director Yang. Qin Jiyu was completely bewildered. When did someone of Yang Tianfeng's status invite her to dinner? She had never dared to imagine such a thing before. If Du Rusin could control her to that extent, let alone someone in Yang Tianfeng's position. This is a great opportunity to expand your network. While feeling flattered, Qin Jiyu felt a warm current flowing through her heart. She naturally knew that Yang Tianfeng did this because of Xiao Chen. At that moment, Qin Jiyu cast a grateful glance at Xiao Chen, while Xiao Chen just smiled and looked at her. In an instant, looking at Xiao Chen's sunny and handsome face, Qin Jiyu was suddenly touched. Director Gao, I was just saying I wanted to treat you to lunch. Since you know Mr. Xiao, why not do me the honor of having lunch together? Seeing that Qin Jiyu agreed, Yang Tianfeng finally felt relieved, and then smiled, and said to Gao Feng, all right, then I won't stand on ceremony. I happen to have some things to ask Xiao Chen about. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng thought for a moment and readily nodded in agreement. As he spoke, Gao Feng's gaze occasionally drifted towards Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. Although Gao Feng hadn't said it explicitly, he knew it was most likely because of his killing of Li Qi. Although there is no direct evidence yet to prove that Li Qi died at my hands, since I was caught on camera in the Behuan Villa area, Gao Feng will definitely suspect me, given his methods. Sure, if you have any questions, Director Gao, I'll answer them to the best of my ability. Xiao Chen's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled slightly, taking this opportunity to probe Gao Feng's intentions. Chapter 83 Did you kill Li Qi? Around noon, at Yang Tianfeng's suggestion, the four of them arrived at a farmhouse resort called Zuixianju. According to Yang Tianfeng, all the ingredients here are grown and raised by Zuixianju itself. Although they cannot compare to the exquisite food in a five-star hotel, they are definitely healthy and delicious enough. In addition, the scenery was quite nice, so the four of them were in high spirits. Especially Qin Jiyu. In the past, she would not have been qualified to eat with someone like Yang Tianfeng. With Xiao Chen present, Yang Tianfeng and Gao Feng naturally didn't put on any airs, so the atmosphere at the dinner table was quite harmonious. After several rounds of drinks and the dishes had lost their flavor, Yang Tianfeng finally put down his wine glass and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, Mr. Xiao, I am so grateful for your help in treating my daughter's illness. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I, Yang, can never repay such a debt of gratitude in my lifetime. Director Yang, you're too kind. After all, I received your precious medicinal herbs, so it wasn't a free favor. Besides, I haven't thanked you for what happened today, so there's no need for you to be so formal. Otherwise, it would be too much of a formality. Xiao Chen said with a light laugh. Yes, then I won't stand on ceremony. I happen to have a favor to ask. Yang Tianfeng nodded quickly, then looked at Xiao Chen somewhat embarrassed. You say? Xiao Chen was somewhat curious and looked at Yang Tianfeng. Yang Jingyi's illness had been cured, and he wondered what Yang Tianfeng wanted to see him about. It's like this, my father recently returned from the capital and wants to prepare a family banquet to invite Mr. Xiao to thank him in person. I wonder if Mr. Xiao has the time. Yang Tianfeng spoke while observing Xiao Chen's expression. Upon hearing Yang Tianfeng's words, Qin Jiyu was once again shocked. A family banquet. What a huge honor it must be for Yang Tianfeng to personally extend an invitation. Moreover, judging from the information revealed in their words, Xiao Chen seems to have very advanced medical skills. Just how many secrets does Xiao Chen keep hidden? Qin Jiyu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Oh, Director Yang, I thought it was something serious. Okay, no problem. Just set a date and call me when the time comes. Without much thought, Xiao Chen readily agreed. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I'd like to propose a toast to you. Yang Tianfeng was overjoyed and raised his glass to drink it all in one gulp. Afterwards, the group chatted and drank for a while. Just as the dinner was about to end, Gao Feng, who was slightly tipsy, finally couldn't help but look at Xiao Chen and say, Xiao Chen, there's something you've heard about recently. What matter is Director Gao referring to? Xiao Chen understood, but a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Li Qi is dead. Gao Feng gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Li Qi? Who? I don't know him. Xiao Chen frowned. Don't you recognize him? Xiao Chen, that's not fair. Li Qi was the Chu family's guest elder who followed Chu Qingyun back then. He's a martial artist at the peak of the 9th rank of the innate realm, practically a half-step grandmaster. You two met at Qin Yuhu's bar before. Gao Feng chuckled softly, then looked at Xiao Chen meaningfully. Yesterday morning, Li Qi and Chu Qingyun went to Behuan Villa. In the afternoon, the Special Administration Bureau received news that Li Qi's body had been cremated. Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, Qin Jiyu, who was standing to the side with hazy, drunken eyes, suddenly felt a little confused. Bihubei? Why does that sound so familiar? Holy crap, This is outrageous. A ninth-grade innate realm expert at the peak of cultivation, and he just died like that. Xiao Chen paused abruptly, the wine glass he was about to drink frozen in place, staring at Gao Feng with a shocked expression. You really didn't kill him? Seeing Xiao Chen's appearance, Gao Feng suddenly frowned, and he wondered if he had suspected the wrong person. Director Gao, you think too highly of me. You know my strength. I'm just an 8th grade innate realm cultivator. Don't you think it's a bit absurd that I, a 9th grade innate realm cultivator at the great perfection, could kill someone at the great perfection of the innate realm? Xiao Chen looked at Gao Feng as if he were an idiot. But why did the surveillance cameras capture you driving out of the Behuan villa? You have to explain that, don't you? Gao Feng frowned. To be honest, he didn't believe that Xiao Chen, at his age, could have the strength to kill someone at the peak of the 9th rank of the innate realm. But looking at the whole story, Xiao Chen was the most suspicious. Yang Tianfeng, who was standing to the side, was shocked by the conversation between the two. He was surprised that Xiao Chen actually had the strength of the 8th grade of the innate realm. How old is he? What level will a person with a 20-year-old innate 8th rank reach in the future? After the initial surprise came joy. Yang Tianfeng knew that although his Yang family had a deep presence in officialdom, what they had always lacked was connections among martial artists. Otherwise, his grandfather wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble to travel to the capital to get medical treatment for his daughter. Given Xiao Chen's current strength and talent, breaking through to the Grandmaster realm will be a natural progression in the future. In this way, Yang Tianfeng will be able to befriend a Grandmaster-level expert. Thinking of this, Yang Tianfeng was overjoyed and became even more determined to befriend Xiao Chen. As for Xiao Chen's ability to kill a 9th grade innate realm martial artist at the great perfection level, Yang Tianfeng didn't believe it. A 9th grade innate realm martial artist at the great perfection level, even the heads of the Su and Zhao families only had that level of strength. To Yang Tianfeng, that level of strength almost represented the highest level of martial artists in Hanqing. Thinking of this, Yang Tianfeng looked at Xiao Chen, curious about how Xiao Chen would explain himself in the face of Gao Feng's questioning. Oh, you mean when I drove to Bihubei yesterday morning? At this moment, Xiao Chen slowly put down his wine glass. He had actually already thought of his explanation for this matter. After chuckling, Xiao Chen pointed to his security guard uniform. Director Gao, you don't know, do you? Yesterday, I went to Behuan Villa, but I was actually there for an interview. Interview? Gao Feng was dumbfounded. Yeah, I went for a security guard interview. I'm childhood friends with Ms. Qiao from the Qiao group, but I've been practicing in the mountains with my master since I was little. When I came back to Seoul this time, I didn't have a job, so I asked her for help. We discussed it yesterday, and she helped me find this security guard job. Sigh, I just started today, and Director Qin brought me here to collect a debt. If you don't believe me, you can ask Director Qin. Xiao Chen nodded and pointed at Qin Jiyu. That's right, Director Gao, I can testify that Xiao Chen did indeed start working at the company today. Because President Qiao secretly arranged his position, Xiao Chen even got into a misunderstanding with the security guard at the gate today, and they got into a fight. Qin Jiyu was unaware of the inside story, but precisely because of this, from an outsider's perspective, she was able to perfectly smooth things over for Xiao Chen. At this moment, Qin Jiyu finally realized why the name Behuan Villa sounded familiar. It turned out to be the villa community where President Qiao lived. Who would have thought that Xiao Chen and President Qiao were childhood friends? But was he really her childhood friend? As a woman, Qin Jiyu always felt that something was off. Chapter 84 The Intellectual Qin Jiyu. Is it really just an interview? After hearing Qin Jiyu's words, Gao Feng was also a little unsure. Otherwise what? Do you really think I killed Li Qi? What a joke. To kill someone at the peak of the 9th rank of the innate realm, one must be at least a grandmaster. Director Gao, if I were a grandmaster, would I be working in Seoul? Why would I be a security guard? I could just go to the capital and find a powerful family to rely on, living a life of luxury instead of being so comfortable here. Xiao Chen spread his hands and laughed self-deprecatingly. That's true. All right, I'll look into this matter more thoroughly later. Don't blame me today. This is just too important to me. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng nodded. What do you mean? Isn't it allowed for martial artists to fight each other? Director Gao, is it really necessary for you to make such a fuss over Li Qi's death? Xiao Chen followed up on the conversation and casually said something. This was exactly what he had been wanting to ask. So what if Li Qi died? Moreover, as long as martial artists didn't harm ordinary people in their fights, the Special Administration Bureau wouldn't interfere. The Special Administration Bureau only intervened because those people from Bliss Valley kidnapped Han Qingmao. But Li Qi is also a martial artist, so logically speaking, the Special Administration Bureau shouldn't have reacted so strongly. Allowing martial artists to fight is a good thing, but that's not the core issue. Gao Feng smiled wryly and took a swig of his drink. So where did the problem lie? Xiao Chen was puzzled. You just said that someone who can kill a 9th grade innate realm cultivator must be at least a grandmaster. But where is this? This is Seoul. Gao Feng sighed and continued. For so many years, the Su and Zhao families have represented the highest level of martial arts in Hanqing. But now, a grandmaster-level martial artist has inexplicably appeared and even killed Li Qi, a 9th-grade innate realm expert. You've revealed such a big thing. What am I supposed to say when my superiors ask me about it? As the director of the Hanqing office of the Special Administration Bureau, if I don't even know what's going on in my own jurisdiction, what will my superiors think of me? I see. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had been worried something was wrong. I really hope this grandmaster-level expert is you. That would save me a lot of trouble. Gao Feng, with a pained expression, finally pleaded drunkenly. Xiao Chen, please don't hide it from your brother anymore. Did you kill Li Qi? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen instinctively thought of simply admitting it. But seeing the clarity in Gao Feng's eyes, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly pounded wildly. Damn it, that old bastard Gao Feng is playing the victim. It really wasn't me, Director Gao. If it were me, I'd be happy to admit it. Xiao Chen sighed and shook his head. Really not. Gao Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Chen again. No, it's not. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Okay, it seems there really was a mistake. Sigh. Gao Feng sighed with some disappointment, then glanced at his watch. It's getting late. Thank you for your hospitality today, Director Yang. I have official business to attend to this afternoon, so I'll take my leave now. I hope we can have dinner together again sometime in the future. After saying that, Gao Feng seemed to have lost interest in drinking. He said goodbye briefly and left the private room. Watching Gao Feng leave, Xiao Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He was certain that Gao Feng's persistent pursuit of the truth behind Li Qi's death had a deeper reason, but what could it be? Logically speaking, let alone the death of a Xiantian, a high-level cultivator. Even the death of a grandmaster would be commonplace for the Special Administration Bureau. Gao Feng's behavior is rather abnormal. After thinking it over and over, Xiao Chen racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out what the reason could be. Since he couldn't figure it out, Xiao Chen shook his head and decided to stop thinking about it. He figured he would find out later if he had the chance. With Gao Feng's departure, today's lunch gathering has come to an end. Mr. Xiao, I also have official business to attend to this afternoon, so I'll be leaving now. I'll arrange a time with the old man another day, and I hope you'll do me the honor of joining us. Yang Tianfeng also stood up and said, All right, then I won't see Director Yang off. I have other duties to attend to. Xiao Chen pointed to his security guard uniform and smiled. Haha, very good. Mr. Xiao, this is truly a case of a great man living in seclusion in the city. You have the demeanor of a master. Mr. Xiao, I'll be going now. Yang Tianfeng said with a loud laugh. Qin Zhu got up to see Yang Tianfeng off, but Yang Tianfeng stopped her. Director Qin, no need to see me off. There's plenty of time in the future. You and Mr. Xiao can enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just let me know. It's already on my tab. Thank you very much, Director Yang. Qin Zhu naturally expressed her gratitude, but to refuse too much at this moment would only seem distant. After Yang Tianfeng left, the door to the private room was closed. Xiao Chen, thank you. When only Xiao Chen and Qin Zhu remained in the private room, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. After a moment of silence, Qin Zhu looked at Xiao Chen and said, perhaps it was because she had drunk too much, but Qin Zhu's pretty face was slightly flushed. Her already mature temperament, enhanced by the alcohol, exuded an intellectual aura. Saying thank you isn't enough. Xiao Chen noticed the unnaturalness in Qin Zhu's words, and in order to ease the atmosphere, he jokingly teased her. Then tell me, how would you like your sister to thank you? Qin Zhu felt her face burning even hotter, as if she had thought of something. Or, Sister Zhu, you could. Xiao Chen was just about to suggest that Qin Zhu treat him to a meal when she had some free time, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw Qin Zhu stand up and throw herself into his arms. Director Qin. Xiao Chen was stunned and subconsciously opened his mouth, but before he could finish speaking, he was silenced by a pair of cool lips. Holy crap! In an instant, Xiao Chen's mind went completely blank. Qin Zhu's next move drove Xiao Chen into a frenzy. This woman actually locked the door to the private room from the inside. With such an obvious hint, how could Xiao Chen not understand? Such stimulation completely shattered the last shred of reason remaining in his mind. Chapter 85. Come to my house tonight. Inside the private room, the restaurant's owner, a woman in her 30s, came by briefly, but upon reaching the door, she abruptly stopped knocking and hurriedly ran away. Xiao Chen helped Qin Zhu out of the private room. Sister Zhu, I've told you not to drink so much, but you just won't listen. After coming out, noticing the strange look from the shop owner at the counter, Xiao Chen coughed twice and said without batting an eye, this alcohol has a really strong after effect. However, Qin Zhu responded, hee, that's right, you can barely walk straight now, drink less next time. Xiao Chen chuckled. Qin Zhu, feeling both embarrassed and angry, pinched Xiao Chen hard on the lower back. Since Yang Tianfeng had already paid the bill, the two left directly. Only after they stepped out of the restaurant did the proprietress behind the counter blush and mutter, "That young man is really good." "Honey, what are you muttering about?" the restaurant owner asked out of curiosity. "Mind your own business, you useless thing." The proprietress's face hardened, and she scolded him with exasperation. Outside the restaurant, Xiao Chen helped Qin Jiu to the parking lot. After putting Qin Jiu in the back seat, Xiao Chen was about to drive when he suddenly slapped his forehead and realized that he had been drinking. Although this amount of alcohol wasn't much to him, he had still drunk some. He then looked at Qin Jiu and said, "Sister Jiu, what should we do? We've both been drinking. Let's call a designated driver, Xiao Chen. You can sit in the back seat. I'm a little dizzy from drinking." As Qin Jiu finished speaking, her cheeks flushed again. "Good." Xiao Chen smiled and, without saying a word, sat down next to Qin Jiu. After finding a designated driver, the two rode in the back seat towards the Qiao group. After what happened in the private room, Qin Jiu and Xiao Chen became noticeably closer. Soon, the car stopped in a corner of the underground parking lot of the Qiao group. Because of the workday, there were almost no people in the underground parking lot. After the designated driver left, Xiao Chen slapped Qin Jiu on the shoulder. "Director Qin, don't provoke me, or you'll regret it." "All right, little brother, come on then if you dare." Qin Jiu had been married once before, so she was naturally more open-minded than the average woman. "Ahem, stop fooling around. We still have to go to work this afternoon." Xiao Chen, remembering that he had to go back to work at the security department later, said to Qin Jiu, "Do you think I can still go to work looking like this?" Qin Jiu blushed and said with a resentful look in her eyes, So what are you going to do?" Xiao Chen was also a little embarrassed. Qin Jiu was in such a state that she couldn't even walk, so she was really not suitable for going to work. After all, anyone with eyes could see what was wrong at a glance. "It's all right. I'll just ask Mr. Qiao for leave later and say I had too much to drink. Anyway, we got the payment back and also got on good terms with Director Yang, which is a great achievement." Qin Jiu thought for a moment and then said, "Okay, then why did you let that designated driver go? You'll have to call another designated driver when you get home later." Xiao Chen slapped his forehead and said, "You go back first. I'll take a nap in the car this afternoon. Can you take me home after work?" Qin Jiu was a smart woman and didn't dwell on the matter with Xiao Chen. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Take me home, and I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Wait for me after get off work." Xiao Chen swallowed hard, cursed fiercely, then closed the car door and left without looking back. Inside the car, Qin Jiu straightened her clothes, watched Xiao Chen's departing figure, smiled wistfully, and a long-lost sense of happiness suddenly welled up in her heart. This man is very good. Qin Jiu knew very well that she would never be this man's only woman, but she didn't feel the slightest bit dissatisfied. She was already very content that this man had never looked down on her. On the other side, after returning to the company, Xiao Chen first went to the restroom to wash his face, then stood in the ventilator for a while before returning to the security department's training room. At this moment, in the training room, Li Jin, Lin Hu, and the other security guards had no interest in training. "Captain, it's been a whole morning, and the afternoon shift is about to start. Why hasn't Brother Chen come back yet? I bet he's seriously injured," Lin Hu said with some concern. "It's hard to say. Let's prepare for the worst." Li Jin sighed. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly pushed the door open and came in. "Holy crap, Brother Chen, you're back? Are you all right?" Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Lin Hu could hardly believe his eyes. The security guard named Chen Lu standing next to him was even more shocked. Of course, after the shock, a look of disappointment and resentment flashed across his face. "Injured? Why were you injured?" Xiao Chen rubbed his nose, then understood what Lin Hu meant and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the payment for the goods from Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory has been recovered. That scumbag Zhu Tianli should never have a chance to cause trouble again in this lifetime." "Holy crap, Brother Chen, you're really joking." Lin Hu gave a thumbs up. Li Jin also laughed and said, "It's good that you're not injured." Meanwhile, Chen Lu couldn't help but say sarcastically, "Brother Chen is really awesome, the most awesome braggart I've ever seen in my life. If you can get your debt back, I, Chen Lu, will get out of this security department right now." Upon hearing Chen Lu's words, Li Jin and Lin Hu's expressions changed simultaneously, turning gloomy in an instant. They hadn't expected that even though they had warned this kid that morning, he was still unrepentant and narrow-minded. Li Jin and Lin Hu found these petty and narrow-minded people truly disgusting. Their public and sarcastic insults towards Xiao Chen were extremely embarrassing for both of them. Just as Li Jin and his companion were about to reprimand Chen Lu with grim faces, the training room door was pushed open again. A young woman from the finance department appeared, carrying a thick leather bag. She looked around with envy and asked, "Who is Xiao Chen?" "According to company policy, there's a 0.3% commission for recovering payments. This is the bonus for the 30 million yuan owed by Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory. Director Qin just called me personally to bring the bonus to you. Chapter 86 Chen Lu, isolated by others. As the soft, sweet voice of the finance department girl faded, the entire security department's training room fell into a deathly silence. Wow, Brother Chen, you really got the payment back? After a brief silence, the training room erupted in cheers. Lin Hu looked at Xiao Chen with admiration and couldn't help but swear. Would I lie to you? Xiao Chen said with a smile. So you're Xiao Chen. Here, I've delivered the bonus. Director Qin specifically instructed me to deliver it to you personally, and I've accomplished my mission. The finance department girl handed the brown bag containing cash to Xiao Chen with an envious look, while also taking a few extra glances at Xiao Chen's face. This young security guard is actually quite handsome. Xiao Chen took the leather bag and opened it to take a look. Although he had more than 10 million in his card, the money in the card and the cash were two different things. Looking at the thick stack of cash, he felt much better. Qin Jiu, that woman, is quite thoughtful. It's impossible for Qin Jiu not to have secretly pulled some strings for the finance department girl to issue her bonus so efficiently. Having connections in the central government makes things much easier. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen smiled and, not being stingy, immediately took out a bundle of cash and threw it to the girl in the finance department. Oh, the finance department girl was completely dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Not only the girls in the finance department, but also all the security guards in the training room were stunned. 10,000 yuan. That's 2 months' salary for a security guard. Please thank your Director Qin for me. With this money, you can treat your finance department to some bubble tea or a meal. Consider it your personal activity fund. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, Oh dear, this isn't appropriate. The girls in the finance department were also at a loss as to what to do because of Xiao Chen. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Don't worry, your Director Qin won't say anything. Xiao Chen said dismissively. Well, then I'll thank you on behalf of my colleagues in the finance department, young man. The girl in the finance department was immediately smitten. She stuck out her tongue at Xiao Chen with a grin, and her liking for him increased several times over. Handsome and charismatic, what woman could resist a man like that? Afterwards, the girl from the finance department happily left with the money. Holy crap, Brother Chen, that's so generous. Lin Hu quipped from the side, saying that the more he looked at Xiao Chen, the more compatible he felt with him. Xiao Chen, you're awesome. Li Jin, who was standing to the side, also gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Hee, Captain, it's nothing to brag about. Xiao Chen responded modestly. Brother Chen, how did you get the debt back? Could it be that even Zhu Tianli wasn't a match for you? Brother Chen, what's your strength? Are you a Xiantian level expert? Lin Hu asked curiously. It's nothing, I was just lucky. When Director Qin and I arrived, we happened to run into the relevant departments investigating Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory. Then Zhu Tianli was taken away. I vaguely knew the people in the investigation team. I explained our company's situation, and with the help of the investigation team, Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory quickly returned the payment. When Lin Hu asked, Xiao Chen remained non-committal and did not elaborate, instead making up some stories that were half true and half false. I thought this kid was really something special. Turns out he just got lucky. If you had gone, Captain, that 90,000 yuan would have been yours. Chen Lu, standing to the side, sneered disdainfully and said resentfully. Chen Lu, don't push your luck. Lin Hu suddenly looked at Chen Lu. What, did I say something wrong? Captain, shouldn't you have taken this money in the first place? If this kid hadn't gone to collect the debt for you, how could these bonuses have ended up in his hands? Chen Lu looked at Li Jin with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the entire training room fell silent again, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Xiao Chen found a chair, lit a cigarette, and watched the scene unfold with great interest. He wanted to see how Li Jin would react. 90,000 yuan is definitely not a small amount for ordinary people. It is enough to test a person's true nature. Chen Lu, stop trying to sow discord with me. Xiao Chen got the money back, so he should keep it. Stop trying to cause trouble. Li Jin's face was so black it looked like water could seep out, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He sneered and said, I remember someone saying earlier that if Xiao Chen really gets the debt back, he'll immediately get out of this security department. That's right, Captain, you heard me correctly. It was Chen Lu who said it. Lin Hu sneered and echoed. Chen Lu, are you going to get out of here on your own, or do you want me to do it to you? Li Jin squinted at Chen Lu, feeling utterly disgusted by this kind of gossipy and malicious person. Seeing that his attempt to sow discord had failed, and had even drawn the ire of Li Jin and Lin Hu, Chen Lu's face fell, turning extremely ugly. Just a lousy security guard? I'm not going to take this job. Li Jin, Lin Hu, you two just wait. And that kid surnamed Xiao, don't let me run into you again, or you'll regret it. Finally, Chen Lu gritted his teeth and cursed viciously. What the hell? Who do you think you are, trying to scare me? I, Lin Hu, will see what you're capable of today. Seeing Chun Lu's behavior, Lin Hu's anger flared up, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a move, but Li Jin stopped him. Seeing that Lin Hu was about to make a move, Chun Lu panicked, and, not daring to say anything more, turned around and left the training room dejectedly. Captain, why are you stopping me? This bastard is a scoundrel. I'll beat him up to vent my anger. Lin Hu asked, puzzled. Forget it. I heard this guy's cousin has some connections in Seoul. It's better to avoid trouble. Anyway, Chun Lu is already gone. Li Jin patted Lin Hu on the shoulder to comfort him. What's wrong? We all have two shoulders and one head. Who's afraid of who? Lin Hu retorted, unconvinced. They're supposedly from the Black Dragon Society. It's best to avoid them if possible. Li Jin thought for a moment, and then said, Black Dragon Society? Feng Tianlong. Lin Hu was startled, and his face immediately turned ugly. If it was the Black Dragon Society, he really couldn't afford to offend them. Their methods of working for them were too despicable, and sometimes they would even harm his family. Lin Hu himself wasn't afraid, but he had a younger sister studying at a university in Seoul. Seeing Lin Hu's reaction, Li Jin understood how Lin Hu felt. So he quickly changed the subject and looked at Xiao Chen with a smile, saying, Xiao Chen, if you're so generous to the beauties in the finance department, shouldn't you make it up to us brothers who you beat up even more? Upon hearing Li Jin's words, the group of security guards immediately started to jeer. That's right, we can't let this beating go unpunished. Yeah, Brother Chen, you really have to make it up to us. Seeing the noisy crowd, Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh. He slammed the leather bag containing the prize money onto the table, pointed at everyone, and said with a laugh, Fine, I'll give you a chance to rip me off today. If you don't spend all this money, I'll look down on you for the rest of my life. Chapter 87 The Tragedy of the Qiao Family. Hey Chen, stop showing off. If we spend all our bonus money on you, don't you dare beat us up. Hearing Xiao Chen's encouraging words, Lin Hu's frustration vanished, and he cheered loudly. Hey, if you've got the guts, then go ahead and spend it all, otherwise I'll beat you up. Xiao Chen said cheerfully, then looked at Li Jin. Captain, you'll be the notary, okay? I'll settle accounts with Hu Zi if I don't spend all the money. Haha. Alright, how about tonight? Let's go out and give Xiao Chen a good beating. Upon hearing this, Li Jin laughed and addressed the crowd. No problem. No one objected. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, then tonight, let me see how well you guys drink. Because Qin Jiu was waiting for him to take her home after get off work, Xiao Chen originally wanted to change the time, but seeing that everyone was in high spirits, he didn't want to spoil their fun. As for Qin Jiu, he'll send her a message later. After the initial excitement subsided, everyone became incredibly excited. These people were mostly in their early 20s, with Li Jin being the oldest at just 30, so none of them were married. Single men are in the prime of their lives for having fun, so they are all quite eager for their lives after get off work. At the same time, they all began to have complete faith in Xiao Chen. After all, not everyone is willing to spend 80,000 yuan to treat others. Although they were joking about spending Xiao Chen's bonus, at least Xiao Chen dared to express this attitude. For them, being able to do this was enough to convince them. After everyone made their arrangements, they stayed in the training room for a while before going to their respective shifts. Since it was Xiao Chen's first day on the job, he hadn't been assigned any shifts yet, so he was idly playing on his phone in the training room while talking to Qin Jiu about the security department's dinner party that evening. Just now, Xiao Su from the finance department called and told her that Xiao Chen had taken out 10,000 yuan to treat the finance department to dinner. Qin Jiu naturally wouldn't stop him. In fact, she was quite pleased, because through this incident, she could see even more of Xiao Chen's character and vision. If Xiao Chen were to be so stingy and reluctant to spend this small amount of money, then he wouldn't be the kind of person who accomplishes great things. After sending the last message to Xiao Chen, she closed her eyes and prepared to sleep. Soon, it was 6:30 p.m. It was already time to leave work. Where are you? Take me home. I have something to ask you. Just as everyone gathered to prepare to depart, Xiao Chen received a message from Qiao Xuening. Upon seeing Qiao Xuening's message, Xiao Chen was startled and suddenly felt somewhat fortunate that he hadn't agreed to Qin Jiu's offer to send her back. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain if Qiao Xuening had asked him about it. It's my first day on the job, and I'm having dinner with my colleagues from the security department tonight. Xiao Chen briefly explained the situation. Qiao Xuening's reply was unusually simple, consisting of only one word. Xiao Chen rubbed his hair, wondering what this woman was up to, but he didn't think much of it. He then looked at the others and asked, You all know this area well, so let's decide where to eat. There's a pretty good northeastern barbecue place nearby. Let's go there to eat. Li Jin thought for a moment, and then said, Good. Xiao Chen naturally had no objections. Just as Xiao Chen and his group were setting off, on the other side, inside the Special Administration Bureau office, Director Gao, Zhu Tianli is just an ordinary pawn of Bliss Valley, responsible for raking in money for them. You can't get anything out of him. A young member of the Special Administration Bureau walked in and said to Gao Feng, "Okay, what did Zhu Tianli say about Xiao Chen?" Gao Feng was not surprised. Instead, he asked about Xiao Chen. He said Xiao Chen has a very strong martial arts aura. The young team member said, "Strong? How strong?" Gao Feng arrived with high spirits. I asked him too, and he said he suspects Xiao Chen is a Grandmaster level expert. The young team member scoffed. "What do you think?" Gao Feng didn't laugh. He always felt that Xiao Chen was a bit unfathomable. "How could that be, Director? Zhu Tianli is only a martial artist with the strength of a post-natal martial artist. He probably hasn't even seen what the aura of a Grandmaster level expert looks like. It's not impossible that he mistook Xiao Chen, who is only at the 8th rank of the innate realm, for a Grandmaster." The young team member shook his head and said, "Yes, I also think it's unlikely that he'll reach the Grandmaster level. A Grandmaster at 20 years old is unheard of." Suddenly, Gao Feng thought of something and said again, "Do you think it's possible that Li Qi was killed by Xiao Chen's master?" Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, the young team member was taken aback and hesitated before saying, "It's not impossible. If someone had been sitting in the back seat when we left the Behuan villa, it's possible that we couldn't have taken a picture. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. We have information about the license plate of Xiao Chen's car. It belongs to someone named Lu Bingyan." Lu Bingyan? Never heard of him. Have someone investigate him. Also, investigate Xiao Chen's whereabouts over the years, and who his master is. A 20-year-old at the 8th level of the innate realm can't be from an unknown background. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng's spirits lifted, and he said, "Yes." After nodding in agreement, the young team member left the office. After leaving, he hesitated for a moment, then sent a message to Su Jingqing. The young man captured by the surveillance cameras might be the disciple of that Grandmaster-level expert. Meanwhile, inside the office, Gao Feng merely frowned slightly as he watched his young team member outside take out his phone to send a message, without saying anything more. The Special Administration Bureau is located in Seoul, so it's impossible for it not to have spies from several major families. Gao Feng doesn't really care about this matter. His goal is to climb higher. As for these people in Seoul, as long as they can do things for him, he doesn't care which family spy they are. Soon after the team member left, Gao Feng dialed a number. A heavy voice came through the phone. "Well, Gao, have you confirmed Xiao Chen's identity?" Reporting to, "Boss, we can't confirm yet whether Xiao Chen is the person you're looking for. However, while drinking today, I learned from Xiao Chen that he seems to have started learning martial arts at a very young age and has been cultivating in the mountains with his master. Moreover, he and Xiao Xuaning from the Qiao group are childhood friends. Based on this information, Xiao Chen should be a local of Hancheng, and he is probably not related to the tragedy that happened to the Xiao family in Kyoto back then." Gao Feng thought for a moment and hesitated. Don't rush to conclusions about things that haven't been investigated thoroughly. In any case, you must keep a close eye on this boy's every move. Also, pay attention to whether Xiao Chen has a dragon-shaped jade pendant. If you see it, report it to me immediately. I will personally go there, kill this boy, and take back the dragon-shaped jade pendant." The voice on the other end of the phone was icy cold. "Yes, I will definitely handle this matter well." A chill ran down Gao Feng's spine, and a question arose in his mind. What earth-shattering secret was hidden behind the Xiao family tragedy and this so-called Dragon Rise jade pendant? Is it really worth the boss's attention? You should know that the boss's strength is said to have broken through the shackles of worldly cultivation and stepped into that legendary stage. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in a secluded courtyard in the capital city, his surname is Xiao, and he's 20 years old. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face hung up the phone, a murderous glint in his eyes. He sneered and muttered, "Xiao Chen, I wonder if you are a remnant of the Xiao family from 20 years ago. Back then, the entire Xiao family was slaughtered, except for a 1-month-old baby who disappeared with the dragon god Jade. He has been a thorn in my side all these years." Chapter 88, Su Wentian's Surprise. The Su family home, inside the living room. Su Wentian, Su Dingguang, and Su Dingshan, father and sons, were sitting on the sofa, glancing towards the door from time to time. "Has there been any news from Jingqing yet?" Su Wentian pondered for a moment, then said, "Now, the Zhao family has a grandmaster in charge, and with Lu Yuna's help, Zhao Nangong may break through to the grandmaster realm in a short time. At that time, the Su family's end will come. It can be said that the Su family doesn't have much time left." "Grandpa, I'm back." Just as Su Wentian finished speaking, Su Jingqing suddenly walked in from the door. Seeing Su Wentian and the others on the sofa, Su Jingqing quickly greeted them. "So, how's the investigation going?" Su Dingguang, who was standing to the side, quickly spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wentian and Su Dingshan also turned their gazes to Su Jingqing. Let me have a sip of water first. Su Jingqing smiled, but didn't speak immediately. Instead, he jogged in, poured a glass of water from the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Su Jingqing's appearance, the three of them were secretly pleased. Judging from Su Jingqing's reaction, the investigation must have yielded some results. All right, what time is it? Stop keeping us in suspense. Su Dingwang cursed angrily. I've been busy all day. What's wrong with having a drink of water? Su Jingqing muttered something unpleasantly. You little brat, you dare talk back. Su Dingwang, as a father, immediately became angry. All right. Jingqing has had a long day. There's no rush. Su Wentian said with a smile. That's right. Grandpa is the most reasonable one. Su Jingqing snorted, took another sip of water, and then said with a grin. Grandpa, I found out where that young man is. Oh, tell me quickly. Upon hearing Su Jingqing's words, Su Wentian and the other two couldn't wait to speak up. That kid's name is Xiao Chen. According to the information my friend from the Special Administration Bureau told me today, this Xiao Chen is now a security guard in the security department of Qiao's beauty group. Su Jingqing spoke while observing the reactions of the others. Security guard? The three frowned, and then Su Dingshan asked in confusion, what does a security guard have to do with the mysterious Grandmaster level expert we're looking for? Jingqing, although you've investigated this person's information, it's not of any use to our search for that mysterious Grandmaster level expert. Yeah, you've been running around all day and all you found is this little bit of useless information. Su Dingwang, feeling embarrassed, said with dissatisfaction. Second uncle, Dad, can you please let me finish? Su Jingqing was speechless. If you keep dawdling like that, believe me, I'll break your legs. Su Dingwang said angrily. Okay, I'll talk. Su Jingqing rubbed his forehead, not daring to keep people in suspense any longer, and continued. This guy named Xiao Chen is not just a security guard. From what I know so far, he not only defeated Chen Yuhu, but also saved Han Qingma, the daughter of the Han family. Moreover, according to my friend from the Special Administration Bureau, he is only 20 years old and has already reached the 8th level of the innate realm. What? A 20-year-old at the 8th level of the innate realm? Upon hearing Su Jingqing's words, the three people on the sofa were so shocked that they stood up at the same time. Jingqing, are you sure you didn't make a mistake in your investigation? Su Wentian asked again, still in disbelief. It's absolutely true, Grandpa. If you don't believe me, just call my little sister over and ask her. Su Jingqing said with a smile on his lips. Lanlan, what does this have to do with Lanlan? As soon as Su Jingqing finished speaking, not only Su Wentian was stunned, but Su Dingshan was also taken aback. The reason Xiao Chen fought Chen Yuhu was because my little sister took Xiao Chen to Chen Yuhu's bar. Su Jingqing said with a smile that even he was a little surprised when he first heard the news. That brat. No wonder she looked so strange when I saw that photo yesterday. I'm calling her over right now. Su Dingshan cursed angrily, and then dialed Su Lanlan's number. 5 minutes later, Su Lanlan walked in through the door humming a little tune. When she saw Su Dingshan's almost murderous gaze, Su Lanlan shrank back. Dad, why did you call me here? What are you doing? This is all you're doing. Su Dingshan said angrily. Huh? You all knew? Su Lanlan thought that her theft of her grandfather's century-old snow lotus had been exposed, and she immediately felt a little guilty. Lanlan, tell me properly, what is your relationship with this Xiao Chen? Su Wentian forced a smile and asked kindly. Xiao Chen. Su Lanlan glanced at Su Jingqing and quickly realized that her cousin must have found out about her taking Xiao Chen to the bar. Thinking of this, she actually breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the theft had been exposed. Now that she had been found out, she stopped hiding it and told the whole story of how she met Xiao Chen at the medicinal herb market and how Xiao Chen cured Yang Tianfeng's daughter. What? This kid's medical skills are even better than your grandfather's. Su Dingshan was shocked. If you don't believe me, ask my grandfather. Su Lanlan hummed softly. Hiss. A 20-year-old at the 8th level of the innate realm, with such superb medical skills, why would such a prodigy come to Seoul? What is this kid's background? Is he really just a security guard at the Qiao group? Su Wentian couldn't help but gasp. Yes, Grandpa, I didn't believe it at first either, but it's true. Today, Xiao Chen went to Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory to collect a debt and even dealt with Zhu Tianli from Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory. My friend from the Special Administration Bureau saw it with his own eyes. Su Jingqing smiled wryly upon hearing this. Interesting. The Qiao Group is only a company with some strength and soul. Why would such a prodigy work as a security guard at an unknown small company? Su Wentian chuckled. In his eyes, the Qiao Group was indeed nothing, at least compared to the Su family. Dad, now is not the time to think about these things. The problem is to find out what the relationship is between this kid and that mysterious Grandmaster level expert. Su Dingwang spoke up. That's right, Jingqing. What's your opinion on this? Su Wentian nodded and looked at Su Jingqing. Grandpa, There is one possibility, but it cannot be confirmed yet. Su Jingxing thought for a moment, then took out his phone and showed the message sent by his friend from the Special Administration Bureau to the others. Is this boy the disciple of that mysterious Grandmaster-level expert? Upon seeing the message, the three men's expressions changed, and they asked in confusion, but that's strange. Why would this young man clash with Chu Qingyun? Grandpa, I know. Su Lanlan's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, as if to take credit. Speak quickly. The three of them looked over excitedly. Upon seeing this, Su Lanlan quickly recounted how Chu Qingyun had tried to recruit Xiao Chen at the bar that day, only to be slapped twice by Xiao Chen instead. I see, that makes sense. Upon hearing this, Su Wentian laughed heartily, then said with delight, the two became enemies because of this, but because of the matter of the Han family's daughter that day, Chu Qingyun couldn't kill someone in front of so many police cars, so he swallowed his anger, and that's how the two became enemies. Later, when Xiao Chen went out, Chu Qingyun followed him all the way, intending to kill him in secret, but he encountered Xiao Chen's master, that mysterious Grandmaster-level expert. So in the end, Li Qi not only failed to kill Xiao Chen, but also died himself. As he spoke, Su Wentian suddenly said with absolute certainty, in that case, this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert must be living in the Bihu Bay Villa area. Moreover, even Xiao Chen, as his disciple, is already a 9th grade innate realm expert. This Grandmaster-level expert must be at least a 3rd grade Grandmaster. Lu Yunhe, on the other hand, has only been a Grandmaster for a few years. That's why Chu Qingyun wasn't confident, and instead tried to win over the Xiao family to help Xiao Nangong break through to the Grandmaster realm. Then, the two Grandmasters would join forces to kill Xiao Chen's master. Once you put it this way, everything makes sense. Chapter 89 Su Lanlan blushes. Upon hearing Su Wentian's prediction, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all looked at Su Wentian with admiration. Because this reasoning is indeed logical and well-founded, and there is nothing wrong with it. Grandpa is brilliant. Su Jingxing nodded repeatedly. Haha, heaven is helping our Su family. According to Lanlan, Xiao Chen has not only made enemies with Chu Qingyun, but is also at odds with the Xiao family. Isn't this pushing this kid into our Su family? Su Wentian felt a surge of joy. Dad, in that case, shouldn't we meet Xiao Chen and then find his master through him, that mysterious Grandmaster-level expert? Su Dingshan thought for a moment, and then said, there's no need to go to such lengths. Simply befriending Xiao Chen will suffice. Su Wentian waved his hand and said, this? Su Dingshan was somewhat puzzled. Su Jingxing chuckled and said, second uncle, since Xiao Chen's master was able to kill Li Qi, it means that this Grandmaster-level expert cares a lot about his disciple, Xiao Chen. And since Xiao Chen has already fallen out with the Zhao family, if the Zhao family makes things difficult for him, this Grandmaster-level expert certainly won't stand idly by. The most important thing now is to find a way to win Xiao Chen over to our Su family. If we befriend Xiao Chen, it's equivalent to indirectly gaining the protection of this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert. Indeed, Jingxing is quite clever. Su Wentian nodded with satisfaction and continued, if we deliberately go directly to that Grandmaster-level expert, it might actually provoke his resentment, and then we'll suffer more losses than gains. That's true. Sigh. Jingxing is much more thorough than his second uncle. He was able to find out all this in just one day. He's done a great job. Upon hearing this, Su Dingshan nodded and sighed with emotion. Su Dingshan felt embarrassed that he couldn't even think of something his own nephew could. Second uncle, please don't say that. Whether or not we can befriend Xiao Chen depends on my little sister. Su Jingxing smiled and looked at Su Lanlan. No matter what, my little sister has gotten to know Xiao Chen, which is a great achievement. Hee, not bad, Lanlan. You'd better get along well with Xiao Chen. Whether our Su family can resolve this crisis depends entirely on you. Su Wentian looked at Su Lanlan with a teasing expression. He was very confident in his granddaughter's appearance, and judging from previous events, his granddaughter should also have a good impression of Xiao Chen. That would be perfect. If Xiao Chen could become the son-in-law of the Su family, he would be laughing in his sleep. At 20 years old, he possesses the 8th rank of the innate realm, coupled with medical skills surpassing even the 4 great physicians of Seoul. Such a promising talent will surely reach a height that the Su family can only look up to in the future. Upon hearing Su Jingxing and Su Wentian's words, Su Dingshan's eyes lit up immediately, and his previous dejection vanished. That's right. Although I'm not good enough, my daughter is amazing. She managed to get involved with that mysterious Grandmaster-level disciple without anyone noticing. How impressive. Thinking of this, Su Dingshan grinned and said to Su Lanlan, good girl, you really make your dad proud. You must listen to your grandfather and maintain a good relationship with Xiao Chen. Besides, considering your age, you're not young anymore. Su Lanlan blushed instantly upon hearing this. The implication in her father's words was quite clear. However, thinking of Lu Lingxin, Su Lanlan suddenly felt insecure again. After all, that woman was indeed too beautiful, and what was most infuriating was that she didn't know what Lu Lingxin ate to grow up like that. How could those 2 mounds on her chest be so full? Looking down at herself, Su Lanlan suddenly felt a little inferior. It seemed she should buy more papayas. By the way, Lanlan, you just said that you and Xiao Chen had a fight? Suddenly remembering something, Su Wentian's expression changed drastically. Don't worry, Grandpa. I gave Xiao Chen the 300-year-old snow lotus you treasured, and he's not angry anymore. Su Lanlan answered subconsciously, but before she could finish speaking, she realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly covered her mouth. Upon hearing this, everyone in the living room turned around abruptly, looking at Su Lanlan with utterly bewildered expressions. Oh, I have something to do. I have to go now. Su Lanlan covered her face, stammered out a sentence, and ran out like a gust of wind with her long, snow-white legs. Watching Su Lanlan's retreating figure, Su Jingqing suddenly revealed a bitter smile. All right, we probably don't need to worry about Xiao Chen's affairs anymore. Second uncle, in a while, I won't have to start calling Xiao Chen my brother-in-law, will I? Upon hearing Su Jingqing's words, Su Wentian and the other 2 were stunned, and their expressions became quite interesting. A snow lotus that's 300 years old. I've treasured it for 20 years. You brat, if you still can't get it done after paying such a high price, I'll give you a good beating. Su Wentian hissed in pain. Yes, Dad, let's beat him up together then. Su Dingshan said through gritted teeth. On the other side, Su Lanlan ran to the car after leaving the house, covering her burning face and not knowing what to do. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. Su Lanlan was on the verge of tears, then slammed her hand on the steering wheel. It was all Xiao Chen's fault, that bastard. I'm too ashamed to face Grandpa and the others tonight. Thinking of Xiao Chen, Su Lanlan gritted her teeth, took out her phone, and called him. Hee, brother Xiao Chen, have you missed me? When the call connected, Su Lanlan, whose cheeks had been burning, immediately became happy. Holy crap, what are you doing? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Chen, who had just left with Li Jin, Lin Hu, and other security guards to have lunch, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. For some reason, he always felt a little scared when this girl acted coquettishly. Wah, brother Xiao Chen, my grandfather found out I stole the snow lotus to give to you. I'm too scared to go home. He said he'd break my legs. Can I come to you for help tonight? Su Lanlan's aggrieved voice came from the phone, her pitiful tone leaving Xiao Chen speechless. Come to me? What do you want? Holy crap, you're not just looking for an excuse to sleep with me, are you? Xiao Chen immediately spoke warily, and the group of security guards beside him immediately perked up, exchanging glances with each other. Ugh, you bastard, give me a straight answer. Will you let me sleep? Ugh, will you let me come to you for refuge? Su Lanlan was furious. Sister-in-law, come to Wunming Road for Northeastern Barbecue. Chen and I will be waiting for you here. Yes, sister-in-law, come here quickly. Before Xiao Chen could speak, Lin Hu and a group of security guards, who were watching the commotion with a penchant for excitement, rushed to the microphone and started shouting. Hee. Okay, brothers, I'll be there in a bit. Su Lanlan's clear laughter came through the receiver. After saying a few words, she hung up the phone. Xiao Chen's face turned green. Holy crap, what sister-in-law? Su Lanlan is only 18 or 19 years old at most. If Qiao Xuaning finds out, won't she skin me alive? Brother Chen, you're awesome. Being handsome really does attract women. Lin Hu said with envy and admiration, and the other security guards also gave him a thumbs up. Seeing everyone's expressions, Xiao Chen's damned vanity immediately kicked in. Amidst the compliments, he gradually lost himself and boasted smugly. That's right, don't you know who I am? When your sister-in-law arrives, I'll play around with you first. Chapter 90 Meeting an Acquaintance. At 7 p.m., on Wunming Road, 2 kilometers away from the Qiao group, was the barbecue restaurant where everyone was preparing to eat. Li Jin and his group were clearly old acquaintances with the owner of the barbecue restaurant. Just as Xiao Chun and Li Jin found a place to sit down outside, they suddenly saw many police cars and ambulances parked at the entrance of the residential area next to the barbecue restaurant. Boss, what happened? Lin Hu took out a cigarette and offered it around, then tossed one to the barbecue restaurant owner as well. Sai, I heard there was a murder in the next neighborhood. A guy who sells medicinal herbs stabbed his wife. I don't know if she's dead or not. The barbecue restaurant owner, who was craning his neck to watch the commotion, turned around and said, Stab someone? What insurmountable obstacle could there be between a husband and wife that warrants violence? Upon hearing this, Lin Hu sighed. I heard she was cheated on. The barbecue restaurant owner shook his head and sighed. Upon hearing this, Lin Hu stopped talking. However, Xiao Chun frowned slightly, as he suddenly thought of someone. What do you guys want to eat? Let's order first, I'll go grill it for you. Although there was excitement to watch, business still had to be done, so the barbecue restaurant owner handed over the menu. The group took the order and began to order. After ordering the food, we also ordered 3 cases of chilled beer. Everyone filled their glasses and was just about to have a drink when a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the residential area. "Hey, Brother Chun, isn't this the policewoman you spanked this morning?" Lin Hu suddenly put down his wine glass, a gloating expression on his face. It really is true. Everyone's expressions turned strange upon seeing this, since they had only ever seen Xiao Chen dare to slap a policewoman's buttocks. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen subconsciously turned his head and, sure enough, saw Zhang Xiaoyu leading someone out in a dashing manner. It was him. What caught Xiao Chen's attention was not Zhang Xiaoyu, but the criminal being escorted by Zhang Xiaoyu. The perpetrator was none other than Du Yuanji, the owner of the herbal medicine shop with the mustache that Xiao Chen had met at the herbal medicine market a couple of days ago. At this moment, both Zhang Xiaoyu and Du Yuanji saw Xiao Chen. "Oof, you're so carefree." When Zhang Xiaoyu saw Xiao Chen, she just snorted angrily. She didn't know why. Even though she had figured out her misunderstanding of Xiao Chen, she was still furious when she saw him. "Cough, cough, want a drink?" Xiao Chen raised his wine glass. "Get out. Who's going to drink your stinking wine? You filthy bastard." Zhang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, tossed her neat, short hair, and said irritably, "Little policewoman, who told you to drink? Don't always be so presumptuous." Xiao Chen curled his lip indifferently. "You? Who are you calling delusional?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, Zhang Xiaoyu was puzzled. If he wasn't calling her to drink, then who was this bastard calling? Not only Zhang Xiaoyu, but also Li Jin, Lin Hu and other security guards were puzzled. They soon got the answer. With his hands cuffed behind his back, Du Yuanji looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. "Kid, I can't get through, you feed me." "Okay." Hearing Du Yuanji's words, Xiao Chen didn't mind. Instead, he smiled, picked up his cup, and walked straight over. Looking at Du Yuanji, whose eyes were sunken and whose expression was weary and haggard, Xiao Chen sighed. "Why bother? Haha, are you making fun of me? I've gotten to where I am today because of you." Du Yuanji let out 2 miserable laughs and said to Xiao Chen in a resentful tone, "It's a fact that your wife cheated on you. I was just reminding you. With your business acumen and current assets, you could easily find a good woman. But you insisted on being stubborn. What does that have to do with me? Besides, she's just a fickle woman. Isn't it a good thing to recognize and discover it sooner? Why blame me?" Xiao Chen scoffed and looked at Du Yuanji as if he were an idiot. Du Yuanji opened his mouth, but found himself unable to refute it. He stood there stunned for a long time, then suddenly squatted down and burst into tears, wailing, "You bitch, you've bullied me too much." However, Du Yuanji quickly recovered, took a deep breath, and looked at the wine in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen understood and handed over the wine, which Du Yuanji gulped down in one go. After finishing his drink, Du Yuanji looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression and said, "I was out of my mind today. Kid, you're a capable person. I was blind to your true abilities back at the medicinal herb market. Goodbye." After saying that, Du Yuanji shook his head and sighed, then walked towards the police car. Zhang Xiaoyu was still a little stunned. She was speechless about Xiao Chen. How come this guy was involved in every case? Soon, the police car and ambulance left with the people. When Xiao Chen returned, the barbecue restaurant owner offered him a new cup. "Brother Chen, you know that prisoner too?" After Xiao Chen sat down again, the group of security guards immediately started gossiping. "We can't really call ourselves acquaintances, we just met once." Xiao Chen smiled. He also felt that today's events were quite dramatic. He then recounted how he had encountered Zhao Ligui selling spirit blood wood at the medicinal herb market, and how he had subsequently clashed with Du Yuanji, the owner of the pharmacy. "Holy crap, Brother Chun, how do you know Du Yuanji got cheated on by his wife? You didn't happen to be having an affair with her too, did you?" Lin Hu stared wide-eyed, full of curiosity, and asked. Xiao Chen glared at Lin Hu with a dark expression. "If you can't speak properly, then give me some wine. Believe me or not, I'll beat you up in a bit." "Hee, I was just saying." Lin Hu chuckled awkwardly, then called out to everyone. "Come on, Brother Chun is treating today. Let's all have a feast, and rip him off. Drink." Under Lin Hu's invitation, the atmosphere quickly became lively. The barbecue was quickly served by the restaurant owner. In less than 20 minutes, half of the 2 cases of chilled beer were gone. At this time, it gradually got dark. Just as everyone was enjoying their drinks, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the road. TSK, these rich kids. All they know is disturbing the peace late at night. They've got a little money, and they're already throwing it all away. Lin Hu cursed in disapproval, but at that moment, he noticed that everyone's eyes were wide open. "What are you all looking at?" Lin Hu looked towards the roadside in confusion, and then saw a bright red Ferrari roaring towards them, then stopping at the roadside. A tall, slender, ponytail-wearing, youthful-looking woman in a short skirt and tank top jumped out of the car. Sigh. When will I be able to find a rich heiress like that to marry? I'd be laughing in my sleep. An honest and unassuming security guard couldn't help but express his longing. What's so good about this? They just come up with whatever comes to mind, and when they start making a ruckus, it's incredibly annoying. Xiao Chen glanced at the pretty young woman who jumped out of the red Ferrari and immediately complained with a headache. Hee, Brother Chen, you're acting like you've met rich girls like this before. If we weren't wearing the same work uniforms, I almost would have believed you. Haha. That's right, Brother Chen. These rich heiresses are not people of our level who can get close to them. The security guard started teasing Xiao Chen about his words. Amid the teasing, they also lamented that even if they struggled their whole lives, they couldn't catch up with the starting point that some people were born into. It's ironic that what's someone else's starting line is a finish line they can never reach in their lifetime. Xiao Chen remained silent, chuckling as he looked in the direction of the Ferrari. Brother Chen, stop looking. Your wife might get jealous and beat you up when she gets here. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Lin Hu chuckled mischievously. After saying that, he checked the time and asked, "It's been half an hour. When will your wife arrive?" As soon as Lin Hu finished speaking, Su Lanlan, who had parked the car, swayed her slender waist and walked over excitedly with her long, straight, snow-white legs. She then pulled up a stool and sat down next to Xiao Chen. Wow, ice-cold beer with barbecue. That's my favorite. Su Lanlan rubbed her hands together and, without any hesitation, picked up the beer mug in front of Xiao Chen and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing her drink, Su Lanlan let out a long sigh of relief, then affectionately took Xiao Chen's arm, giggling and snuggling against him, saying, "Hee, thank you, Brother Xiao Chen, for taking me in." Chapter 91 The Repressed and Passionate Li Jin. Seeing this scene, Li Jin, Lin Hu, and the other security guards suddenly went blank, and their gazes toward Xiao Chen became strange. Xiao Chen, oblivious to everyone's expressions, looked at Su Lanlan with a headache and said, "Don't give me that crap. I never said I was going to take you in. Go back to where you came from after you finish drinking, and don't bother me." Upon hearing this, Su Lanlan immediately pouted unhappily. "Brother Chen, this is your wife?" At this moment, Lin Hu, who was standing to the side, looked at Su Lanlan and stammered as he asked, "Hee, Brother Xiao Chen, so this is how you introduce me in public?" Su Lanlan rolled her eyes and said with a grin, "Get out of here, stop messing around with me." Xiao Chen was both amused and exasperated. Finally, he looked at Lin Hu and the group of security guards whose eyes were blazing with gossip, and explained, "It was just a joke, don't take it seriously. This girl's name is Su Lanlan. She's the daughter of the Su family, and she's my friend. It's not what you're thinking." After saying that, Xiao Chen pointed at Lin Hu and said to Su Lanlan, "This kid just scolded you for parking illegally and disturbing the peace." As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Lin Hu trembled in fright. The Su family. How could people in Hanxing not know what kind of existence the Su family was? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's complaint, Lin Hu's face turned green. "Brother, please forgive me. I was just saying that, sister-in-law, please don't take it seriously." Xiao Chen's face darkened. Did this kid not understand human language? Su Lanlan, however, wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled with a hint of smugness and said, "The sound is indeed a bit loud. I'll get a different car from now on and not drive this one." Hearing Su Lanlan's words, the security guards at the table all had very complicated expressions. Damn it, people are just different. A rich girl can change cars more casually than they can change cell phones. With Su Lanlan's arrival and everyone learning her identity, the atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became a bit awkward, and neither Li Jin nor Lin Hu were quite relaxed. These two have seen a bit of the world. If they're like this, then others are even more likely to be. Su Lanlan quickly realized the change in atmosphere. Without saying a word, she opened a bottle of beer, filled her own glass, and then teased with a grin, "Brothers, I'll toast each of you. If I get you all drunk today, don't blame me for looking down on you." "Holy crap, sister-in-law. That's a bit disrespectful of me. Boss, bring 2 more cases of beer." "That's right, you can't look down on people. When it comes to drinking, we're not afraid of you at all." Su Lanlan's words livened up the atmosphere again. Lin Hu and the others got even more excited. With a beautiful woman around, they were even more energetic than before. They were all grown men, so what did it matter if they were looked down upon by a little girl? Xiao Chen watched with amusement. This girl, apart from being a bit willful at times, was a good person. Despite being a young lady from a wealthy family, she had no airs at all. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became very lively. Seeing that Su Lanlan was down to earth, everyone forgot all about her background. Before we knew it, 3 hours had passed, and it was already 11 p.m. There were hardly any people on the street. Although Su Lanlan is a girl, she has practiced martial arts since childhood and is already a martial artist in the condensation stage, so she has a good tolerance for alcohol. Even though he had already gone through the rounds first and was still drinking, his cheeks were only flushed and he wasn't obviously drunk. Just as everyone was still enjoying themselves, a crying sound suddenly came from an alley across the street. Curious, everyone looked over and saw a pretty young girl running out of the alley crying. "Wah, you beast, you pervert." The girl ran while crying. Upon seeing the girl's face, Lin Hu suddenly paused, frowning as he said, "Isn't this Lu Xiaomei?" Lu Xiaomei. After hearing Lin Hu's words, Li Jin and the others turned around curiously. Upon seeing the girl, Li Jin asked in confusion, "What's she doing here? You two know each other?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. "It's from our company. It's not surprising that you don't know us on your first day here, Xiao Chen. We work in logistics." Li Jin explained. "Oh, I see. It seems you two are quite familiar with this girl." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'm slightly more familiar with them than the other logistics staff." Li Jin said with a somewhat uncomfortable expression. "Here's the thing, Brother Chun. This Lu Xiaomei is Chun Lu's distant cousin. She's from the mountains in Sichuan. After coming out, she had trouble finding a job, so she came to rely on Chun Lu. Out of respect for Chun Lu, the team leader helped Lu Xiaomei find a job cleaning in the logistics department." Lin Hu explained, then smiled and said, "This young lady is a nice person. She's always been grateful for the captain's help. Plus, since her cousin Chun Lu was also in the security department, she often comes over to visit during her free time, bringing us tea or water. She's quite diligent." As he spoke, Lin Hu glanced meaningfully at Li Jin and gave Xiao Chen a wink. Seeing Lin Hu's expression, Xiao Chen immediately understood that Li Jin and Lu Xiaomei were probably mutually attracted. Having understood this, Xiao Chen smiled knowingly and said to Li Jin, "Captain, he's an acquaintance of our company. Aren't you going to go and see what's going on?" Isn't that a bad idea?" Li Jin was somewhat tempted, but also a little embarrassed. "What's wrong with that? Since we all know each other, why not invite Lu Xiaomei over for a get-together? That girl always helps us with chores." Lin Hu echoed this. "Okay, wait for me a moment. I'll go ask what's going on." Hearing Lin Hu say the same thing, Li Jin put down his wine glass, stood up, tidied his hair, and then walked across the street. Seeing Li Jin like this, everyone looked at each other and laughed. The captain is a good guy in every other way, except he's a bit of a repressed pervert when it comes to women. Lin Hu ate a skewer of roasted mutton and chuckled. "What? You're very experienced." Su Lanlan suddenly perked up, blinking her big eyes at Lin Hu. This made Lin Hu blush a little. "No way, sister-in-law. I'm a respectable person. You're a complete scoundrel." The crowd burst into laughter and cheered, while Lin Hu chuckled twice and remained silent. As the group was teasing Lin Hu, something unexpected happened across the street. From afar, they could hear Li Jin's angry shouts. "You heartless bastard! I'll beat you to death. Get out of here." Lin Hu and the others' expressions changed, and they all looked over. At this moment, Li Jin had already brought Lu Xiaomei, whose eyes were red, back with him. "Captain, what happened? Who bullied Xiaomei like this? We're going to teach them a lesson." Lin Hu asked. Li Jin remained silent for a long time with a grim face before slamming his fist hard on the table. "I never expected Chen Lu to be such a heartless beast." Chen Lu. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, and their expressions turned somewhat grim. Then, Li Jin nodded and explained the whole story. It turns out that after Chen Lu had a falling out with everyone in the security department today, he knew he couldn't stay there any longer, so he planned to go and seek refuge with his cousin, who had some connection with the Black Dragon Society. His cousin said he could help Chen Lu join the Black Dragon Society, but the price was that Lu Xiaomei would come and stay with him for a few days. Taking advantage of his kindness in helping Lu Xiaomei find a job, Chen Lu invited Lu Xiaomei over and used this opportunity to coerce her, promising that he would help her make a lot of money after joining the Black Dragon Society. How could Lu Xiaomei, a simple and honest girl from the mountains, accept such a thing? Overwhelmed with shame, anger, and grievance, she ran out crying. "Damn it! How come I never noticed before? How come this bastard is full of evil intentions?" Lin Hu was furious and then asked, "Where is that bastard?" "I just beat him up, and he left with a sullen face." Li Jin snorted coldly and said, "Captain, why don't you take Xiaomei back first? Otherwise, if Chen Lu calls the Black Dragon Society over, we haven't done anything, and he won't dare to attack us." Lin Hu thought for a moment and then said. Xiao Chen, standing to the side, looked at Lin Hu with some appreciation. Although this guy was big and burly, after spending a short time with him, he found that Lin Hu was extremely sensible in his actions. "Okay, then I'll take Xiaomei back first, and I'll come back to find you later." Li Jin nodded and was about to stand up when a dozen men suddenly strode over from the side of the road. The leader, with a venomous expression, arrogantly cursed at them. "Trying to leave? Too late. Li Jin, Lin Hu, you two pieces of trash. I've put up with you for too long. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not a Chun." Chapter 92 True Brothers and Drinking Friends. The leader was Chun Lu, whose face was bruised and swollen. He had obviously been beaten by Li Jin earlier. Upon hearing Chun Lu's words, Li Jin and Lin, whose faces darkened, with the veins on Lin, whose forehead throbbing, clearly indicating that he was trying his best to suppress his anger. Cousin, it's these two brats who teamed up to suppress me for some new kid. Oh, is that kid here too? Perhaps because he had help. Chun Lu was exceptionally arrogant at this moment. When he saw Xiao Chen, Chun Lu was stunned for a moment, and then sneered. Perfect. Let's settle the scores of the three of you today. Chun Lu, this has nothing to do with Lin Hu and Xiao Chen. If you have any issues, come at me alone. Li Jin's face turned ugly. He stood up from his seat and blocked Chun Lu's way. Who do you think you are? Li Jin, don't think I don't know that you and Lu Xiaomei have been eyeing each other for a long time. Chun Lu said viciously, then turned around and said to a burly man with a buzz cut and bare chest behind him, Cousin, I had already arranged to meet Lu Xiaomei, but that bastard Li Jin ruined your plans. Hey, Li Jin, right? Lu Xiaomei is the woman I've got my eye on. You want to be with her? Fine, let me have a taste first. Then you kneel down and apologize to my brother, and I won't hold it against you. How about it? The shirtless, burly man squinted, his gaze fierce as he looked at Li Jin. At this moment, the barbecue restaurant owner, who sensed something was wrong, came out, and his expression immediately changed when he saw the shirtless man. Bullshit. You really think I, Li Jin, am afraid of you? Li Jin, a former soldier, naturally possessed his own spirit and temperament. Captain Li, calm down, calm down. Chen Kai is one of the 4 top henchmen of the Black Dragon Society. We can't afford to offend him. The barbecue restaurant owner quickly grabbed Li Jin, then walked up to the burly man with a fawning smile and said, Master Chun, it's not easy for our small shop to do business. Today, I'll treat you to a meal and drinks, Master Chun. We can talk about anything else later, okay? Go to hell. I'm standing up for my brother. What's it to you? Get lost. Chen Kai, however, showed no appreciation whatsoever and slapped the barbecue restaurant owner across the face. The owner immediately covered his face, groaning in pain and speechless. Li Jin and Lin, whose expressions changed. They hadn't expected that Chun Lu's cousin held a high position in the Black Dragon Society, being a hall master. A person who can become a hall master must be ruthless, and may even have blood on their hands. Offending such people is not a good thing for them. The other security guards present dared not speak, sitting timidly to the side, not daring to utter a sound. Brothers, today I, Chun Lu, will only settle scores with Li Jin, Lin Hu, and that brat Xiao Chen. We were colleagues after all, and I don't want to involve you. Of course, if you insist on siding with Li Jin, then don't blame me for being impolite later. Chun Lu glanced at everyone and said arrogantly. Hearing Chun Lu's words, Li Jin and Lin, whose expressions turned even uglier. This kid's intention was simple, to sow discord among them. After all, there are quite a few of these security guards. If they work together, they won't suffer too much if they really take action tonight. But once Chun Lu divides them up, even if Xiao Chen is very good at fighting, he won't come out on top. In Li Jin and Lin Hu's view, although Xiao Chen was good at fighting, these people in the underworld were completely different from them, the security guards. Even if they could defeat these security guards working together, they might not necessarily fare well against these ruthless members of the Black Dragon Society. Yes, Captain, my mom called and told me to go back. Captain, it's getting late. I have to go back too. I need to accompany my dad to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow morning. Captain, I have something to do too. As Chun Lu finished speaking, several security guards stood up and bid farewell to Li Jin with ashamed expressions. Clearly, they all chose to protect themselves. Damn it, you cowards. How has the captain treated you all this time? Aren't you guys manly? Huh. Every time you're bullied, the captain always steps in to stand up for you. Now that the captain's being bullied, you're just cowering like turtles? Lin Hu's face turned red with anger, and he started cursing at everyone. Brother Tiger, you can't say that. It's true that the captain is good to us, but we usually only fight with small-time thugs. Now Chun Lu's cousin is a member of the Black Dragon Society. These people can really kill us. We're all just trying to make a living, and we have relatives and friends here. Please don't make things difficult for us. Yes. The security guards who wanted to leave spoke up in dissatisfaction. This demeanor is completely different from the arrogant and unrestrained manner he displayed while drinking. Fine, a bunch of cowards. Get the hell out of here, and don't ever call yourself my brother again. I, Lin Hu, can't afford to lose face like that. Lin Hu was furious and cursed loudly. Hearing Lin Hu say this, no one objected. They lowered their heads and slunk away one by one. Soon, the once lively dinner table was left with only Li Jin, Lu Xiaomei, Lin Hu, Xiao Chen, Su Lan Lan, and a thin security guard. Seeing the skinny security guard, Lin Hu said irritably, Dog, why aren't you moving? Are you so scared you can't even walk? Upon hearing this, the dark-skinned, skinny security guard jumped up with a thud, slammed his beer bottle on the table, and stammered, Tiger, don't look down on me. I, Guzzi, have no parents, grew up in an orphanage. If it weren't for the captain, I wouldn't even be able to eat. Now that the captain's in trouble, those cowards are scared, but I, Guzzi, am not. When people die, their eggs fly to the sky. What's there to be scared of? It's just a fight, I'll fight them. The beer bottle was smashed to pieces, but the small dog exuded an unprecedented air of bravado. Xiao Chen looked at the security guard named Guzzi with some surprise. Xiao Chen actually had some impression of Guzzi. This kid was born with a stutter. Therefore, whether drinking or otherwise, the security guards always liked to joke about him. Every time he was teased, the security guard nicknamed Dog would not get angry, but would always respond with a silly smile. Xiao Chen didn't expect that at this critical juncture, the one with the most courage and loyalty was actually this kid. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Damn, you dog, well done. I, Lin Hu, used to look down on you, but I was wrong. After this is over, I'll personally bring you some wine to apologize. Not only Xiao Chen, but even Lin, who was somewhat moved. His eyes gleamed with a strange light as he looked at Guzzi. He used to look down on this stuttering boy because he thought Guzzi was skinny and always smiled even when he was bullied. But today, he realized that whether someone can be a brother or not really depends on their appearance and daily behavior. Having grown accustomed to being looked down upon over the years, Guzzi's eyes instantly reddened upon hearing Lin Hu's words, and he pounded his chest loudly. Just because of what brother Hu said, tonight I must fight that bastard Chen Lu to the bitter end, even if, at worst, I, Guzzi, am going to die today. Chapter 93 The Black Dragon Society. I'm not going to live anymore. These 5 short words deeply moved everyone present, including Xiao Chen. At this moment, both Lin Hu and Xiao Chen had only one thought in their minds. This kid is a brother they could risk their lives for. Good lad. I, Li Jin, was right about you. Seeing this, Li Jin smiled with satisfaction and said something to Guzzi. Have you all had enough of your nagging? On the other side, Chen Kai was already impatient. He looked at Li Jin and sneered. What? Looks like you're not planning to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. You people really think you're ancestors? You expect everyone to kneel down and kowtow to you? You like kowtowing so much. Fine, then you can kowtow to your heart's content first. At this moment, Xiao Chen finally spoke up. During this time, he was not deliberately silent, but he also wanted to take this opportunity to see which people in the security department were reliable and which were not. After all, so much has happened in just a few days since arriving in Seoul. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Although Xiao Chen himself is not afraid, there will inevitably be times when he is overwhelmed. Therefore, if he can find a few reliable and usable people in advance, it will be much easier to do things later. You little brat, do you even have the right to speak? Upon hearing this, Chen Kai turned to look at Xiao Chen, and was stunned when he saw Su Lan Lan next to Xiao Chen. That's right, Xiao Chen, don't you even know who you are? I know you're good at fighting, but let me tell you, my cousin has been in the Black Dragon Society for so many years, and he's already a Qi condensation stage martial artist. Hand over the pretty girl next to you, so I can have some fun with her, and I can put in a good word for you. Chen Lu said with a cold smile. Smack. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Lu was slapped across the face. Brother, why did you hit me? Caught off guard and stunned by the blow, Chen Lu looked at Chen Kai with a wronged expression. After realizing what had happened, he said sheepishly, I was wrong. I should have let that pretty girl keep you company, cousin. Shut up, you idiot. Chen Kai's face had turned ugly by this point. He slapped Chen Lu across the face again, then forced a forced smile and bowed to Su Lan Lan, saying, Miss Su, what are you doing here? Chen Kai, didn't recognize you here just now. Please don't take offense. Having been involved in the Black Dragon Society for so many years, Chen Kai naturally knew the people in the major families of Seoul like the back of his hand. He really couldn't afford to offend the Su family. Not to mention him, even if their boss, Feng Tianlong, came, he probably wouldn't dare to do anything to the Su family. Hee, I don't mind, but kneel down and kowtow to my brother Xiao Chen. Su Lan Lan said with a grin. Seeing this scene, Chen Lu was stunned. Miss Su, please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just dealing with some personal matters today. Our Black Dragon Society has no past grudges or recent conflicts with the Su family. Please don't meddle in other people's business. At this moment, Chen Kai was filled with doubts and felt a little uneasy. Why would the daughter of the Su family get mixed up with a few security guards? No past grudges, no recent enmity? Su Lan Lan glanced at Chen Kai. That's right, the Black Dragon Society and the Su family have always kept to themselves. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai thought that Su Lan Lan was giving him face, so he quickly raised his head and was about to say a few more polite words when suddenly he felt a pain in his knee. and then his legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Oh! Chen Kai screamed in agony and looked down to find a chopstick stuck in each of his knees, blood gushing down from the chopsticks and soaking his trouser legs. All right, now that we're enemies, you can take back what you just said. Su Lanlan blinked her big eyes and said casually. The sudden scene stunned everyone. Xiao Chen looked at Su Lanlan with some surprise. This girl had actually broken through to the acquired realm. He really hadn't noticed. Holy crap, Brother Chen, is your wife that awesome? Lin, whose eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, then filled with envy, while Guzi beside him looked on with the same respect and admiration. His frail physique had always been a source of his inferiority complex, and now that he saw how capable Su Lanlan, a girl, was, one can imagine how shocked he was. Compared to the two men, Li Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. He was thinking on a deeper level. Admiring the strong is a woman's innate instinct, especially for outstanding women. I've never seen an outstanding woman admire a weak one. If Chen Kai is at the condensation stage, then Su Lanlan's ability to pierce Chen Kai's knee with chopsticks indicates she is at least a post-heaven realm martial artist. Su Lanlan is so obedient to Xiao Chen that she can be described as a clingy little devil in front of him. So what is Xiao Chen's strength? Thinking of this, Li Jin's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He suddenly realized that Xiao Chen's ability to get the payment back from Zhu Tianli was definitely not due to good luck. At this moment, Li Jin suddenly felt somewhat fortunate that he did not actually have any dissatisfaction with Xiao Chen receiving the bonus. At this moment, Li Jin suddenly felt at ease. Just now he was worried that Xiao Chen would not be a match for these desperados, but now it seems that he was just overthinking it. Cousin. Seeing Chen Kai kneeling on the ground screaming in pain, Chen Lu's mind went blank. Didn't his cousin always brag to him that he was very powerful and could take on more than a dozen people? How come he's like a clay figure now, unable to even beat a woman? What the hell are you all standing there for? Get the hell out of here. The intense pain ignited Chen Kai's anger, and he immediately spoke angrily to his subordinates behind him. Then, Chen Kai took out his phone and sent a distress message. Damn it, let's go. Upon hearing Chen Kai's order, the dozen or so Black Dragon Society henchmen shouted and drew their extendable batons from their waists, rushing forward in a swarm. But without Chen Kai, how could these people possibly be a match for the group? In less than 5 minutes, they were lying on the ground, groaning in pain with broken arms and legs. This unexpected scene left Chen Lu standing there with a complex expression, unsure whether to stay or leave. Lin, who sneered twice and slapped him twice across the face. You bastard, weren't you so smug? Chen Lu's head was buzzing from the slap. Who dares to lay a hand on my men? Pang Li. Are you tired of living? Just as Chen Lu and his group were stunned by the beating, a black Mercedes suddenly drove up. As soon as the car stopped, a huge man, as big as a small mountain, got out of the car. Brother Pang, you finally arrived. I've been bullied so badly. Upon seeing Pang Li, Chen Kai, like a drowning man grasping at a straw, dragged his crippled leg to Pang Li's feet, hugged Pang Li's leg, and cried his heart out. Chen Lu and the others were also delighted. The moment Li Jin and Lin who saw Pang Li, they involuntarily took 2 steps back. This is the subconscious reaction of an ordinary person when encountering a martial artist at the innate realm. This is the suppression of the martial artist's aura. You piece of trash. You're a disgrace to Pang Li if word gets out. Pang Li looked down at Chen Kai's pierced knee, and his face immediately darkened. Master Pang, it's not that I'm useless. This girl is from the Su family, and she's a martial artist at the acquired realm. Chen Kai said, feeling wronged. The Su family? Upon hearing this, Pang Li's expression changed slightly. When he saw Xiao Chen next to Su Lanlan, Pang Li suddenly let out a soft, muffled, "Oh, it's you. I've been looking for you for a long time. Isn't this the kid Zhou Hong paid the Black Dragon Society to kill a couple of days ago? We were just wondering where to find him, and here we are." Chapter 94 Pretty Boy? Everyone was taken aback by Pang Li's reaction. Do Pang Li and Xiao Chen know each other? Do the two have a relationship? Chen Lu, who was excitedly standing to the side, felt disgusted, as if he had swallowed fly excrement. Just who was this Xiao Chen? How did even Pang Li, one of the 4 great generals of the Black Dragon Society, know him? Similarly, Li Jin, Lin Hu, and Guzi all looked at Xiao Chen with admiration. Hey Fatso, who the hell are you? Do I know you? Xiao Chen, completely bewildered, asked Pang Li with a puzzled expression. Holy crap. Li Jin and Lin, whose eyelids twitched. Who in the entire soul hadn't heard of the Black Dragon Forvaudras? In Xiao Chen's mouth, he became a silly fat man? Li Jin and his 2 companions felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed they were definitely going to offend the Black Dragon Society to the death today. Chen Lu and Chen Kai on the ground couldn't help but rejoice. They looked at Xiao Chen with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man, thinking, This idiot dares to call Master Pang a fat idiot. Isn't he just asking for death? Hey kid, are you talking to me? Pang Li's face, full of fat, twitched incessantly as he glared fiercely at Xiao Chen. Otherwise, is there anyone fatter than you? You're as fat as a pig. Xiao Chen sneered. Upon hearing this, Li Jin, Lin Hu, and Guzi exchanged glances, all secretly worried for Xiao Chen. At this moment, they all knew very well that someone like Pang Li was beyond their reach. So there's no need for them to say anything now. The worst outcome is that they'll just have some fun with Xiao Chen. At this moment, they could only pray that Xiao Chen wasn't just talking nonsense. Heck kid, you've got guts. I'll make you suffer a terrible death in a bit. After a brief flash of anger in Pang Li's eyes, his gaze calmed down, replaced by a hint of mockery. After all, according to the information he received a few days ago, Xiao Chen was just an ordinary person with some skills. Even a piece of trash like Zhou Heng dared to claim he could exchange a few blows with Xiao Chen, so Pang Li naturally didn't feel any pressure. Can an ant anger an elephant? That's impossible. Elephants only play with ants and then slowly kill them. And that's exactly what Pang Li was thinking at that moment. Oh, fatty, how do you know me? Tell me the truth, and I might spare your life. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. From Pang Li's tone, he keenly realized the problem, because Pang Li seemed to have been looking for him all along. That's strange. I don't have any connection with the Black Dragon Society. I'll tell you before you die. Pang Li glanced at Xiao Chen with a cold smile, then looked at Su Lan and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Miss Su, it's a bit unreasonable for you to injure my subordinate without cause, isn't it? In Pang Li's view, the only person among the crowd who made him somewhat wary was Su Lan, the daughter of the Su family. So what do you want? Su Lan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked with a grin. What is your relationship with this person? Pang Li pointed a large finger at Xiao Chen. You guess. Su Lan smiled mischievously and took Xiao Chen's arm with both hands. Seeing this scene, Lin Hu, Li Jin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With Su Lan as their powerful backer, Xiao Chen should be safe today. Pang Li's face darkened, and he asked with some confusion, Miss Su is a daughter of a wealthy family. Why would she take a fancy to a good-for-nothing? As soon as Pang Li finished speaking, Xiao Chen's face darkened, and Su Lan was completely dumbfounded. Su Lan thought about it for a while, but she couldn't figure out how Xiao Chen was associated with the word trash. However, Su Lan soon realized that this silly fat man might really have some misunderstanding about Xiao Chen. Thinking of this, Su Lan didn't deny it, and said with a sly smile, I like it. Like? Pang Li's expression was incredibly interesting. He then gritted his teeth and said, Miss Su, there are plenty of handsome young men in this world. How about this? As long as you don't stop me from killing this kid today, we'll let bygones be bygones regarding the matter of you injuring my men. Chen Kai. Hearing Pang Li's words, Chen Kai felt extremely distressed. For so many years, the Black Dragon Society and the Su family have maintained a peaceful coexistence. Miss Su, if this situation is broken, it will not benefit either of us. Please think it through. Pang Li, fearing that Su Lan would disagree, pointed at Xiao Chen again and added, It's not worth causing the Black Dragon Society and the Su family to become enemies over such a gigolo. I believe Miss Su should be able to understand the implications, right? Okay, even though he's so handsome, what you said makes sense. To Pang Li's surprise, Su Lan looked at Xiao Chen with regret, then decisively let go of his hand and agreed to Pang Li's request. Holy crap, you brat, how can you be so disloyal? Xiao Chen was both angry and amused. Wah, brother Xiao Chen, please have some understanding of me. This Pang Li is one of the 4 Vajras of the Black Dragon Society, and he's already a second-grade innate realm martial artist. I've only just broken through to the acquired realm. Even if I wanted to protect you, I'm powerless to do so. Su Lan looked at Xiao Chen pitifully and then obediently stood aside with Li Jin and Lin Hu. Sister-in-law, you can't just abandon Brother Chen. Lin Hu panicked. I can't control that. I can't beat Pang Li. Let the one who can beat him fight. Su Lan said with a smile, but there was not a trace of panic in her eyes. Seeing Su Lanlan's reaction, Li Jin's eyelids twitched again. He became even more convinced of his guess that Xiao Chen was definitely a martial artist at the innate realm. Only in this way can they easily get the payment back from Zhu Tianli. Only in this way can Su Lan remain so calm. Moreover, throughout the entire evening, Xiao Chen's face remained relaxed. Thinking of this, Li Jin suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Could it be that Xiao Chen, at such a young age, was also a martial artist of the 2nd rank or above innate level? With questions swirling in his mind, Li Jin looked at Xiao Chen and Pang Li, whose expressions were thick with tension. Kid, now that Miss Su doesn't care about you anymore, let's see how long you can keep jumping around. Pang Li sneered, glanced at Chen Kai on the ground, and ordered, remember to record a video for young Master Zhou later. Today I'm going to personally break this kid's limbs and torture him to death bit by bit. Master Pang, is this the kid that young Master Zhou paid to kill? I remember now. Upon hearing Pang Li's words, Chen Kai became suddenly excited. Pang Li nodded. All right, Mr. Pang, just go ahead and do it. I'll record every single second. Chen Kai seemed to have forgotten the pain and said with an excited laugh. Chen Lu, standing to the side, also perked up, thinking to himself, holy crap, am I going to see something this exciting today? The Zhou family? Zhou Hong. Xiao Chen immediately understood, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Sure enough, Lu Lingxin was right. This kid Zhou Hong really didn't intend to let him go. It's too late now, kid. I'll personally torture you to death, and then send the video to young Master Zhou. Pang Li snorted coldly, and then strode up to Xiao Chen with his mountain-like body, reaching out to grab Xiao Chen with his large hand. However, when he tried to grab it, he found nothing. Still dare to hide? Pang Li was slightly taken aback, and said with a gloomy expression, hide. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, then met Pang Li's gaze with a playful look, and said sarcastically, what are you Black Dragon Society members doing? You don't even know that your mortal enemy, Qin Yuhu, was almost kicked to death by me. Chapter 95 Coming to the door. Qin Yuhu was almost kicked to death by this kid? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Pang Li's expression immediately changed. Qin Yuhu had entered the second rank of the innate realm several years earlier than him. If Qin Yuhu can't even withstand one move from this kid, wouldn't his fate be even worse? Thinking of this, Pang Li felt a sense of unease, but it dissipated completely in the next moment. Haha, kid, you really think I, Pang Li, am someone who can be easily intimidated? Pang Li quickly realized that, firstly, he had never heard of anyone in the entire Han City who had reached the second rank of the innate realm at around 20 years old. Secondly, as the four top members of the Black Dragon Society, if something so serious happened to Qin Yuhu, it's impossible that the Black Dragon Society wouldn't have received any news about it. Therefore, based on all the information, Pang Li naturally concluded that the kid was just trying to scare him and delay his death. Pang Li was unaware that Qin Yuhu had given a strict order to keep the news under wraps, and since it hadn't been long since the incident, it hadn't reached the Black Dragon Society's ears for a while. Do you think I'm trying to scare you? Xiao Chen chuckled, glanced at Pang Li with a mocking smile, and then grabbed the handful of metal skewers left over from the barbecue on the table. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and then they were shocked to see that the iron skewers had already pierced most of Pang Li's heart. Because Xiao Chen moved so fast, Pang Li didn't have time to react. When the sharp pain in his chest came, he couldn't help but scream. When he looked at Xiao Chen again, his eyes were filled with deep terror. This kid wasn't trying to scare him. And that bastard Zhou Hong, wasn't he supposed to be just an ordinary person with some skills? In an instant, countless thoughts flooded Pang Li's mind, and then he turned around and prepared to run. But the iron skewers that were piercing most of his heart seemed to drain all his strength. He staggered a few steps, then kicked over the barbecue table and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The scene was deathly silent. Only Pang Li lay on the ground, his hands tightly clutching his chest, blood flowing freely from between his fingers. As blood flowed out, Pang Li's face turned deathly pale. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily through his throat. What did you just say? Break my limbs? Fine. Then you can have a taste too. Xiao Chen sat up from the small stool at the barbecue stall, walked step by step to Pang Li, and then casually stepped down. With the sound of bones breaking, Pang Li's knees shrunk completely. Then came the shoulders. When two deep dents appeared on Pang Li's shoulders, Pang Li's eyes widened in shock, but he had already lost all hope of life. Be a good person in your next life. Looking at Pang Li lying on the ground like a dead fish, Xiao Chen spat the cigarette, but in Pang Li's face, and said casually. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, a series of thumping sounds were heard. Xiao Chen glanced over, and found that Chen Lu had slumped to the ground, staring blankly at Xiao Chen. His crotch was wet, slowly soaking his pants, and a strong smell of urine instantly hit his nose. Apart from Chen Lu, Chen Kai and the group of Black Dragon Society lackeys also stared at Xiao Chen with expressions of terror, as if they had seen the king of hell himself. Xiao Chen, you were too impulsive. Wally, Jean, and Lin, who were surprised, they suddenly looked at Xiao Chen with serious expressions. It's all right, when martial artists fight, there will inevitably be casualties. Xiao Chen smiled, then looked at Chen Kai on the ground, squinted, and asked, did you record a video just now? It's been recorded. Big brother, please don't kill me, spare me. Chen Kai nodded blankly, then suddenly realized what he had done. His face turned pale, and he burst into tears. Who is the leader of your Black Dragon Society? Xiao Chen remained noncommittal. Feng Tianlong. Chen Kai said in a trembling voice. He probably knows about the hunt for me, right? Xiao Chen thought for a moment, and then said, I know it was Boss Feng who took the order. Shen Kai dared not hide it. That's great. Since we're going to fight to the death anyway, send him the video of me killing Pang Li now. Brother, if I send it to him as you suggested, will you let me go? Shen Kai looked at Xiao Chen with a pleading expression, but before he could finish speaking, he met Xiao Chen's cold gaze. He immediately shivered, dared not hesitate any longer, and took out his phone to send the recorded video to Feng Tianlong. Almost a minute after I sent it, Feng Tianlong called back with a video. Who killed my brother? I'll tear him to pieces. At Xiao Chen's signal, Shen Kai connected to Feng Tianlong's video call, and Feng Tianlong's roar came through as soon as the call connected. Before Shen Kai could speak, Xiao Chen snatched the phone and displayed his handsome face on Feng Tianlong's phone screen. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Feng Tianlong on the other end of the phone was taken aback. Kid, who are you? What? Boss Feng doesn't recognize me. Young Master Zhou paid you to kill me, and Boss Feng, as the owner, doesn't even know who he's supposed to kill. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Feng Tianlong on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. To be honest, he really didn't know Xiao Chen. Although he took on the job of killing Xiao Chen, he handed the task over to Pang Li after accepting the order and never inquired about it again. He's just an ordinary person. It's not his place to worry about this. Are you Xiao Chen? However, Feng Tianlong was not stupid. After thinking for a moment, he realized Xiao Chen's identity. After all, this was the only job he had taken on in the past few days. Upon realizing Xiao Chen's identity, Feng Tianlong was both surprised and furious. Damn it! Zhou Heng, how dare you play me for fools? How could someone capable of killing Pang Li be an ordinary person? Feeling deceived, Feng Tianlong was furious. Looks like Boss Feng still has a memory. Seeing that Feng Tianlong recognized him, Xiao Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. Kid, do you know what will happen if you go against my Black Dragon Society? Feng Tianlong's face turned ugly, and his voice became gloomy. I don't know what the consequences will be for going against the Black Dragon Society, but the consequences for going against me, Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen spoke, he pointed the camera at Pang Li, who was already dead on the ground, and continued. Well, this is what happens. Ha ha ha, good. Seeing the way Pang Li died, Feng Tianlong laughed in fury, his words filled with murderous intent. Boy, I, Feng Tianlong, will personally settle this score with you today, and it won't be long. Great, that suits me just fine. I hate trouble, and I never let revenge linger overnight. No need for Boss Feng to condescend to come to me. I'll go there myself. Xiao Chen nodded and said, What an arrogant brat. Hey kid, you really don't know the meaning of death. Feng Tianlong stared at Xiao Chen with a sinister look and sneered. Xiao Chen grinned. It's not certain who will die yet. After saying that, Xiao Chen hung up the phone and said to Su Lan Lan, Li Jin, Lin Hu and the others, you guys go back first. I'm going to have a chat with Feng Tianlong. Li Jin and the others swallowed hard, pointed at the lifeless Pang Li on the ground, and said in somewhat uneasy voices, Xiao Chen, are you sure he'll be all right? Have no idea. Xiao Chen said it very simply. Then he thought for a moment, took out his phone, took a picture of Pang Li, sent it to Gao Feng, and added a sentence. Old Gao, someone wanted to kill me. It's not too much for me to fight back, right? Oh right, the people who wanted to kill me aren't all dead yet. I'll go and kill them. You can pack them up and deal with them first thing tomorrow morning. Inside the Special Administration Bureau office, Gao Feng stood up wearily from his chair, stretched, picked up his teacup, and prepared to take a couple of sips of the remaining tea before heading off work. Just as he brought the teacup to his lips, a message popped up on his phone. Seeing that it was from Xiao Chen, Gao Feng frowned slightly, wondering why Xiao Chen would send him a message. But after Gao Feng opened the message and glanced at it, his expression suddenly changed, and his teacup crashed to the ground and shattered. He couldn't care less about any of that. He immediately rushed out of the office with a dark face and shouted towards the Special Administration Bureau's dormitory. Assemble. Chapter 96 Zhao Kuan, the Scapegoat. In the center of Seoul, there is an old street slated for demolition. The headquarters of the Black Dragon Society, Tianlong Labor Service Center. Feng Tianlong lit a cigarette and sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Having worked his way up in Seoul for so many years, Feng Tianlong is definitely not an ordinary person. After his outburst of rage, Feng Tianlong forced himself to calm down. At least for now, it can be confirmed that Xiao Chen is definitely not an ordinary person. To be able to kill Pang Li, he must be at least a third-grade innate martial artist. Thinking about how that good-for-nothing young master of the Zhou family had given him false information, Feng Tianlong wished he could strangle Zhou Heng to death. But soon he realized that Zhou Heng would never deliberately lie to him. It was highly likely that even Zhou Heng himself did not know the true strength of that kid Xiao Chen. This is fucking unbelievable. How could a country bumpkin, only 20 years old, possibly be a martial artist at the innate realm? Feng Tianlong cursed to himself. After finishing his rant, Feng Tianlong took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled, picked up a phone, and dialed a number. The caller was one of his capable henchmen, nicknamed Rat. Unlike the four great Vajras, this person was specifically tasked with gathering intelligence for Feng Tianlong. Feng Tianlong was responsible for providing him with funds, while Haozi used these funds to interact with various people and extract information. For example, Haozi learned about the impending demolition of this street from a powerful leader in Seoul. At this moment, he prepared to have Haozi thoroughly investigate Xiao Chen's identity. With such a young man, comparable to a dragon crossing the river, appearing in Hansheng, it was impossible that no one could find out anything about him. On the other side, at the barbecue stalls on Wenhua Road, "Brother Chun, I'll go with you," Su Lanlan said with some concern. "Go where? I can manage on my own. Hurry up and go home, and stop causing me trouble." Upon hearing Su Lanlan's request, Xiao Chen immediately refused. "Xiao Chen, are you really going to the Black Dragon Society to find Feng Tianlong? It's said that he's already a 7th grade innate martial artist." Li Jin said somewhat hesitantly. "Don't worry, Captain, I know what I'm doing. You take Lu Xiaomei home. Hu Zi and Go Zi, you two go home too. Today's incident has nothing to do with you." Xiao Chen knew that the identities of the others were different from his own. "Brother Chen Wei." Lin Hu's face was grim, and he clenched his fists, clearly feeling troubled. Going back like this and letting Xiao Chen go to the Black Dragon Society alone would be too disloyal. "Brother Tiger, don't worry, Brother Xiao Chen is a rank 8 and 8. Feng Tianlong wouldn't dare to touch him." Su Lanlan noticed the awkwardness of Lin Hu and the others, and said with a sly look in her eyes, "8th rank in 8 realm? Holy crap." Li Jin and Lin Hu were both dumbfounded, but Guzi didn't quite understand these things. Although he didn't understand, he could still sense from Li Jin and Lin Hu's reactions that Brother Chen seemed to be very powerful. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Even Feng Tianlong is only at the 7th level of the innate realm, while Brother Chen is at the 8th level. How could he not be awesome? Upon hearing this, Chen Kai, who was on the ground, shuddered and glared hatefully at Chen Lu, who was already terrified and lying in a puddle of mud. If it weren't for this bastard, he wouldn't be in this situation today. "All right, Captain, I'm confident I can go. You guys go back first. You need to be my witnesses tomorrow. These people tried to kill me first." Xiao Chen smiled and said. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, everyone realized what he meant and immediately nodded, saying, "Okay, be careful." After saying that, Li Jin and the others sighed and left. Su Lanlan originally wanted to take them home, but the sports car couldn't fit so many people, so she simply left on her own. At this point, she didn't care whether she had been drinking or not. After all, this amount of alcohol was nothing to her. After everyone left, Xiao Chen picked up the lifeless Pang Li from the ground with one hand, opened the Mercedes-Benz, and threw him inside like a dead dog. Then, Xiao Chen walked over, picked up Chen Kai, and threw him into the passenger seat. Chen Kai, shirtless and covered in flashy tattoos, was almost scared to death. "Brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me." Hearing Chen Kai's tearful pleas for mercy, Xiao Chen chuckled and said, "Shut up, lead the way, to Feng Tianlong's place." After saying that, Xiao Chen took out a brown paper bag from his pocket, pulled out a thick wad of money, and handed it directly to the barbecue restaurant owner without counting it. "Boss, this is for the meal. The extra money is for the damage to the tables and chairs." The barbecue restaurant owner was terrified and dared not accept the offer. "It's here." Seeing that the shopkeeper wouldn't take the money, Xiao Chen simply put the money under the barbecue plate, then opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and, with Chen Kai directing the way, headed towards the Black Dragon Society headquarters where Feng Tianlong was located. Meanwhile, at the Black Dragon Society headquarters, Feng Tianlong hung up Haozi's phone with a grim expression. As expected, after receiving his call, Haozi found out about Xiao Chen's activities in Seoul in less than 20 minutes. Moreover, the way Haozi gathers information is very simple. He sends messages directly in all sorts of groups, along with a screenshot of Xiao Chen taken from the videos sent by Feng Tianlong, and a text, "Reward for information about this person, 10,000 per piece." Within just 20 minutes, quite a few people had accepted the bounty. Haozi then sent the screenshots from the chat group directly to Feng Tianlong. He almost killed Qin Yuhu with one move. Did they save Han Qingma, the daughter of the Han family? He slapped Chu Xiao of Kyoto twice in public. After incurring Chu Qingyun's wrath, the body of Li Qi, a 9th grade innate martial artist who was by Chu Qingyun's side, appeared at the crematorium. Looking at the messages, Feng Tianlong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This is the piece of trash Zhou Hong wanted to kill for over 1 million? Zhou Hong, I must have been cursed by your ancestors for 8 generations. Feng Tianlong cursed with a fascinating expression. Of these messages, he didn't really care about the first few. Although Qin Yuhu was also a Xiantian, innate cultivator, his strength was definitely inferior to his own. It was even rumored that he was only a second-grade Xiantian cultivator, while he himself was already a seventh-grade Xiantian cultivator. If Xiao Chen had only defeated Chen Yuhu, he wouldn't be afraid of this kid at all. But the problem lies in the last 2 points. He slapped Chu Qingyun twice in public. That takes a lot of guts. At least Feng Tianlong himself said that even if he had 10 more lives, he wouldn't dare to do that. What does this mean? It means that Xiao Chen doesn't take the Chu family of Kyoto seriously at all. If Xiao Chen doesn't even care about the Chu family of Kyoto, what is the Black Dragon Society? Feng Tianlong suddenly realized that when he video chatted with this kid earlier, the kid's behavior wasn't arrogant at all. What chilled Feng Tianlong the most was that Xiao Chen slapped Chu Qingyun twice, yet he was still sitting at the barbecue stall eating skewers and drinking beer. Instead, Li Qi, a 9th-grade innate martial artist who was by Chu Qingyun's side, died inexplicably. What the hell does this mean? Feng Tianlong suddenly felt fear. He had a feeling that if he continued to